Chapter 1. My Wife and Daughter. Ahem. With two violent coughs, Lu Chun opened his bleary eyes. He remembered that he should be asleep in class. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Gazing at the busy staff not far away and the few silhouettes scattered around, Lu Chun felt a sense of bewilderment. Was this the Civil Affairs Bureau? What was happening? As he read the large characters before him, he abruptly stood up from his seat. As Lu Chun moved, a woman approached him at the first glance. He noticed her tattered attire, a faded grayish-white top, and trousers that had lost their color, appearing nearly white from wear. Beside her stood a girl of about 4 or 5, clutching a plush toy. She wore a dress that was slightly oversized, an ill-fitting garment for her petite frame. I must hurry back to class. Lu Chun gently tapped his head and prepared to leave. The thought of his detestable homeroom teacher sent a shiver down his spine. What would happen if that teacher discovered he had been sleeping in class? Yet, before he could take a step, a chilling voice emerged from the woman. What? Are you having second thoughts? Her words left Lu Chun momentarily stunned. Tentatively, he addressed her. Excuse me, do we know each other? Enough. The woman stood up in anger, pointing a finger at Lu Chun as she fiercely declared, What place do you hold for me and my child, apart from your gambling? You and your child? Lu Chun was utterly confused. He glanced at the frail figure hiding behind the woman, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. He was merely an ungraduated student. How could he possibly have a child? Was this some sort of prank? Was someone deliberately toying with him? Determined to uncover the truth behind this absurd situation, Lu Chun resolved to discover who was responsible for this ludicrous charade of suddenly having a wife and child. I'm sorry. My name is Lu Chun. But you, are you perhaps a classmate's hired assistant? Trying to is this amusing to you? Aren't you the one who despised Tong Tong for having leukemia? Is there a need to pretend we are strangers? Before Lu Chun could finish his speculation, tears of grievance streamed down the woman's face. She clutched the child tightly to her chest and glared at Lu Chun, saying, Even if we divorce now, I will ensure my daughter receives treatment. Divorce? Treatment? What was this all about? Looking at the little girl in the woman's arms, Lu Chun was utterly perplexed. If this were merely a farce, there would be no need to involve such a pitiful child. I'm sorry. Is there some misunderstanding between us? I'm still just a child. It's impossible for me to die. How did this happen? Staring at his calloused hands, Lu Chun was taken aback. He then looked at his shabby clothes, his tattered pants with a small hole burned through the hem by a cigarette. Lu Chun stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. Without waiting for the woman to respond, he quickly dashed into the restroom outside. In front of the mirror, Lu Chun finally discerned his appearance. A pale, mature visage stared back at him, disheveled hair framing his face. His eyes, having endured countless sleepless nights, appeared sunken, and within their murky depths, the once vibrant and handsome youth was nowhere to be seen. Was this a transmigration or a rebirth? Lu Chun found himself in a daze. Wasn't this the kind of scene only seen on television? How could he possibly have a wife now? Moreover, it seemed he even had a child. Turning on the faucet, Lu Chun vigorously scrubbed his hands and face, attempting desperately to awaken from this surreal dream. Yet the icy droplets only deepened his despair. This was no mere illusion. Daddy here. At that moment, a tender voice broke through his thoughts. Lu Chun looked down to see a little girl beside him, extending a tissue towards him. Thank you, little friend. Wait, what did you just call him? Daddy? Lu Chun's outstretched hand froze, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the woman entered the restroom, her gaze fixed on Lu Chun with anger. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? Let me be frank, I will do everything to treat Tong Tong's leukemia, even if it means divorcing you. Her voice grew increasingly agitated, tears threatening to spill once more, as the child's innocent voice rang out again. Mommy, don't cry. I want Daddy. Let's go home. Gazing at the pitiful little girl and the woman holding back her tears, Lu Chun, bewildered, asked, Divorce? Was that my suggestion? Upon hearing Lu Chun's words, the woman stood up furiously, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lu Chun, are you even human? Since our marriage, you've been gambling until dawn. When have you ever cared for our daughter? Not only did you squander all our savings, but you also wasted the money meant for her treatment on gambling. Even now, you show no remorse and pretend not to recognize me or our daughter. I truly regret marrying you. That if you refuse to acknowledge it, fine, I, Tian Jing, will admit my folly. Let us divorce right now. You need not concern yourself with our daughter any longer." Having vented her pent-up rage, Tian Jing lost all faith in Lu Chun. She picked up her daughter and prepared to leave. Even Lu Chun, despite his naivety, began to piece together the situation. The original owner of this body was a compulsive gambler, having squandered even the funds set aside for their child's medical care. In a desperate attempt to evade his responsibilities, the original owner sought to divorce her. Faced with this revelation, Lu Chun could only shake his head helplessly. He was merely a high school student, spending his days gaming or sleeping, with no experience in a genuine romantic relationship, let alone the sudden emergence of this daughter. Moreover, by merely observing Tian Jing and the little girl named Tong Tong, Lu Chun could surmise the nature of their familial circumstances based on their attire, children raised. In such a household, burdened with a father beset by a gambling addiction, can only imagine the turmoil of family life. Wait. As she prepared to leave with her child in her arms, Lu Chun finally called out to Tian Jing. Gazing into her icy demeanor, he mustered a faint smile. "Shall we sit down and discuss this?" "Discuss what?" "Your so-called a little gambling for enjoyment, but great gambling brings harm? Or perhaps how you've become a king of gamblers." Tian Jing cried out with a heart-wrenching lament, her hands loosening their grip, nearly causing her daughter to slip from her embrace. Leukemia requires a bone marrow transplant otherwise. She won't survive past the age of 10. Although our country now possesses the means to treat this ailment, finding a matching bone marrow donor is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack exceedingly difficult. Tian Jing clutched her daughter Tong Tong tightly, her relentless tears streaming down once more. Liu Chen's words were not lost on her. Yet as a mother, how could she bear to watch her daughter suffer through such torment? Number 16. Please proceed to window 2 to process your divorce. Upon hearing the announcement and glancing at the call number in Tian Jing's hand, Lu Chun took the child from her grasp. Let us return home. Chapter 2. A cad Lu Chun cradled the girl in his arms, trailing behind Tian Jing as they arrived at the so-called home. Encompassing less than 30 square meters, the small studio was partitioned into a kitchen, a bathroom, and a bedroom. It contained merely a bed, a writing desk, a dining table, and a simple wardrobe, nothing more. Despite harboring suspicions in his heart, Lu Chun was still taken aback upon witnessing this scene. It was hard to fathom the extent of suffering the woman beside him had endured. "How is it that you don't even recognize your own home?" Tian Jing lamented, her heart aching as she noticed Lu Chen's bewilderment. She reached out to take their daughter, only to be rebuffed by him. "You have suffered for so many years." Tears welled in Lu Chen's eyes as he gently set the child down and assisted Tian Jing to the bedside. "What did you say?" Tian Jing asked, her expression one of astonishment as she regarded Lu Chun, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. "Nothing. You take care of the child. I will prepare dinner. You can cook?" Since their marriage, Tian Jing had never tasted a meal prepared by Lu Chun. She had always believed he was incapable of cooking, yet as she observed his deft movements, she found herself momentarily stunned. While busy rinsing rice, Lu Chun casually inquired about the household finances. "Only a few dozen yuan remain. The little salary I earned last night was squandered by you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's hand froze momentarily in the water. "I'm sorry. Such a thing will never happen again." "Let us hope so," Tian Jing replied wearily. This was not the first time Lu Chun had made such a promise. Leaning against the bed, she began to play with their daughter. After a busy spell, Lu Chun finally set the dishes on the table. Just as he was about to call Tian Jing and their child to the meal, he turned and was met with the gaze of a stranger. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" A man dressed in shorts and a tank top leaned against the door, his smile devoid of warmth as he regarded Lu Chun. "What's the matter?" Lu Chun, pretending not to know me. "You owe me 2,000 yuan, and now you wish to renege?" The man stepped forward, casting a cursory glance at Tian Jing before sneering. "You understand the principle of paying your debts, don't you? If you don't settle your account today, I will not leave." Realizing that this individual had come to collect a debt, Lu Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He instinctively reached into his pockets, only to find them empty. At that moment, Tian Jing approached after setting down their child. "Li Go, I apologize. We took the child to the hospital today, and we truly have no money on us. Could you possibly wait a few more days? I promise to repay you once my salary comes in next month." Listening to Tian Jing, Li Ge glanced at Tong Tong, sitting on the bed. He softened his tone slightly and began, Shiao Jing. It's not that I'm scolding you, but you shouldn't indulge Lu Chen so much. It's one thing to gamble a bit, but how can you neglect the health of your child? And you, Lu Chen, all you do is gamble. How old are you? Have some dignity. As a grown man, you can't even take care of your wife and child. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? In front of Tian Jing, Li Ge unleashed a scathing reprimand upon Lu Chen. A week's time. If I cannot repay my debt by then, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Brotherly scolded for quite a while before finally turning to leave, delivering his ultimatum to Lu Chen. A week? To repay 2,000 yuan? Lu Chen felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Just as he contemplated collapsing to the ground, he caught sight of Tian Jing's look of distress. Dinner is ready. Let us eat, Lu Chen murmured as he approached, placing his daughter on the chair, avoiding Tian Jing's gaze entirely. All right, let's eat. Tian Jing sat beside Tong Tong, helping her serve rice in her bowl. Observing the somewhat palatable meal, Tian Jing stifled her grievances and forced a smile, exclaiming, "It looks delicious. I had no idea you could cook." Faced with the question, Lu Chen could not divulge the truth. Previously, you were so capable that I never had the chance to showcase my skills. Is that so? Then I shall leave the opportunity to you in the future. Tian Jing laughed at Lu Chen's words, chuckling before savoring his culinary efforts once more. I have 100 yuan left. Take it and buy some groceries. As they ate, Tian Jing hesitated before retrieving 100 yuan from her bag. In the future, if you feel the urge to gamble, try to keep it small. We cannot bear too much. Those brief words struck Lu Chen like a slap to the face. He had questioned himself countless times, yet he never fathomed that the original owner was so despicable. Not only did he gamble away their entire fortune, but he also squandered the money meant for their child's medical care. Instead of feeling ashamed, he even borrowed money to gamble. And to avoid spending on their daughter's health, he dragged his wife into a divorce. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen felt his vision blur. What will you do with the money? What about the child? What will you do tomorrow? I'll go to work tomorrow. Just drop the child off at kindergarten. Kindergarten? Sending her there at such a young age? After the shock, Lu Chen turned his head in shame, unable to meet Tian Jing's eyes any longer. After dinner, he cleared the dishes and took them to the sink to wash. Tian Jing had gone to bathe, leaving Tong Tong to play alone on the bed. Daddy, this is my New Year's money. Take it to buy something delicious. Tong Tong, what is this? Seeing the few tattered bills in Tong Tong's tiny hand, Lu Chen's heart jolted, and he instinctively crouched down. Don't leave mommy and me, I want daddy. I want to leave, like a dam breaking. Lu Chen could no longer hold back his tears. He embraced Tong Tong tightly, feeling the weight of fatherhood in that moment. I'm done bathing. What are you two doing? At that moment, Tian Jing emerged from the bathroom, her mouth agape in shock at the scene before her. What a wonderful child. I'm such a fool. After placing Tong Tong gently on the bed, Lu Chen softly coaxed her to sleep. Gazing at his obedient daughter, he stood up, filled with a sense of fulfillment. Aren't you going to sleep? Upon seeing Lu Chen seated at the desk, Tian Jing expressed a mix of surprise and curiosity, inquiring softly, You should sleep first. I shall see if there are any books here that might assist me in my job search. Oh, very well then. After casually flipping through a book, Lu Chen began to delve into reading. With his back turned to Tian Jing, he distinctly heard the sound of her shedding her garments. Tong Tong has fallen asleep. Have you not considered that it has been quite a while since you were last with Lu Chen? Tian Jing, feeling somewhat bashful, opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 3, A Deceptive Encounter. What? Hearing Tian Jing's voice, Lu Chen turned around. Upon seeing her standing before him, he swallowed hard, hastily responding, I do not require anything. What? Do you find me undesirable? Tian Jing, feeling a tinge of grievance, burrowed into the blankets alone. No, I truly do not need anything right now. Although he insisted, the presence of his child made it difficult for Lu Chen to find his bearings. After perusing the books on the table for a while, Lu Chen found nothing of value. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already late into the night. He cautiously finished his shower and approached the bedside. Gently lifting a corner of the blanket, as if committing a theft, Lu Chen lay down with utmost care. Are you unable to sleep? Just as he settled in, Tian Jing turned over. With her dreamy eyes open, she softly inquired, "Is it that you feel embarrassed?" "Not all. I genuinely do not require anything." Lu Chen's face flushed pink as he attempted to evade Tian Jing, who was leaning closer. "Let us hurry and sleep." Fearing that she might persist in her advances, he quickly shifted to the side. "How can this be? We have only just begun. If I must endure such torment daily, what shall I do?" Reflecting on the earlier scene, Lu Chun earnestly endeavored to drift into slumber. The following morning, Lu Chun arose early to prepare breakfast. Once Tian Jing was awake, he dressed Tong Tong and cradled her in his arms. "For today, we shall make do with a simple meal. Once I earn some money, I shall treat you both to something delectable." When Tian Jing emerged, Lu Chun bashfully gestured towards the breakfast on the table, offering a wry smile. "It is quite all right. I do not mind." Sitting beside Tong Tong, Tian Jing looked at Lu Chun with a warm smile of appreciation. After finishing their modest breakfast, she prepared to leave for work. "Wait a moment. Take this money for the bus." Before Tian Jing could step outside, Lu Chun fished 10 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into her hand. "I can walk. Besides, this money is sufficient for us for 2 days." To Tian Jing, that mere 10 yuan represented the sustenance for their family for 2 days. How could she bear to squander it so carelessly? "Take it for the bus. I will escort Tong Tong to school." With a lump in his throat, Lu Chun lifted Tong Tong into his arms and headed out. "Lu Chun, has the sun risen in the west today? You usually sleep in at this hour." Just a short distance from his home, Lu Chun encountered Brother Li at the entrance, disposing of the garbage. Upon seeing Lu Chun approach, he broke into a smile. When he noticed Lu Chun cradling Tong Tong, Brother Li's eyes widened in surprise, as if he were meeting Lu Chun for the first time. "What is this?" "Hello, uncle. Daddy is taking me to school." Before Lu Chun could utter a word, Tong Tong cheerfully greeted Brother Li. In Brother Li's eyes, Lu Chun had always been a hopeless case, akin to mud that could not be propped up against a wall. He would sleep during the day and gamble at night. Now, upon hearing that Lu Chun intended to send his daughter to school, Brother Li could hardly believe his ears. "Brother Li, I apologize for my past transgressions. I have resolved to turn over a new leaf." With Brother Li's astonished gaze upon him, Lu Chun puffed out his chest and strode forward. "Daddy is so handsome. I am overjoyed." It had been quite some time since Lu Chun had embraced Tong Tong like this, and she radiated joy like an angel. "Is that so? Shall Daddy take you to school every day from now on?" "Yes, that would be wonderful." Observing the blissful expression on Tong Tong's face, Lu Chun felt as though his heart might melt. Arriving at the kindergarten entrance, Lu Chun noticed a particular issue. Sensing Tong Tong's demeanor becoming subdued, he followed her gaze and discovered a stall selling plush toys. "Do you want a toy?" "No. Mommy said we shouldn't buy things recklessly." Though she verbally declined, Lu Chun noticed that Tong Tong's gaze remained fixated on the toys. What a sensible child she was. Seeing the longing in Tong Tong's eyes, Lu Chun made a bold decision. "How about I buy you one?" "But Mommy, fear not. Just say it was Daddy who bought it." Watching Tong Tong lower her head in distress nearly shattered Lu Chun's heart. "You stay right here and wait for Daddy. I will be back shortly." Carefully setting Tong Tong down, he donned a forced smile and walked towards the stall, determined to surprise his daughter. After selecting a Sailor Moon plush toy, Lu Chun gleefully made his way back. Upon spotting Tong Tong approaching with joyful steps, he couldn't help but smile. "Be careful." Just as Tong Tong was about to reach him, Lu Chun suddenly shouted. A dazzling sports car seemed to lose control, hurtling towards Tong Tong. It screeched to a halt just half a meter away from her, and a stylishly dressed woman emerged from the vehicle. "Little one, are you all right?" Upon reaching Tong Tong, the woman noticed her lips were pale from fright and scooped her into her arms. "Are you out of your mind? Driving recklessly at school gate? You may not value your life, but others do." Lu Chun was also shaken, and after confirming Tong Tong was unharmed, he turned his ire towards the woman. "I apologize. I was in a bit of a hurry, so what? Just because you're in a rush, you think it's acceptable to speed? What if you had hit someone? I didn't expect your daughter to run over. Had I known she was coming this way, I would have slowed down. Didn't he expect? You seem to have many things you didn't foresee." Lu Chun, filled with anger, snatched Tong Tong from the woman's arms and examined her closely. Once he ascertained that she had merely been frightened, he felt a sense of relief. Although still somewhat displeased, his tone softened considerably. Thankfully, my daughter is all right. Otherwise, I assure you, I would not let this go so easily. Observing your driving speed, I surmise that you ought not to be behind the wheel, but rather in the cockpit of an aircraft, for that would spare you the anxiety of colliding with pedestrians. Furthermore, when you drive in the future, endeavor to keep your eyes wide open, lest onlookers think you are still trapped in slumber. As Lu Chan continued to voice his grievances, the woman's countenance turned frigid. Initially harboring a semblance of remorse towards him, she could no longer endure his remarks. All right, that's enough. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? How amusing. What do you mean? Speak plainly. Upon witnessing the woman's expression, a flicker of confusion crossed Lu Chen's face. Logically, he was in the right, yet her words instilled a sense of unease within him. What do you not comprehend? It is evident that you are merely attempting to extort money from me, feigning victimhood. Why waste breath with your trivialities? The woman cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chan before turning to return her vehicle. Seeing her attempt to depart, Lu Chan boldly positioned himself in front of her car, glaring at her through the windshield. What nonsense is this? Extortion? You accuse me of such? Am I to take my own daughter and engage in such deceit? Clarify your words. Is 3,000 sufficient? She retorted with a cold smirk, brandishing a stack of bills before him. What is this? The sight of the money struck Lu Chan with a sense of indignity, and he approached her, cradling Tong Tong. Is it not enough? 5,000. Would that suffice? Before Lu Chan could utter another word, the woman produced an additional 2,000. Who covets your filthy cash? Keep it for yourself. At that moment, Lu Chan could no longer restrain his fury. He swatted the bills from her hand and, holding Tong Tong, strode towards the school. Suppressing his rage, Lu Chan reached the classroom where Tong Tong was enrolled, handing her over to the teacher. Tong Tong, now follow your teacher and attend class diligently. I shall return to fetch you this afternoon. All right, very obedient. With the toy her father had purchased for her in hand, Tong Tong dashed into the classroom. Lu Chan lingered for a moment before exiting. The memory of the earlier confrontation ignited his temper anew. Fortunately, the woman had driven away. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to engage in a thorough discourse with her. Tian Jing had already left for work, and Tong Tong was safely delivered to school. Contemplating the uncertainties of the future, Lu Chan made his way to the employment market, seeking a suitable job. Upon arriving, he stood at the entrance, taken aback by the throngs of people. He had heard tales of the difficulties in securing employment, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming challenge. After a period of observation, Lu Chan approached a less crowded window, his heart heavy with trepidation as he slowly followed the line. As his turn drew near, his heart began to race. Hello, I am here to apply for a position. Leaning forward at the recruitment window, Lu Chan spoke in a barely audible voice. Name? Lu Chan. Alma mater? University? Department of Management. Work experience and working hours? What? This is my first time seeking employment. After smoothly answering questions about his name and alma mater, Lu Chan found himself pausing at the mention of work experience. As a student, how could he possibly possess any work experience? Well, we have noted your information. Please wait for our response, came the curt reply. Next, upon realizing Lu Chan was a novice, the interviewer grew impatient, shoving Lu Chan aside to continue with the next candidate. What should I do? How can I explain this to Tian Jing? As he walked back, Lu Chan felt a sense of bewilderment. He thought of the optimistic Tian Jing, the relentless debt collector, Li Gu, and his adorable daughter, and he wandered onto the street, lost in thought. Not long after Lu Chan stepped outside, a woman spotted him and approached the window where he had just interviewed. General Feng, what brings you here? Upon seeing her, the interviewer hastily stood up. What was that candidate's name again? Lu Chan. Bring him on board. Certainly. The woman, referred to as General Feng, showed no intention of lingering. After instructing on Lu Chen's matter, she exited. Back home, Lu Chen lay down on his bed, feeling weary. Disappointment began to seep into his thoughts about his current life. Did he have any relatives or friends? Could he perhaps borrow some money from them? With this thought, Lu Chen quickly grabbed his phone to scroll through his contacts. However, after a cursory glance, disappointment washed over him. There was only one name in his contacts, and the most recent call was from half a month ago. With a sense of trepidation, he decided to call the person named Hu Ming. Before long, Hu Ming's voice came through the line. Lu Chun, what have you been up to lately? Why did it take you so long to call me? Just keeping busy. Not sure what to earn money these days. Since Lu Chun was uncertain about his relationship with Hu Ming, he forced himself to engage in conversation. Huh, you think you can make money? As long as you don't gamble, you could do anything. It seemed Hu Ming was aware of Lu Chen's gambling habits and disapproved. With this initial judgment, Lu Chun felt somewhat reassured. I've quit gambling. I want to go back to it. Really? That's wonderful. I hope you can stick to your word this time. After some idle chatter, Lu Chun began to hesitate. The words about borrowing money were on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself unable to voice them. Sensing Lu Chen's unease, Hu Ming inquired with hesitation, do you have something to say? You can be direct with me. I just wanted to borrow 3,000 yuan. I'll repay you as soon as I earn some money. With a deeply embarrassed expression, Lu Chun gritted his teeth and stated his purpose for the call. Immediately, he heard raised voices on the other end of the line. After a considerable period had elapsed, Lu Chun still had not received a response from Hu Ming. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Hu Ming's voice finally resonated from the receiver. All right, please send me your account details. As soon as the words left his lips, Hu Ming abruptly terminated the call, leaving Lu Chun standing there, somewhat dazed, with his phone in hand. Have you borrowed money from Hu Ming again? At some point, Tian Jing had returned home. Observing Lu Chen's demeanor as he clutched the phone, she seemed to discern what he was doing. You finished work early? Why so soon? Upon seeing Tian Jing before him, Lu Chun hastily concealed his phone and feigned composure as he rose from the bed. To his surprise, upon hearing Lu Chun mention his early departure from work, tears of grievance began to stream down Tian Jing's face. Without uttering a word, she collapsed onto the bed, quietly sobbing. This unexpected reaction startled Lu Chun, prompting him to step aside. Once he regained his composure, he cautiously took a seat on the edge of the bed. What is wrong? What has happened? Lu Chun gently placed his hand on Tian Jing's shoulder, attempting to comfort her. Share your troubles with me. Please stop crying. Take care not to harm yourself. Lu Chun, lacking experience in comforting others, resorted to mimicking gestures he had observed on television, approaching the situation with a tentative disposition. I've lost my job. Whether it was the weight of her hardships or the sincerity in Lu Chun's demeanor that moved her, Tian Jing, amidst her tears, leaned into Lu Chen's embrace, resembling a profoundly aggrieved child, and wept unabashedly once more. Lost your job? Upon hearing this phrase, Lu Chen's mouth fell agape. He had yet to secure employment for himself. And now Tian Jing was also without work. The thought of their future overwhelmed him as he stood there, bewildered, facing the woman in his arms. Don't worry. It's just unemployment, right? We can always seek a better job. Chapter 5. A treat for ourselves after a brief silence. Lu Chun mustered a smile, helping Tian Jing sit up straight while he gently wiped away her tears with a tissue. But what if I can't find another job? Life will become even more challenging. Fear not. I am here. I will shoulder the burden if the sky falls. Words could scarcely convey the depth of his emotions, and Lu Chun could only hold the woman beside him tightly. By the way, did you borrow money from Hu Ming again? As if recalling a pertinent question, Tian Jing abruptly ceased her tears, lifting her head to gaze at Lu Chun with a hint of annoyance. How did you know? Who else would you ask for money? Besides, who would be willing to help you? What do you mean by again? Lu Chun had intended to inquire of Tian Jing earlier, but her continuous weeping had deprived him of the opportunity. I borrowed 3,000 yuan from him. Once I find a job. Before Lu Chun could clarify, Tian Jing swiftly interrupted, her tone softening. Please do not borrow from Hu Ming again. He has his own struggles. His mother is still hospitalized, and his daughter's university expenses are quite significant. What did you say? Lu Chun had not anticipated such a situation. It turned out that his only friend was living a life even more arduous than his own. Upon learning about Hu Ming's circumstances, Lu Chun dismissed his own thoughts. The account he had contemplated sending was quietly deleted. I understand. Observing Tian Jing's worried expression, Lu Chun gently placed his hand on her shoulder, feeling a pang of sympathy. I will go to the market to buy some vegetables. When Tong Tong returns from school, I will prepare something delicious for you. Buy vegetables? Do you have any money? I still have 30. That should suffice. In the course of a single day, Lu Chen's funds dwindled from 100 to a mere 30. Reflecting on his earlier boasts, he found it difficult to meet Tian Jing's gaze. Upon arriving at the vegetable market, Lu Chen wandered for what seemed like half a day, searching for a stall and prices he could accept. Cabbage was priced at 1.50 per pound, potatoes at 80 cents per pound, and pork at 25 per pound. With a firm grip on his scant 30 yuan, Lu Chen scrutinized the priced vegetables. Wait a moment, are you not taking these vegetables? Toss them out to feed the pigs. After making a thorough circuit of the market, Lu Chen noticed a woman in an apron discarding some undesirable vegetable leaves into a basket, preparing to dispose of them. You can leave them here. I will help you carry them out. Oh, thank you. When he heard her say that they were unwanted, a flicker of delight surged within Lu Chen. Although the leaves appeared unappetizing, they were certainly suitable for cooking. After carefully selecting some decent leaves, he requested a bag to gather them, anticipating the fresh greens for dinner. Lu Chen resolutely spent another 10 yuan on meat. Wife, look what I brought home. As he pushed open the door to their home, Lu Chen exclaimed with delight. Hearing his voice, a smile of happiness spread across Tian Jing's face. His affectionate call of wife completely captivated her, reminiscent of the beautiful moments when they first met. You are spending recklessly. We currently have no jobs. How can we afford such fine vegetables? What? You bought meat too? How much did that cost? As Tian Jing observed the items Lu Chen had brought, her smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of helplessness. Not much. Besides, Tong Tong is still young. We must endure a little hardship and not let the child suffer. But you cannot spend carelessly. You know our current situation. We must. Enough. Just this once. It shall not happen again. Lu Chen did not wish to hear more from Tian Jing, fearing he might not withstand it. Once he saw that Tian Jing had prepared the rice, Lu Chen took the vegetables he had gathered and vigorously washed them in the sink. I will go fetch Tong Tong. Keep an eye on the pot. As he neared the completion of his tasks, Lu Chen glanced at the time, sensing that it was almost time for Tong Tong to be dismissed from school. All right, then you both return early. Upon reaching the entrance of Tong Tong school, he coincided with the release of the children from their confines. Searching for Tong Tong among the flock of liberated little birds, Lu Chen called out, Tong Tong. I am here. In a short while, Lu Chen spotted that familiar figure bouncing joyfully towards him. Upon hearing his voice, Tong Tong immediately ran over, exclaiming, Daddy, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Once Tong Tong leapt into his embrace, Lu Chen joyfully lifted her high into the air. So how was school? Did you listen to your teachers? I always listen. I don't even need the teacher to coax me to take a nap. Is that so? My baby is truly obedient. Gazing at the radiant smile on Tong Tong's face, Lu Chen felt his heart warm. Upon returning home, Tian Jing had already prepared a delightful meal. Seeing her daughter, she wore an expression of pure adoration. Sweetheart, hurry and wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Okay, Mommy. Lu Chen placed Tong Tong between himself and Tian Jing, and the three of them sat together happily, sharing a wonderful dinner. Didn't you go out looking for work today? How'd it go? When you start? While eating, Tian Jing recalled Lu Chen's mention of seeking employment and couldn't help but inquire further. Lu Chen was at a loss for how to respond to her question. Remembering the experiences he had encountered during the day, he lowered his head, unable to meet Tian Jing's gaze. Just as Lu Chen felt awkward and struggled to speak, his phone rang. Seizing this fortunate opportunity, he rose and approached the bedside, reaching for his phone and pressing the answer button. Hello, is this Lu Chen? Yes, this is Lu Chen. May I ask who is calling? Congratulations. You have been accepted by our company. Please report to the office tomorrow morning at 8. Accepted? What is happening? Lu Chen felt bewildered, as he had been told he was unsuitable for their company. How could he receive an acceptance call? What is wrong? What is happening? Noticing the change in Lu Chen's expression, Tian Jing set down her utensils, puzzled. It's nothing. I think I got accepted. What? Are you saying you found a job? Upon hearing that Lu Chen had been hired, Tian Jing became equally exhilarated. After so many years of marriage, this day was perhaps the happiest for her. During countless sleepless nights, she had silently shed tears. But starting today, Tian Jing felt that her past grievances had finally been vindicated. She had awaited Lu Chen's return to the right path. for Lu Chen's efforts. And for a brighter future, Tian Jing resolved to reward him well this evening, hoping to reclaim the joy that every woman deserves. Chapter 6. The first day at work after dinner, Tian Jing had coaxed Tong Tong to sleep early. Glancing at Lu Chun, who was still engrossed in his book, she bashfully said, "I'm going to take a shower now. You should get to bed early too." "All right, go ahead and shower." At that moment, Lu Chun was preoccupied with planning for his first day at work, completely unaware of the underlying meaning in Tian Jing's words. Once the sound of running water from the bathroom gradually faded, he finally stretched his tired body. As Lu Chun rose to pour himself a glass of water, he was startled to see Tian Jing emerging from the bathroom, her form entirely unclothed after a refreshing shower. Faced with the mature beauty of Tian Jing, Lu Chun swallowed hard, hastily turning his gaze away. "What's wrong? Feeling shy?" Tian Jing, unaware of Lu Chen's thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle upon noticing his averted eyes. Remembering how deeply Lu Chun had once admired her, she gracefully approached him, resting her hand on his shoulder, and playfully declared, "I'll be waiting for you in bed." You go ahead," Lu Chun stammered, his mind a blank canvas, feeling as if he had been drained of all energy as he floated towards the bathroom. Turning the faucet to its maximum flow, he stood beneath the shower head, vigorously rinsing his body in an attempt to regain his composure. After an extensive period of being pelted by water, Lu Chen's heart began to settle somewhat. However, the clear implication of Tian Jing's earlier words filled him with trepidation. He was uncertain about how to proceed once he stepped outside. Shaking his head gently, his gaze landed on the nearby washing machine. On top of a pile of laundry lay a piece of intimate women's clothing, positioned in a manner that suggested deliberate placement. Lu Chun felt his breath quicken as the fervor that had only just subsided surged forth once more. Cautiously extending his hand, he lightly brushed against Tian Jing's garment. The sensation sent a jolt through him, prompting him to retract his hands in alarm. After spending what felt like an eternity in the bathroom, Lu Chun finally mustered the courage to step outside. Having acquired Tian Jing's clothing, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Hesitantly, he perched himself on the edge of the bed, contemplating her earlier insinuation. "Why are you taking so long? I could have had a nap," Tian Jing exclaimed, her sleepy eyes narrowing in annoyance as she pouted. "What are you still sitting there for? Get into bed." Noticing Lu Chen's lack of response as he sat idly on the edge of the bed, she looked up at him in confusion. "I'm not tired yet. I want to wait a little longer before sleeping." Initially thinking that her late emergence would ensure she was soundly asleep, she was taken aback when her presence had instead roused Lu Chun. After a brief period of introspection, Lu Chun turned to face the puzzled Tian Jing. With a hint of guilt, he said, "I have to go to work early tomorrow morning, and I want to appear more alert. Perhaps we should discuss this later? Are you perhaps feeling disdain for me?" she asked, taken aback. "No, it's just that I'm not prepared at all right now, and I don't want to." Lu Chun faltered, growing increasingly anxious as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Tian Jing never anticipated such an outcome. Having lulled her daughter to sleep and finished her shower early to await Lu Chun, she had hoped they would share a delightful moment together, only to be met with his unexpected rejection. Gazing into Lu Chen's eyes, Tian Jing felt a pang of disappointment as she lay back down in the warmth of her blankets, her face devoid of any anticipation. "Once I receive my salary, I will surely cherish you dearly." Lu Chun, observing the glimmer of hope in Tian Jing's eyes, felt a twinge of compassion. To shield her heart from further pain, he resolutely made a decision. "Is what you say true?" Upon receiving Lu Chen's assurance, Tian Jing instantly brightened, fearful that she might have misheard his words. "Indeed, after all, I have not behaved like a man for far too long. My sole focus now is to earn money, so that you can always appear graceful and that Tong Tong can receive a better education." Now that he had become Tian Jing's husband, Lu Chun understood that he would eventually have to confront the challenges ahead. However, he was far from mentally prepared at that moment. To manage Tian Jing's expectations, he resolved to take things one step at a time. "Don't say that. Husband, I believe in you." Without any warning, Tian Jing emerged from her cocoon of blankets and wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's waist, resting her head against his back as she began to weep softly. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Hearing her quiet sobs, Lu Chun quickly turned to check on their peacefully sleeping daughter, relieved to see she remained undisturbed. He gently lifted Tian Jing's head. "It's nothing. Husband, I love you." Witnessing Lu Chen's startled expression, Tian Jing felt a surge of genuine joy. Then let us get some rest early." "All right, I'll follow your lead." After lying down, Tian Jing naturally leaned closer to him. Though separated by a layer of nightwear, Lu Chun sensed her heartfelt intentions. To resist being drawn deeper into the moment, he shifted slightly away, attempting to minimize prolonged contact. The following morning, Lu Chun rose early to prepare breakfast. With Tian Jing temporarily out of work, she took on the responsibility of escorting Tong Tong to and from school. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, filled with renewed confidence, walked to the company where he had applied for a position, Longhao Group. The four gilded characters shimmered under the sunlight, and as he approached the dazzling glow, Lu Chun held his breath and stepped inside. "Hello, could you please direct me to the Human Resources Department?" Upon entering, Lu Chun approached the front desk, where a smiling receptionist greeted him courteously. "Hello, the Human Resources Department is in the second room on the left." "Thank you." After learning the location of the department, Lu Chun made his way to the indicated door. Standing before the sign that read Human Resources, he lightly knocked. "Come in." Just after 2 taps, a middle-aged woman's voice called from within. Cautiously, Lu Chun opened the door and stepped inside. Noticing the 4 or 5 individuals seated at desks, he approached a woman's table. "Hello, I am Lu Chun, the candidate who interviewed yesterday. I'm here to start work." With a smile, he placed his application form on her desk. "Lu Chun, it seems the company does not have your job application on file." As I casually flipped through Lu Chun's job application, a look of disdain appeared on the woman's face. Chapter 7. Referred to as a fool. "What? Impossible. I received the call. How can my name not be on the list?" "What do you mean? Do you doubt my honesty?" "No, that is not what I meant." Lu Chun felt somewhat perplexed as he gazed at the woman before him. In a hurry, he took out his phone, wondering if someone was merely playing a jest on him regarding the call from yesterday. After retrieving the phone number, Lu Chun dialed it. "Hello. Was it you who informed me to come to work yesterday? Why have I arrived at the company only to be told my name isn't here?" As soon as the call connected, Lu Chun rushed to explain his situation. Once he finished speaking, a gentle voice came from the other end. "I apologize, Mr. Lu. I have yet to report to the HR department. Please hold for a moment." "Oh, I see. That's fine." After hanging up, Lu Chun's heart finally settled. "I'm sorry. She will call you shortly." It may have been an oversight on her part. Faced with the disdainful woman, Lu Chun forced a smile and stood by her side, quietly awaiting the call that could alter his circumstances. Ding! To Lu Chun, it seemed as though he had waited an eternity, but finally, the phone before the woman rang. Hearing it, Lu Chun appeared even more anxious than she did. "Hello? What? Oh, everything is fine." After a few brief exchanges, the girl glanced at Lu Chun and coldly stated, "You are now an employee of the company. Go report to Manager Lee in the trade department." "Thank you. Thank you." Upon receiving this news, Lu Chun's anxious heart could finally relax. After expressing his gratitude to the woman repeatedly, he slowly retreated from the room. Following the company's signage, Lu Chun made his way to the trade department on the upper floor. Observing the individuals in the office area with their heads down, he felt a surge of joy, sensing he was about to become one of them. "Hello, are you Manager Lee?" Entering the office of the trade department, Lu Chun cautiously approached the man seated alone. "You're Lu Chun, correct? Please share your work experience." "Work experience?" Lu Chun was taken aback. Having not even completed his studies, where would he find any work experience? "What? You don't have any experience at all?" "I am new to this line of work." "I apologize," Lu Chun stammered, feeling awkward as he stood there with his head bowed. "I see. Let me find someone to mentor you." After listening to Lu Chun's explanation, Manager Lee tapped his fingers on the desk a few times before picking up the phone. "Please send Shiao Xin in." Before long, a stylishly dressed girl with short hair walked in. "Liga, you called for me?" Upon entering, Shiao Xin's gaze was fixed on Manager Lee, completely disregarding Lu Chun's presence. "This is Lu Chun. He lacks experience. Please take some time to guide him." "What? You want me to mentor him?" Originally, the cheerful Shiao Xin's smile froze upon hearing that she was to mentor Lu Chun. Casting a glance at Lu Chun beside her, she reluctantly remarked, I have been quite busy lately. When would I find a time to guide a newcomer? Just spare a moment to assist him. It's not as though you have to watch over him constantly. Very well. Under Li Ming's insistence, Shiao Xin begrudgingly acquiesced. Follow me. She harbored no fondness for Lu Chun and spoke to him in a tone that reflected her disinterest. Thank you. Trailing behind Shiao Xin, Lu Chun dared not lift his gaze. You will work here from now on. Arriving at a dusty corner of the office, Shiao Xin pointed to an unkempt desk for Lu Chun to occupy. I'll fetch some materials shortly. You may start reviewing them in the meantime. All right. Thank you. Despite Shiao Xin's evident disdain, Lu Chun bore no grievances. Once Shiao Xin exited, he set about tidying his workspace, adhering to the principle of leaving a good first impression on his inaugural day. Lu Chun made his way to the restroom, intending to retrieve a mop for cleaning his area. However, upon reaching the door and overhearing voices within, he halted in his tracks. What did Manager Li want with you? Nothing much, just to help with a dimwit. What? Another newcomer in our department? Is he handsome? You should see him. He looks like a ragpicker. Absolutely revolting. No way. Is it really that exaggerated? What do you think? A dimwit? A ragpicker? Who could they be referring to? Is it me? A surge of anger welled within Lu Chun as he contemplated bursting into the restroom. What are you doing here? As Shiao Xin exited the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Chun, whose trembling form caused her to take an involuntary step back. I can't find a mop to clean my area? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun suppressed his anger. Oh, the mop is inside. You can go get it. After regaining her composure, Shiao Xin pointed to the mop nearby and, without further acknowledgement, walked away with another girl. Once Lu Chun finished tidying up, he sat at his desk, reflecting on the earlier encounter and striving to calm himself. As Shiao Xin approached, he once again endeavored to convey his gratitude. These materials are crucial. You mustn't lose them. Rest assured, I shall be exceedingly careful. After placing the documents on Lu Chun's desk, Shiao Xin appeared somewhat anxious, reiterating her caution before departing. As soon as Shiao Xin left, Lu Chun eagerly delved into the materials she had provided. From communication techniques to partnership negotiations, Shiao Xin's notes were meticulously detailed, even documenting the tone and expressions to adopt when meeting clients. What a thoughtful girl she is. After spending half the morning flipping through documents, Lu Chun gained a renewed understanding of the petite Xin. Hello, are you going out for lunch? As the workday approached its end, a man approached and waved at Lu Chun. Thank you. I brought my own lunch, he replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as he declined his colleague's kind offer. Just a bun and 2 packets of pickles. Once his colleagues had all left for lunch, Lu Chun took out his own meal. Seizing the moment of solitude, he began to eat his bun. Are you experiencing life? A gentle voice interrupted him, and Lu Chun looked up to see an unfamiliar girl approaching. Upon noticing his lunch, the girl let out a soft giggle. Who are you? After hurriedly swallowing the morsel in his mouth, Lu Chun stood up, curiosity evident on his face. Hello, I'm Sun Xian, your colleague. Oh, hello, I'm Lu Chun, he responded, realizing she was from the same department. When Sun Xian extended her hand, Lu Chun quickly wiped his hand on his clothes, feeling a bit awkward as he shook hers. Why haven't you gone to eat yet? Just moments ago. Lu Chun recalled that everyone in the office had left, so Sun Xian's sudden appearance piqued his curiosity. Like you, I'm not used to it. She chuckled. Really? I thought I was the only one who preferred solitude. It turned out that this girl named Sun Xian also shared his affinity for quietness. I won't disturb your meal any longer. Let us chat another time. All right. After their brief exchange, Sun Xian noticed her lingering presence was somewhat awkward and made an excuse to leave. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chun quickly finished the remaining half of his bun. Eager to avoid being seen, much like a fleeting wisp of wind, he swiftly consumed his lunch. After tidying up a bit and seeing that everyone was still away, he grabbed the mop he had used that morning and began cleaning the office. Once he had tidied up the workspace, his colleagues started returning from their meal. Oh no, who took my documents? Just as Lu Chun settled back in his seat, he heard a woman's shrill cry. The surrounding colleagues lifted their heads, perplexed by the commotion. What is wrong, Mi Shui? A middle-aged man approached her after hearing her shout. The drafts I left on my desk are missing. What? When did you notice they were gone? Upon hearing that Mishue's drafts had disappeared, the man's face turned tense. Realizing something, he anxiously asked if it was the draft agreed upon with Director Liu. Yes. Director Zhang, what are we going to do? Mishue exclaimed with a distressed expression, anxiously stamping her foot. We had lunch in the office today. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Director Zhang hastily summoned everyone together to begin identifying those who remained in the company during lunch. As he uttered these words, the collective gaze of those present instinctively fell upon Lu Chun. I recall that this newcomer did not seem to have gone out for lunch. Did he? Yes. When I returned, I saw him tidying up. I also noticed he lingered near Mishue for a while. Could it be that he took Mishue's document? Listening to the murmurs of speculation, Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically, as if he wished to vanish into the ground. Lu Chun, did you see Mishue's document in the office during lunch? No, I did not touch anything. I merely helped tidy up. As for that document, I truly did not see it. Lu Chun fervently defended himself against the doubts of the crowd. However, no matter how vehemently he protested, it appeared that those around him remained unconvinced. Wait, there was another person here during lunch. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Another person? Who is it? Point her out. Recalling the girl he encountered while eating, Lu Chun felt as though he had found a glimmer of hope. At Director Zhang's insistence, Lu Chun raised his head to search for the girl's figure. Yet, after scanning the area, Lu Chun began to doubt his own vision. How could she be missing? Lu Chun, feeling disheartened, conducted another search of the surroundings, his mouth agape in confusion. Who is it? Just say her name. Mishue, perplexed by Lu Chen's hesitation, felt tears welling up in her eyes. After such a long wait without hearing Lu Chen's response, Director Zhang's patience began to wane. Lu Chun, who is it? Why won't you say? He queried, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Are you worried about something? No, it's just that I can't find a girl named Sun Xian. What? What did you say? Upon hearing Lu Chun mention the girl's name, Director Zhang appeared taken aback. Sun Xian. She told me her name was Sun Xian. There is no one with the surname Sun in our department. Are you mistaken? What? No one with the surname Sun? Now, it was Lu Chen's turn to be astonished. The girl did not seem to be lying. Yet hearing Director Zhang's assertion left him momentarily at a loss for words. After failing to locate the girl who could vouch for him, Lu Chun felt deflated, as though all energy had been sapped from him. I'm certain he took it. Otherwise, why would he fabricate such an excuse? Indeed, who even is this Sun person? There is no one with that surname in our department. Once again becoming the subject of gossip, Lu Chun found himself devoid of the will to retort. All he could do was quietly listen to the discussions around him. Everyone, please return to your work. I will go report to the manager. If necessary, we can review the surveillance footage. As the murmurs about Lu Chun continued, a displeased expression emerged on Director Zhang's face. Gazing at Lu Chen's despondent expression, Director Zhang shook his head and proceeded towards the manager's office. Upon returning to his own seat, Lu Chen's mind remained a blank slate. Recalling the scene during lunch, he couldn't help but feel the urge to slap himself. After sitting in a daze for what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to muster some resolve. Since the incident had already transpired, wallowing in self-reproach would serve no purpose. He could only wait for Director Zhang to review the surveillance footage to swiftly identify the culprit behind the stolen document. Lu Chun made an effort to calm his racing thoughts and picked up the document on his desk once more. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, Director Zhang approached him. Observing Lu Chun engrossed in his reading, he whispered, I already know who it is. You can focus on your work. Ah, Director Zhang, you know? Startled by his voice, Lu Chun quickly lifted his head, and upon hearing his revelation, he felt a surge of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. This matter does not concern you, so refrain from inquiring further. Chapter 9. A pig climbing a tree, seeking attention. Wait. How can this not concern me? What is going on? Lu Chen's bewilderment was palpable as he listened to Director Zhang's explanation. But everyone is suspecting me. How can it not involve me? Because that person. After a lengthy pause, Director Zhang seemed to finally gather his resolve. She is a favored individual within the company. You and I are not in a position to confront her. But she came to our department to steal. That is not your concern. Just focus on your work and do not delve into matters beyond that. Without allowing Lu Chun to press further, Director Zhang delivered his orders with a stern expression and departed. How could this be? Not permitted to inquire? Did this not imply that he would continue to be viewed as a thief? Lu Chun found it difficult to accept Director Zhang's response. Once he regained his composure, he resolved that this matter could not simply fade away without resolution. To vindicate himself, he spent the entire afternoon unable to concentrate on his research. Every time he recalled the girl he encountered at noon, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Finally, reaching the end of the workday, Lu Chun disregarded the gazes of his colleagues and rushed out of the office. Upon arriving at the entrance, he discreetly concealed himself behind a stone, intent on identifying the hidden perpetrator among the departing crowd. As unfamiliar faces emerged from the building, laughing joyfully, Lu Chun remained vigilant, watching as they departed in various vehicles. He felt disappointment wash over him. Could it be that the girl was truly adept at concealing herself? Or had he simply overlooked her in his earlier distraction? Just as Lu Chun, overwhelmed by disillusionment, was about to leave, two individuals exiting the company caught his attention. One was the female driver he had encountered some time ago, and the other was the girl he had met that morning, Sun Xin. As Lu Chun watched the two individuals walk together, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Yet he could utter not a single word. Upon returning home in a daze, he collapsed onto his bed, his mind inundated with a series of questions regarding the scene he had just witnessed. How could she be at the company? What could possibly be the explanation for this? And what about Sun Xin? What connection did they share? A cascade of questions loomed over Lu Chun, each one more perplexing than the last, only to retreat just as swiftly into the depths of his confusion. Dad, you're home. While Lu Chun was still mulling over the events, Tian Jing had returned with their daughter. Hearing Tong Tong's clingy voice, Lu Chun sat up, enveloping his daughter in his arms, his face softening with affection as he asked, "Did you listen to your teacher today?" It was all right. If only the teacher would cuddle with me while I sleep, then I would definitely listen to her." Sitting snugly in Lu Chun's embrace, Tong Tong tilted her cherubic face upward, responding earnestly to his inquiry. Gazing at Tong Tong's charming countenance, Lu Chun couldn't help but plant a kiss on her cheek. "You wish for the teacher to cuddle you while you sleep? What about the other children? Would they agree?" "I don't care. Anyway, I always sleep with Mama cuddling me." "You little rascal, how mischievous you are." Lu Chun kissed his daughter's cheek once more, though this time Tong Tong seemed to resist. She playfully pushed his face away and giggled, "Hee hee. That tickles." "No, bad daddy." Due to Tong Tong's health condition, Lu Chun hesitated to continue their playful banter. Releasing her squirming hands, he rose to his feet and said to Tian Jing, "You should rest. I'll prepare dinner." "I'll do it. You just got home. You must be tired." "It's nothing. I'm not tired at all. Still, let me handle it. I can't just stay at home doing nothing every day." Upon hearing Tian Jing's somewhat poignant remarks, Lu Chun fell silent. This was merely Tian Jing's first day of unemployment. If this continued, Lu Chun dared not envision the ramifications. "By the way, I ran into Li Chong today. He asked me, 'Li Chong, when did you see him?'" As Tian Jing mentioned Li Chong while washing vegetables, Lu Chun's heart skipped a beat, recalling that day's events. He approached Tian Jing with a hint of apprehension. "Well, I want to pick up Tong Tong. He told me you only have 2 days left." Seeing Lu Chun's anxious expression, Tian Jing felt a pang of sympathy, but ultimately conveyed Li Chong's words. 2 days? Why so soon?" Upon hearing Tian Jing's remark, Lu Chun suddenly remembered the promise he had made to Li Chong. With the deadline of a week fast approaching, yet with not a single cent to show for it, Lu Chun retreated, unable to bear the sight of Tian Jing's distressed face. "Why don't I plead with brotherly, asking him for an extension of 2 days?" Setting aside her tasks, Tian Jing approached Lu Chun as though she had made a significant decision. "No way. Even if I must plead, it shall be I who does so. How could I allow you to implore him? This is a matter of a man's dignity." And how could Lu Chun bear to witness Tian Jing compromising her pride? Once Tian Jing had prepared the meal, Lu Chun resolved himself. "After dinner, I shall seek out brotherly." Upon hearing Lu Chun's decision, Tian Jing's hand faltered as she served the rice. She then slowly advised, "Speak with him kindly, and do not provoke him. Fear not. I am well aware of what to do. During this meal, Lu Chun found no enjoyment in the food. The thought of his current state of despair left him utterly devoid of appetite. You all continue. I shall take a stroll. After a few hurried bites, Lu Chun rose from the table. He gently kissed Tong Tong on the cheek, and with Tian Jing's worried gaze upon him, he quietly exited. Outside, the streetlights had long been illuminated. The aroma of home-cooked meals wafted from the residences nearby. As Lu Chun walked along the desolate avenue, his heart heavy with guilt, he made his way towards Li Chang's home. I wonder why we haven't seen Lu Chun lately. Has he fallen too low to play? Don't mention it. I saw him this morning. He said he was going to work. What? Work? Him? Surely, you must be mistaken. Lu Chun working? You might as well tell me that pigs can climb trees. Arriving at Li Chang's doorstep, Lu Chun halted as he heard the laughter within. Chapter 10. Snuggling with my daughter to sleep daddy's home. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Tian Jing turned around. Noticing the somber expression on Lu Chun's face as he entered, she curiously inquired, "Why are you back so soon? Did you speak with Brother Li?" Yet Lu Chun seemed to disregard her words entirely, collapsing onto the bed as if he wished to sleep away his troubles. "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" "I am fine, just a bit tired. I shall sleep now." Confronted with Tian Jing's concerned gaze, Lu Chun nearly lost control of his emotions. Moments earlier, outside Li Chang's house, he had nearly charged in at the sounds emanating from within. However, recalling the burdens left by the original owner of this life, Lu Chun quelled his anger. Simultaneously, he found no inclination to seek out Li Chang, as he felt that entering Li Chang's abode would instantaneously render him the center of attention. "Would you like to take a shower first?" "Very well. You have worked hard." Initially, Lu Chun had intended to fall asleep immediately, but under Tian Jing's compassionate gaze, he acquiesced to her suggestion. After bathing, he donned the pajamas that Tian Jing had thoughtfully prepared for him and lay back down on the bed. "Daddy, here is your pillow." "Thank you, my darling. Are you going to sleep too?" Seeing the beaming smile on Tong Tong's face as she offered him the pillow, Lu Chun forced a smile, accepting it and pulling his daughter close, wishing to share a slumber with her. "Yes, I will sleep with Daddy." "All right, but you mustn't wet the bed." If anything could elicit a smile from Lu Chun at this moment, it was undoubtedly his beloved daughter, Tong Tong, cradled in his arms. The day had left Lu Chun feeling somewhat weary. However, cradling the adorable little sprite as he drifted in his slumber offered him a modicum of solace. "Have you just fallen asleep, or have you merely woken from a nap?" As he lay in a daze, Lu Chun sensed someone leaning closer. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Tong Tong had already been cradled by Tian Jing, while she herself nestled beside Lu Chun. "Just finished bathing. Did I wake you?" "No. But why are you sleeping so late?" A glance at the clock revealed it was already 11 at night, and Lu Chun felt a pang of sympathy for Tian Jing, who was only now preparing for rest. "I was afraid of disturbing your sleep, so I delayed going to bed." Unbeknownst to him, Tian Jing had stayed up late out of concern for him, leaving Lu Chun momentarily at a loss for words. "How did your first day at work feel?" "It was quite pleasant. The colleagues at the company are very warm, just like family." "Is that so? How wonderful. The previous place I worked was rather cold-hearted, otherwise The thought of her dismissal silenced Tian Jing, and as she reflected on her former workplace's atmosphere and listened to Lu Chun's experiences, she lowered her head, sadness flickering in her eyes. "Don't feel this way. I have started my new job, and our future days will surely improve." Observing the hurt in Tian Jing's expression and recalling his own grievances, Lu Chun mustered his spirits to console her, almost wishing to envelop her in his embrace. But relying solely on you will be exhausting. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Tian Jing grasped Lu Chun's arm and began to weep softly beside him. "It's all right. You have navigated through difficulties before, haven't you? But rest assured, I can bear it." Lu Chun yearned to hold Tian Jing close. However, he felt unable to do so at that moment. Reminded of a saying from their school days, emotionless cohabitation is akin to being a heartless rogue, he continually admonished himself to maintain his internal boundaries. "All right, stop crying, or you'll wake Tong Tong, and that would be troublesome." After attempting to wipe away her tears, Lu Chun hesitated for a moment before gently patting her back a few times. "You truly aren't upset with me for losing my job, are you?" Gazing at Tian Jing's slightly raised chin, her parted lips, and the faint blush on her cheeks, Lu Chen ultimately withdrew his arm from her embrace. Meeting her puzzled gaze, he said softly, "It's getting late. We should hurry to bed." Without waiting for her response, he swiftly turned away, escaping the depths of her melancholic eyes. Upon arriving at the office the next morning, Lu Chen hurried to his seat. Reflecting on the materials Shiao Xin had provided him the previous day, he quickly retrieved the documents she had left behind and began to peruse them once more. "Have you finished reviewing the materials I gave you? I need to take them back." Just as he had barely read through 2 pages, Shiao Xin's voice chimed in from beside him. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Chen hurriedly lifted his head to gaze at the weary expression on Shiao Xin's face. A hint of embarrassment crept into his voice as he said, "Can I return to you at noon?" "Absolutely not. I need it back right now. You can spend an entire day on such a trivial amount of information. Do you even want to work in this department?" Shiao Xin expressed her dissatisfaction, revealing her disdain for him. "I had something yesterday afternoon. What of it? Do you think I'm unaware?" "What? You know? So you do believe I didn't steal anything?" Lu Chen recalled how Director Zhang had specifically instructed him not to speak of the matter before leaving. Hearing Shiao Xin claim she was already aware filled him with a flicker of joy. It seemed someone finally recognized his innocence. However, this moment of elation dissipated within 10 seconds, as Shiao Xin's ensuing remarks plunged him into despair. "When did I say I believed you? I simply don't want anyone to take the work I painstakingly summarized. Will you return it to me or not? If not, I will go seek Manager Li." Shiao Xin noticed Lu Chen's dazed expression, indicating he had no intention of listening to her. Frustrated, she snatched her materials from his hands and walked away without a glance back. How could this happen? What is going on? Overwhelmed by disappointment, Lu Chen found it difficult to accept the outcome. He had hoped Director Zhang would clarify the situation for him. But Shiao Xin's words suggested that not only had his innocence remained unacknowledged, but had also given rise to further doubt among others. "No, since you refuse to assist me in proving my innocence, I shall take the initiative to do so." With thoughts of Manager Li sitting in his office, Lu Chen impulsively made his way there. "Manager Li, there is something I wish to discuss." Upon knocking and entering Manager Li's office, Lu Chen directly stated his purpose. "It's you. I am already aware of your situation. You may return to your work." Manager Li smiled upon seeing Lu Chen. "But I understand your predicament is quite awkward. However, I must say I cannot assist you at this moment." "Why? Do you not believe in my innocence?" Previously, Director Zhang had reviewed the surveillance footage and knew that the thief was not Lu Chen. Manager Li should have been well informed about the matter. Yet, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel curious about his demeanor. "This is 3,000 yuan. Consider it the company's compensation for you." In response to Lu Chen's doubt, Manager Li offered no explanation, instead pulling a stack of cash from his drawer and placing it on the table. "What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe me?" Looking at the money, Lu Chen found himself somewhat tempted. If he accepted this sum, he could not only settle Li Chang's gambling debts, but also alleviate Tian Jing's suffering. "Do you really think I need to bribe you?" Manager Li chuckled softly, finding a hint of amusement in Lu Chen's inquiry. After his laughter subsided, he regained his previous demeanor, gazing at Lu Chen as he continued, "Take this money and remember, this matter ends here. Do not come seeking me again." "But how can that be?" Lu Chen's words were left unfinished as Manager Li stood up and handed the money to him. In response to Lu Chen's puzzled gaze, Manager Li patted his shoulder and walked away without a backward glance. Even after returning to his seat, Lu Chen remained ensnared in a web of confusion. Logically, Manager Li should have recognized his innocence. Otherwise, he would not have given him the 3,000 yuan. But what did he truly mean by this? This left Lu Chen perplexed. Throughout the day, he pondered Manager Li's actions. Upon arriving home, he found Tian Jing had already picked up Tong Tong. Observing Tong Tong playing alone on the bed and Tian Jing busily preparing dinner, Lu Chen quietly announced, "I'm home. Daddy? Daddy's back." Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Tong Tong quickly stood up, pointing at him and yearning for his embrace. "Are you tired from work?" Tian Jing wiped her hands and helped Lu Chen remove his coat. "Why is Tong Tong back from school so early?" "ISNT, there's still half an hour left. Tong Tong had fewer classes this afternoon, so I brought her back early." Lu Chen approached the bed, scooping Tong Tong into his arms, eager to share a moment of celebration with his family. However, for reasons unknown, when Lu Chun mentioned Tong Tong, a look of panic flickered in Tian Jing's eyes. Avoiding eye contact with Tong Tong, her gaze shifted to the sink, where unwashed vegetables awaited. "No, we haven't finished our classes yet. Mommy picked me up early. What exactly is going on?" Hearing his daughter's words, the smile on Lu Chen's face faded. Cradling his daughter beside Tian Jing, he inquired with growing suspicion, "What is happening?" "Nothing. Really, it's nothing." Tian Jing continued washing the vegetables, not even lifting her head to meet his gaze as she spoke. "Mommy is lying." "Woo-woo." At that moment, Tong Tong suddenly cried out in distress, burying her face against Lu Chen's shoulder. "Sweetheart, please don't cry. Tell Daddy what is going on." Tong Tong had become Lu Chen's Achilles heel. He wished to shield her from even the slightest hurt. "The teacher said we need to pay tuition tomorrow. And then Mommy brought me home." Under Lu Chen's comforting words, Tong Tong finally ceased her tears. Yet, her revelations pierced Lu Chen's heart like a sharp needle. "It's all right, my dear. Tomorrow I will take you to school. Daddy has money, and I will ensure Tong Tong can go to school." "Really? Really?" Gazing into Lu Chen's earnest eyes, Tong Tong sniffled, feeling a mix of relief and lingering concern. "It must be true. Absolutely true. Yes. I want to go to school. I want to go to school. All right. Daddy promises you." Once Tong Tong had been soothed and placed back on her bed, Lu Ken quietly approached Tian Jing, who was busy attending to her tasks. He softly remarked, "I shall go and pay Tong Tong's tuition tomorrow. How could we deny our child the opportunity to attend school? Pay tuition? But considering our current circumstances and Tong Tong's illness, we simply cannot manage." Tian Jing had initially planned to postpone Tong Tong's education, intending instead to save money for her treatment. Although the family situation had improved somewhat, the burden of a monthly childcare fee exceeding 1,000 yuan weighed heavily on her. "Don't worry. Look what I have here." In an effort to persuade Tian Jing, Lu Ken pulled out 3,000 yuan from his pocket. "Have you been gambling again?" she questioned. "No. This is an advance on my salary from the manager." Lu Ken hesitated, initially intending to claim it as a personal reward, but fearing it would only cause Tian Jing further anxiety. He altered his statement mid-sentence. "An advance on your salary? Do you honestly think I would believe you?" Tian Jing was all too familiar with Lu Chen's character. The notion that he could obtain a salary advance after merely 2 days at work was utterly implausible. The only explanation that made sense was that he had indeed been gambling, for otherwise, he could not possibly have such a sum. "I swear I'm not lying. This is genuinely my salary advance. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Chong right now if I've been gambling." Lu Chen's frustration with Tian Jing's skepticism was evident, illustrating the profound impact the previous owner's actions had on their trust. Even when speaking the truth, he still struggled to earn her confidence. "All right, let's set this matter aside for now. How do you intend to use this money?" Observing Lu Chen's anxious explanations, Tian Jing's doubts began to wane. She glanced at the money on the table, eager to hear Lu Chen's plans. "I'll allocate 1,000 yuan for Tong Tong's tuition, no matter the difficulties. We cannot delay our child's education." "Very well. And what about the remainder?" 1,000 will be returned to Brother Li, and the last 1,000 will serve as our living expenses for the month." Lu Ken had contemplated the use of this money during his journey home, though the need for Tong Tong's tuition had only arisen upon their return, prompting him to reevaluate his financial distribution. Only returning 1,000 to Brother Li? Will he accept that? If he doesn't then he won't get anything at all. Chapter 12. Injured the following day, Lu Ken arrived early at the office, intending to express his gratitude to Manager Li for the events of the previous day. However, upon entering the building, he encountered an unusual situation. A few young men in suits, exuding an air of arrogance, were dismissing those around them with ease. Lu Ken noticed several of his colleagues, whom he recognized, standing aside with heads bowed, allowing these individuals to pass first. What are these people doing? Why do they seem so domineering? With these questions in mind, Lu Ken approached a colleague. "Domineering? I don't feel that way. Besides, they have the backing to be so." "What backing? Is there truly a hierarchy among the employees within the company? They are all elites from the sales department, each earning a guaranteed minimum of over 10,000 every month. Is this not a formidable capital? Observing his slightly envious colleague, Lu Chun could scarcely believe his ears. Enough, Xiao Zhang. Be cautious. It would be troublesome if someone overheard. Furthermore, they are in a hurry to attend a meeting, and yielding a little will not cost us anything. A girl standing beside Xiao Zhang expressed her discontent upon hearing his complaints. However, Xiao Zhang appeared indifferent to her kind reminder. As he walked further inside, he couldn't help but mutter, I am now afraid to encounter this group of people. It makes me feel like a subordinate. Besides, we all work for the same company. Why must there be such a rigid division? Is it merely because some have sweeter tongues and understand what clients desire? What is so remarkable about that? Listening to Xiao Zhang's disgruntled remarks, Lu Chun felt a sense of alarm. It seems that the internal strife within this company is far more intense than he had imagined. He must enhance his eloquence. Throughout the day, Lu Chun contemplated methods to improve his speaking skills. Even during breaks, he proactively assisted the cleaning staff and served tea to his colleagues. Gradually, as the day progressed, some colleagues began to alter their perceptions of him, and a few even started to share their work experiences with Lu Chun. After work, Lu Chun declined the invitations from several colleagues. He was acutely aware of his own family circumstances. In such a situation, how could he afford to dine out? A simple meal could bring him joy for several days, let alone a lavish dinner at a fancy hotel. On his way home, Lu Chun passed by an old residential building where someone was fortuitously moving out. Just as Lu Chun rounded a corner, a large wardrobe tumbled down the stairs, heading straight for him. Quick, move aside. Are you trying to take your life? As the wardrobe threatened to collide with him, a gruff voice called out from above. Startled by the voice, Lu Chun hurriedly stepped back. However, his retreat was slightly delayed, and his coat got snagged by the wardrobe. With the force of the wardrobe's descent, Lu Chun was yanked forcefully to the ground. Looking at his scraped knee, Lu Chun struggled to rise, wanting to confront the individual who had been moving the wardrobe. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me calling you? As Lu Chun searched for the person carrying the wardrobe, that very individual was also looking for him. With a gruff voice, a burly man descended the stairs. Upon seeing each other, hostility flared. Brother, don't you know to take proper precautions when moving? Is this how you conduct your so-called relocation? Pointing at the fallen wardrobe at the foot of the stairs, Lu Chun felt a surge of anger. Clearly, he was the victim. How had he become the perpetrator? Was a crime merely to pass by? Damn it. Why should I be concerned about how you move? At present, the client's belongings have been damaged. Please consider how compensation should be handled. After glancing at Lu Chun, a scornful expression appeared on the man's face. To him, individuals like Lu Chun were merely office workers lacking any significant background. Brother, have you seen clearly? I seem to be the victim here. It would be generous of me not to demand compensation from you. What? Are you asking me for compensation? Nonsense. If you hadn't shown up unexpectedly, would I have been distracted? Would the cabinet have fallen? Enough of this idle chatter. Hurry up and pay me. What? Brother, what about my injury? Who will pay for my medical expenses? As he spoke, Lu Chun lifted his right leg to reveal the injury on his knee. Ah, are you trying to extort me? Go ask around. Who dares disturb the lion's den? Have you lost your mind? The man sneered disdainfully at the sight of Lu Chun's knee injury, directing his contempt towards the nearby wardrobe. What's the matter? Why aren't you moving it? At that moment, an elderly gentleman's voice echoed from upstairs. Upon seeing the injury on Lu Chun's knee, the old man approached with genuine concern, taking Lu Chun's hand and saying, Child, are you all right? I'm fine, sir. I apologize for delaying your wardrobe's descent due to my presence. Fueled by anger, Lu Chun did not appreciate the elder's concern and instead resorted to teasing him with a quip from the television. Ah, hee, you young man, your words are quite amusing. Really? I didn't notice that. After scanning the old man's concerned gaze, Lu Chun felt he had spoken too harshly. However, the elder's next words profoundly touched Lu Chun's heart. All right, have you just finished work? Hurry home, then I won't need to compensate for your wardrobe. Let a broken cabinet be broken, as long as you are unharmed. That's all that matters. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had never anticipated that the elderly gentleman would not be angry and would allow him to go home. No need to rush. Otherwise, I can stay and help you move. Consider my compensation to you. Not necessary. It's just a broken cabinet. No compensation is needed. The old man waved his hand, indicating that Lu Chun shouldn't feel overly guilty. What? No compensation? That's unacceptable. Our company has regulations. We must compensate for any damaged property. Upon hearing that the old man intended to let Lu Chun go, the man was incensed. Blocking Lu Chun's path, he reached out to demand payment. What? Does what I say about my belongings not count? If you dare ask this young man for money, I will call to file a complaint against you. I will inform the manager of your moving company that it was you who damaged my belongings. Chapter 13. Kneel before me, seeing the man block Lu Chun's way. The elderly gentleman's smile vanished. With a stern expression, he reprimanded the man sharply. Very well. As long as you don't file a complaint, I won't intervene. With matters escalating to this point, the man relented. After retracting the hand that obstructed my path, I ascended the stairs in silence. Thank you so much, sir. After expressing my gratitude to the elderly gentleman, Lu Chun, disregarding the pain in his knee, hurriedly made his way home. In the span of a single day, so many events transpired, leaving Lu Chun somewhat contemplative. As a man nearing his 30s, he had not anticipated the overwhelming pressure of earning a living to support his family. Upon returning home, the familiar scent enveloped him. Gazing at the diligent and unpretentious Tian Jing, along with their lively and adorable daughter, Lu Chun felt invigorated. After dinner, he opened his phone to connect to the internet, leaning against the bed while engrossed in his device. Isn't it late? Aren't you going to sleep? Tian Jing, having just finished her shower, emerged to find Lu Chun still absorbed in his phone, and a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. You should go to bed. I'm just looking for something. Lu Chun replied without raising his gaze, offering only a perfunctory response. How could he possibly sleep? Recalling the scenes he had witnessed that morning, he felt compelled to transform into the person he aspired to be. Yet, he could not share this thought with Tian Jing. He feared that his expectations might be too lofty and dreaded the disappointment that might cloud her eyes. Tian Jing said nothing, merely turning on the gas stove to prepare a late-night snack for Lu Chun. Are you hungry? Hearing the sound of the ignition, Lu Chun looked up, puzzled by Tian Jing's actions. I'll cook something for you. Oh, no need, you should rest. It dawned on him that Tian Jing intended to make him something to eat. Lu Chun felt a pang of guilt regarding her affection. At present, he could offer her nothing more than a familiar visage. Let us go to bed. You should stop bustling around. Lu Chun rose to turn off the gas, pulling Tian Jing to sit beside him on the bed. What's wrong? Tian Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as Lu Chun held her hand. She could even hear her heartbeat, which was filled with joy at that moment. Trust me, I will ensure you have a good life, and I will definitely cure our daughter's illness. I believe in you. Truly, Ido. Their eyes met, and Lu Chun perceived her thoughts. Yet he felt powerless to act on them at that moment. Shall we sleep? Listening to Tian Jing's gentle voice, Lu Chun vigorously shook his head. Mommy, I need to pee. At some point, Tong Tong woke up, her need for a bathroom break rousing her from slumber. When she opened her eyes, she caught sight of Lu Chun preparing to kiss Tian Jing. Are you two playing kissy-kissy? With her head tilted back, Tong Tong gazed at the pair with wide eyes. You little rascal, don't speak nonsense. Upon hearing Tong Tong's voice, Tian Jing immediately released Lu Chun's hand, turned to pick her up. The interruption from Tong Tong shattered Lu Chun's mood, and seizing the moment while Tian Jing took Tong Tong to the restroom, he lay back down and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Lu Chun arrived at the company with a heart full of hope. He had intended to inquire about matters in the sales department from Xiao Zhang, but was informed that Xiao Zhang was on leave. Upon receiving this news, Lu Chun felt a tinge of disappointment. Returning to his post, he once again perused his notes from the previous night, aiming to enhance his eloquence in the shortest time possible. Alas, has he grown so competent as to begin preparing for a job change? While Lu Chun was engrossed in his thoughts, he was unaware of when Shiao Xin had approached him. Upon seeing the contents of Lu Chun's notes, Shiao Xin snatched the notebook from his hands and exclaimed loudly to the others in the department, "Come quickly, our department is about to produce a traitor." With Shiao Xin's shout, everyone in the office turned to look in their direction. What do you think you're doing? Get it back to me. Hearing Shiao Xin's call, Lu Chun hurriedly stood up, trying to reclaim his belongings. What? Do you have the courage to act, yet lack the courage to admit it? Shiao Xin retorted, pushing Lu Chun aside and confronting him with a stern expression. This is my private matter. You cannot do this. Private matter? Do you believe I won't take this record to Manager Li right now? Let's see if he won't dismiss you on the spot. Shiao Xin shot Lu Chun a disdainful glance, pretending to head towards Li Lei. However, Lu Chun was not about to give her that opportunity. He swiftly stepped in front of her and snatched his belongings back. Consider this a plea. I promise I won't do it again. Lu Chun took Shiao Xin's warning seriously, knowing that he belonged to the trade department, which was in direct competition with the sales department. If Shiao Xin were to take this matter to Manager Li, the consequences were all too clear to him. Plead? Fine. Then kneel and beg me right now. Shiao Xin's icy words left Lu Chun momentarily stunned. Kneel? How could that be possible? As a man, one might kneel to heaven and to one's parents. But to kneel before a girl of similar age was a humiliation Lu Chun could not endure. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Lu Chun felt like a complete fool. Do not go too far. He glared at Shiao Xin, gritting his teeth in defiance of her demand. Is that so? I don't sense any urgency from you. It seems you are not inclined to plead, so I shall take my leave to find Manager Li. A mocking smile crept onto Shiao Xin's lips as she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chun. Under Lu Chun's fierce gaze, she proceeded toward Li Lei's office. Wait! Just as Shiao Xin was about to push open the office door, Lu Chun called out desperately. We are colleagues. Is it truly necessary to be so heartless? He jogged over to Shiao Xin, making one last attempt at hope. Colleagues? Do you even deserve that title? A mere country bumpkin. Why do you have to be my colleague? Shiao Xin dismissed Lu Chun's expression with a scoff and pushed the door open. It was over. Completely finished. The thought of the impending consequences weighed heavily on Lu Chun as he numbly returned to his desk. He tidied up his belongings, awaiting the inevitable termination letter to be handed to him. The passage of time during the wait felt interminable, as if a century had passed. Finally, Lu Chun heard a voice from the other side. Manager Li, why do you refuse to believe my words? Chapter 14. The debt collectors arrive. Lu Chun had long been mentally prepared, yet he was taken aback when he saw Shiao Xin being dismissed by Li Lei. Observing the discontent on Shiao Xin's face, Lu Chun was perplexed, completely unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. His astonishment was fleeting. Before long, Li Lei emerged from the office, not even casting a glance at Lu Chun as he summoned Director Zhang inside. Director Zhang, come here for a moment. After calling for Director Zhang, the office door closed once again. What is happening? Shouldn't he have called me out? Watching the unfolding events, Lu Chun felt his intellect was somewhat insufficient. Everyone, gather around. We shall hold a brief meeting. Once Director Zhang exited the office, he summoned everyone to join him. At that moment, Lu Chun began to grasp the situation. His current lowly status likely rendered Manager Li disinclined to acknowledge him. Having Director Zhang dismiss him in front of everyone seemed to be a clever tactic employed by the company. With an overwhelming sense of disappointment, Lu Chun joined the group, closing his eyes and silently awaiting the inevitable conclusion. First, I want to address the theft that occurred in our department a few days ago. I have investigated this matter, and it has nothing to do with Lu Chun. I hope everyone can dispel any misunderstandings regarding him. What does this mean? Is this a sweet gesture followed by a slap? Upon hearing Director Zhang mention the previous incident, Lu Chun opened his eyes in curiosity. When he realized that Director Zhang was clarifying the matter on his behalf, a sense of doubt began to form within him. Additionally, our trade department and sales department have never been in competition. We merely have different roles. There is absolutely no distinction of superiority or inferiority. Regardless of what anyone wishes to pursue, as long as it benefits the company, that makes one a good employee. After articulating these simple yet profound words, Lu Chun began to feel a glimmer of hope. It seemed that, according to Director Zhang, he had not erred in this situation. With this thought blossoming in his mind, Lu Chun's spirits lifted, dispelling the earlier sense of despair. Once Director Zhang concluded his remarks, Lu Chun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His job was secure, and the pressure from Shiao Xin had evaporated. After work, Lu Chun walked home with exhilaration. even stopping at a barbecue stall to purchase a few skewers of meat. Wife, I have wonderful news to share today at the company. As he pushed open the door to his home, the sight of a figure standing in the room caused Lu Chen's smile to freeze. The words he had yet to utter were swallowed back. Li Ge, you're here? Upon seeing Li Chong in his home, Lu Chen instinctively understood the purpose of his visit. Ah, Lu Chen, enjoying barbecue now that you have money? Li Qian apruaka, eyeing the skewers in Lu Chen's hand with a grin that seemed more mischievous than sincere. After taking the barbecue from Lu Chen's hands, he brought it to his mouth and inhaled deeply. How delightful! Why did I only purchase this little? It's hardly enough for your family of 3. Hearing the implications in Li Chong's words, Lu Chen awkwardly turned away and closed the door. Brotherly, to be honest, I have advanced a bit of my salary. However, this amount is merely sufficient to support our own living expenses. As for your money, oh, has the salary been dispersed? Your workplace offers such excellent benefits. Is the pay daily? No, brotherly. Please let me explain. Listening to Li Chong's sharp tone, Lu Chen struggled to clarify. I currently have less than 2,000 yuan in hand. Could I return 1,000 to you for now? I promise to repay the rest next month. After speaking, Lu Chen cautiously glanced at Li Chong, anxious about whether he would accept. What did I say before? You must repay it within a week. Lu Chen was perplexed by Li Chong's question, but earnestly responded to his inquiry. How many days do you have left? Tomorrow is the last day. Just remember that. Hurry and eat. Otherwise, it'll get cold and lose its flavor. Li Chong tossed the barbecue he had taken from Lu Chen onto the table, snorted, and walked out. Brotherly, let me explain. As Lu Chen watched Li Chong's retreating figure, he leaned wearily against the doorframe. Where could he possibly find money in a single day? Lu Chen felt utterly lost. Were it not for his adorable daughter and wife behind him, he wouldn't know how to confront the future. Thinking of his wife and daughter instantly revitalized Lu Chen. Let us eat. Baby, come over for dinner. Seeing Tian Jing sitting by the bed, Lu Chen helped her to the dining table while cradling Tong Tong in his arms. Baby, tell Daddy, do you want to eat some meat? He waved the barbecue in front of Tong Tong. I do want some. Tong Tong's little eyes sparkled at the sight of the barbecue. Yet she did not reach out for it. Instead, after watching for a while, she turned her gaze back to Lu Chen. Finally, as if making a significant decision, she took the barbecue from Lu Chen's hands but did not eat it herself. She placed it near Lu Chen's mouth. Tong Tong doesn't he want any? Daddy should eat. Tong Tong. In that moment, Lu Chen found himself unable to contain his emotions. Compared to all his grievances, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Daddy wants to eat. Daddy wants to watch Tong Tong eat. No, Daddy should eat first. I want to feed you. All right, Daddy will eat. Daddy will eat. Listening to Tong Tong's sweet voice, Lu Chen held back tears and gently took a small bite. Daddy has eaten. Now it's Tong Tong's turn. Watching his daughter joyfully nestled in his embrace, savoring the barbecue he had purchased for her, Lu Chen felt his heart melt. Perhaps I should withdraw some money from the card. The usually silent Tian Jing unexpectedly spoke, causing Lu Chen to turn around in annoyance. No, that money is meant for Tong Tong's medical expenses. It must not be touched under any circumstances. How will you repay Li Chong tomorrow? You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will find a solution. The mere thought of Tian Jing wanting to use that money makes Lu Chen somewhat displeased. This was a decision that the two of them had previously agreed upon, and he did not expect Tian Jing to change her mind so swiftly. Whether it was due to Tian Jing's recent suggestion or Lu Chen's contemplation of alternative means to procure funds, the atmosphere in the room descended into an abrupt silence. Amidst this stillness, Lu Chen finished his meal. You all should rest. I shall take a stroll. Chapter 15. Transactions at the dining table after taking a brief walk. Lu Chen cautiously lay down on the bed. Listening to Tong Tong's steady breaths, he tenderly covered her with a blanket. You're back. Did I wake you? Just as Lu Chen was about to settle down, Tian Jing opened her eyes. Shifting her body a little closer, she softly suggested, should we perhaps wait a bit longer before taking Tong Tong to the doctor? No, we must see a doctor as soon as possible. Regardless of how much savings we have left. Lu Chen was not entirely certain about their financial situation, but through his conversations with Tian Jing over the past few days, he sensed that the little money she had would only suffice for the journey to the big city and the initial medical examination, with hospitalization and treatment being entirely out of reach. Perhaps I should find some work? Staying at home every day isn't a viable option. Let us discuss this later. The weight of these troubling thoughts made Lu Chun feel a headache coming on. After ensuring Tian Jing was properly covered, he succumbed to sleep. Upon arriving at the company the next morning, Lu Chun was greeted by a cacophony of argument as he entered the building. A man with braided hair and a large gold chain around his neck was currently embroiled in a dispute with a young colleague. Following the sound of the altercation, Lu Chun recognized a familiar figure. He recalled hearing from Shiao Xin yesterday that this young man was an elite from the sales department. However, he was now engaged in an explanation with the man, and due to the distance, Lu Chun could not discern the specifics of their discussion. Xiao Wu, you assured me of your support. With the housing prices plummeting, what do you have to say for yourself? Hanggu, can we discuss this outside? There are too many people watching. Have some consideration for my reputation. Reputation? You? Fine. Then you can start by compensating my losses. Not too much. Just a little over 100,000. I hadn't anticipated this either. Approaching closer to listen, Lu Chun gradually pieced together the situation. It turned out that Xiao Wu, in pursuit of his performance metrics, had misled a client named Han into purchasing 3 properties all at once. Due to the recent sharp decline in property prices, Han had incurred a loss exceeding 100,000. What? Hanggu, can't we negotiate this? I had no idea the prices would drop so drastically. There is no room for negotiation. If I do not see the money by tomorrow afternoon, prepare for me to confront your general manager Feng. After speaking, Han strode out in a fit of anger. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Wu became somewhat dazed and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the entire scene, Lu Chun seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly ran after Han. Han, can you spare a moment to talk? Who are you? What do you wish to discuss? Naturally, I want to talk about the property in your possession. Lu Chun had previously worked part-time during his studies and had considerable experience with second-hand property transactions. He understood the hidden intricacies of the market better than anyone else. Get lost. Don't mention properties to me right now. It infuriates me. The moment Lu Chun brought up the subject of real estate, Han's temper flared. Previously, due to his trust in Xiao Wu, Han had utilized company funds to purchase properties. Now, with the plummeting prices, he found himself unable to compensate for the company's losses. Han, please don't be angry. Let me finish. Lu Chun remained unfazed by Han's insults. Approaching with a cheerful demeanor, he whispered something in Han's ear. Upon hearing Lu Chun's words, Han's expression gradually shifted from anger to surprise. After work, Lu Chun met Han at a hotel not far from the company. Seeing Lu Chun arrive as promised, Han's smile broadened. Ah, Xiao Lu, you finally made it. Shall we delve into your plan now? Of course. However, should we succeed, the terms are negotiable. I shall offer you 10% commission. Great. Once seated separately, Lu Chun mimicked Han by lighting a cigarette for himself. After exhaling slowly, he mysteriously revealed, in fact, property prices have been gradually declining since last month. But Xiao Wu was too afraid to inform you. That little rascal. Just wait until I deal with him. Han was irked at the mere mention of Xiao Wu. Do not be angry. It's only natural for Xiao Wu to act this way. After all, we are in this business, having practiced his eloquence for several days. Lu Chun now spoke with literary references. Now, please share your thoughts. It's simple. Hand over these 3 properties to me, and watch how I sell them. Hand them over? Why should I trust you? Initially, Han expected Lu Chun to present some cunning strategy, only to find him requesting the properties outright. By entrusting them to me, we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. If you keep them, or if Xiao Wu does, I cannot guarantee the results. At this moment, Lu Chun's eyes sparkled with boundless confidence, leaving Han momentarily entranced. Very well. I can temporarily place the properties in your hands, but I require a time frame. After a brief contemplation, Han finally relented. It appeared he had no better alternatives. Rather than watching the properties depreciate in his possession, he might as well let Lu Chun take a chance. How about a week? If they aren't sold within that time, you won't owe me a penny. With a resolute determination, Lu Chun gazed at Brother Han, who firmly assured him of his commitment. After their agreement, Brother Han's mood brightened considerably. At the dining table, He even attempted to clasp Lu Chun's hand in a brotherly bond. However, Lu Chun consistently evaded his advances, having no intention of mingling with such a successful individual. It seemed rather wasteful. After the meal, gazing at the leftover dishes, Lu Chun felt a sudden pang of desire. The thought of his wife and daughter waiting for him at home led him to make an unusual decision regarding the uneaten food. What's the matter? Are you not full? Shall I order a couple more dishes for you to take home? No need. I can simply take some leftovers back and reheat them. Lu Chun naturally declined Brother Han's kind offer. After requesting 2 plastic bags from the waiter, he filled them with untouched dishes. Kid, if you dare to deceive me suddenly. Brother Han's expression shifted, and he gave Lu Chun a cold smirk. What's this? Is Brother Han reconsidering? Not at all. Just make sure you don't play tricks on me, or I guarantee you won't be able to stay in this city. Through his interactions with Lu Chun, Brother Han felt somewhat perplexed by Lu Chun's character. Although they had settled matters at the table, Brother Han remained a tad uneasy. It was only after confirming his feelings once more from Lu Chun's expression that he patted Lu Chun on the shoulder, saying, "Be careful in your endeavors. If you succeed, I will not forget you, my brother. I understand. I am fully aware." With those words, Lu Chun exited, carrying the packed leftovers. As he walked home, Lu Chun pondered. It seemed Brother Han still harbored doubts about him. If he truly trusted Lu Chun, why would he resort to such veiled threats? Perhaps he was concerned about Lu Chun's capabilities? With this thought, Lu Chun halted in his tracks. Brother Han was currently the most pivotal friend in his quest for a transformed life. He must fulfill the task entrusted to him, even if it required every ounce of effort. Having made this decision, Lu Chun resumed his journey home. Upon returning, he gently pushed open the door. "Wife, I'm back." He treaded carefully into the room, wary of waking their daughter, and exchanged a mysterious smile with Tian Jing, who lay half reclined on the bed. "Why are you home so late? Did you work overtime?" Upon seeing Lu Chun arrive safely, Tian Jing felt a weight lift from her heart. Stealing a glance at their peacefully sleeping daughter, she softly descended from the bed. "The food is in the pot. I'll heat it up for you," she said, tying on an apron, ready to warm up a meal for Lu Chun. "No need. I've already eaten. Look what I brought for you." Lu Chun approached Tian Jing, unveiling the packed food from behind him. "Where did you get this? You didn't have a company gathering, did you?" Tian Jing exclaimed in surprise as she accepted the dishes Lu Chun had brought back. As she examined the contents, a look of astonishment spread across her face. "I dined out with a friend, and, unable to finish my meal, I brought back what remained." Gazing at the plate of greens and a bowl of rice, a slight pang of sorrow tugged at Lu Chun's heart. Little did he know that Tian Jing and her daughter were having the very same fare at home. As he looked at the fish and meat he had brought back, his eyes reddened, nearly losing control of his emotions. Which friend could this be? How was I unaware of such a generous companion? Observing the food in his hands, Tian Jing found herself perplexed. Up until now, Lu Chun had only associated with gamblers. Individuals who would treat him to meals like today were, in her memory, mere shadows. Just a colleague from the company, one whose family was relatively well off. No wonder he was so generous. It turns out his family is wealthy. Tian Jing harbored no suspicions regarding Lu Chun's explanation. After placing the food on the dining table, she picked up her chopsticks and took a couple of bites before declaring, "I'm not hungry right now. Let's save it for tomorrow." "All right, as you wish." Not hungry? How could Lu Chun believe such a thing? This foolish woman must be attempting to surprise her daughter, hence her feeble excuse. After showering and lying down, Lu Chun slowly contemplated his agreement with Brother Han. He was so engrossed in thought that he failed to hear Tian Jing calling out to him. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, why?" After emerging from the shower, Tian Jing noticed Lu Chun's perplexed expression and, feeling somewhat disappointed, lay down on the bed. "What's wrong? Why the long face?" "Nothing. Just tired." Turning to face Tong Tong's side, it wasn't long before he heard Tian Jing's gentle breathing. What a silly woman. Lying back down, Lu Chun, feeling somewhat weary, was on the verge of sleep. At some point, Tian Jing opened her eyes. "Were the things you said tonight true?" "What things?" "About your colleague treating you to dinner?" Looking into Lu Chun's eyes, Tian Jing voiced her doubts. "Of course it's true. Do you not believe me? It's not that I don't trust you. I just find it hard to believe you have such good friends. Contemplating Hu Ming and then Lu Chen's current companion, a sliver of suspicion crept into Tian Jing's heart. Although she wanted to trust that Lu Chen would not deceive her, she had to carefully consider the matter of friends. In the past, Lu Chen had mostly associated with individuals from the gambling tables. Now, suddenly, someone was treating him to a meal, and it was supposedly a friend of his. This alone was enough to warrant her skepticism. At that moment, had there been even a flicker of emotion on Lu Chen's face, Tian Jing would have seized upon it. However, after waiting a long time, she found no signs of deceit etched upon his countenance. In resignation, Tian Jing expressed her concerns. Though we are currently short on money and life is somewhat challenging, you must never resort to earning unclean money. I understand. You need not worry, my dear. Tian Jing's tolerance and understanding instilled Lu Chen with immense confidence. After hearing her counsel, the resolve he had initially formed began to waver. Gazing at the person closest to him, Lu Chen resolved to disclose his dealings with Brother Han. Darling, I have something to tell you. Please, do not react too emotionally. Go ahead. I assure you, I won't be emotional. Yet, Lu Chen found himself unprepared to provide Tian Jing with the life she desired. In light of this reality, he always felt that such a revelation was inappropriate. Otherwise, he would not have persistently turned down Tian Jing's inquiries. I have taken on a business opportunity that could yield over 10,000. What? Over 10,000. What kind of business is so lucrative? The prospect of a single transaction generating such a profit piqued Tian Jing's curiosity, causing her to withdraw the hand that had been wrapped around Lu Chen's. With a look of inquiry, she fixed her gaze upon him, eager to learn about this profitable venture. I'm helping a friend sell his property. What? Selling a house? Are you out of your mind? Although they had not yet purchased a home, Tian Jing was somewhat aware of the fluctuations in the real estate market. At a time when property values were declining, Lu Chen's decision to sell a house bewildered her. I am not insane. I am well aware of the current market conditions. Rest assured, it is precisely in such circumstances that I thrive. Embracing his wife, Lu Chen felt a newfound confidence about his future. If he had previously harbored concerns about their livelihood, he could now boldly express his assurance regarding their life ahead. Chapter 17. Shiao Xin's warning. The next day, upon arriving at work, Lu Chen went directly to the entrance of the sales department, awaiting Xiao Wu's arrival. His presence sparked hushed conversations among the sales team, who seemed surprised to see a member of the trade department standing at their door. Who is that? A newcomer? I think he's from the trade department. What's he doing here? Ignoring the whispers around him, Lu Chen remained focused on waiting for the familiar figure, dismissing any need to engage with the gossipers. Xiao Wu, you're here. As soon as Xiao Wu appeared, Lu Chen hurried over to intercept him. Who are you? What do you want? Xiao Wu glanced at Lu Chen, seemingly indifferent, his tone cold and dismissive, as if he were reluctant to engage in conversation. I am Lu Chen from the trade department. I came to speak with you. The trade department? What brings you here? Upon learning Lu Chen's affiliation, Xiao Wu straightened his posture, his demeanor shifting slightly. I would like to propose a transaction. You want to deal with me? I find that hard to believe. Given the underlying competition between their departments, Xiao Wu displayed a look of disdain at the thought of a trade department representative approaching him. Although Director Zhang had previously addressed this issue in meetings, emphasizing that no rivalry existed between the two departments, such assurances were merely polite rhetoric, and few truly believed them. Little Wu's expression bore no impact on Lu Chen's mood. He spoke with an effortless ease about his purpose for seeking out Little Wu. The house in Han Ji's hands was purchased with your assistance, wasn't it? What nonsense are you talking about? You bought it voluntarily. I merely facilitated the connection with the seller. Upon hearing the name Han Gu, Little Wu's demeanor shifted, as if he had been caught off guard. He hastily glanced around at the passers-by, relieved to find that their hurried pace left him unnoticed. But without your encouragement, Han Gu wouldn't have decided so swiftly. Silence. Who have you been listening to? The moment Lu Chen exposed Little Wu's thoughts, the latter's composure crumbled. Pulling Lu Chen to a secluded corner of the hallway, he whispered, "This is all company confidential. How did you find out?" "I guessed." Through Little Wu's eyes, Lu Chen discerned his apprehension. It seemed that after yesterday's tumult, Little Wu had become exceedingly wary. However, this suited Lu Chen's intentions perfectly. Without such trepidation, his next move would have been exceedingly difficult. Speak. What do you truly wish to achieve? Ultimately, Little Wu conceded. The events of the previous day left him perpetually anxious about the possibility of dismissal. Although he had committed no wrongdoing, allowing Han Ge to continue his ruckus would inevitably lead the company to seek a scapegoat, namely, Little Wu himself. Let's collaborate. I will help you dispose of the house, but what? You can sell those 3 properties? Before Lu Chun could finish his sentence, Little Wu interrupted, barely able to contain his disbelief. Of course, if you have other difficulties, I can assist you with those as well. However, I'm not doing this out of kindness. You must offer me a bit of compensation for my efforts. That's reasonable. As long as you help me through this predicament, I will persuade my manager to promote you to the sales department. As long as Lu Chun could assist him in resolving this issue, Little Wu would not hesitate to offer benefits, even if it meant begging on his knees. Let us put the promotion aside for now. I mean to say, if I help you sell 1 property, I expect 1,000 yuan as a fee. At this moment, Lu Chen's priorities lay not in promotions, but in swiftly gathering funds for his daughter's medical treatment. Observing Little Wu's astonished expression, Lu Chun smiled, seemingly waiting for his reaction. All right, I will cover that expense. Without regard for whether Lu Chen's words held truth, Little Wu produced a stack of cash from his pocket, not even counting it, and placed it directly into Lu Chen's hands. I'll give you this money now, and once you help me through this challenge, I will provide you with even more. Thank you. After parting ways with Little Wu, Lu Chun returned to his department, clutching the money he had received. For an entire day, Lu Chun was preoccupied with a singular question, so much so that he lost track of time and was still lost in thought when it was time to leave work. So enthusiastic. Have you forgotten even the time to clock out? A voice inquired. Weary, Lu Chun lifted his head to see the beaming face of Shiao Xin, and an ominous premonition struck him. You've done well. You've already contacted someone in the sales department. Are you prepared to start working there? Indeed. The covert actions he had undertaken had not gone unnoticed. Lu Chun fixed his gaze upon Shiao Xin's triumphant expression and coldly asked, Have you been following me? Oh, come now. What are you talking about? I would never engage in such clandestine behavior. Besides, would such disgraceful acts even require surveillance? As Lu Chen's somber tone reached her ears, Shiao Xin feigned a shiver and then, suppressing her earlier discontent, met his gaze and warned, If you wish to avoid being dismissed, you better behave yourself from now on. With that, she exited with an air of indifference. Left standing there, Lu Chun remained in a stupor for quite some time before he finally gathered his belongings and stepped out of the company's doors. How strange. How could Shiao Xin possibly know about his intentions to join the sales department? It seemed his actions had gone unnoticed by others. Yet, she did not appear to be lying. Could it be that Shiao Wu had revealed his plans? With a mind brimming with questions, Lu Chun wandered the streets. No, he must expedite his efforts. He could not afford to wait another week. Since his actions had indeed been uncovered, he could no longer afford to procrastinate. Resolving this in his mind, Lu Chun altered his route home. Following the address previously provided by Han Ge, he took the bus to the residential complex where Han had purchased his property. Upon arriving at the sales office, Lu Chun observed the throng of people moving about inside and joined the flow. Hello, sir. Are you here to view properties? A lovely young woman approached him as he entered the sales office. I'm not buying. I wish to see your manager. Soda. Our manager has clocked out. If you have inquiries, please come back tomorrow. Is it already closing time? So early? I recall that when I worked part-time, the managers at the sales offices typically worked late into the night. Why does this place seem different? Then who is in charge now? Please hold on. Upon realizing that Lu Chun was not there to purchase property, the young woman's demeanor shifted. Her previous smile vanished, replaced by a sullen expression. She turned to glance inside and called out to a man seated within. Director Su, someone is looking for you. Is it for me? Who? The man, hearing the call, removed his glasses and stood, then slowly approached. Hello, you must be Director Su. My name is Lu Chun. I have a personal matter to discuss with you. Lu Chun, do we know each other? As Director Su reached Lu Chun, he scrutinized him with a puzzled expression. We did not know each other before, but now we do. Moreover, I have urgent matters to discuss with you today. Otherwise, I would not seek your company at this hour. Lu Chun, unfazed by Director Su's expression, smiled softly and, with his head bowed, leisurely took a seat beside him. "So what brings you to me?" Curiosity piqued. Director Su followed Lu Chun to the other side and seated himself. "I wish to sell you 3 apartments." Once Director Su settled down, Lu Chun leisurely articulated his purpose. "What? Are you joking with me?" Director Su nearly chuckled at Lu Chun's proclamation. As the director of the sales office, it was absurd for him to contemplate purchasing properties instead of selling them. If this news were spread, countless people would revel in his misfortune. "Ha! If you don't believe me, that's your prerogative. I have stated my offer, and whether you accept it is entirely up to you." Upon witnessing Director Su's disbelief, Lu Chun stood up, preparing to depart. However, before he could take a step, Director Su's voice rang out. "The apartments you intend to sell me aren't from our community, are they?" "Indeed, if they were from your community, why would I offer them to you?" Lu Chun pondered how someone so oblivious could have attained a directorial position. "Which building? Which unit?" "Building 22, Unit 3. Without hesitation, Lu Chun divulged the details of the 3 apartments, based on the information previously shared by Brother Han. "What price do you wish to sell them for?" 10% above your current price." Lu Chun slightly elevated the price based on the prevailing market rates. "Our current selling price is 14,000. Are you suggesting I pay 15,000 for them?" "Indeed. Do you believe you are the one losing your mind, or am I?" Director Su could hardly stifle a laugh upon hearing Lu Chun's offer. This was not a purchase. It resembled throwing money away. "I have stated all that needed to be said. If you still harbor doubts about my sincerity, then there is no reason to waste further time." After such lengthy explanations, Lu Chun still received no response from Director Su. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Since the original seller was unyielding, he would have to seek new buyers. "Give me a reason. After all, our community still has many unsold properties. I cannot simply buy more." In Lu Chun, Director Su perceived a seasoned figure. Although he found it challenging to accept the outlandish proposal, he was determined to uncover the rationale behind Lu Chun's actions. "In less than a week, a new subway station will be established near our community. What do you think will happen to the property values then?" Noticing a shift in Director Su's demeanor, Lu Chun continued to relay what he knew. Such information was typically beyond his reach. Yet fortune had smiled upon him with this opportunity. "A subway? Right at our community's entrance? Who told you this? Is the information reliable?" If the news brought by Lu Chun is indeed true, it will be quite a delightful revelation. In just a week, you will find out. If you doubt it, dismiss my words. Huado has already stated this much, yet Director Su remains somewhat skeptical. At this moment, Lu Chun, feeling no inclination to continue idle chatter, shifted the conversation, proposing that they draft a contract. "Should the subway plans not be released within a week, I shall concede defeat." "Very well. If the subway is truly to be constructed, I shall at most provide you with an additional benefit of 0.5. As they conversed, Director Su instructed his subordinates to draft a contract. After Lu Chun signed, a satisfied smile graced Director Su's face. "Excellent. We shall reconvene in a week." "Certainly. I await your call at any moment." Following their agreement, Lu Chun hurried home, filled with excitement. Little did he realize, amidst the shadows, a pair of eyes was vigilantly observing him. Lu Chun, I am eager to see what further capabilities you possess. How could you uncover such a high-level secret? It appears I underestimated you." With a cold smirk, the figure silently departed, swiftly vanishing into the night. "Darling, Tong, my treasures, I have returned." Bursting with uncontainable excitement, Lu Chun flung the door open. To his surprise, the room was utterly empty. Not only had Tian Jing failed to prepare a meal for him, but even Tong was nowhere to be found. How could this be? What on earth has transpired? Staring at the scene before him, Lu Chun felt bewildered. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he dashed outside. In the pitch-black village, he called out for Tian Jing and Tong, hoping they would quickly return to him. As he passed a corner, Lu Chun suddenly spotted several figures in the distance. A quick glance revealed that among them were Tian Jing and Tong. What was Tian Jing doing? Who were those people? Stealthily inching closer, Lu Chun finally discerned the unfolding scene. Tian Jing was holding Tong Tong, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument with a man opposite them. The volume was low enough that Lu Chun could not grasp the content of their dispute. "Brother, I beg you to spare Lu Chun. He is truly changed." "What nonsense! A man like him is beyond redemption. Besides, even if Lu Chun has ceased gambling, what will happen to Tong Tong's illness? Does he possess any wealth?" Chapter 19. Borrowing money from my uncle. Listening to Tian Jing's exchange with the man, Lu Chun halted his impulse to rush forward. "Brother?" Tian Jing referred to this man as her brother. Could he be? "Enough. Do not speak further. Regardless, Lu Chun is my husband and Tong Tong's father. We will not abandon him." As Lu Chun pondered this revelation, he heard Tong Tong's cries from the other side. Shortly after, Tian Jing, furious and holding Tong Tong, sprinted towards him. "Where have you been? I've searched for you for half the day." As Tian Jing approached, Lu Chun hurriedly emerged from the roadside. Under the astonished gaze of Tian Jing, he reached out and gathered Tong Tong into his embrace. "Daddy, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go to Grandma's house." Nestled in Lu Chun's arms, Tong Tong began to wail loudly. "What is happening? Is something wrong?" Lu Chun gently attempted to comfort Tong Tong, feigning ignorance as he glanced toward Tian Jing. "You must be Lu Chun, right? I never imagined my foolish sister would willingly follow you. Just look at you now. Do you truly deserve her?" At this moment, Tian Jing's brother approached, scrutinizing Lu Chun with an expression of disdain. "Who are you?" "Tian Jing's brother?" Lu Chun inquired. "Indeed, I am her brother, her biological brother." The man emphasized his identity deliberately in front of Tian Jing. "Oh, since you are Tian Jing's brother, that makes you my brother as well. Greetings, elder brother." "What nonsense! Don't try to get close." Despite the evident discontent from the man before him, Lu Chun could not afford to embarrass Tian Jing. Observing the man's scornful demeanor, Lu Chun managed an awkward smile and extended his hand. However, the man remained unresponsive, folding his arms instead. "Lu Chun, if you are a man, then hurry up and earn a living. Stop making my sister come to me for money. I'm not a bank. I don't have spare cash to support your family of 3. What did you say? Tian Jing is asking you for money?" Lu Chun felt incredulous, unable to believe that Tian Jing would secretly seek financial help. But as he noticed her slowly lowering her gaze, he was reluctantly forced to accept the grim reality. "I am sorry. I never anticipated this would happen." Once home, Tian Jing stood cautiously to the side, resembling a child who had erred, too timid to meet Lu Chun's gaze. "What are you babbling about?" After placing Tong Tong down, Lu Chun approached Tian Jing and gently lifted her chin. "This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with you." Gazing into Tian Jing's tear-filled eyes, Lu Chun exhaled deeply. "I merely wished to assist you, but I did not foresee that my brother would." Tian Jing's words trailed off, and feeling Lu Chun's tenderness, she collapsed into his arms, sobbing. "Enough. Our daughter is watching us. 1 week. You will give me a maximum of 1 week. By then, I will surely surprise you." After patting Tian Jing, who was leaning on him, Lu Chun recalled his agreement with Brother Han. Now, everything was in place. They were merely awaiting the transmission of the documents. "What do you mean by 1 week? What nonsense are you spouting?" "I am not speaking nonsense. Just wait for 1 week, and you will surely see your husband in a new light." Hearing Lu Chun's vague remarks, Tian Jing felt a sense of foreboding, fearing he might be heading back to gambling. After breaking free from Lu Chun's embrace, Tian Jing wiped away her tears and spoke each word with deliberate intensity. "No matter how difficult our situation may be, you must never gamble again. Do you understand? Why do you care so much about me?" "Because I am utterly terrified. The previous owner's gambling has irreparably shattered our home, even diverting funds meant for our daughter's medical care." Having endured such a tragedy, Tian Jing's mental state had deteriorated significantly. Now, witnessing Lu Chun's unwavering confidence, her heart momentarily soared with hope. "Rest assured, since I've vowed to abandon gambling, I shall never go back on my word." Looking at Tian Jing's anxious expression, Lu Chun extended his arms and enveloped her once more, as if to assure her and himself of his promise, affirming his pledge with the same careful articulation. "Hey, little brother, have you finished work? Just got off. What is up?" As Lu Chun stepped out of the office for the day, Brother Han called him. "Let's grab a meal. It's boring to just sit around." "Sure. Where are you?" I'll head over now. I'm waiting for you at the hotel. Hurry. All right, I'm on my way. Upon hearing that Brother Han was treating him to a meal, Lu Chen readily accepted without a second thought. Following the directions provided by Brother Han, he quickly arrived at the hotel. After greeting Brother Han, Lu Chen took a seat nearby. What are you up to? It's been 3 days, and I see no progress on your end. The moment Lu Chen sat down, Brother Han's tone shifted dramatically. Compared to his earlier politeness, he now spoke with a chilling demeanor that was somewhat intimidating. Didn't we agree to a week's time? Are you having second thoughts? Second thoughts? Not at all. But I've heard that the properties in that community have temporarily ceased sales. What's going on? Turning his gaze towards Lu Chen, Brother Han sought an explanation for this unexpected turn of events. What is wrong with that? They probably want to wait before selling. Who knows when the prices might rise? Nonsense. If they're going up, why would I come to you? With his own property unsold and the community halting sales, Brother Han found himself bewildered. Initially hoping to find clarity from Lu Chen, he was taken aback to discover that Lu Chen was just as uninformed. Well, it's already been 3 days. Can't you wait a few more? Perhaps the situation will change. Stealing a glance at Brother Han's furrowed brow, Lu Chen felt a surge of amusement. If he were to learn the truth, he might even consider acquiring a few more properties himself. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen's eyes glinted mischievously. Brother Han, may I ask you something? How much did Xiao Wu profit from the 3 properties you purchased? 100,000. Why do you ask? 100,000? That's quite substantial. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire the intricacies involved. It seemed he had much to learn from Xiao Wu, as selling properties was crucial for maximizing profits. Chapter 20. The turmoil of property transactions, a humble request from a younger brother. Can you grant it? While dining, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something. Casting a glance at Han Ji's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Chen cautiously articulated his thought. What is it? Speak up. If your friends ever wish to purchase a property, could you kindly refer them to me? What is this? You aspire to enter sales? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Han Gu immediately grasped his intentions. It is no wonder Lu Chen harbored such aspirations. The real estate industry is currently quite lucrative, if one possesses connections on both ends. There is no concern about properties remaining unsold. I want to give it a try. Lu Chen pondered whether Han Gu would acquiesce to his request. After expressing his thoughts, he gazed intently at Han Gu, anxious that he might decline. No problem. If my friends decide to buy a house, I will recommend you first. Then I must thank you, brother. With Han Ji's assurance, Lu Chen felt his spirits lift. After filling Han Ji's glass, he joined him in toasting. A week can seem lengthy, yet fleeting. As the day arrived, Lu Chen found himself devoid of any earnest desire to work. His eyes fixated on the computer screen, awaiting the moment that would alter his fortunes. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Preparing for civil service exams? Observing Lu Chen's concentration on the webpage, Shiao Xin approached and mockingly laughed. It was puzzling what Lu Chen was preoccupied with, now browsing departmental websites. It's you. I am awaiting a notification. Upon realizing Shiao Xin was the one addressing him, Lu Chen felt no surprise. He had distinctly noted Shiao Xin's transformation over the past few days. From her initial indifference to her current enthusiasm, it was as if she had become an entirely different person. Her tone, when speaking to him, markedly altered. Lu Chen felt a burgeoning curiosity about her change, and now, standing before her, he sensed his intrigue intensifying. Is that so? What notification? It couldn't possibly be an acceptance notice, could it? Looking at Lu Chen's earnest expression, Shiao Xin burst into laughter. Hearing her relentless mockery, Lu Chen momentarily froze, then quietly shook his head, redirecting his attention to the computer. As the clock struck 12, Lu Chen extended his trembling right hand and clicked the mouse to refresh the webpage. It's confirmed. At last, it is official. Upon seeing the updated document, Lu Chen leapt up in joyous exultation. What has confirmed? What are you talking about? Shiao Xin was startled by Lu Chen's sudden movement, and once she regained her composure, she shifted her gaze from him to the computer. Gazing at the stamped document's content, she muttered in disbelief, "How could this be? Director Su, you should now believe me, right?" Regaining his composure, Lu Chen hurried outside, making an effort to steady himself before calling Director Su. "I never anticipated you would be so well informed. Please bring the property certificate this afternoon. All right. As for our previous agreement, rest assured, I shall not deduct a single penny from you. Thank you very much. After finishing the call with Director Su, Lu Chun excitedly adjusted his emotions. It felt as though he had already received the money, and his joy was immeasurable. Brother Han, I've sold your house, he exclaimed, regarding our agreement. What do you think? Now that Director Su had consented to reclaim the property, it was time for Lu Chun to request the property certificate for Brother Han. However, Lu Chun was taken aback when Brother Han unexpectedly changed his mind. Not only did he abandon the plan to sell the house, but he also scolded Lu Chun. Lu Chun, did you know about the subway construction in advance? Are you playing me for a fool? What are you talking about, Brother Han? We had an agreement. Why are you shifting the blame onto me? An agreement? Nonsense. I'm not selling anymore. Damn it, a subway community. Who would sell in such a prime location? Not selling? Brother Han, how can you go back on your word? This turn of events was something Lu Chun had not anticipated. Remembering the contract signed with Director Su, he hurried to Brother Han's company. Brother Han, I've already signed the contract. How can you deceive me? Entering Brother Han's office, Lu Chun approached him with irritation. A contract? Useless. I'll cover your losses. You'll cover my losses? And what about me? Who do you think you are to help me? Just as Lu Chun was about to explain further, he halted upon hearing Brother Han's offer to pay the penalty. All right, how much do you need? I'll cover it. At that moment, Brother Han suddenly developed a different perspective towards Lu Chun. To him, Lu Chun was no ordinary person. After all, how could he have known about the subway construction in advance? If such an individual were by his side, wouldn't he always be one step ahead in his endeavors? Is it around 50 or 60,000? Have you thought this through, Brother Han? Lu Chun vaguely recalled that the penalty from the contract with Director Su was only a few thousand. He mentioned 50 or 60,000, hoping to reward himself. These past few days had been tormenting for Lu Chun. He had often awakened from dreams, fearful of inadvertently losing his entire fortune. Now, not only had he resolved the issue with Brother Han, but he had also settled matters with Director Su. ISNT at just 50 or 60,000. I can get that for you right now. Upon hearing the amount, Brother Han displayed a nonchalant expression. After making a few calls to his company, he hung up the phone and stood up with a smile. Lu Chun, have you ever considered working here with me? Brother Han placed his hand on Lu Chun's shoulder, guiding him to a nearby chair. Once Lu Chun was seated, Brother Han revealed his thoughts. Work here? What do you do, Brother Han? I'm an import and export trade. Import and export? Lu Chun was somewhat bewildered. For someone just entering the workforce, that term was as foreign as a foreign language. Is it about dealing with people from abroad? Exactly. If you were to come to my place, I could occasionally arrange for you to travel abroad, and the expenses would be covered by the company. Just think about how much I could earn in a month. Whether or not I can travel abroad is of little concern to Lu Chun. The paramount issue at hand is making money. When comparing these two aspects, Lu Chun currently prioritizes his salary above all else. A few thousand? Brother, are you jesting? Allow me to clarify. Your salary would be the highest in the company. A staggering 20,000 a month. What do you think? Chapter 21. I crave roast duck 20,000? Brother Han, you must be joking. Lu Chun was taken aback. To put into perspective, that amount could potentially be the annual income for his entire family. Just a trifling sum, as long as you stick with me. This is merely the beginning. For Lu Chun, 20,000 seemed like an astronomical figure, yet for Brother Han, it was hardly worth mentioning. Let me ponder this for a moment. Sure, once you've made up your mind, just give me a call. Lu Chun's hesitation did not displease Brother Han. On the contrary, he was eager to persuade Lu Chun to join him for a meal. However, Lu Chun politely declined his kind offer and left after a brief chat. After leaving Brother Han's office, Lu Chun's mind was still a blank slate. The mere thought of the 20,000 salary made him feel as if he were in a dream. Lu Chun, what are you doing? Why haven't you delivered the housing contract to me yet? While walking home, Lu Chun received a call from Director Su. As soon as he answered, he was met with an irate shout from the other end. I sincerely apologize. Director Su, the homeowner has changed their mind. Changed their mind? What do you mean? They no longer wish to sell? Recalling the contract he had signed with Director Su, Lu Chun found himself in a predicament. The promise of a lucrative salary from Brother Han made his situation even more convoluted. The house will not be sold. As for our contract, you could determine how much I should compensate. With Brother Han backing him, Lu Chun felt little embarrassment regarding the issue of compensation. Why do you speak so inconsistently? We had an agreement, and your decision not to sell has caused me considerable loss. I deeply apologize. This matter is my fault. I take full responsibility. Prior to this, Lu Chun had conveyed information to Director Su that compelled him to halt the ongoing sale of the house. Now that it seemed Lu Chun had made the right bet, Director Su was reluctant to press Lu Chun too hard. After a moment of contemplation, Director Su replied, "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall not make things difficult for you. I will pretend I have never met you. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you so much." After expressing his gratitude once more, Lu Chun hung up the phone. Armed with the 50,000 he had received from Brother Han, Lu Chun felt invigorated and rushed to the mall to purchase a large assortment of items, hurrying home with his spoils. "Darling, take a look at what I brought you." Upon arriving home, Lu Chun noticed Tian Jing was busy washing clothes. He set down his belongings and approached to assist her. "What is this? Darling, do you realize? We are finally in a good financial position. We will no longer have to endure those trying days. Have you truly made money?" "Yes, I have indeed made money." In the room, Lu Chun and Tian Jing embraced each other tightly, their joyous laughter growing ever more resonant. "Look, I did not deceive you, did I?" Lu Chun exclaimed as he produced a stack of money from his pocket, placing it gently into Tian Jing's hands. "My love," she replied. "Yes, I adore you." As she held the thick bundle of cash, tears of happiness streamed down Tian Jing's cheeks. "I'll go fetch our daughter. Could you prepare dinner at home?" "Certainly. I shall await your return." After a prolonged moment of excitement, Lu Chun and Tian Jing finally parted. Gazing at Tian Jing's radiant expression, Lu Chun voluntarily set off to pick up their daughter. Upon arriving at the school gates, he observed other parents, much like himself, waiting to collect their children. Almost every one of them owned a car, creating quite a scene at the entrance. Witnessing this, Lu Chun silently vowed that one day he too would own a vehicle. "Dad, what brings you here?" Engrossed in observing the cars around him, Lu Chun had failed to notice that school was already dismissed. Hearing that familiar voice calling to him, Lu Chun quickly regained his focus. "Tong Tong, my precious, you've finished school." He reached out, enveloping her in his arms and gently brushing his fingers against her nose. Where's Mom? Isn't she the one who usually picks me up?" "Mom's at home preparing dinner." "Why? Can't your father come to collect you?" "That's wonderful. I'd be even happier if you could pick me up every day." "You little rascal, your expectations are quite high." As they strolled home, Lu Chun and Tong Tong chatted cheerfully. However, as they passed by a roast duck shop, Tong Tong abruptly ceased her laughter, casting a furtive glance at the ducks displayed on the rack. Observing his daughter's reaction, Lu Chun felt a pang of sorrow. Such commonplace items, seemingly unremarkable, were luxuries for Tong Tong. "Sweetheart, do you wish to have some roast duck?" he gently inquired, reaching into his pocket. No, I don't want any at all." Upon hearing her father's words, Tong Tong first glanced at the roast duck and then vigorously shook her head. Lu Chun had long recognized her maturity, but in that moment, he realized just how much he owed his daughter. In the past, his financial constraints had prevented him from fulfilling her desires, but now circumstances had changed. He had not only earned money, but had amassed a considerable fortune. "How about I buy you a duck?" "No, that looks unappetizing. Let us hurry home to enjoy Mom's cooking instead." Despite her protests, Tong Tong's gaze remained fixated on the roast duck, as if she could not tear herself away. "Excuse me, one roast duck to go, please," Lu Chun said as he approached the vendor with Tong Tong in his arms, casually pulling out 100 yuan. "Certainly." The vendor promptly wrapped the duck and handed it over with little delay. As Lu Chun held the roast duck, Tong Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. "Dad, did you really buy a roast duck?" "Indeed I did. My daughter loves to eat. Why wouldn't I buy for her?" With a roasted duck in one hand and my daughter in the other, Lu Chun walked home with a sense of contentment. "You're back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner." Hearing Tong Tong's cheerful voice, Tian Jing greeted him with a blissful expression. Mom, look, Daddy bought me a roasted duck." Like a joyful little bird, Tong Tong dashed into Tian Jing's embrace, holding the duck. "Really? Let me see." Cradling her daughter, a rare smile graced Tian Jing's face. Observing the scene of this happy mother and daughter, Lu Chun stood at the doorway, smiling. As a man who had reached this point, Lu Chun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Eating the dinner Tian Jing had prepared, surrounded by his obedient and understanding daughter. He felt that this was what constituted a complete family. Have you all started eating? Not bad, is it? Enjoying the roasted duck. However, this beautiful evening did not last long. A familiar yet harsh voice rang out from the doorway. Upon seeing the person who had entered, Lu Chen's smile faded, and he stood up. Li Ge, you have arrived. The newcomer was none other than the money-seeking Li Chong. As soon as he entered, Tong, feeling a sense of fear, hid in Tian Jing's arms. It was evident that Li Chong's arrival had instilled some trepidation in her. Otherwise, she would not have reacted this way. Did you find money on the street? Li Chong sneered, eyeing the roasted duck on the table. According to their previous agreement, today marked the day for Lu Chun to repay his debt. Not found money. I've just received my salary. Facing Li Chong's mockery, Lu Chun felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, he now had the means to repay this unjust debt. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words in front of Li Chong. Received your salary? Have money now? Treating yourself to something delicious is understandable. But when do you intend to repay me? I also wish to indulge in some treats. Upon hearing Lu Chun's clumsy excuse, Li Chong let out a cold laugh and plopped down into a nearby chair. Wasn't I planning to give you the money after dinner? Who knew you would come asking for it? Originally, Lu Chun had intended to repay Li Chong first. Tian Jing had no objections to this. Upon seeing Li Chong arrive at their home for money, she had quietly prepared 2,000 yuan, waiting for Lu Chun to speak up. Enough. Stop with the useless chatter. Regardless of what you say today, I must take the money. Li Chong seemed entirely uninterested in Lu Chen's explanations, turning his head disdainfully to the side. Wife, give the money to Li Ge. All right. After receiving Lu Chen's consent, Tian Jing placed the money before Li Chong. Li Ge, this is the money Lu Chun borrowed from you. Please count it and see if it's sufficient. Ah, Lu Chun, you really have been making money. Upon hearing Tian Jing's request to count the money, Li Chong turned his head. As he beheld the cash before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What money? It's merely enough to get by. Although he now held a substantial amount of money, Lu Chun had his own thoughts. Tong has grown quite a bit, and her illness can no longer be postponed. However, the thought of the exorbitant medical expenses in comparison to his meager savings feels like a drop in the ocean. Well, who would have thought that by abstaining from gambling, your luck would improve? When you find the time, do introduce me to a job as well. After putting away the money, Li Chong's gaze towards Lu Chun softened considerably. Not only did he lavish praise upon Lu Chun, but he also sought his assistance in securing employment. After bidding farewell to Li Chong, Lu Chun and Tian Jing returned to the dining table. Gazing at the unfinished meal, Lu Chun felt utterly devoid of appetite. Darling, I think we should visit Hu Ming. The thought of this friend stirred a sense of guilt within Lu Chun. In those trying times, when he mentioned needing to borrow money, Hu Ming had immediately asked him to send over his account details. Regardless of Hu Ming's wife's attitude towards him, Lu Chun felt it essential to maintain this friendship. Certainly, besides, Hu Ming has always taken great care of us. It would be nice to see him. Tian Jing nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation upon hearing Lu Chen's suggestion. The mere mention of Hu Ming brought a look of gratitude to Tian Jing's eyes. In her view, among all the friends Lu Chun had, only Hu Ming could be considered a true friend. Since I have a day off tomorrow, let us go then. With Tian Jing's affirmation, Lu Chun promptly decided on the timing. He retrieved his phone, found Hu Ming's number, and prepared to inform him to expect their visit the following day. Brother Ming, please wait at home for me tomorrow. Tian Jing and I will come to see you. Lu Chun exclaimed joyfully as soon as the call connected. What? You're coming to my house tomorrow? Is there something urgent? Hu Ming's surprise was palpable. He rarely heard from Lu Chun, and when he did, it was mostly concerning loans. The prospect of Lu Chun visiting his home left him perplexed. Oh, it's nothing urgent. I simply want to see you. Remember our agreement? Just stay home tomorrow. I'll come to you. Regardless of Hu Ming's thoughts about him, Lu Chun was unwilling to elaborate. Leaving this suspense for tomorrow would likely serve as a pleasant surprise for Hu Ming. Honey, are we just going to visit tomorrow? After Lu Chun hung up, Tian Jing, observing his elation, hesitated to voice her thoughts as she sat beside him. Yes, such a wonderful friend deserves our company more often. But what? What's bothering you? The joyous expression on Lu Chen's face froze instantly upon hearing Tian Jing's hesitant tone. Did I not tell you? Hu Ming is currently facing some difficulties. Oh, I completely forgot, Lu Chun exclaimed, reminded by Tian Jing. With his mother hospitalized and his daughter attending university, it seemed Hu Ming's situation was even more challenging than his own. Should we perhaps lend him a hand? What do you mean? Gazing into Tian Jing's subtle eyes, Lu Chun suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Surely you do not intend to lend him money?" "That's precisely what I am thinking." As she spoke, Tian Jing lowered her head. She was acutely aware of the circumstances at home. Not only did her daughter require immediate medical attention, but she herself was also out of work. Yet, contemplating Hu Ming's relationship with Lu Chun and recalling the assistance he had once provided, Tian Jing found herself at a loss for words. "But have you considered? We need to save money for our daughter's treatment. Tong Tong's illness has persisted for quite some time. Can't we wait a little longer?" Mentioning her daughter stirred a sense of reluctance in Tian Jing. Although Tong Tong appeared to be fine at the moment, no one could guarantee when her condition might relapse. If that time came and they found themselves unable to afford the treatment, the consequences for Tong Tong would be dire. "I cannot agree." Lu Chun, reflecting on the various possible outcomes, expressed his opinion with a hint of resignation. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Although Tian Jing was somewhat disinclined to support Lu Chen's decision, she felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. The following morning, Lu Chen rose early, donned his clothes, and pondered over the conversation he had shared with Tian Jing the previous night. He sat silently at the door, lighting a cigarette. "Did you not quit smoking? Why have you picked it up again?" At some unknown moment, Tian Jing had awakened, donned her clothes, and approached Lu Chun from behind, expressing her discontent with a murmured remark. "Darling, let us lend Hu Ming 10,000 yuan. "What did you say?" "Let us lend Hu Ming 10,000 yuan. Initially, Tian Jing thought she was imagining things upon hearing Lu Chen's voice. It was only after he repeated himself that she realized the gravity of his words. Observing Lu Chun toss the cigarette but to the ground and extinguish it with his foot, she slowly rose to her feet, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Did you not say last night?" "Last night, I was mistaken. I should not have treated a friend in such a manner." Reflecting on his decision from the previous evening, Lu Chun felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. When he had faced difficulties, Hu Ming had supported him despite the pressure from his own wife. Yet now, due to his own selfishness, he had nearly jeopardized their friendship. "I shall go retrieve the money now. You assist our daughter in getting dressed." "Very well. Go ahead." Observing the transformation of Tian Jing's confusion into joy, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated that a small decision could bring such a radiant smile to her face. "Sweetheart, it is time to rise." Approaching the bedside and gazing at his still sleeping daughter, Lu Chun gently kissed her cheek. "No, I wish to sleep a little longer." Feeling her father lean in, Tong Tong was too lethargic to even open her eyes. She extended a small hand to push Lu Chun away, turning over with a disgruntled expression, eager to return to slumber. "Come now. Do not sleep any longer. We're going to visit your uncle." "Do you not wish to go?" "Uncle? Which uncle?" Upon hearing her parents mention an outing, Tong Tong reluctantly opened her eyes. Tilting his head with a hint of curiosity, Lu Chun cast a glance at Tong Tong, seemingly pondering the veracity of his words. "It is indeed Uncle Hu." Originally, Lu Chun intended to refer to him as Uncle Hu Ming, but he was uncertain of what Tong Tong used to call him. In a moment of urgency, he settled for simply Uncle Hu, hoping that his daughter would comprehend. "Oh, it's that Uncle Hu." "Yes. Hurry and get up. Daddy will help you get dressed." It seems he was indeed correct. Lu Chun extended his arms and lifted Tong Tong from the warmth of her blankets, dressing her with the garments set aside. Once Tong Tong was clad, Tian Jing had finished counting the money. Observing Tong Tong complete her morning routine, Tian Jing turned to Lu Chun and inquired, "Shall we go?" "Yes." The family of three stepped out of their home and onto the bustling streets, as Tian Jing, cradling Tong Tong, began to head towards the nearby bus stop. "Wait." Let's take a taxi. A taxi? Are you out of your mind? That will cost a fortune. Accustomed to walking to work, Tian Jing was reluctant to splurge on a cab. To her, squeezing onto a bus was already a considerable luxury. She never imagined Lu Chan would be so inclined to indulge. Let be. Our lives will surely improve. Recalling Han Ji's assurances, Lu Chan felt an impatient eagerness to join him at work. If it truly unfolded as Han Gu had promised, not only would taking a taxi seem reasonable, but purchasing a car would also feel entirely justified. Ultimately, Tian Jing could not persuade Lu Chan otherwise. Under his insistence, she took her first taxi ride since their marriage. Where to? As they settled into the cab, the driver's inquiry caught Lu Chan off guard. He had forgotten to obtain the address from Hu Ming in advance. Hu Ming was merely a name in his phone's contact list. Lu Chan had no idea what he looked like, much less his address. He quickly blurted out, 18, Shanghai Road. Before Lu Chan could devise a solution to the predicament, Tian Jing, holding Tong Tong, had already relayed Hu Ming's address. Upon receiving the information, the driver started the vehicle and sped off towards the destination as dictated by Tian Jing. You didn't forget where he lives, did you? In the cab, reflecting on the earlier events, Tian Jing curiously glanced at Lu Chan. How could I? I simply got a bit carried away. Lu Chan found himself at a loss for words in response to Tian Jing's question. He couldn't possibly admit that not only did he forget Hu Ming's address, but it was also his first encounter with her. Excited? What are you excited about? I suspect you've forgotten all about him. Fortunately, Tian Jing did not perceive Lu Chan's current thoughts. She attributed his reaction to the previous night, believing he was merely failing to appreciate his feelings for Hu Ming. The journey passed in silence, and upon arriving at Hu Ming's residence, Lu Chan, eager to avoid revealing any inconsistencies to Tian Jing, immediately embraced Tong Tong in his arms. You lead the way. I'll follow behind with our daughter. All right. Gazing at the uniformly structured buildings, Lu Chan had no clue where Hu Ming's home was located. Fortunately, with Tian Jing in the lead, he was spared from exposing his ignorance. Following Tian Jing, they walked for a short while within the community before finally stopping in front of a building. This must be the place. If my memory serves me right, his home is on the third floor. Standing at the foot of the stairs and glancing up, Tian Jing ultimately pinpointed Hu Ming's location. Ascending the stairs to the third floor, she knocked on the security door to the left. Who is it? After the doorbell rang several times, a woman's voice echoed from within. Sister, it's me, Tian Jing. I've come to your house with Lu Chan. Upon hearing Tian Jing's response, the door was open from the inside. A modestly dressed woman peeked out, first glancing at Lu Chan, who was holding Tong Tong, and then turning her attention to Tian Jing. Ah, Shiao Xin. What brings you here so early? After opening the door, the woman stepped outside. It was as if she had not noticed Lu Chan at all, as she grasped Tian Jing's hand and urged her to come inside. Did Lu Chan come too? At that moment, Lu Chan heard a man's voice. Recognizing the familiar yet distant voice, Lu Chan excitedly replied, It's me. Mingo, I'm here. Lu Chan, is that really you? I thought you were just joking with me yesterday. The man, wearing loose shorts and a faded tank top, approached Lu Chan and playfully slapped him on the shoulder. Hello, uncle. Good, good. And Tong Tong is here too. Coming quickly, grasping Tong Tong's small hand. Hu Ming beamed with joy as he ushered Lu Chan's family of three inside. Upon entering Hu Ming's home, Lu Chan fell silent at the sight before him. A modest apartment of merely 60 square meters was divided into 2 bedrooms. Inside, there was barely enough space for a bed, let alone any room to stand. The living room was alarmingly small. If 2 people walked side by side, one would inevitably be pushed against the wall. Ming Yi, I never imagined. What is wrong? Are you finding it cramped at my place? Just wait. Once I start earning more, I'll immediately move to a bigger house. Despite the hardships of life, Hu Ming seemed utterly unbothered by it all, leaving Lu Chan feeling somewhat inadequate. Chapter 24, True Brotherhood. After inviting Lu Chan's family to sit down, Hu Ming retreated to the kitchen. It was at this moment that Lu Chan heard faint sounds of a dispute coming from the kitchen. The voices were not loud, yet it was evident that Hu Ming was engaged in a quarrel with his wife. Did we come at a bad time? Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Tian Jing cast a worried glance at Lu Chan. No way. I spoke to him on the phone last night. It shouldn't be like this. Despite sharing the same curiosity, Lu Chun believed that Tian Jing was overthinking it. After a while, Hu Ming emerged from the kitchen, a broad smile on his face as he carried a dish. Lu Chun, we don't have much to offer, so you and Shiao Jing will have to make do. A plate of cold tofu and a dish of fried peanuts were laid out on the table. Lu Chun couldn't help but smile wryly at the simplicity of the meal. By the way, I have a bottle of good wine here. Shall we share some? Remembering his treasured bottle, Hu Ming slapped his forehead in self-reproach. He then retrieved a dusty wine bottle from the bedroom. What kind of wine is this? Ah, it's from the Taishan district. This was a gift from my father-in-law 2 years ago, and I have yet to bring myself to drink it. After wiping the dust off the bottle, Hu Ming unscrewed the cap. It must be good. Let me pour you a glace. Hu Ming sniffed the bottle cap, savored the aroma, and filled Lu Chen's glass. No, thank you. I've been abstaining from alcohol for quite some time. As Hu Ming poured the wine, Lu Chen realized he was too late to stop him. Reluctantly, he accepted the glass offered by Hu Ming, muttering his thanks before placing it before him. Come on, why are you just sitting there? Eat. After taking a small sip, Hu Ming gestured towards the dishes on the table, inviting Lu Chun and Tian Jing to join him. The food may be simple, but I hope you don't mind. Noticing Lu Chen's unmoving chopsticks, Hu Ming awkwardly chuckled to himself. After taking a couple of bites alone, he lowered his head. Old Hu, don't you have something to say to Lu Chun? Why are you drinking so much? After Hu Ming silently finished a glass of wine, his wife emerged from the kitchen. Casting a somewhat unnatural glance at Lu Chun, she pointed at Hu Ming and said, If you don't want to speak, then I will. Shut up, mind your own business, and go back to the kitchen. Upon hearing his wife's voice, Hu Ming immediately stood up in a fit of anger. Given the intensity of Hu Ming's stance, it seemed likely that, were it not for Lu Chen's presence, the two might have come to blows. Brother Ming, why are you so agitated? What is it that you wish to say to me? Lu Chun had not anticipated that his arrival would nearly ignite a conflict between Hu Ming and his wife, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. It's nothing, just a woman's perspective. Come on, let us continue drinking and ignore her. As Lu Chun stood up, Hu Ming finally realized his earlier indiscretion. After adjusting his expression, he forced a smile and urged Lu Chun to sit down again. What? You're unwilling to speak, huh? Very well, I shall. As Hu Ming's wife sensed Hu Ming's reluctance to share, she could hardly contain herself. Ignoring whether Hu Ming might be angered, she directed her words at Lu Chun, saying, Lu Chun, you're not a child anymore. Why can't you settle down and find a job to earn some money? You have a wife and a daughter. So do we. You can't simply borrow money from Hu Ming every time you're short on cash, can you? Moreover, think about it. How much have you borrowed from Hu Ming over the years? Although he haven't asked for it back, do you truly have no idea? As if venting her frustrations, Hu Ming's wife laid bare her thoughts before him. Listening to her words felt like a series of sharp stings, each piercing Lu Chen's heart, compelling him to plead for mercy as he felt the heat rise in his cheeks. Sister-in-law, please, don't say any more. I beg you. Her words struck like venomous thorns, each one embedding itself in Lu Chen's heart, making it unbearable for him to remain silent. Have you said enough? Is this how you want to go on? Upon perceiving Lu Chen's current distressing appearance, Hu Ming rose once more, gazing at his silent wife. He raised his hand, poised to strike. Brother Ming, what are you doing? Lu Chun swiftly interjected, blocking Hu Ming's path. Meeting his furious glare, Lu Chun softly asserted, Sister-in-law is not wrong. You should not hit her. If you must strike someone, let it be me. Lu Chun, what are you doing? Step aside. I must deal with this unruly woman today, or she will truly rebel. Hu Ming forcefully pushed Lu Chun aside, his hands still suspended in the air, ready to descend upon his wife. Go ahead. I've said all I needed to say. You might as well strike me dead. As Hu Ming's hand approached, his wife made no attempt to evade it. Instead, she leaned into the impending blow, willingly accepting Hu Ming's wrath. You infuriate me. Just as the slap was about to land, Hu Ming abruptly redirected his hand, and the blow missed his wife's face, instead crashing down upon a nearby cup, shattering it on the floor. Regaining his composure, Hu Ming's wife retreated to their bedroom, tears streaming down her face. Tong Tong seemed equally startled by the earlier scene, having sought refuge in Tian Jing's embrace. Even now, nothing had transpired to alleviate her fear. As Tong Tong clung to Tian Jing, unwilling to depart. "Brother Ming, it was my fault. You suffered because of me." Lu Chen's remorse brought a flicker of comfort to Hu Ming. After taking a couple of sips from his drink, he replied, "Although I'm not doing particularly well at the moment, if you ever need help, I can certainly muster a few $100s. It was unclear whether Hu Ming was boasting about his standing at home or genuinely intoxicated, but Lu Chen found no surprise in his declaration. After all, Hu Ming had indeed offered him selfless assistance. "Brother Ming, I am truly grateful for your friendship." "Grateful? That's the spirit. Come, let us drink. Let us hold off for a moment. I need to discuss something with Brother Ming." As Hu Ming lifted the bottle once more, Lu Chen hurriedly halted his actions. After exchanging a glance with Tian Jing, Lu Chen grasped Hu Ming's hands earnestly, stating, "Brother Ming, I have found a job and have begun working." "Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Hu Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing Lu Chen's news. Gazing into Lu Chen's resolute eyes, he chuckled heartily. "I knew my brother would soar to great heights one day. Today, I am truly elated." Lu Chen securing employment was, in Hu Ming's view, the finest news of the day. "Gome, let's raise a glass to your new job." Gripping Lu Chen's hand, Hu Ming lifted the drink once more. "Let us wait a moment. I have something I wish to discuss with you," Lu Chen replied, not reaching for the cup, but smiling habitually at Hu Ming. "Something to say? What is it?" As Lu Chen's radiant smile graced his face, Hu Ming couldn't help but shiver. Did this young man have something to discuss with him? Was he, perhaps, seeking assistance again? Stealing a glance toward the bedroom door, as if fearing his wife might overhear, he approached Lu Chen and whispered, "Lu Chen, I know what you're about to say. Just be direct and tell me how much you need." Observing Hu Ming's demeanor, Lu Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, Hu Ming shouldn't have been aware of the purpose of his visit today. Why would he even mention money, since he couldn't fathom it? Lu Chen decided not to dwell on the matter. Meeting Hu Ming's resolute gaze, he too whispered, "I don't have much, but I'll return you 10,000 for now." "What? 10,000? Is this how you all operate now?" Hu Ming, having failed to catch Lu Chen's initial statement, latched onto the figure he heard. He had anticipated that Lu Chen was coming to borrow money, yet he was taken aback by the amount right off the bat. The sum left Hu Ming feeling somewhat troubled, and he slumped back into his chair, becoming silent. "What do you mean by operating big? I'm here to give you money." Upon witnessing Hu Ming's unusual reaction and reflecting on his earlier response, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Look closely, I'm here to give you money." Receiving the cash from Tian Jing, Lu Chen placed it before Hu Ming. "What is this?" Staring at the pile of notes, Hu Ming struggled to regain his composure. He pointed at Lu Chen and then at the money on the table. Suddenly, turning toward the bedroom, he excitedly shouted, "Xiao Mei, come out quickly." After calling for his wife, Hu Ming's gaze returned to Lu Chen, curiosity evident in his voice. "Brother, tell me honestly, are you sure this money isn't from gambling?" "Rest assured, Minggu, I guarantee that the source of this money is entirely legitimate. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tian Jing." Hu Ming's cautiousness surprised Lu Chen, who felt a desire to laugh at Hu Ming's hesitance. "I currently don't have much on hand. Just take this money for now." Reflecting on the strength of their friendship, Lu Chen felt that the amount was rather meager. Were it not for the need to take his daughter for treatment, he would have preferred to return home and bring all the money he had. "What is going on? Have you finished eating?" Whether it was from hiding in the bedroom and crying for a while, or was simply forgetting the earlier events, when Xiao Mei emerged to see Lu Chen, she appeared transformed. "Not yet. Sister-in-law, please sit down and have something to eat." As Lu Chen spoke, he stood up to fetch a stool for Xiao Mei to join them at the table. "What is this money?" "Hu Ming, what do you mean?" Before she could even sit down, Xiao Mei noticed the cash in front of Hu Ming. Upon seeing Lu Chen's arrival, her first thought was that they were once again borrowing money. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that this money was not Hu Ming's, but rather a gift from Lu Chen. "Lu Chen's money? Have you struck it rich?" Upon hearing that the money was sent by Lu Chen, Xiao Mei was instantly taken aback, mirroring Hu Ming's astonished expression as they both gazed at him in disbelief. "Brother Ming, sister-in-law, I was in the wrong before, but I have changed now. Please observe my future conduct." Standing before Hu Ming and his wife, Lu Chen filled his cup, bowed deeply, and earnestly expressed his intentions. After spending a considerable part of the day at Hu Ming's home, Lu Chun and Tian Jing decided it was time to return home. Tong Tong, shall we visit the mall? Noticing that there was still daylight, Lu Chun wished to accompany Tian Jing in purchasing a piece of clothing. However, he was well aware that if he were to voice this desire, Tian Jing would likely refuse. Thus, he turned his attention to Tong Tong, hoping his daughter might assist him. The mall? What is that for? Is there good food there? Tong Tong appeared somewhat dazed at the mention of the mall, as if it were a foreign concept to her. Her small face reflected a look of unfamiliarity. Yes, there is everything, not only delicious food, but also fun activities. Observing his daughter's expression, Lu Chun felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Tong Tong was already 4 or 5 years old, yet she was unaware of what a mall entailed. What a pitiable child she must be. Wife, should we take our daughter there? Tong Tong agreed, but that did not necessarily mean Tian Jing would concur. Lu Chun looked at Tian Jing with a questioning gaze, hoping she would grant their wish. Moreover, since the moment he first laid eyes on Tian Jing, he had yet to see her in new clothing. Previously, due to his own issues, their home had been in disarray. Now that things had improved, Lu Chun wished to buy Tian Jing a dress as a means of compensating for his past neglect. Going to the mall? I don't think so. It's not the right time for us to go to such places, Tian Jing asserted. Tong Tong is still so young, and it's crucial for her to learn without maturing too quickly, while she gazed at a small mall in the distance. She knew it was untrue to claim she did not want to go. However, considering their home situation, she dismissed the thought, not wanting Lu Chun to take their daughter there. It's all right. We're merely going for a stroll. Besides, we need not purchase anything to enter. Listening to Lu Chun's persistent pleas, Tian Jing ultimately acquiesced in silence. Upon arriving at the mall entrance with their daughter, Tian Jing seemingly remembered something. She halted and said to Lu Chun, "This is your promise. We can only look, not buy." Understood. I will heed your words. Regardless, Lu Chun, having already arrived, was indifferent to Tian Jing's admonition. After assuring her, he scooped up Tong Tong and dashed inside. "Hello, how much is this dress?" Once inside, Lu Chun made a beeline for a women's clothing store. Pointing to a pale blue dress hanging on a rack, he inquired about its price. "Lu Chun, what are you doing?" Unfortunately, just as Lu Chun opened his mouth, before the sales assistant could respond, Tian Jing hurried over. Chapter 26. Terminated as Lu Chun gazed into Tian Jing's furious eyes, he cautiously explained his actions. "There are plenty of clothes at home. Why we need to buy more?" Yet, with determination, he added, "But I have already chosen," clutching the dress handed to him by the sales assistant. Lu Chun cast a slightly aggrieved glance to the side. "So what if you made your choice?" "Return it. I'm not buying it anyway." Seemingly irritated, Tian Jing snatched the dress from Lu Chun's hands and tossed it back to the sales assistant. After this, she firmly grasped Lu Chun's hand and declared, "I knew you had ulterior motives. We're going home now. We are not going there." "Excuse me, madam. Please wait a moment." Unexpectedly, as Tian Jing and Lu Chun were about to leave, the sales assistant stood before them holding the dress. "What? Are you saying we can't leave if we don't buy it?" Facing the obstructive sales assistant, Tian Jing transformed into a fierce woman, shedding her previous gentle demeanor. "You misunderstand. I had already agreed on a price with your husband. Would you like to hear it before making a decision?" "Agreed on a price?" Lu Chun looked at the sales assistant with confusion. He had merely inquired about the price, but before he could receive an answer, Tian Jing had rushed over. "What price?" "We won't buy it, even if it's free." Determined not to purchase it, Tian Jing was not one to be swayed by a few words from the sales assistant. After casting a frosty glare at the sales assistant, she took Lu Chun's hand and exited the store. Upon returning home, Tian Jing still wore an expression of anger. After taking Tong Tong from Lu Chun, the mother and daughter lay down on the bed together, leaving Lu Chun unattended. Observing this situation, Lu Chun felt a bit at a loss. He approached the bed, leaned beside Tian Jing, and softly said, "Wife, that dress really suited you. In fact, we could have bought it. Besides, you can't go without a decent outfit, can you?" Despite Lu Chun's prolonged attempts to persuade Tian Jing, he received no forgiveness. After explaining himself, Lu Chun felt somewhat exhausted. He got off the bed and moved to the other side, smiling at his daughter, Baby, today, it's Dad's fault. Did I make you sad? Before entering the mall, Lu Chun had confidently promised his daughter a fun outing. However, after Tian Jing's outburst, not only did they leave without purchasing the dress, but he also managed to upset his daughter. Daddy is a liar. It's not fun at all. Fortunately, Tong Tong showed Lu Chun some grace and did not remain silent like Tian Jing. How about another day, Dad? Then we won tea, bring Mom along. Okay. Whether it was due to fatigue or a diminishing faith in her father's promises, Tong Tong soon drifted off to sleep as she listened to Lu Chen's soothing voice. Having irritated Tian Jing and upset his daughter, Lu Chun was filled with frustration. Had he known the outcome would be like this, he certainly would not have rushed into making a decision. The night passed without a word. On Monday morning, as Lu Chun entered the company, he sensed something was amiss. Upon taking his seat, Lu Chun picked up the document in his hands, preparing to peruse it when a familiar yet smug voice rang out. Lu Chun, Manager Li requests your presence in the office. Oh, all right. Observing the approach of Shiao Xin, who called for him, Lu Chun felt a peculiar vibe about her today. Much like when he entered the company earlier, it seemed that everyone's gaze upon him was markedly different than usual. With curiosity stirring within him, Lu Chun made his way to Manager Li's office. Lu Chun, what have you been busy with recently? As Lu Chun stepped inside, Manager Li lifted his head to address him. Haven't he been busy with anything, really? Gazing into Li Lei's calm eyes, Lu Chun felt an unsettling uncertainty. Is that so? I have some photographs here you might want to take a look at. Without waiting for Lu Chun's response, Li Lei picked up an envelope from his desk and tossed it directly into Lu Chun's arms. What is this about? What does he want to show me? With a mind full of questions, Lu Chun gently extracted the photographs. After glancing at just one, he nearly collapsed to the floor. Although the figures in the images were somewhat blurred, Lu Chun could unmistakably discern who they depicted: a photo of himself meeting Brother Han, another of him conversing with Xiao Wu, and yet another with Director Su. A mere trio of photographs encapsulated Lu Chun's recent activities entirely. Having perused these images, Lu Chun found himself at a loss for words, merely staring at Li Lei as if awaiting his judgment. Have you finished? Can you answer my question now? Li Lei remained composed, observing the cold sweat trickling down Lu Chun's brow, and began lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. This Manager Li, I truly. Thus you admit it, right? I admit it. The person in these photographs is indeed me. Initially, Lu Chun intended to offer an explanation to Li Lei, but it appeared that the opportunity for clarification had slipped away. Li Lei's subsequent words delivered a definitive conclusion to Lu Chun's actions. Please proceed to the HR department to complete your resignation procedures. Without further discourse, Li Lei addressed Lu Chun's dismissal as though it were a trivial matter. Stepping out of Li Lei's office, Lu Chun's thoughts remained clouded. He had believed his actions were sufficiently discreet, yet he had not anticipated being discovered. Upon witnessing Lu Chun's exit, Shiao Xin floated over with an air of nonchalance. A mere glance at Lu Chun's current demeanor allowed her to surmise the consequences. I had warned you not to provoke me. Why didn't you heed my advice? She offered him a faint smile before turning to leave. What did this mean? Watching Shiao Xin's retreating figure and reflecting on her earlier words, Lu Chun felt a sense of confusion. Could it be her? Contemplating this outcome, Lu Chun managed a bittersweet smile. Hello, I am here to process my resignation. Arriving at the HR department, Lu Chun approached the woman who had initially welcomed him into the company. Observing her engrossed in her phone, Lu Chun softly articulated his purpose. I wish to resign. For your resignation, please fill out this form first. It seems that she was already accustomed to such situations. Upon hearing that Lu Chun was there to process his resignation, she did not even lift her head but casually placed a form before him, requesting details such as the date of joining in the department. All right, thank you. Lu Chun responded, taking the form and sitting down nearby. Just as he was about to begin filling it out, the woman's voice rang out again. Is that you, Lu Chun? Did you not just join the company? Chapter 27. The whole world knows. The woman glanced over and, surprised to see Lu Chun, raised her head. Perhaps my abilities are lacking. Lu Chun chuckled awkwardly in response to her confusion and continued to fill out the form. Lu Chun, wait a moment. Just as he was nearing completion, Li Lei's voice echoed from the doorway. Manager Li, do you need something? Lu Chun was taken aback upon seeing Li Lei. He had just resigned, so why was Li Lei seeking him out again? You don't need to leave. You can go back to work. What? I don't have to leave? Lu Chun was momentarily bewildered by Li Lei's words. He had thought he finally had the chance to earn a fortune alongside Han Ge, only to discover that his happiness was fleeting, swiftly arriving and departing. Manager Li, didn't you just say? As he walked back, contemplating this series of changes, Lu Chun could no longer contain his curiosity. That was just now. I've already received a call from General Manager Phone. You should head back to work. Li Lei seemed indifferent to Lu Chen's curiosity. After providing a vague answer to Lu Chen's inquiry, he returned to his office. How can this be? Who is this General Manager Phone? How could one phone call dictate his fate? What kind of authority did this individual possess? With a stomach full of questions, Lu Chun spent the day in a daze at the company. Even upon leaving the office, he remained in a state of confusion. On one hand was the company he had left during his difficult times, and on the other was the enticing lure of a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Lu Chun felt caught in a dilemma, unsure of which path to choose. Not bad, Lu Chun. You've already latched onto General Manager Phone. Shiao Xin appeared out of nowhere, looking at Lu Chun with a hint of envy and a smirk. What? Do you know General Manager Phone? Of course. Don't you? I don't know him. Lu Chun's question seemed to strike a nerve with Shiao Xin, who felt a twinge of disgust at his feigned confidence. It was astonishing that something so widely known within the department could be met with such surprise from Lu Chun, the very protagonist of it all. Disdainful, Shiao Xin turned to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Can you tell me about General Manager Phone? I'm busy. Watching Shiao Xin's retreating figure, Lu Chun felt an urge to chase after her. If even Shiao Xin was aware, why was he still in the dark? Just as the answers to his questions seemed poised to unveil themselves, Shiao Xin acted as if she hadn't heard him and quickly slipped away. General Manager Phone? What kind of person is she, and why does she help herself so much? With these questions lingering in his mind, Lu Chun returned home. You're back? Yes. What's wrong? You look a bit unhappy. As soon as Lu Chun stepped through the door, Tian Jing noticed his discontent. She set aside her work and approached him, taking his hand. Is work not going well? No, it's just that I can't quite understand some things. Thinking back to the events of the day at the office, Lu Chun felt overwhelmed. Glancing at Tian Jing's concerned expression, he managed a faint smile and recalled something. He remembered having upset her yesterday. Yet today, she seemed utterly unbothered. About yesterday, it's nothing. I've forgotten all about it. Just as Lu Chun intended to explain, Tian Jing playfully covered his mouth, leaving him no chance to speak. By the way, why didn't you go pick up Tong Tong? Recalling their daughter, Lu Chun grew curious. By this time, Tian Jing would typically have brought Tong Tong home. The absence of their daughter puzzled him. I picked her up long ago. She's just over at a friend's house. Seeing Lu Chun only now recalling their daughter, Tian Jing pouted slightly in mild discontent. However, to alleviate Lu Chun's worry, she chose to share the truth. Oh, I see. With her response, Lu Chun felt reassured. Knowing Tong Tong was playing outside and that Tian Jing was preparing dinner, he decided to go find their daughter. Observing Tian Jing bustling about, Lu Chun gently asked, Shall I go fetch her for dinner? Go ahead. Tong Tong is at Sister Zhang's house. All right, I'll be back shortly. Stepping outside, Lu Chun found himself at a loss. Who was this Sister Zhang, and where did she live? He regretted not asking for details earlier. Muttering to himself, he prepared to search door to door for Tong Tong. As he reached the neighbor's doorway, he was about to inquire, but hesitated. Listening intently, he heard no sounds of children playing. This must not be the place. After lingering at the door for a moment, Lu Chun shook his head and moved on to the next house. Daddy, what are you doing here? Just as he turned to leave, he encountered his daughter, returning home. Seeing the surprise on Tong Tong's little face, Lu Chun grinned and scooped her up in his arms. I came to bring you home. Where have you been? I was playing with a little sister. Nestled against Lu Chen's shoulder, Tong Tong's face radiated joy. Really? Did you cause any trouble? No, I didn't tea. Anyway, I didn't cry. At her father's inquiry, Tong Tong shyly rubbed her small hands together, responding with a hint of bashfulness. You mustn't be so mischievous in the future, understand? I got it. Upon returning home with Tong Tong, Lu Chun found that Tian Jing had already prepared dinner. "You're back." Although she hadn't yet seen them, the joyful laughter emanating from outside confirmed their arrival. Standing at the door and gazing at the blissful expressions of the two, Tian Jing felt her heart swell with happiness. "Mom." "Yes, my dear, you're back." As Lu Chun approached, he gently set Tong Tong down, who immediately rushed into Tian Jing's embrace. "Shall we eat?" "Of course." After sharing a loving moment with her daughter, Tian Jing called for Lu Chun to join them for dinner. The family gathered around the table, joyfully finishing their meal, while Tian Jing busied herself with washing the dishes. Lu Chun played with their daughter nearby. Once Tian Jing completed her chores, she approached Lu Chun. "I found a job." "What did you say?" "Didn't I tell you to stay home and take care of the child? Why did you go out to find work?" Chapter 28. Are you Mr. Fong? Lu Chun, who had been laughing heartily at Tong Tong's antics, felt his smile vanish upon hearing Tian Jing's words. She had previously mentioned looking for a job, but he had assumed she was jesting. Now, it was apparent that she had been serious. "What kind of job did you find?" "I'm working as a waitress at a restaurant." "What? A waitress? Are you serious? Why would you choose such a job?" Staring at the expression on Tian Jing's face, Lu Chun found himself at a loss for words. "Can we discuss this? Could you please not take such a job?" The mere mention of the word waitress sent Lu Chun's mind spiraling into a whirlwind of thoughts. The idea of Tian Jing serving others in such a menial role ignited a surge of anger within him, threatening to boil over. "But I really can't do anything else. I lack experience and qualifications. I truly don't know what else I could do." Observing the anger on Lu Chun's face, Tian Jing cautiously leaned against the wall, feeling a sense of injustice as she defended herself. "Can't you just stay home? Why is it necessary for you to find a job?" After pacing the room for a while, Lu Chun still expressed dissatisfaction with Tian Jing's decision. "But Tong Tong's medical expenses require money." Tian Jing quietly voiced her concerns, causing Lu Chun to halt in his tracks. A wave of realization washed over him, and his anger dissipated. It was as if a light had been switched on. Lu Chun slowly approached Tian Jing and wrapped her in his arms. Soda. I truly didn't consider your perspective." When it came to discussing their daughter's health, Lu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Tian Jing, especially now, as she sought such lowly employment to cover their daughter's medical needs. Understanding Tian Jing's reasoning, Lu Chun could no longer find words to dissuade her. All he could do was hold her tightly in an embrace. "Lu Chun, what is your relationship with Mr. Fong?" The following day, upon arriving at the office, Lu Chun was intercepted by a colleague, Xiao Bin. "What relationship? I don't know him." Gazing at this somewhat unfamiliar colleague before him, Lu Chun wore an expression of astonishment, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Still pretending. "Our department has long been abuzz with rumors." "What are you acting for in front of me?" "Rumors? What do you mean?" Upon hearing Xiao Bin's remarks, Lu Chun swiftly grasped the situation. Recalling the words that Shiao Xin had shared with him yesterday, curiosity prompted him to softly inquire, "What is it that you all know? Weren't you dismissed by Manager Li?" Then Mr. Fong intervened, compelling Manager Li to retract the punishment and allow you to remain with the company. Observing the look of confusion on Lu Chun's face, Xiao Bin, in a fit of anger, divulged all he knew. Afterward, seemingly still dissatisfied, he cast a glance at Lu Chun and continued, "I never expected you to hide it so well, pretending to be so aloof in front of us." As Lu Chun remained steadfastly in denial, Xiao Bin, infuriated, turned and departed. "Don't leave. Can't you let me finish my words?" Lu Chun hadn't anticipated that this incident would alienate the entire department. Remembering the unfamiliar Mr. Fong, Lu Chun steeled himself and made his way toward her office. Upon arriving at the office door, Lu Chun took several deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. "What are you doing?" Just as Lu Chun prepared to knock, a cold voice resonated from behind him. "It's you? What brings you here? Why shouldn't I be here?" Turning around, Lu Chun encountered a familiar figure. The sight of her instantly recalled the day he had escorted Tong Tong to school, where this very woman had accused him of being a scammer, even presenting money to slander him. Upon seeing her here, Lu Chun's previously settled emotions surged back into turmoil. "This is the office of our company, Mr. Fong. You should be waiting in the reception area below." Had he not been standing right at the entrance of Mr. Feng's office, Lu Chen would have been tempted to dismiss her. However, as he contemplated the situation, a feeling of unease washed over him. He recalled the scene from his first day at the company, which made his expression turn pale. Casting a glance at the office before him, and then at the woman standing there, a foreboding sense of dread ascended within him. This is my office. Why should I wait downstairs? Oh no. Just as he began to ponder, he was met with the undeniable truth. So you're Mr. Feng. I truly, Lu Chen stuttered, looking at Mr. Feng, torn between laughter and embarrassment. Truly what? Feng Fei observed Lu Chen's awkward expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After her laughter subsided, Feng Fei opened the door and gently beckoned to Lu Chen, who still stood rooted in place. Come in. Oh. After a soft reply, Lu Chen lowered his head and followed Feng Fei into the office. Reflecting on his blunder from earlier that day, Lu Chen felt utterly humiliated. Even now, standing in her office, he lacked the courage to lift his gaze. What is it that you need from me? Feng Fei sat behind her desk, tilting her head as she scrutinized Lu Chen, who stood beside her. What's the matter? Is everything all right? She inquired. The unexpected visit from Lu Chen had piqued her curiosity, yet upon witnessing his current demeanor, she felt disinclined to tease him further. If there's nothing amiss, you may return to your duties, she concluded. Understood, Lu Chen replied. Only after he exited Feng Fei's office did he feel as though he had regained his composure. Observing his shirt, which was dampened by anxiety, he hurried back to his workstation. What are you doing? You appear rather flustered. Just as Lu Chen settled into his chair, Director Zhang approached him like a specter. Startled by his voice, Lu Chen nearly toppled from his seat. You startled me. Why do you walk so quietly? It is you who walks quietly. Can you hold a conversation? Zhang retorted. All right, I can see my fault. Lu Chen was taken aback to discover that Director Zhang possessed a sense of humor. To Lu Chen, Director Zhang usually exuded an air of aloofness. Perhaps due to his age, which often instilled a sense of trepidation in Lu Chen whenever they crossed paths. Now, be honest with me. How did you come to know President Feng? Director Zhang's inquiry stemmed from a desire to understand Lu Chen's association with Feng Fei. Following the previous incident, Lu Chen had been spared by the higher-ups, and Zhang had harbored curiosity about their connection. Before he could question Lu Chen further, the current situation had arisen. Not this question again. Could you refrain from asking me? Lu Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him at Zhang's probing. Including the earlier inquiry from Shiao Xin, this marked the third occasion someone had posed this question to him. The first two were manageable, easily brushed aside with trivial excuses. But Zhang was a different matter altogether. He lacked the courage to fabricate a tale. Would you believe me if I said, we met through a car accident? A car accident? Are you jesting? Zhang's expression darkened at such an absurd response. Had he not still been piecing together Lu Chen's background, he might have unleashed a tirade of reprimands. I am neither deceiving you nor lying. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with President Feng. Lu Chen felt utterly overwhelmed by the relentless inquiries. If he refrained from explaining, they would incessantly approach him. Yet when he did attempt to clarify, they remained skeptical. Noticing Zhang's visibly irritated demeanor, Lu Chen could only manage a wry smile before burying himself in his work. As the workday drew to a close, Lu Chen finished gathering his belongings and prepared to head home when Feng Fei's voice called out to him from the side. Lu Chen, come here for a moment. All right, he replied. Following Feng Fei's departing figure, he moved amidst the curious gazes of his colleagues. What could President Feng want with that fellow? I'm unsure. I heard they were acquainted long before, but I can't confirm the accuracy of that information. I know. The nature of their relationship is quite enigmatic. As he listened to the murmurs around him, Lu Chen lowered his head and hurried outside. Regardless of the grievances and confusion that lingered in his heart, Lu Chen knew he could not refuse. No matter how much the people around him gossiped about him, he had to endure the pressure for the sake of his livelihood. Arriving at the parking lot, he gazed at the somewhat familiar car and then at the cold figure within it. Stealthily approaching, Lu Chen whispered, Manager Feng, have you summoned me? Get in the car. Feng Fei replied curtly, not uttering a single superfluous word as she drove away with him. While cruising along the road, Lu Chen stole a glance at Feng Fei, beginning to ponder her intentions. It wasn't until they halted in front of a lavish CAF in the city that he could not hold back any longer. "Manager phone, what is this about? Let us go. Let us share a cup of coffee. Consider my apology." "An apology? To yourself? What is going on?" With questions swirling in his mind, Lu Chen exited the vehicle and followed Feng Feifei into the CAF. "I admit I mishandled things last time." As soon as they sat down, Feng Feifei took the initiative to acknowledge her mistake. Listening to her voice and observing her expression left Lu Chen bewildered, unsure of what he had done wrong. "I confess I was driving a bit too fast that day and forgot I was passing by the school gate. In fact, I knew about you from the very first day you joined the company. It was I who intervened with Li Lei to keep you on board after you contacted the client without permission." Feng Feifei recounted recent events concerning Lu Chen. As if reminiscing, as she reached the end of her narrative, her demeanor shifted, and she looked at Lu Chen with a hint of dissatisfaction. "The reason I prevented Li Lei from dismissing you was merely to make amends for my speeding error that day. But why did you feel the need to disparage me within the company?" "Disparage you? When did that happen?" Lu Chen was taken aback by her words. He realized that Feng Feifei's claims were entirely truthful, yet he was puzzled about what she meant by disparaging her. "Everyone in the company is secretly discussing this matter. Don't tell me you are unaware." "I am aware. I too am perplexed by the shallow mentality of these individuals." As Lu Chen spoke, he began to grasp the underlying meaning of Feng Feifei's words. It appeared that he was not the only one subjected to the peculiar gazes of those around them. Feng Feifei faced her own share of scrutiny as well. "I can only assert that this is not my doing. Like you, I'm also a victim." Reflecting on his recent experiences, Lu Chen disregarded who was seated across from him. He plopped down and shared the events of these past few days, mirroring Feng Feifei's earlier candor. "It truly was not you. Truly not." After both had exchanged their perspectives, they managed to clarify the situation. They had not anticipated that such trivial matters could nearly ensnare Feng Feifei in this whirlwind. It was astonishing that these individuals dared to speak ill of her behind her back. "If it were up to me, I certainly wouldn't dare to speak." To alleviate the tense atmosphere, Lu Chen deliberately cracked a joke. "Is that so? Why do I get the impression that you don't seem like a good person? Goodness is not inscribed on one's face. Why must it be so obvious? Very well then, let us consider this matter settled. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me." Upon realizing her misunderstanding of Lu Chen, Feng Feifei let out a bemused chuckle. After a light meal, she intended to escort Lu Chen home, only to be met with his polite refusal. At this moment, Lu Chen had already established a family. For the sake of his wife and daughter, he wished to maintain a respectful distance from Feng Feifei. Once back home, reflecting on the troubles he inadvertently caused Feng Feifei, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. "What is amusing you?" Though Lu Chen's laughter was not particularly loud, it caught the attention of Tian Jing, who instinctively turned around, her curiosity piqued. "It's nothing. Just sleep." Extending a hand to adjust Tian Jing's cup, Lu Chen closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. "Darling, do you have the week off?" At that moment, Lu Chen desired rest. Yet Tian Jing found herself unable to sleep. After tossing and turning for a while, she inched closer to Lu Chen. "Yes, I have the week off. What is the matter?" Lu Chen, already somewhat overwhelmed by Tian Jing's proximity, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure upon feeling her warmth. "I want to go home and visit." "Home? Aren't we at home right now? Where else would you go?" Lu Chen was puzzled, unable to grasp the meaning behind Tian Jing's words. "Silly. When I say home, I mean my family's house. What did you think?" Uncertain whether Lu Chen was feigning ignorance, Tian Jing pouted playfully, giving him a gentle tap. "Are you referring to your mother's house? That is quite significant." At this point, Lu Chen had lost any inclination to sleep, sitting up to gaze at Tian Jing as he inquired, "What prompted your desire to visit your family?" One must understand that life at home had only recently taken a turn for the better. It was not yet the time for ostentatious displays of wealth. "My father is celebrating his birthday this week." Chapter 30. The company's intrigues. "What? Your father is celebrating a birthday?" Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, staring at Tian Jing's slightly amused expression, unsure of how to respond. "How old is your father this year? What inspired the celebration?" In Lu Chan's perspective, it was customary for the elderly to celebrate significant birthdays only after reaching 80. Yet, considering Tian Jing's youthful age, he felt a twinge of confusion. What do you mean by your father? Shouldn't it be our father? Tian Jing expressed mild dissatisfaction at Lu Chan's phrasing. Thankfully, Lu Chan promptly adapted, aligning with her sentiments and rephrasing his question. All right, our father. So, how old is he this year? He was born in the year of the ox, and is 78 this year. Remembering her father's zodiac sign, Tian Jing chuckled. It was precisely due to this sign that her father had faced ridicule in their hometown. Some of the older generation would jest, saying, with both fields and oxen, there's no worry for food and drink. Although merely a joke, the elderly gentleman indeed possessed a stubborn streak. Not only did Tian Jing manage to see both of her elder brothers complete their university education, but even her youngest sister has now secured a position within a local institution. It appears that, aside from Tian Jing, the rest of the siblings are faring quite well. As the week approached for Lu Chan to accompany Tian Jing back home, his thoughts were solely consumed with how to navigate the presence of his father-in-law. On restless nights, Lu Chan would subtly extract bits of information from Tian Jing, anxious to conceal any issues that might arise during their visit. Lu Chan, I have a report here. Could you assist me with some copies? On this particular day, as the workday commenced, Shiao Xin approached and placed a stack of documents on Lu Chan's desk. Certainly. How many copies do you need? 3 copies. After dropping off the materials, Shiao Xin returned to her desk. Lu Chan took the document she had handed him and proceeded toward the photocopier. Another set of demolition documents. It seemed that yet another opportunity for profit would arise from this situation. This was already the 3rd demolition contract Lu Chan had encountered. Generally, once a community is designated for demolition, the company's personnel spring into action. They attempt to purchase these properties at significantly reduced prices before the official notice is made public, ultimately reselling them for a profit. In his earlier days, Lu Chan had been oblivious to these practices, which had led him to believe that real estate transactions were immensely profitable. However, as his tenure at the company extended, he became increasingly aware of the underlying intricacies. On the surface, it appeared to be a transaction of properties, but in reality, it involved acquiring properties at low prices from ordinary citizens and reselling them to affluent individuals. 25, Street 3, Sunhua Road. This address suddenly sparked a memory in Lu Chan as he glanced at the first printed sheet. He rolled up his pants to inspect the scars on his leg, instantly recalling the kind old gentleman. With a sense of indignation brewing within him, Lu Chan continued to print while quickly reviewing the content. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss, but upon closer inspection, the revelation was startling. It turned out that a colleague from the sales department, surnamed Zhao, had purchased the elderly gentleman's nearly 100 square meter home for $8,000 per square meter. Subsequently, he resold it for $12,000 to a local businessman who owned a shopping mall, calculating the company's 20% commission. This individual had profited a staggering $300,000 in mere flips. Truly, such exorbitant profits. No wonder so many individuals are eager to join the sales department. This single deal could equate to a year's worth of effort. To think that even an elderly man was not spared in this ruthless pursuit of profit was somewhat excessive. After completing the documentation, Lu Chan dejectedly placed it on Shiao Xin's desk. Just leave 1 copy for me. The rest should be delivered to Zhang Nan in the sales department. Shall I deliver it? Of course. Would you like me to do it myself? Under Shiao Xin's disdainful gaze, Lu Chan retreated, feeling somewhat defeated. Upon arriving at the sales department, confronted by a sea of individuals engrossed in their tasks, Lu Chan found himself in a predicament. With so many people, how could he possibly locate Zhao Nan? Excuse me, do you know Zhao Nan? Just as Lu Chan felt overwhelmed, a girl emerged from the restroom. As she approached, Lu Chan felt as though he had spotted a glimmer of hope. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, he approached the girl and stopped her. It's me. Who are you? The girl, taken aback, gazed at Lu Chan's unfamiliar face, her eyes fixed upon him. It's you. How wonderful. What a coincidence. He had randomly inquired and unexpectedly stumbled upon her. I am Lu Chan from the trade department, and here are the materials you requested. After confirming Zhao Nan's identity, Lu Chun produced the printed documents. "Oh, thank you so much. You're welcome." After delivering the materials, as he walked back, he pondered Zhao Nan's appearance. He couldn't reconcile it. How could such a gentle girl be the sort to deceive the elderly? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding? After much contemplation, Lu Chun could not arrive at a conclusion. Ultimately, he had to abandon this thought and redirect his focus to the matter of Tian Jing returning home, especially since tomorrow was Sunday. Upon returning home after work, Lu Chun first entertained his daughter for a while. Once Tian Jing had prepared dinner and the family sat together, Lu Chun spoke up. "Tomorrow we're going back to celebrate Dad's birthday. Should we prepare some gifts? What do you want to buy?" Currently, their financial situation was somewhat strained. Even if they were to purchase a gift, Tian Jing preferred not to spend excessively. After all, compared to her two brothers, even Lu Chun's entire salary would pale in comparison. "How about a cake?" Lu Chun suggested cautiously, glancing at Tian Jing. "That sounds good, but I wonder if my brothers have planned something. It would be awkward if we bought the same thing. What do you wish to buy?" After Lu Chun's suggestion was dismissed by Tian Jing, he was eager to hear her thoughts. The essence of family gatherings is harmony, and Lu Chun prided himself on excelling in this aspect. Even when his suggestions did not find favor, he remained open to others' opinions. "I want to buy Dad some clothes. I remember last year when I saw him. The clothes he wore were hardly wearable." The memory of her father from last year's visit stirred emotions in Tian Jing. "All right, that has settled." Seeing the sadness in Tian Jing's expression, Lu Chun quickly embraced her, wholeheartedly agreeing to her idea. "Daddy, I want to eat cake." At that moment, Tong Tong, who had been quietly eating, lifted her head, though she had not interjected during Lu Chun and Tian Jing's conversation. The word cake had firmly lodged in her memory. "Sweetheart, you want cake? Daddy will go buy it for you right now." Chapter 31. A father's band. Lu Chun never anticipated that Tong Tong would make such a request. Gazing up at the darkening sky, he held his daughter and gently asked, "Sweetheart, what else do you want? Tell Daddy, and I'll go buy it for you right now." "What are you doing? Is it wise to spoil the child like this?" Before Tong Tong could respond, Tian Jing, standing nearby, expressed her discontent. She swiftly took Tong Tong from Lu Chun's hands, casting a reproachful glance at him before smiling at Tong Tong and saying, "Tong Tong, be good. Mommy will buy you one tomorrow, okay?" "No, I want cake." "Mommy is lying. You won't buy for me." Just moments ago, Tong Tong had been joyful in Lu Chun's embrace, but as soon as she was held by Tian Jing, she burst into tears. "Tong Tong, don't cry. Mommy is absolutely not lying this time. Please believe me, all right?" "I don't believe you. I want cake." No matter how much Tian Jing tried to persuade her, Tong Tong remained resolute in her disbelief. Seeing Tong Tong's persistent wailing, Tian Jing grew irritated and, after giving her a sharp smack on the bottom, scolded, "You little rascal. Why are you so disobedient? What time is it? Are you that greedy? Wah. Daddy, save me. Mommy is going to kill me." After being struck by Tian Jing, Tong Tong's cries escalated. Hearing her desperate pleas, Lu Ken could no longer bear it. He forcefully snatched his daughter from Tian Jing's grasp and, looking at her with anger, said, "How could you actually hit her? She's so small. What if you hurt her? Besides, scaring her would suffice. What kind of heartless mother are you?" After reprimanding Tian Jing, Lu Ken turned to comfort his daughter. "Tong Tong, be good. Stop crying. Daddy will go buy it for you right now. If you can stop crying, Daddy will even get you a little peppa." As he wiped the tears from her face, he held her close and spoke softly to her. At that moment, Lu Ken truly felt a pang of heartache, particularly when he heard Tong Tong's heart-wrenching scream, which almost twisted his heart. "Daddy, are you really going to buy it for me?" "Of course. How could Daddy lie to you?" After placing Tong Tong on the bed, Lu Ken half lay beside her, gazing at his daughter with affection. "My classmates say the cake is delicious, but Mommy has never bought it for me. Daddy will go right now." If his earlier heartache stemmed from witnessing Tong Tong being punished, then his current feelings were a pure expression of love for his daughter. After planting a kiss on Tong Tong's cheek, Lu Ken swiftly sat up. He quickly donned his clothes and, casting a forced smile at his daughter, said, "Sweetheart, wait for me at home. Daddy will be back soon. What are you going out for at this hour?" Tian Jing, having just finished tidying up, looked at Lu Ken with confusion upon hearing his words. "I'm going to buy a cake for our daughter." leaving that calm statement behind. Lu Ken stepped into the night. Are you crazy? Where will you find a cake at this hour? Tian Jing's voice lingered in the room, but Lu Ken had already ceased to hear it. Even if he had, he would have resolutely not turned back. He rushed outside and, facing the closed doors of shops, made it his mission to fulfill his promise to his daughter, searching one bakery after another. Ultimately, in a bustling district, he spotted a cake shop named Whaley F.A. Hello, do you still have cake? Upon arriving in haste, Lu Chun panted heavily as he leaned on the counter. It's gone. The last one has just been purchased. A young girl inside the shop nearly cried out upon seeing the sweat-drenched man. Once she learned that Lu Chun was there to buy a cake, she made an effort to calm her earlier anxiety and smiled at him. Is it possible for you to make one for me? I'm sorry, sir, but our baker has already clocked out for the day. If you wish to purchase a cake, I recommend coming early tomorrow. After struggling to find a cake shop, Lu Chun was disheartened to discover that all the cakes were sold out. He wanted someone to make one for him right away, but the baker had already left for the day. Faced with such a harsh blow, Lu Chun slumped against the entrance of the cake shop, feeling utterly deflated. Contemplating the promise he made to his daughter and the stark reality he now faced, he was at a loss as to how he would return home and confront his daughter's hopeful gaze. Xiao, what is this person doing? Why is he lying at our shop's entrance? Just as Lu Chun felt all hope was lost, a plump man arrived on an electric bike. Upon seeing Lu Chun sprawled at their shop's entrance, he curiously inquired with the earlier girl. Master Zhao, why are you back? Oh, I forgot my phone and came back to retrieve it. Speaking to the girl, the plump man entered the cake shop. By the way, what is he doing? Is he drunk? After finding his phone, Master Zhao prepared to leave. As he turned to exit, he noticed Lu Chun and once again questioned the girl. He came to buy a cake from us. I just told him that you had finished work and advised him to come back early tomorrow. Oh, I see. Well, you should head home. It's getting late. Yes, I'm leaving right away. After instructing the girl, named Li, Master Zhao took out his car keys and was about to ride home. Just as he turned on the ignition, he suddenly noticed a figure standing before him. What do you want? Can you bake cakes? Lu Chun was the one who stopped Master Zhao. He had overheard their earlier conversation, which sparked a glimmer of hope in him. As soon as Master Zhao stepped outside, Lu Chun hurriedly intercepted him. Can you? Yes, why do you ask? Master Zhao, taken aback by Lu Chun's appearance, felt a twinge of apprehension. Could you possibly make one for me? Lu Chun's voice trembled with emotion as he expressed his plea. My family is not well off, and my daughter has never had a cake in her life. I have searched several bakeries to fulfill her wish. I have no other demands. I only hope you can assist a father in keeping his promise to his daughter. As he thought of his daughter Tong Tong, Lu Chun bent down and poured out his heartfelt sentiments. He did not expect Master Zhao to agree readily, yet he remained filled with hope for a favorable response. Uncertain whether it was Lu Chun's demeanor that resonated with Master Zhao, or if he was moved by Zhao's heartfelt words, Zhao, after removing his car keys, glanced at Lu Chun with a hint of irritation and said, Then why are you still blocking my way? Chapter 32. Shopping for clothes so you have consented? Of course. Now step aside. My daughter is waiting for me at home. Thank you so much. Observing the tears welling in Zhao's eyes, Lu Chun felt an instant connection, as though he had discovered a kindred spirit. Earlier, Lu Chun had clung to a flicker of hope, yearning for Zhao to be touched by his plight. To his astonishment, that hope was swiftly fulfilled. Watching Zhao busily preparing the cake from behind the counter, Lu Chun bowed deeply in gratitude. In no time, Zhao had completed the cake. How much is it? Take it home for your child. We can discuss payment later. After removing his work attire, Zhao turned on the electric switch and rode away on his bike. As he watched Zhao's figure recede into the distance, Lu Chun felt a profound sense of gratitude wash over him. Thinking of his daughter waiting at home, Lu Chun exchanged a warm smile with the girl at the bakery before turning swiftly to race home, eager to present his daughter with the fresh cake. Tong Tong, my darling, look what Daddy brought you. Before even crossing the threshold, Lu Chun called out excitedly. Tong Tong, are you awake? If you're asleep, Daddy might just eat it all. As he pushed open the door, Lu Chun immediately spotted his daughter standing on the bed. Seeing her overwhelmed with excitement and speechless, he dashed towards her. With a loud thud, Lu Chun stumbled and fell to the ground, having overlooked the stool beneath his feet in his haste to deliver the cake. The cake. My daughter's cake. After falling, Lu Chun seemed to forget the pain as he reached for the cake that had tumbled to the floor. However, the cake was now in shambles, beyond recovery. I'm such a failure. I've disappointed my daughter. After considerable effort, Lu Chun managed to salvage less than half of the cake. Gazing at the ruined remains, he sat on the floor, giving himself a rueful slap on the face. Dad! Observing Lu Chun chastising himself, Tong Tong leaped off the bed, barefoot, and dove into his embrace. Daddy! Daddy! Without uttering many words, Tong Tong cried fervently in Lu Chun's arms. Why are you crying, sweetheart? It's Daddy's fault. Useless. Cradling his daughter, Lu Chun's heart ached as well. This cake had consumed his energy throughout the night. He had initially intended to fulfill his daughter's wish, only to see that dream crumble in his own hands. Now, all Lu Chun felt was profound guilt, and he could no longer fulfill his promise to his daughter. All right, what are you two doing? There's still some left. Tomorrow, we shall buy an even bigger one. Noticing Tong Tong weeping in Lu Chun's embrace, Tian Jing approached with red-rimmed eyes. After examining the spot where Lu Chun had just stumbled, Tian Jing took out some iodine from home and squatted down to assist him in cleaning up. I'm fine, Lu Chun exclaimed, pulling Tian Jing into his embrace. The two women nestled in his arms felt like his right and left hands. Any harm that befell either would be devastating for him. Darling, is it delicious? After a moment of tenderness, Tian Jing lifted Tong Tong into her arms. Accepting the last morsel of cake from Lu Chun, she held it for Tong Tong, allowing her to revel in her father's affection. So delicious. I almost don't want to eat it, though it was but a small piece. It was more than sufficient in Tong Tong's eyes. Go ahead, sweetheart. Tomorrow, Daddy will certainly buy you a bigger one, so you can enjoy it to your heart's content. Leaning beside his daughter, Lu Chun gazed at her with utmost adoration. Once Tong Tong finished her cake, the family lay together on the bed. I truly didn't expect you to buy cake for Tong Tong. Snuggled against Lu Chun, Tian Jing reflected on the sight of him rushing out earlier, expressing her surprise. Really? Now you can believe it, can't you? Of course. It's right before my eyes. How could I not believe? As Lu Chun lovingly untangled Tian Jing's hair, he chuckled at her blissful voice. To him, as long as he could bring joy to his daughter and happiness to his wife, his life as a man would be worthwhile. The following morning, after Tian Jing went to freshen up, Lu Chun helped Tong Tong get dressed. Daddy, I don't want to go to Grandma's house. After putting on her top, Tong Tong leaned close to Lu Chun, whispering her complaint, as if afraid Tian Jing would overhear. After speaking, she nervously glanced toward the bathroom door, fearing her mother might suddenly appear. Why not? Doesn't Tong Tong like Grandma? Hearing her voice, Lu Chun paused in his task of helping her with her pants. Observing the earnest expression on Tong Tong's face, he immediately scooped her into his arms. Grandma is too strict. I don't like her at all. You have to like her. After all, she is your grandmother. I'll go, but I want to stay by Daddy's side. I want to follow Mommy. All right, then sweetheart can stay with Daddy. Realizing her desire had not been entirely dismissed by Lu Chun, Tong Tong ultimately acquiesced to her father's wishes, though her request amused him. Where shall we go to buy clothes? After the family had finished their morning rituals and stepped outside, Lu Chun found himself in a quandary upon seeing the shops that had already opened, having always had his clothes bought by family members. He felt uncertain about choosing garments for his future father-in-law, whom he had never met. Let us go to that shop over there. I remember their prices are a bit lower. Tian Jing, experienced in such matters, led Lu Chun and their daughter to a clothing store by the roadside. Hello, who are you buying clothes for? A woman in her 40s greeted them as they entered. For an elderly gentleman. Upon hearing Tian Jing mention her intention to purchase clothing for the elderly, I promptly guided her to a row of shelves within the store. Darling, do you wish for a new outfit? I inquired. Having arrived at a clothing store, how could we settle for just one piece? Observing my daughter clad in a somewhat tattered little dress, I resolved to buy Tong Tong a new one as well. I do want one, but I'm afraid Mommy won't allow it. Upon hearing my words, Tong Tong leapt from my arms. However, the thought of her mother dimmed her expression. What's wrong? Are you worried that Mommy will disapprove? Yes, Mommy wants to buy it for me. Fear not, Daddy will purchase it for you. What a peculiar family dynamic this was. Reflecting on Tong Tong's understanding nature, I couldn't help but notice her current look of discontent. Determined, I took Tong Tong by the hand and led her to a nearby children's clothing store. Chapter 33. The Loneliness of the Elderly. How is it, my dear? Do you like it? I love it. After assisting my daughter into a pink little dress, I cradled her in my arms. Listening to her satisfied exclamations, I found myself smiling in response. Did you buy Tong Tong a new outfit? Tian Jing, just emerging from the store with clothes selected for her father, looked up to see me approaching with Tong Tong in my arms. Upon noticing Tong Tong's freshly donned attire, Tian Jing regarded me with a puzzled expression. Yes, I bought our daughter a new dress. That must have cost quite a bit, didn't it? As she approached and gently touched the fabric of Tong Tong's dress, Tian Jing, relying on her instincts and the material's quality, could surmise the truth even without my explicit confirmation. Not much, just a little over 100 yuan. A little over 100? Is that not excessive? Having already estimated the price in her mind, Tian Jing's face immediately registered indignation upon hearing the actual cost. Return it immediately. Why get back? I'll buy Tong Tong another one. That may not be the best course of action. Besides, Tong Tong would be upset. Stealing a glance at Tong Tong, I noticed her with her head bowed, too timid to meet Tian Jing's gaze. You know, spending over 100 yuan on a single dress is quite unnecessary. You both could have waited for me at the bus station instead. Despite her displeasure, Tian Jing ultimately refrained from returning the dress. After muttering to herself for a while, she led me toward the bus station. After nearly 3 hours of travel, we finally arrived at Tian Jing's family home. It was an older residential complex, and the environment was hardly better than that of a rural area. Walking through the community and observing the weeds along the paths, I found myself curious. Given that Tian Jing's 2 older brothers had settled in the city, why they brought their parents to live with them? Living in such a complex, were they not concerned about the gossip of others? Accompanying Tian Jing to an aged building, I gazed at the familiar surroundings as she quietly surveyed the area. Just as I was about to inquire if this was the place, Tian Jing spoke first. Shall we go up? Without waiting for a response, she ascended the stairs. After carrying Tong Tong to the 3rd floor, I was already breathless from the exertion. However, the mere thought of returning home soon filled Lu Chun with a delightful anticipation. Dad, I'm back with Lu Chun. After gently tapping on the door, Tian Jing called out from outside. Shiao Jing, how come you're back? Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a man who looked surprised at the sight of Tian Jing. Second brother? You're back too. Tian Jing exclaimed with excitement upon recognizing the man before her. From her affectionate address, Lu Chun instinctively inferred that this was the individual Tian Jing had mentioned earlier, Tian Lei. I couldn't possibly miss Dad's birthday, Tian Lei replied, glancing at Lu Chun and then at the little girl in Tian Jing's arms. Oh, my niece has returned too. Come here, let Uncle hold you. Without exchanging a word with Lu Chun, Tian Lei reached out and took Tong Tong from his grasp. My dear niece, why haven't you called me uncle yet? Have you forgotten me? With Tong Tong in his arms, a smile began to grace Tian Lei's face. Tong Tong, this is your little uncle. Quickly greet him, Tian Jing urged, sensing a flush of embarrassment at Tong Tong's silence. Ignoring Lu Chen's presence, she tugged at Tong Tong's hand, directing her to acknowledge Tian Lei. Who is it? Is it Fong Fong? Just as Tong Tong kept her head down, an elderly voice resonated from within the house. It's not Si Mei, it's Shiao Jing who's back. Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Tian Lei turned to respond. Don't linger outside. Come in quickly. After addressing his father, Tian Lei beckoned Tian Jing into the house. Lu Chun, why are you still standing there? Come in. It was only after entering that Tian Jing remembered Lu Chun was still outside. She paused, calling out to him before stepping into the home. Dad, Lu Chun and I have come to celebrate your birthday. Upon entering, she led Tong Tong toward her father, who was seated on the sofa. Tong Tong, quickly greet your grandpa. Grandpa, Tong Tong timidly called out in a soft voice, eliciting a warm smile from Tian Weigua as he embraced her. My little niece is so well-behaved. Where's your father? Tian Weigua inquired, beaming at Tong Tong. I'm here. Dad, happy birthday. Lu Chun chimed in, stepping forward to take Tong Tong in his arms, respectfully regarding his father-in-law. To Lu Chen's surprise, Tian Jing's father showed such genuine concern for him, as he had anticipated a more indifferent reception from Tian Weiguo. Why is it only second brother who is busy? What about eldest brother and little sister? Scanning the living room, Lu Chun noticed a solitary figure toiling away in the kitchen. Today, Dad Dong is on duty and couldn't make it. Fong Fong has some matters to attend to and said she would arrive later, the elderly man explained. A hint of helplessness crossing his features. That's all right. Let them be busy. After all, Shiao Jing and I are back. In order to spare Tian Weiguo from excessive sorrow, Lu Chun gently began to counsel him. How have you been lately? Do you still gamble? Gamble? I gave that up long ago. My focus now is solely on how to earn money. It seems that this father-in-law is aware of his own past indiscretions. Sitting opposite Tian Weiguo, Lu Chun awkwardly chuckled, uncertain of what to say to gain the elder's trust. Indeed, father, Lu Chun has stopped gambling. Just the other day, he earned over 50,000. Tian Jing, who had been assisting Tian Lei with cooking, noticed the awkwardness between Lu Chun and the elder and stepped over to provide support. Is that so? So Lu Chun has truly changed for the better. If it were just Lu Chun's word, Tian Weiguo might still harbor doubts. However, now that his daughter has come forward as a witness, it appears his worries were somewhat unfounded. Rest assured, father, I will ensure that Tian Jing and Tong Tong lead a good life, and when that time comes, 50,000? What kind of job pays so well? Perhaps I should join you. Just as Lu Chun was about to suggest bringing the elder over to enjoy a comfortable life with them, a sharp voice echoed from the doorway. Fong Fong, you've arrived, little sister. Upon seeing the woman who had just entered, Tian Jing and Tian Weiguo exclaimed in unison. Third sister, father, have you both lost your senses? Can you not discern such an obvious lie? Chapter 34. The heartfelt words of a father-in-law. Tian Fong stepped into the room, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Chun before addressing Tian Jing. I say, third sister, can't you think this through? Is there not something suspicious about the source of his money? What nonsense are you talking about? Your brother-in-law has truly changed for the better. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tong Tong. Hearing Tian Fong's skepticism, Tian Jing's expression soured. After pulling Tong Tong over, she looked at her and asked, Darling, tell your aunt, didn't T-Daddy buy you cake last night? And didn't he take you shopping for new clothes today? Auntie. Upon Tian Jing's prompting, Tong Tong approached Tian Fong, meeting her aunt's imposing gaze. Tong Tong quietly replied, Auntie, please don't say that about Daddy. He has been really good to me. My silly child. How can you possibly know who is good or bad at your age? Whether it was due to Tong Tong's sweet voice or Tian Fong's fondness for her niece, she squatted down and affectionately embraced Tong Tong. All right, let us eat. At that moment, Tian Lei had finished preparing the meal. Calling out to those outside, he began to prepare to serve the dishes. Wait, the cake I bought for Dad hasn't arrived yet. Let us wait a bit longer. Cake. Auntie, did you buy cake? Perhaps due to her youth. Tong Tong's eyes lit up at the mention of cake, tugging gently at Tian Fong's hand. Yes. Little darling, would you like some? I want some. Tong Tong shyly lowered her head, glancing at Lu Chun and Tian Jing, and cautiously replied. Tong Tong, what are you saying? Didn't you just eat yesterday? How can you be so impolite? Tong Tong's behavior left Tian Jing feeling somewhat displeased, fearing that Lu Chun might once again endure Tian Fong's disdain. She approached and firmly pulled Tong Tong back. Though Tian Fong was her sister, Tian Jing still had to consider Lu Chun's feelings. I want cake. I want to eat cake. After being yanked back, Tong Tong burst into tears. While others were somewhat indifferent, Tian Weiguo could no longer bear to watch. He strode over to Tian Jing, took Tong Tong into his embrace, and scolded her. Is this how a mother should act? If the child wishes to eat, let her eat. Just look at what you've done. After sheltering Tong Tong in his arms, Tian Weiguo gently wiped away her tears. Good girl, don't cry. Mommy was just teasing you. I'll have your aunt bring out the cake right away, and you can indulge to your heart's content. How's that sound? Thank you, Grandpa. Tong Tong sniffled, leaning her head against Tian Weiguo. All right, let us not make Dad angry anymore. We'll do as he says. Lu Chun stood nearby, observing the unfolding scene with great attention. As he noticed Tian Jing attempting to take their daughter away again, he quickly held her back. When the cake was finally presented, Tianfang cheerfully assisted Tong Tong in cutting a generous slice. Placing it before her, she playfully asked, "Aren't I the one who loves you the most, Tong Tong?" No. Daddy loves me the most." Relishing the long-awaited cake, Tong Tong was overjoyed. However, upon hearing Tianfang's question, she hesitated for a moment before vigorously shaking her little head. To her, no one could compare to her father, regardless of how well they treated her. "You little ingrate. I've truly wasted my affection on you," Tianfang thought, realizing that despite her efforts, Tong Tong's heart still belonged to her father. Frustrated, she returned to her seat. Today was her father's birthday, a rare occasion for the family to gather. "Let's first toast to Dad." Once the family was seated, Tian Lei, as the eldest brother, stood up first. After raising his glass to initiate the toast, he proposed a heartfelt blessing for Tian Weigua. "I agree. I have no objections." "Sound good." Soon after, Lu Chun, Tian Jing, and Tianfang also rose, each holding their glasses in tribute to their hard-working father. After the meal, Tian Lei had to leave shortly to care for his ailing wife, while Tianfang, exhausted from recent fatigue, retired to a nearby bedroom. Lu Chun remained in the living room, engaging in conversation with Tian Weigua, while Tian Jing took Tong Tong downstairs to play. "Lu Chun, you must stand up for yourself in the future, or else they will all look down on you." Sipping his tea, Lu Chun listened intently to his father-in-law's earnest words, bowing his head in acknowledgement. "I know you're facing some difficulties right now, but you must have confidence in yourself. Regardless of what others think, you must show them your worth. I have grown old now and do not wish for you all to remain by my side. As long as I am free from illness and disaster, there is no need for you to rush to my side." Speaking to Lu Chun, Tian Weigua expressed his sentiments as though he were addressing his own son. Listening to his father-in-law's words, Lu Chun felt a wave of emotion swell within him, his eyes moistening with unshed tears. To Lu Chun, those words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into his tender heart. "Dad, I will heed your advice. Once I return, I will work diligently, and when I earn enough, I will bring you to live with us. I shall attend to you and Tian Jing in your later years. That is unnecessary. I have grown accustomed to being alone. Furthermore, if I were to live in your home, I fear I might not be able to adapt." Tian Weigua smiled gently, politely declining Lu Chun's kind offer. The thought of residing in his daughter's house was not something Tian Weigua could entertain. In his mind, sons were meant to provide for their parents in old age, while daughters were akin to water spilled. Once married, they were no longer his concern. After a day out, Tian Jing returned home with Tong Tong. Remembering the gift she had chosen for her father, a smile brightened her face as she presented it. "Dad, I bought you a piece of clothing. Please try it on to see if it fits." "What? Why buy me clothes? I already have plenty." Upon hearing about the clothing, Tian Weigua's expression darkened immediately, his demeanor shifting to one of displeasure as he turned his back on Tian Jing. "Dad, this is just a small token of our affection. I hope you will accept it." From the side, Lu Chun observed the unfolding scene and stepped in to assist his wife in persuading her father. "Clothes? Surely, they aren't some cheap knockoff from a street vendor." Unbeknownst to them, Tianfang, who had been sleeping, emerged and, after glancing at the clothes Tian Jing had brought, remarked to Tian Weigua, "Dad, it would be best if you refrain from wearing such unbranded clothing. Who knows if it belonged to someone who passed away and was discarded on the street, only to be collected by those unscrupulous vendors." "Enough, Xiaofang. What exactly are you trying to achieve?" At that moment, Tian Jing could no longer contain her frustration. Since Xiaofang's arrival, Tian Jing had been suppressing her rising anger. The deliberate slurs against her husband and the instigation of her daughter were tolerable. But to suggest that the clothing she had purchased for her father belonged to a deceased individual was beyond her endurance. "This is a legitimate piece of clothing I bought for Dad from a reputable store. Do you understand? It cost nearly 200 yuan. 200 yuan. Our family of 3 barely spends 50 yuan a day. That represents 4 or 5 days of our living expenses. I can tolerate whatever you say, but you cannot assert that the clothes I bought for Dad were scavenged, nor can you claim they belong to someone who has passed." In a moment of catharsis, Tian Jing expressed her pent-up emotions, and after voicing her thoughts, she sank into a nearby chair, softly weeping. "Mom, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Just moments ago, Tong Tong was reveling in joy, but upon witnessing Tian Jing's tears, she too succumbed to sorrow. Soon, the echoes of their weeping filled the living room. Tian Jing's earlier words struck a chord deep within Lu Chen's heart. Seeing his wife weep due to Tian Fang's suspicions compelled him to draw her into his embrace. Enough! Why are you crying? Your father hasn't even spoken yet, so what's the rush? Besides, whether we bought it or found it is solely our concern. Why fret over it? As Lu Chen gently wiped the tears from Tian Jing's face, he offered soft reassurances. I'm just so upset. How dare she say that about me? Who does she think she is? Just because she has a little money, she feels superior? If she is wealthy, why doesn't she just buy it herself instead of looking down on others? Nestled in Lu Chen's arms, Tian Jing seemed to discover a sense of security. All right, let us not discuss it any further. I find this piece of clothing rather nice, so I shall keep it. Tian Weiguo took the garment from Tian Jing, examined it briefly, and then placed it in his own room. As both were his daughters, he found it difficult to choose sides. Beyond silently accepting his daughter's affections, the only option left for Tian Weiguo was to remain quiet. I'll buy whatever I wish. It's none of your business. The situation had escalated to such a degree that Tian Fang felt embarrassed to remain in the living room. Casting a disdainful glance at Tian Jing and Lu Chen, she retreated to her own bedroom. Due to the considerable distance, Lu Chen and Tian Jing decided not to leave, while Tian Fang, who had plans to visit a friend the following day, also chose to stay. Fortunately, Tian Weiguo's residence was a 3-bedroom apartment, providing ample space for everyone to rest. Later that evening, upon returning to their own room, Lu Chen discovered their daughter was already asleep. However, Tian Jing appeared somewhat irked, lying in bed in silence, her gaze fixed on the ceiling. What's wrong? Are you still angry? After freshening up, Lu Chen lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her and chuckling softly. What are you laughing at? Is it so amusing? Initially still fuming, Tian Jing's anger flared further upon hearing Lu Chen's laughter. She forcefully pushed him away, her voice laced with irritation. If you laugh again, go sleep in the living room and stop bothering me. All right. I won't laugh anymore, Lu Chen replied, cautious in his tone, mindful of provoking Tian Jing further. You are far too grown to act like Tian Fang. Once back in bed, Lu Chen chose his words carefully, fearing to ignite Tian Jing's ire. I'm not angry with her. I simply cannot stand her tone. Then you should speak more nicely. Haven't I always indulged you? Reflecting on Tian Jing's earlier unreasonable behavior and comparing it to her current demeanor, Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. No wonder people often say women are capricious. Lu Chen now fully understood this sentiment. Yet, Tian Jing seemed to disagree with his observation. The moment she heard Lu Chen mention indulging her, her stubbornness resurfaced. She sat up, glaring at Lu Chen with indignation. Who cares about your indulgence? You could always divorce me, you know? Be quiet. Upon hearing the word divorce, Lu Chen's mind instantly conjured the image of his first encounter with Tian Jing. Reflecting on his state of awakening back then and contrasting it with the life he currently possesses, Lu Chen was resolute in his desire to never hear that term again. From this moment forth, the word divorce shall not grace my ears. Is that truly so? It must be. I genuinely cannot fathom my life without you. Lu Chen pulled Tian Jing closer, fervently attempting to convey his affection. Darling, do you believe we are truly a married couple now? After a moment of tenderness, Tian Jing's anger dissipated. Nestled within Lu Chen's embrace, she pondered the fact that they had not consummated their marriage for quite some time, leading her to a sudden revelation. Indeed, we are husband and wife. We have a child together. How can we not be considered a couple? But then, why have you been avoiding me? Can you genuinely resist? Upon receiving Lu Chen's response, Tian Jing turned to face him, leaning in closer, her eyes sparkling with an urgent longing. Oh, I almost forgot. I find myself yearning for you. Are you suggesting we indulge in our desires? Observing Lu Chen's bashful demeanor, Tian Jing broke into a mischievous smile. Before Lu Chen could finish his thought, she propped herself up, ready to remove her clothing. No, my love, please wait a moment. As Tian Jing began to shed her top, Lu Chen hurriedly intervened. Seeing his hand restrain her, a displeased expression crossed Tian Jing's face. Pouting slightly, She looked at Lu Chan with a sense of grievance. What is the matter? Did you not just express your desires? I did express them. However, what I meant differs from what you envision. What do you mean then? What do you wish for me to do? I need to use the restroom. Before Tian Jing could process his words, Lu Chen leaped from the bed and dashed toward the bathroom without a backward glance. How peculiar! He seemed so different from before. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure and recalling his previous behavior, Tian Jing was filled with curiosity. Lu Chen, are you unwell? Why are you watching me go to the bathroom? Just as Tian Jing contemplated this, a loud shout from the living room interrupted her thoughts. What is happening? Puzzled, she hastily dressed and rushed outside. Upon her arrival, she observed Lu Chen sitting silently with his head bowed and Tian Fong, flushed with anger, standing nearby. Tian Jing, feeling anxious, inquired what transpired. What transpired? That shameless individual was peeking at me while I used the restroom. Chapter 36. A father's farewell, covering herself with her nightgown. Tian Fong pointed an accusing finger at Lu Chen, exclaiming to Tian Jing, "What do you think of him? He stayed up all night just to watch me in the bathroom." I did not. Lu Chen glanced at Tian Jing, his voice tinged with a hint of defiance. Did not? Do you dare claim you weren't in the restroom just now? Do you dare assert that you did not witness me inside? Have some decency. I always knew you were no good. How is it possible that my sister has taken a liking to such a scoundrel like you? Standing before Lu Chen, Tian Fong vented her anger, vehemently chastising him, as if releasing the pent-up fury within her. My dear wife, you know me well. I truly stepped out for a restroom break just now. I had no intention of looking at your younger sister. Lu Chen pleaded, casting a glance at Tian Jing, who he hoped could vindicate him. Be quiet. Who are you calling your younger sister? How dare you? Enraged by Lu Chen's words, Tian Fong raised her hand, poised to slap him across the face. Fong, what are you doing? Before Tian Fong's hand could connect with Lu Chen's cheek, Tian Jing intervened, grasping her arm. Meeting Tian Fong's furious gaze, Tian Jing calmly asserted, Lu Chen genuinely went to the restroom. He had no intention of looking at you. Is that so? After being restrained, Tian Fong scoffed, raising her voice in a mocking tone. What a wonderful sister you are. You understand the principle of keeping family matters private. Yet what does that prove? Regardless, your husband is no good. Want me to acknowledge him as my brother-in-law? Dream on. With her thoughts laid bare, Tian Fong stormed off into her room. My dear, I believe you. A succinct exchange of words drew Lu Chen and Tian Jing closer together in their hearts. The following day, after awakening, Lu Chen donned his clothes, preparing to freshen up. However, the events of the previous night lingered in his mind, causing him a twinge of apprehension. My love, perhaps you should check the restroom first? Noticing that Tian Jing was also dressed, Lu Chen approached her and whispered his suggestion. Look at how frightened you are. Could you not inquire if anyone is inside first? Ah, indeed. How did such a simple thought escape him? Lu Chen chuckled sheepishly at Tian Jing before turning to wash up. Dad, has Xiao Fong left? Even during breakfast, Tian Fong's absence was notable. Driven by curiosity, Tian Jing quietly asked Tian Weigua. She left ages ago. Said she was heading to a friend's place. Oh, I thought she was still asleep. The realization that Xiao Fong had departed left Tian Jing feeling somewhat disappointed. She had hoped to take advantage of breakfast to clarify matters with her. Dad, we need to leave too. After finishing their meal, Tian Jing and Lu Chen prepared to depart. Approaching Tian Weigua's room, Tian Jing reluctantly expressed their intention to leave. Can't you stay for another day? Tian Weigua set aside his newspaper, gazing at Tian Jing and Lu Chen with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Tong still has school, and Lu Chen must return to work. While Tian Jing wished to linger a bit longer, she felt she had no choice in the matter. Indeed, then you should go. Tian Weigua's initially hopeful expression turned rigid upon hearing Tian Jing's words. At last, after a brief, awkward chuckle, he turned and seated himself in his chair. Tong, bid farewell to your grandfather. Gazing at Tian Weigua's desolate figure, Tian Jing struggled to suppress her tears. After bringing Tong over, she gently pushed her towards Tian Weigua. Tong, remember to behave when you return. Tian Weigua embraced Tong tightly. His eyes slightly reddened as he patted her back. Dad, you should head back now. There's no need to see us off. Please go inside. Goodbye, Grandpa. The Lu family, under Tian Weigua's watchful gaze, slowly made their way out of the door. Wait. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, Tian Weigua suddenly halted their impending steps. Remember to come back home often. Don't be like before, staying away for a whole year. My time is limited, and we want to have many chances to meet. With tears welling in his eyes, Tian Weigua resembled a child leaning against the doorway, bidding farewell to his family. Dad! Tian Jing abruptly released Tong Tong and Lu Chun, opening her arms to plunge into Tian Weigua's embrace. Witnessing this poignant scene, Lu Chun found tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. Bending down, he scooped up his daughter, holding Tong Tong securely in his arms. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? As they walked back home, Lu Chun paused, feeling a pang of sympathy for Tian Jing, who still seemed lost in the earlier scene. It's not that I'm reluctant to leave. It's just what? Dad, it's true. You're getting old. Wrapping her arms around Lu Chen's shoulder, Tian Jing once again shed tears. Silly. Everyone ages. He reassured her. All we can do now is live without regrets. As for the matter of aging, let that be in the hands of fate. With one hand cradling his little sweetheart and the other embracing his wife, Lu Chun held tightly to these two pivotal figures in his life. By the time they returned home, afternoon had already fallen. Having skipped lunch on the way, Tian Jing promptly set about preparing dinner upon entering the house. You're cooking? Yes. I'll take our daughter out to play for a bit. Initially, Lu Chun had intended to prepare the meal himself, but Tian Jing beat him to it. Reluctantly, he took Tong Tong outside to play. Sweetheart, haven't you always wanted a teddy bear? Look over there. Upon reaching the street, Lu Chun led Tong Tong to a toy store. Standing at the entrance, through the shop's glass, he pointed to a large teddy bear. Little bear, Daddy, I want that teddy bear, Tong Tong exclaimed, joyfully bouncing as she tugged at Lu Chen's hand. All right, Daddy will buy it for you right now. For Tong Tong, possessing a cuddly toy to sleep with had long been her greatest dream. Previously, Lu Chun had refrained from purchasing one, fearing it would upset Tian Jing. However, after witnessing the farewell scene with Tian Weigua and Tian Jing, he resolved to fulfill his daughter's dream, even if it meant facing Tian Jing's complaints. Lu Chun was unwilling to leave any regrets behind. Hello, sir. May I help you? Lu Chun, what a surprise to see you here. Chapter 37. Female classmate. As Lu Chun stepped through the entrance of the shop, cradling Tong Tong in his arms, a mature woman promptly greeted him with a warm smile. However, the moment she lifted her gaze to meet Lu Chen's, her voice abruptly halted. Excuse me, have we met before? I seem to have forgotten. Gazing at the unfamiliar woman before him, Lu Chun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The fact that she could recognize him and even recall his name was perplexing, especially since he had no recollection of her. Meet, old classmate. It's been nearly 5 or 6 years since we last saw each other. Wait, we're classmates? How could I have forgotten your name? The realization that he was conversing with a female classmate he hadn't seen in years was a significant revelation for Lu Chun, one that left him somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, he was adept at navigating such unexpected social encounters. I'm Lu Min. How could you forget me? This is quite hurtful. Perhaps Lu Min shared a closer bond with Lu Chun than he realized. After introducing herself, she took his hand and guided him toward the nearby cash register. It's been so many years, and you already have a child? Once seated, Lu Min remarked playfully, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Tong Tong nestled in Lu Chun's arms. What can I say? My parents are eager. Lu Chun attempted to immerse himself in the congenial atmosphere, striving to present himself as the classmate Lu Min once knew, while also seeking to uncover more about her life. With this in mind, he gently set Tong Tong down and encouraged her, Baby, say hello to Ani. Ani, hello. Such a good girl. What a delightful little baby. As she embraced Tong Tong, Lu Min's face lit up with surprise and delight. And what about you? Have you settled down? Observing Lu Min's affectionate demeanor towards Tong Tong, Lu Chun couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Settle down? Who would want someone like me? For some reason, upon hearing the phrase settle down, Lu Min's smile dimmed considerably. After casting a glance at Lu Chun, she offered a resigned smile. I've grown accustomed to living alone. Besides, I have no intention of marrying. Life is quite enjoyable this way. Surveying her current circumstances, Lu Min let out a long sigh, lowering her head with a bittersweet smile. Such thoughts are not advisable. I once shared your perspective, yet I ultimately succumbed to my parents' wishes. Taking Lu Min's viewpoint into account, Lu Chun pondered the implications of such a mindset, as if he were an experienced individual offering guidance on the potential consequences of her stance. Initially, are you saying you never intended to marry? Indeed, only a fool would contemplate marriage. Isn't it far more liberating to be carefree? Lu Chun remained oblivious to the change in Lu Min's expression, believing they were reminiscing about the past. However, before he could continue, the faint smile on Lu Min's face faded entirely. I have a few matters to attend to. Let us talk later. With that, she gently released her hold on Tong Tong. As Lu Chun felt the lingering gaze of confusion from Lu Min, she promptly turned her head away. Very well. We shall connect when time permits. Lu Chun found himself puzzled. Just moments ago, Lu Min had been brimming with enthusiasm, yet she had now transformed into a completely different demeanor. Suppressing his curiosity, Lu Chun lifted Tong Tong and began to make his way outside. Just as he was about to exit, Tong Tong's voice chimed from his arms, calling out gently, "Daddy, the teddy bear. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about this?" Lu Chun exclaimed, tapping his forehead. He then addressed Lu Min, "Old classmate, my daughter is particularly fond of that teddy bear. Could you inform me of its price?" At that moment, Lu Min seemed utterly disinterested in Lu Chun's presence, even less so in his words. However, upon hearing Lu Chun inquire about the teddy bear's price, she hurried over, snatched the bear from its place, and thrust it into Lu Chun's hands. "Not a penny. Just take it." "Not a penny? Surely that cannot be," Lu Chun replied, incredulous. "Though we are classmates, I cannot allow you to incur a loss." He had intended to pay, but Lu Min's insistence left him momentarily speechless. Clinging to the notion that he could not allow an old friend to suffer a loss, Lu Chun pressed some money into Lu Min's hands. "It's not easy for you either. You must accept something. I shall say this once more. Not a single penny. Now be gone," Lu Min declared, forcefully pushing away Lu Chun's hand that offered money before turning and retreating inside. Lu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. What had caused Lu Min to change so suddenly? As he pondered this question on his way home, he recalled the warmth of their initial encounter and contrasted it with the awkwardness of the present moment, leaving his mind blank. "Mommy, look, Daddy bought me a teddy bear." The moment they crossed the threshold of their home, Tong Tong wriggled free from Lu Chun's embrace and dashed toward Tian Jing's back, her excitement palpable. "Why are you wasting money again?" Tian Jing turned at the sound of Tong Tong's voice and cast an irate glance at Lu Chun upon noticing the teddy bear in Tong Tong's hands. "I merely wish to indulge my daughter's desires. Besides, it hardly cost a fortune," Lu Chun justified as he recalled the scene he had anticipated during the journey home. Observing Tian Jing's displeasure, he offered a nervous chuckle and approached her, intending to change the subject. However, he did not anticipate that Tong Tong would betray him in the ensuing moment. "Daddy is right. This teddy bear was given to me by Auntie. Daddy didn't spend any money." What had begun as an attempt to support her father had transformed Tong Tong into an unintended informant. It was too late for Lu Chun to intervene as he realized the predicament he was in. Hearing the deepening breaths from Tian Jing beside him, he felt the world sway, leaving him devoid of strength to remain standing. "Oh really? Someone gave you a gift? Why not linger a while longer? You never know. There might be more gifts to come." Upon hearing Tong Tong recount the origins of the toy bear, Tian Jing cast a cold glance at Lu Chun. "Darling, will you allow me to explain and finish my words?" "No time. I want to sleep." Watching Tian Jing seethe in bed, Lu Chun felt utterly disheartened. He could only blame himself for not having informed Tong Tong in advance. Otherwise, the scene might have been averted. "Mommy, please don't be angry with Daddy. Daddy gave the money to the auntie, and she insisted on refusing it." Chapter 38. The trouble from a document, my dear ancestor. Are you not worried that this situation is already chaotic enough? Listening to his daughter's increasingly fervent declarations, Lu Chun hurriedly scooped Tong Tong into his arms. "Sweetheart, please don't speak. Can't you see that Mommy is upset? Are you trying to ensure that Daddy sleeps on the streets?" Cradling his daughter, Lu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He had never realized how talkative Tong Tong could be. Through today's events, Lu Chun came to a profound understanding of his daughter. Not only was she eloquent, but she was also unabashedly confrontational. With Tian Jing refusing to eat while lying in bed, Lu Chun naturally dared not indulge himself either. After simply attending to Tong Tong's breakfast, the family of three all retreated to bed. It's really not as you imagine. What must I say for you to believe me? After showering and collapsing onto the bed, Lu Chun observed Tian Jing's lingering ire and felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he lit a cigarette. Speak. What must I do for you to trust my words? After finishing his smoke, Lu Chun lay back down, pulling Tian Jing close once more, pleading earnestly. What is it that I must believe? Who do you trust more, our daughter or me? That's between you two. It has nothing to do with me. Tian Jing shot Lu Chun a discontented glance before turning over to continue her slumber. However, Lu Chun was evidently unwilling to grant her this reprieve. Gripping Tian Jing's arm firmly, he leaned in closer. With merely 10 centimeters separating their faces, Lu Chun met Tian Jing's gaze and articulated, "Today is merely our first encounter, and it is a purely academic relationship. And so what?" Lu Chun had assumed that under such circumstances, his actions might evoke some sentiment in Tian Jing. To his surprise, she was not moved, but instead retorted, "So you have no intention of explaining, correct?" If Tong Tong hadn't mentioned it, would today, as incident have been swept under the rug? Lu Chun dream on. After revealing her inner doubts, Tian Jing forcefully extended her hands and pushed Lu Chun away, toppling him over. "What are you even thinking?" Now, pushed aside, Lu Chun felt a surge of irritation. He turned away and fell into a restless sleep. When the next day dawned, Lu Chun quietly dressed himself. Taking a glance at the slumbering Tian Jing and Tong Tong, he gently slipped out of the room. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Chun had barely settled in when Shiao Xin approached him. "Lu Chun, please take the document on your desk to the sales department later." "Certainly." Hardly had he settled into his chair for a minute when Lu Chun hurried off with the document towards the sales department. Observing his retreating figure, Shiao Xin broke into a sly smile. "Oh, Lu Chun, do you not know the esteemed general manager phone? Let us see if she can shield you this time." Upon returning to her seat, a girl sitting opposite Shiao Xin stood up. Noticing the smile on Shiao Xin's face, she curiously inquired, "So, has that foolish lad left?" "He must have. He has probably arrived by now." Shiao Xin calculated the time, and a triumphant grin spread across her face. "Huh, what a simpleton. If the general manager finds out, he'll be out on his ear. Indeed, I trust General Manager Feng will no longer protect him. You are truly impressive. I am in awe." The two conversed as if casually, drawing no attention from those around them. At that moment, Lu Chun remained oblivious to the machinations unfolding behind him. Arriving at the sales department with the document Shiao Xin had entrusted to him, he looked for the name Zhang Wei written upon it. "Hello. May I ask where Zhang Wei is?" Approaching a girl nearby, Lu Chun politely inquired about Zhang Wei. "Zhang, you mean Manager Zhang, right? Manager? So this Zhang Wei is your manager?" "Yes. Didn't you know?" This revelation left Lu Chun somewhat embarrassed. He had never anticipated that the document in his possession was intended for the head of the sales department. Standing before the door marked as the manager's office, Lu Chun took a moment to steady his nerves. "Excuse me, is Manager Zhang in?" He gently tapped on the door and cautiously called out from outside, "Come in." Upon receiving the response from within, Lu Chun slowly entered the room. Facing a young man, he placed the document on the desk. "Manager Zhang, hello. Here is the document you requested." "What? The document I requested? What did I ask for that?" Zhang Wei, who had been engrossed in his materials, lifted his head upon hearing Lu Chun's purpose. "Who are you? You're not from our department, are you?" "I am Lu Chun, from the trade department." Lu Chun replied nervously to Zhang Wei's inquiry. "The trade department? Why would you deliver a document to me?" Zhang Wei, intrigued, reached for the document Lu Chun had set down. However, after merely flipping through a page, Zhang Wei's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly closed the document and, visibly irritated, glared at Lu Chun, demanding, "Who instructed you to deliver this to me?" "It was Shiao Xin from our department. Is there something wrong?" Lu Chun was startled by the anger etched on Zhang Wei's face. He had no idea what was contained within the document, as Shiao Xin had merely asked him to deliver it. I see. You may return now. Understood. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wei waved his hand, signaling for Lu Chun to leave. As Lu Chun stepped out of Zhang Wei's office, he suddenly realized that his back was drenched. Recalling Zhang Wei's abrupt change in expression, Lu Chun returned to his department with a sense of confusion. Instead of heading straight to his desk, he approached Shiao Xin. What document did you ask me to deliver earlier? He inquired. What's wrong? It was just an ordinary document. Shiao Xin ziplete? Her curiosity piqued as she observed the disheveled Lu Chun before her. Ordinary document? Are you absolutely certain it was merely an ordinary document? What a joke. How could I possibly misinterpret such a document? Lu Chun, have you lost your mind? Why are you asking me such questions? Upon hearing Lu Chun's skepticism, Shiao Xin raised her voice, attracting the attention of those around them. Faced with the gazes of onlookers, Lu Chun felt compelled to suppress his mounting doubts and return to his seat. What on earth is happening? Could it be that I misread the situation earlier? Even after sitting down, Lu Chun's mind lingered on the earlier scene. The very thought of Zhang Wei's expression sent a shiver down his spine. Lu Chun, Manager Li is calling for you. Just as Lu Chun continued to ponder the earlier events, a cold voice emanated from the direction of the manager's office. Observing the figure of Director Zhang departing, Lu Chun promptly responded, Understood. Chapter 39. The missing scene. Manager Li, you were looking for me? Lu Chun entered Li Lei's office, naturally approaching him. Upon hearing Lu Chun's voice, Li Lei looked up. Lu Chun, have you gone mad? He uttered, leaving Lu Chun utterly baffled. Me? Mad? Manager Li, you can't be serious. Not mad. Then how could you have taken such photos and delivered them to Manager Zhang? Li Lei's irritation at Lu Chun's bewilderment was palpable as he tossed the document Lu Chun had just delivered to the sales department in his direction. Take a look for yourself. What do you see? As Lu Chun picked up the familiar folder, curiosity etched on his face, he began to flip through it. After just one page, he could no longer continue. To his astonishment, the folder contained swimming photos of Fong Fong Fong. If it were merely a collection of swimming pictures, it would be one thing, but these images seemed deliberately focused on Fong Fong Fong's most captivating features. This isn't my doing. Shiao Xin gave this to me, claiming it was for Zhang Wei in the sales department. I had no idea what was inside. Lu Chun exclaimed in a flustered manner, immediately implicating Shiao Xin. He insisted on bringing her to the office to clarify his innocence before Li Lei. You say it was Shiao Xin who gave this to you? Yes. If it weren't for her, how would I have these? Then call her in here. I want to question her directly. Upon hearing that it was Shiao Xin who provided the documents, Li Lei hesitated for a moment, though curiosity still lingered in his mind. His tone softened considerably as he continued speaking with Lu Chun. Storming out of Li Lei's office, Lu Chun angrily made his way towards Shiao Xin. Shiao Xin, did you not instruct me to deliver the documents to Manager Zhang in the sales department? Indeed. What seems to be the problem? Then what are these? Upon witnessing Shiao Xin's bewildered expression, Lu Ken abruptly tossed the photographs before her. Like Lu Ken, Shiao Xin's face mirrored astonishment upon seeing the images. Where did you acquire these photos? Where did I get them? Aren't they all from you? I never anticipated that Shiao Xin could be so deceptive. Hearing her nonchalant tone, Lu Ken was nearly driven to laughter by his frustration. Did I give these to you? Lu Ken, what nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? You know the truth in your heart. Manager Li is waiting for you. You shall explain it to him in person. After being unexpectedly attacked by Shiao Xin, Lu Ken lost the desire to argue further. He casually gestured towards Li Lei's office and strode ahead. Manager Li, this is all part of Lu Chun's scheme. You must not be deceived. As soon as Shiao Xin entered Li Lei's office, she accused Lu Ken of wronging her. As if fearing Li Lei might not believe her, she recounted the events while quietly sobbing. I intended to deliver the documents to Manager Zhang myself, but Lu Ken insisted on helping. Had I known he would engage in such antics, I would never have permitted him to go. Listening to Shiao Xin's distorted narrative, Lu Ken felt his anger swell. Were it not for their presence in the company, in Li Lei's office no less, he would have been tempted to slap her. Shiao Xin, how can you speak like this? Lu Ken struggled to suppress his rising fury. pointing at Shiao Xin and shouting in indignation. "Umph. Liu Ken, if you were a man, you would simply admit it. If you refuse to acknowledge it and insist that I asked you to deliver the documents, then I am powerless." Shiao Xin had now transformed into a rogue, relentlessly attacking Liu Ken as if she had set her sights on him. Resolving to retaliate against Shiao Xin's unfounded accusations, Liu Ken declared, "You are utterly unreasonable." "Unreasonable? Are you being reasonable? You secretly took photos of General Manager Foam. You are a pervert. I did not take those. Those photos were not taken by me. Not by you? Then how did they end up in your possession? You gave them to me." As their argument escalated, Li Lei could no longer bear to witness the spectacle. He slammed his hand down on the table and addressed the pair sharply. "Have you no sense of decorum? This is a company, a workplace. If you continue to bicker, get out." Li Lei, usually composed, was pushed to the brink and uttered an expletive. "Didn't you both claim to be innocent? Very well. I will review the surveillance footage to ascertain who is lying." Once Liu Ken and Shiao Xin quieted down, Li Lei turned the screen of his computer towards them and retrieved the surveillance from the Trade Department. As he opened the footage from the working hours, all three gazed intently at the screen. The images shifted continuously, and soon, Liu Ken appeared in the footage. As Liu Chun gazed at his reflection on the surveillance monitor, he let out a cold snort. Just then, as he settled into his seat, Shiao Xian's figure appeared on the screen. Just as they were about to discern who had initiated contact, the footage abruptly transformed into a monochrome display, as if the system had frozen. How could this happen? Upon witnessing such a bizarre occurrence, Li Lei hurriedly attempted to adjust the monitoring settings. After a few delicate clicks of the mouse, the image returned to normal. However, now the monitor revealed Chun Nan, who had acquired the documents. As if to greet Shiao Xian, Liu Chun waved to her before turning and ascending the staircase. Yes, it was exactly like that. Seeing this scene, Shiao Xian exclaimed in astonishment. After Liu Chun retrieved the document from my hand, he even took a moment to acknowledge me. Shiao Xian glanced at Li Lei and added to her earlier statement. "What do you mean? I acknowledged you, but that doesn't signify anything, does it?" Liu Chun felt a surge of irritation. It was evident that someone had tampered with the surveillance, resulting in the crucial footage being obscured. Just as he prepared to explain to Li Lei, Shiao Xian interjected, "Liu Chun, I am aware of your family circumstances." "What do you mean by that?" Liu Chun was momentarily taken aback by Shiao Xian's abrupt remark. Were they not discussing who had secretly photographed General Foam? Why had Shiao Xian diverted the conversation to his family situation? "Shiao Xian, what are you implying?" Li Lei was also drawn in by her words. Observing the confusion on their faces, Shiao Xian chuckled softly and remarked to Liu Chun, "Before you started working at the company, you were a gambler, weren't you? You must have intended to exchange these photos for money." Chapter 40. Liu Chun's vulnerability nonsense. I would never engage in such activities. Liu Chun felt a twinge of anxiety. First, he was labeled a voyeur, and now he was perceived as someone who profited from scandalous photographs. This sudden shift left him somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, he began to reassess his opinion of Shiao Xian. What on earth was happening? "Shiao Xian, please continue." Li Lei was entirely oblivious to Liu Chun's past until Shiao Xian brought it to light. Had she not mentioned it, he would never have suspected that Liu Chun had once been a gambler. Liu Chun is indeed extraordinary. After a couple of derisive chuckles, Shiao Xian shot a triumphant glance at Liu Chun. She then faced Li Lei, continuing, "Liu Chun was once a gambler who squandered his family's entire fortune. I heard he has a daughter who is ill. Instead of seeking money to treat her, he lost even the funds meant for her care. This nearly drove his wife to divorce him. Enough." The revelations Shiao Xian shared felt like a raw wound being reopened. Liu Chun could no longer bear to listen. "Shiao Xin, for where did you hear all this news?" Li Lei merely glanced at Liu Chun and was entirely convinced that Shiao Xin was speaking nothing but the truth. The fact that Shiao Xin could acquire such private information about a family like Liu Chun's truly made Li Lei regard her with newfound respect. A relative of mine lives next door to Liu Chun. Otherwise, how could I possibly know so much? Upon hearing Li Lei's inquiry, Shiao Xin provided an explanation that seemed quite reasonable without batting an eye. "Shiao Xin." Liu Chun raised his head to glance at her. letting out a bitter smile before lowering his gaze once more. Let us keep work and family separate, shall we? What began as an issue regarding some photographs has now transformed into a public trial questioning my character. This is rather difficult for me to accept. You've heard the saying, don't bring misfortune upon your family. Haven to you? I admit that I was indeed a scoundrel in the past, but I'm striving to change now. If you don't believe me, there's little I can do. Lu Chun lifted his head, locking his gaze on his Shiao Xin for an extended moment before finally averting his eyes. Turning to Li Lei, he let out a heavy sigh and declared, as for today's incident, I swear upon the heavens, it was not my doing. If you truly wish to place this blame upon me, then there's nothing I can do about it. After uttering these words, Lu Chun cast one last look at Shiao Xin before departing without a backward glance. Shiao Xin, can you assure me that you are speaking nothing but the truth? Once Lu Chun had left, Li Lei's previous convictions began to waver. Rest assured, Manager Li, this Lu Chun is indeed a scoundrel. He could even divert money meant for his daughter's medical treatment into gambling. What else might he be capable of? In response to Li Lei's skeptical gaze, Shiao Xin confidently patted her chest in assurance. Very well. You may return to your work now. Understood, Manager Li. After watching Shiao Xin leave, Li Lei contemplated for a moment before picking up the phone and dialing a number from his desk. Lu Chun returned to his seat in a daze, reflecting on the vivid scene that had just transpired, remaining silent. After tidying up his belongings, he resolved to leave the company. Having his past recounted before Li Lei felt akin to inflicting 2 slaps upon himself. If Shiao Xin could speak of such matters in front of Li Lei, she would undoubtedly do so before others as well. Rather than sit idly and become the subject of ridicule, it would be better to leave at once. With this thought in mind, Lu Chun walked out of the company's in trance, his head bowed low. No, I cannot return home just yet. As he neared his residence, Lu Chun abruptly halted. In the past, he would have hastened home at this point, but now he could not bring himself to do so. Tian Jing had been unemployed for several days already. If she were to discover that he too had lost his job, Lu Chun shuddered at the thought of that scenario. Since returning home was not an option, Lu Chun continued walking down the main road, both to delay his return and to seek a moment of respite for his troubled mind. To avoid being ensnared in a pessimistic state all day due to the trivialities of the morning, Lu Chun leisurely made his way to an overpass. Standing at the railing and gazing down at the bustling vehicles below, he reflected on what a man's life ought to embody. Observing the diverse throngs on the street and the hurried pedestrians, Lu Chun felt a yearning for the lives of those individuals. He lingered there for the better part of the day, eventually glancing at his phone and realizing it was time to return home. As he began to descend, he encountered a woman approaching. She was clad in a dress, one hand carrying a bag and the other clutching a phone. Listening to her voice, it seemed she was engaged in a conversation. I know. Just hold on a moment. I'll be back at the office shortly. After hanging up, she prepared to place her phone back in her bag, seemingly unaware of a critical issue. As she ascended the staircase, her momentary distraction caused her center of gravity to shift, and it appeared she was on the verge of losing her balance. Be careful, Lu Chun shouted, rushing down to catch her just in time. Are you all right? In that precarious moment, his grip was as firm as a vice, stabilizing her. After a brief moment of panic, the woman exhaled deeply and glanced down, shaken. Thank you. Once she regained her composure, she expressed her gratitude to Lu Chun. You must be more cautious while walking. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, you would have surely tumbled down. The memory of that harrowing instant sent a shiver down Lu Chun's spine, but seeing the woman's safe calmed his racing heart. I truly appreciate your help today, she reiterated. Let us leave it at that. Just remember this lesson for the future. With her safety assured, Lu Chun felt no reason to linger any longer. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, he continued his descent. As he walked away, the woman nodded her thanks and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to step forward, a business card on the ground caught her attention. Lomhao Group? He is actually one of our colleagues? Picking up the card that Lu Chun had dropped, she intended to call him back, but when she looked up, Lu Chun's figure had vanished from sight. Chapter 41. Call me to work, darling. I'm home. Upon returning home, Lu Chun, as usual, called out for Tian Jing after opening the door. Honey? Typically, at this hour, he would be greeted with a warm embrace from her. However, today, gazing at the empty room, he sensed that something was amiss. Had Tian Jing gone to pick up Tong Tong and not yet returned? But school had long since let out. Could it be that she knew about his dismissal? That was unlikely. Perhaps her brother had come over again. After a flurry of anxious thoughts, Lu Chun felt as if his head might explode. As Lu Chun was preparing to step out in search of Tian Jing, he noticed her entering, cradling Tong Tong in her arms. "Where have you two been?" Upon seeing Tian Jing and Tong Tong return home, Lu Chun felt a sense of relief wash over him, although curiosity still lingered within him. As long as both Tian Jing and Tong Tong were safe, that was all that mattered. "Daddy, Mommy took me to the zoo." Just as Lu Chen's question escaped his lips, Tong Tong, brimming with joy, eagerly provided an answer. "The zoo? Didn't you have school today?" Lu Chun was astonished at Tian Jing's newfound generosity, allowing Tong Tong a trip to the zoo. "School? We went after classes." Tong Tong tilted her adorable little face up towards Lu Chun, gazing earnestly as if afraid he might think she had skipped school. "Did you really have time for the zoo after school, Tong Tong? You're not pulling a fast one on Daddy, are you?" Lu Chun found it hard to believe Tong Tong's words, considering the nearest zoo to their home. If they truly visited the zoo, they would return in less than 3 hours, not accounting for the time spent inside. Given Tong Tong's lively nature, it was improbable they would return so swiftly. "I'm not lying, Daddy. I saw lots of little animals, and Mommy even bought some vegetables there." Tong Tong, with sincerity, nestled into Lu Chen's embrace while pointing at the greens Tian Jing had brought home. "Buying vegetables at the zoo? That's akin to a trip to the market." After some contemplation, Lu Chun couldn't help but chuckle as he held Tong Tong closer. "Sweetheart, that's not a zoo. It's a market where we buy vegetables and meat. But there are animals there too," Tong Tong exclaimed. "Animals at the market?" Lu Chun's curiosity piqued as he gazed at her cherubic face. "What sort of animals did you see there, my dear?" "Daddy, there were lots of chickens, ducks, and fish." Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Chun burst into laughter, planting a kiss on Tong Tong's cheek, feeling increasingly enchanted by his adorable little girl. "Still upset?" After soothing Tong Tong for a while, Lu Chun approached Tian Jing, who was busy cooking. Remembering the misunderstanding from the previous day, he intended to clarify matters with her. "No," Tian Jing replied curtly, seemingly reluctant to engage with Lu Chun. "Then you should take a break. I'll handle dinner." Without awaiting her consent, Lu Chun snatched the spoon from her hand. After losing the spoon, Tian Jing did not react, but instead walked to the stool by the door. Picking up the clothes Lu Chun had changed out of and headed towards the bathroom. In a short while, Lu Chun had finished preparing the dishes. He served the rice, which had been simmering, and called out to Tong Tong, "Sweetheart, come eat." Once he had everything set on the table, he went to the bathroom. "Darling, shall we have dinner? You all eat first." "I'm not hungry," Tian Jing replied, diligently scrubbing the clothes in her hands, not even lifting her head, firmly rejecting Lu Chen's invitation. "You must eat something. It's not good to skip meals." Just as he had attempted to snatch the spoon earlier, Lu Chun stepped forward, intent on seizing the clothing from Tian Jing's hands. However, this time, Tian Jing appeared far less amenable than before. As she observed Lu Chen's outstretched hand, she forcefully shoved him away. "I've already stated that I'm not hungry. Why must you be so bothersome?" After pushing Lu Chen's hand away, she swiftly turned around and unleashed a fierce rebuke in response to his astonished expression. All right. I'm not hungry, not hungry. My daughter and I will eat first, and later I shall reserve some food for you." Fearing that he might further provoke Tian Jing, Lu Chun hastily retreated in defeat. After dining with his daughter, Lu Chun noticed that Tian Jing had not yet emerged. Initially contemplating calling her from inside, the earlier scene made him reconsider, and he momentarily abandoned that thought. Tidying up the house, Lu Chun placed the meal he had set aside for Tian Jing on the table. Having completed these tasks, he returned to bed, engaging in play with Tong Tong. It was only after Tong Tong grew weary and fell asleep that Lu Chun finally rose from the bed. Hearing the persistent sound of running water from a bathroom, he abandoned his initial plan to shower. After removing his clothes, he lay back down, succumbing to fatigue and drifting off to sleep. Upon waking the next morning, Lu Chun intended to prepare for work. However, as he reached the door, He hesitated and retreated, realizing he had been dismissed from his job and could no longer return. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he managed a wry smile and proceeded to assist Tian Jing in preparing breakfast. "Darling, it's time to rise." After finishing breakfast, Lu Chun climbed onto the bed, gently calling out to the still sleeping Tian Jing by her ear. "MMM." At the sound of Lu Chun's voice, Tian Jing instinctively responded. Suddenly recalling something, she opened her eyes wide. "Why aren't you at work? I'm on my day off. Today is my scheduled rest day." Upon seeing Tian Jing awaken, Lu Chun braced himself for her potential anger. To his surprise, instead of ire, he was met with her inquiry. "You're off? I was wondering why you weren't at work." It was unclear whether Tian Jing had calmed down or simply forgotten the events of yesterday. After casting a casual glance at Lu Chun, she reached for her clothes. "Darling, why aren't you dressed?" At that moment, Tian Jing was entirely unclothed, sitting up from the covers in her bare form. Witnessing this, Lu Chun quickly turned away. Although he had encountered similar sights before, they had always been accidental. Seeing it so overtly now left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Just as he attempted to steady his emotions, Lu Chun heard his phone ring. The moment he answered, he was met with the stern voice of Director Zhang. "Lu Chun, what are you doing? Why aren't you at work?" "Work? What is going on? Wasn't I supposed to be dismissed?" Lu Chun was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Chapter 42. A bowl of noodles, what's wrong? Is something the matter? After Tian Jing finished dressing, she noticed Lu Chun standing nearby, somewhat dazed. Temporarily setting aside the tension between them, she approached him with concern. "It's nothing. There's an urgent matter at the company. I need to rush back immediately." Although Lu Chun felt a twinge of confusion, he had no intention of revealing his thoughts to Tian Jing. He turned to grab his clothes and hurriedly exited. "What about breakfast?" Tian Jing was about to ask if Lu Chun wanted her to bring him some, but by the time she realized it, his figure had already vanished. "Lu Chun, what's going on with you? Did you oversleep?" As Lu Chun arrived at the company entrance, he was greeted by the furious expression of Director Zhang. Approaching him, Lu Chun curiously inquired, "Director Zhang, were you not aware?" "Not aware? Not aware of what?" Director Zhang, who had been seething just moments ago, raised an eyebrow at Lu Chun's vague remark, clearly displeased. "I resigned." "What? You resigned? How come I didn't know?" Upon hearing Lu Chun's declaration, Director Zhang's irritation dissipated, as if he were contemplating the truth of Lu Chun's words. After a brief moment of thought, he asked, "Why did you resign?" "I was framed. I simply couldn't bear to stay at the company any longer." In front of Director Zhang, Lu Chun recounted the events of the previous day in detail. "This is indeed troublesome. Of all times for the surveillance to malfunction, it had to be at such a critical moment." After listening to Lu Chun's predicament, Director Zhang muttered in frustration. Then, he looked at Lu Chun earnestly and asked, "Has your resignation been approved?" "Approved? I just walked out. That's the end of it." Having made up his mind to leave, Lu Chun was no longer concerned about such trivial matters. Why bother with a formal resignation only to return and endure mockery? Lu Chun was no fool. He would not subject himself to such humiliation. Then, this is manageable. The fact that you haven't formally resigned means there is still room for negotiation. Upon realizing that Lu Chun had not officially resigned, Director Zhang's previously furrowed brow relaxed. "Return to work for now. I'll have a word with Manager Li." "Work? Am I really supposed to go back?" "Director Zhang, are you joking?" "What joke? Just do as I say. Go back to work." After explaining his situation, Lu Chun was preparing to bid farewell to Director Zhang. However, to his surprise, Director Zhang seemed reluctant to let him leave and, after a few quick instructions, dashed inside. "What's going on? How can I possibly return to the company like this?" Watching Director Zhang's retreating figure, Lu Chun felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. "What do you think of this matter concerning Lu Chun?" In Manager Li's office, Director Zhang appeared far less anxious than before. "This kid, how am I supposed to comment on this?" Manager Li hesitated to express his views on Lu Chun's situation, especially since there had been no word from Feng Feifei's side, leaving him uncertain. Li Lei's uncertainty seemed to provide Director Zhang with an opportunity. He leaned forward with a hint of a smile and inquired, "Do you believe he could be responsible for this matter?" "It's hard to say. If it were truly for the sake of acquiring some money to settle debts, I think he might be tempted to take a risk. Although Li Lei was somewhat indecisive regarding Lu Chen's situation, the information brought by Shiao Xin was undeniably accurate. According to her, Li Lei was not particularly optimistic about Lu Chen at this moment. So, shall we terminate his employment then? Let him be. If he wishes to leave, he may do so. If he prefers to stay, let him remain. Since there has been no movement from Feng Feifei's side, Li Lei could only proceed step by step. As for the punishment for Lu Chen, Li Lei had yet to devise a plan and could only allow Lu Chen to make his own choice. All right, I shall confront him directly. With Li Lei's subtle hint, Director Zhang felt more assured. Upon reaching the ground floor and seeing Lu Chen still waiting for him, Director Zhang appeared to have transformed entirely. Lu Chen, you certainly have some audacity. How could you commit such acts within our company? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Lu Chen gazed at Director Zhang, curiosity swelling within him. Previously, Zhang had greeted him warmly, and now, with a mere shift in tone, he seemed to be an entirely different person. Director Zhang, what has happened to you? Be quiet. Do not try to ingratiate yourself with me. You are hereby terminated. Go about your business. Compared to the previous version of Director Zhang, the man standing before Lu Chen now resembled a mere imitation. Apart from the physical resemblance, Lu Chen could detect none of the previous familiarity. Having been summoned to work early that morning only to be dismissed now was bewildering. Observing this capricious Director Zhang, Lu Chen scoffed before turning to leave. Fine. At least I can finally grant myself a break. As he walked home, Lu Chen cast aside the unpleasant events of the day. Remembering his plan to take his daughter to the zoo, he quickened his pace. When passing a beef noodle shop, the enticing aroma wafting from within halted him in his tracks. Having been called away by Director Zhang that morning, he had yet to sip even a drop of water. Gazing at the delectable images on the restaurant sign, he steeled himself and ultimately stepped inside. Boss, I'll have a bowl of noodles. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Finding a relatively secluded corner, Lu Chen ordered his very first fast food meal from a man at the counter. While awaiting his bowl of noodles, he took out his phone, preparing to search for a new job online. With the situation regarding Tian Jing still uncertain, the thought of being unemployed was too daunting for Lu Chen to contemplate. Sir, here is your noodles. Thank you. As Lu Chen busied himself with his phone, he instinctively expressed his gratitude upon hearing the server present him with his meal. However, he quickly lifted his gaze, only to be taken aback by the familiar face before him. What are you doing here? A few days prior, Tian Jing had mentioned that she had secured a position as a waitress. However, upon seeing her, Lu Chen found himself at a loss for words. Let's eat first. We can discuss matters at home later. Observing Lu Chen's astonished expression, Tian Jing felt a surge of curiosity. She had presumed he was at work, never anticipating to encounter him at her place of employment. Oh, what is it? Lu Chen's voice trembled slightly as he stared at the bowl of noodles before him. His appetite suddenly vanished. Chapter 43. A meal that breeds frustration. Tian Jing, what are you doing? Did you not hear the customer placing an order? Just as Tian Jing intended to console Lu Chen, a man behind the counter noticed the situation. Seeing that Tian Jing lingered after delivering the noodles, he shouted in annoyance. Hurry up. If you don't want to work, just leave immediately. I won't support idleness. Hearing her boss's voice, Tian Jing's focus shifted entirely away from Lu Chen. She hurriedly approached the customers, carrying the menu. At your age, how can you lack such basic awareness? I truly wonder what you've been raised on. If you no longer wish to work, just say so, and I will find someone to replace you immediately. Observing Tian Jing's somewhat clumsy demeanor, the noodle shop owner scoffed from his seat. Boss, how can you speak of your employees in such a manner? At that moment, Lu Chen had entirely lost his appetite. He stood up and walked over to the noodle shop owner, his expression radiating indignation as if advocating for his beloved. What? Are you trying to play the hero? The noodle shop owner chuckled at Lu Chen's discontent. No, I simply cannot abide your treatment of your staff. Cannot abide, you say? Do I require your approval? The owner dismissed Lu Chen's concerns with a scoff, returning to his seat with indifference. Workers are human beings too. As a boss, how can you lack such basic decency and resort to vulgarity? Lu Chen reiterated his stance, glaring at the owner. Does it concern you? Moreover, I am paying her to work, not to enjoy herself." The owner shot Lu Chan a disdainful glance before turning away, clearly uninterested in further discourse. Faced with such an attitude from the noodle shop owner, Lu Chan could no longer tolerate the situation. He approached Tian Jing and grasped her arm firmly. "Cool me. We're going home right now. Are you out of your mind? Go eat your meal. My matters are none of your concern." Lu Chan had expected Tian Jing to accompany him, but to his surprise, she shrugged off his hand and resumed her duties with the tray. Returning to his seat, Lu Chan pinched himself in frustration and contemplated leaving. However, when he glanced at the steaming bowl of noodles, he found his feet reluctant to move. After all, this was a meal prepared by Tian Jing. Wouldn't leaving mean wasting it? In the end, Lu Chan suppressed his emotions and sat down, tears welling in his eyes as he quickly finished the bowl of noodles. Upon returning home, Lu Chan could no longer hold back his emotions. After lying on the bed and weeping for an extended period, he finally sat up. He had originally thought that Tian Jing would be at home, yet he never anticipated that she had indeed gone to work, and in a job that was regarded with disdain. Reflecting on the trials he had endured and considering Tian Jing's current situation, Lu Chan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and lay back down on the bed, remaining there until the afternoon. As the time for Tong Tong's school dismissal approached, Lu Chan finally rose from his slumber. After washing his face in the bathroom, he prepared to go pick up his daughter from school. "Are you home?" Before Lu Chan could step outside, Tian Jing had already returned from work. Upon seeing Lu Chan emerge from the bathroom, a look of surprise crossed her face. "Yes, I'm going to pick up our daughter. I'll cook when I return." After giving Tian Jing a brief embrace, Lu Chan headed for the door. "Then I'll start preparing dinner. That way, it will be ready when you both get back." "No need. You should rest now. I will cook when I return." Seeing that Tian Jing was about to change clothes to prepare dinner, Lu Chan quickly stopped her. After a long day of hard work, Tian Jing deserved a break, and Lu Chan felt that allowing her to cook would render him no different from the owner of the noodle shop. "Trust me, you should rest." After reiterating his insistence, Lu Chan turned and left the house. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Lu Chan spotted Tong Tong's solitary figure. "Sweetheart, Daddy is here to pick you up from school," he called out, running towards her, arms outstretched in anticipation of her embrace. "Daddy, why are you so late? Other children have already gone home." As Lu Chan approached, Tong Tong's face displayed a look of grievance. Nevertheless, she obediently nestled into Lu Chan's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder, her pouting lips revealing her dissatisfaction. "You were the last to arrive today. If it were Mommy, she would have come to get me much earlier. Is that so? Daddy had some matters to attend to. I promise I will never make Tong Tong wait like this again." As they walked home, Lu Chan carefully soothed his daughter's feelings while also apologizing for his tardiness. "We're back." Pushing open the door to their home, Lu Chan, as usual, looked forward to the embrace from Tian Jing. However, today that embrace was absent. Upon entering, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of a meal. A glance into the kitchen revealed that Tian Jing had already prepared dinner. "Didn't I tell you to wait for me to cook?" Lu Chan remarked, casting an annoyed glance at Tian Jing as he took in the spread laid out on the table. "I just wanted to surprise you." "This isn't a surprise. It's a shock." Tian Jing, still holding Tong Tong, seemed entirely unconcerned with Lu Chan's displeasure. After assisting him in removing his coat, she happily settled down to eat. "By the way, I think it would be best if you refrain from working outside in the future." While eating, Lu Chan recalled the scene at the noodle shop and felt a lingering anger. Why does Tian Jing have to work in such a manner? Why must I work as a server in a fast food establishment? If I were to encounter a benevolent boss, Lu Chan would harbor far fewer grievances. Alas, Tian Jing is unfortunate enough to meet a malevolent employer. And how can Lu Chan possibly accept this? "It's nothing. I don't mind. Why are you so angry?" Furthermore, this noodle shop enjoys thriving business. I can earn over 100 in a single day. Tian Jing seemed to have forgotten the events of the day, completely aloof to Lu Chan's concerns, behaving like an outsider. Over 100? Even 1,000 a day wouldn't suffice. Lu Chan was genuinely irked, observing Tian Jing's nonchalant demeanor. He angrily tossed his chopsticks onto the table. "Mama, Papa, what's wrong?" Tong Tong, frightened by Lu Chan's display, nestled closer to Tian Jing. "It's nothing, darling. Daddy is just joking with us. Tian Jing embraced Tong Tong, offering a helpless smile, then shook her head and lowered her gaze. Chapter 44. She is my sister. What should have been a pleasant meal concluded in such disarray. I truly do not want you to suffer any longer. After tossing and turning in bed several times, Lu Chun quietly expressed his feelings. I know. Initially thinking Tian Jing had already drifted into slumber, Lu Chun was surprised when her response followed immediately after his words. That boss is utterly despicable. I know. Besides, I have already taken up work. You could easily stay at home. I know. After repeating I know 3 times, Lu Chun could no longer remain still. Turning towards Tian Jing, he asked in confusion, if you are aware, why do you still go to work? Because I do not want you to be overly burdened. Tian Jing offered no elaborate explanation. Merely this simple statement. That very sentence caused Lu Chen's discontent to evaporate instantly. My dear, by staying with me, you have suffered, but I do not mind. Lu Chun enveloped Tian Jing in his embrace, a long-lost smile gracing his face. The following morning, as Lu Chun prepared to take their daughter to school, his phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number on the screen, Lu Chun pressed the answer button with a puzzled expression. Lu Chun, where are you now? A girl's voice greeted him as soon as he picked up. I am at home. Who are you? I am Feng Feifei. Feng Feifei. Do we know each other? Caught off guard by her introduction, Lu Chun took a moment to process. When realization struck, he nearly dropped his phone in shock. General Feng? Why are you contacting me? Upon learning it was a call from General Feng, Lu Chen's heart raced with apprehension. It seemed he could not escape this predicament. What was meant to happen would indeed come to pass. You must come to my office immediately. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Cannot this be addressed over the phone? No. Hurry to the company. Before Lu Chun could finish his sentence, Feng Feifei abruptly hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Lu Chun resigned himself to fate. After dropping Tong Tong off at school, he once again stood before the company entrance. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Lu Chun gazed at this familiar, yet foreign place before him. Summoning his resolve, he stepped inside. Lu Chun, what brings you here again? Were you not informed that you have been dismissed? What purpose do you have in returning to our company? As he entered the office area, Lu Chun encountered Director Zhang head-on. Upon seeing Lu Chun reappear at the company, a look of irritation crossed Director Zhang's face. President Feng has summoned me for a matter. Faced with Director Zhang once more, Lu Chun felt a twinge of disdain, particularly after witnessing Zhang's shift in demeanor previously. He believed he would never again associate with someone of such character. Yet, unexpectedly, within less than a day, they found themselves in each other's presence again. President Feng is looking for you? Is that true? Hearing that President Feng sought Lu Chun, the expression on Director Zhang's face softened. Why would I deceive you? Very well then. You may proceed. On Lu Chun's face, there was no trace of deceit to be detected by Zhang. Shall I enter then? After casting a sidelong glance at Director Zhang, Lu Chun swiftly approached the door of Feng Feifei's office. President Feng, you called for me? Gently tapping on the door, Lu Chun pushed it open and stepped inside. Upon entering, Lu Chun noticed a somewhat familiar woman in her office. What are you doing here? After a moment's contemplation, he quickly recognized her. No wonder she appeared so familiar. She was the very person he had encountered on the overpass. Why shouldn't I be here? Is this not President Feng's office? Lu Chun scanned the room and realized that Feng Feifei was notably absent. Indeed, this is your President Feng's office. However, it is now my place of employment. The woman smiled at Lu Chun before taking a seat at Feng Feifei's desk. Have you lost your mind? This is not a place for you to sit. Please get up. Alarmed by the woman's audacity to occupy Feng Feifei's position, Lu Chun rushed over, nearly lifting her up. It is just a chair. Why can't I sit here? Because you are not the same. What do you mean? In what way am I different? Listening to the girl's inquiry, Lu Chun felt somewhat speechless. Wasn't it obvious? If one cannot comprehend such a clear matter, what else could they possibly accomplish? You must also be here to see President Feng, right? Sort of. Then you should not be sitting here. Typically, those who appeared in this domain were there to consult with Feng Feifei, and this woman should be no exception. However, her actions rendered Lu Chun at a loss for words. With a benevolent tone, Lu Chun remarked, have you ever seen anyone visit a host and take their seat? Frankly speaking, your actions display a lack of proper upbringing. For reasons unknown, seeing this unfamiliar woman seated in Feng Feifei's chair stirred a flicker of indignation within Lu Chun. Even as he spoke, he struggled to contain his rising frustration. As soon as Lu Chen's words left his lips, the smile vanished from the woman's face. Suddenly rising, she pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Chun, her anger palpable. Lu Chun, do you not know how to speak? That depends on the person I am addressing. Having torn the facade, Lu Chun fully liberated himself. Meeting the woman's furious gaze, he continued, if you have any sense, I advise you to vacate that position quickly. Otherwise, what will happen? Well, when Director Feng arrives, she will surely instruct the security to escort you out. Initially, Lu Chun intended to say that he would personally remove her, but he realized the implications of such a statement just as it was about to escape his lips. Recognizing that he was no longer an employee of the company, he mentally reassigned himself to the role of security. Oh, really? I would love to see that. The woman, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, suddenly burst into laughter, disregarding his fierce stare as she sat down once more. What a lively scene. Were you two discussing? Just as Lu Chun prepared to impart some lessons to this oblivious woman, Feng Feifei entered with a smile. Hello, Director Feng. Sister, you finally made it. Lu Chun thought he might have misheard, glancing at the woman in disbelief. She actually referred to Director Feng as sister? Could it be that she is related to her? This is my sister, Feng Feng. Didn't you two know each other before? Feng Feifei introduced, amused by Lu Chen's astonishment. Oh, we are acquainted. Quite embarrassing. Lu Chun managed a sheepish smile. No wonder this Feng Feng dared to occupy Feng Feifei's position. It turns out they were sisters. Sister, you won't believe it. Someone just threatened to throw me out. Casting a glance at the visibly awkward Lu Chun, Feng Feng whispered into Feng Feifei's ear. Lu Chun, were you the one who said I should be thrown out? Feng Feng playfully eyed her sister before turning her gaze to Lu Chun. That was indeed my remark. Good. I was afraid you might deny it. Moving closer to Lu Chun, Feng Feng circled him before bursting into laughter. All right, Feng Feng, you should head home now. I need to discuss some matters with Lu Chun. What matters? Can't I listen? Feng Feng asked curiously, approaching Feng Feifei and tugging at her hand in a playful manner, her face displaying a pleading expression. Stop with that. Hurry home. Fine. I shall take my leave. With an unwilling expression, Feng Feng slowly exited. Feng Feifei had already learned of any previous conflicts between the two from Feng Feng. Observing her sister still teasing Lu Chun, Feng Feifei feigned anger and sent her away. Now, let us address your issue. Once Feng Feng departed, Feng Feifei's smile faded. Sitting behind her desk, she regarded Lu Chun with a composed expression. Yes, you. Those photos were not taken by me. Lu Chun had lost count of how many times he had uttered this phrase. Each recollection of that day filled him with despair. Even though he had left the company, the shadows of that incident lingered in his mind, eternally churning like a haunting memory. Gazing at Feng Feifei across from him, Lu Chun felt a wave of dejection wash over him. For on her face, he seemed to discern a glimmer of skepticism. You can choose to believe me. What? You, President Feng, believe what I say? Initially, Lu Chun had assumed that Feng Feifei harbored doubts about him. Yet upon hearing her express her trust, he found it hard to believe. Perceiving Lu Chen's uncertainty, Feng Feifei offered a faint smile as she lit a cigarette for herself. After taking a deep drag, she exhaled a ring of smoke towards Lu Chun. I'm often unaware of my own whereabouts. How could you possibly capture my photograph? Moreover, the number of people who can approach me at such close quarters doesn't exceed 4 in the entire company, and you are certainly not among them. After articulating her perspective, Feng Feifei took another puff, this time not directing the smoke towards Lu Chun. President Feng, you are truly remarkable. The subject of the photograph was Feng Feifei, and the one who believed in himself was none other than her. This significant shift left Lu Chun somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the office at present. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to hold his head high in shame. Thus, I believe you have been framed. Discarding her cigarette, Feng Feifei stood and walked to the window. Your current task is to locate the mastermind behind this. Her words, delivered in a chilling tone, seemed to envelop the entire room in a thick silence. As Lu Chan observed the profile of Feng Feifei, a tremor of resolve coursed through him, and he nodded earnestly. Yet, he suddenly recalled an important matter. He was no longer an employee of the company. How could he return to investigate someone? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Chan turned his gaze toward Feng Feifei, seeking her assistance in finding a justification. That is easily arranged. I will summon Manager Li for you. Without even glancing at Lu Chan, Feng Feifei casually picked up the phone on her desk. Li Lei, please come to my office right away. With that simple statement, she hung up the phone. Looking up at Lu Chan, she smiled and added, your department manager will personally come to escort you back. Is that sufficient? Sufficient indeed. Lu Chan was astonished at the prospect of having the manager come to retrieve him. The thought of Li Lei appearing before him, bowing respectfully to take him back, filled Lu Chan's heart with a surge of excitement. President Feng, you called for me? In a short while, Li Lei arrived at Feng Feifei's office. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Lu Chan standing across from Feng Feifei. Surprised by Lu Chan's presence, he exclaimed, Lu Chan, what brings you here? To Li Lei. Lu Chan's appearance felt nothing short of miraculous. Although Lu Chan and Feng Feifei had previously interacted, given the circumstances surrounding the photograph, it was indeed unexpected for them to be together at this moment. I am the one who summoned him. Just as Lu Chan began to explain, Feng Feifei's voice rang out. Mr. Feng, this young man is far from virtuous. Why did you summon him back? He was once a gambler, squandering even the funds meant for his daughter's medical treatment. Li Lei cast an irritated glance at me and proceeded to recount my past transgressions. As he finished his monologue, the office fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Ultimately, it was Feng Feifei who broke the stillness first. These are matters of the past. Why dwell on them? However, Mr. Feng, our company is absolutely. Li Lei, sensing the urgency in Feng Feifei's words, was about to continue when Feng Feifei interrupted him. Who hasn't he erred? As long as one seeks to amend their ways, that suffices. Lu Chan, do you still gamble? Feng Feifei inquired, looking at Lu Chan with a calmness that was somewhat surprising. No more gambling. I have long abandoned those vices. Lu Chan resolutely asserted his stance while meeting Feng Feifei's gaze. That is splendid. By the way, I heard you graduated from university? What was your major? Recalling Lu Chan's resume from the interview, Feng Feifei raised his head once more. I studied management and marketing. I graduated with a degree in management. This was a fabrication Lu Chan had conjured during his job search, yet it now served its purpose. Oh, a graduate of the management department. To confine you to a mere ordinary employee seems rather unjust. Upon hearing Lu Chan's response, Feng Feifei feigned contemplation and then turned to Li Lei. Li Lei, I sent your department in need of a deputy manager? What do you think of Lu Chan? What? Mr. Feng, appointing him to such a position seems rather hasty. Li Lei was taken aback, witnessing the former subordinate suddenly ascend to the second-in-command of the department. He opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Enough. It is settled. Lu Chan, you are now the deputy manager of the trade department. Li Lei's objections did not sway Feng Feifei's decision in the slightest. Without affording Li Lei the chance to argue further, Feng Feifei officially appointed Lu Chan as the deputy manager of the trade department. Chapter 46. My own office. As they exited, Lu Chan followed closely behind Li Lei, stepping out of Feng Feifei's office. Upon exiting, they spotted Director Zhang waiting for them a short distance away. Manager Li, is Mr. Feng asking you to expel this young man? Director Zhang approached with a broad smile upon seeing Li Lei emerge. Glancing at Lu Chan behind Li Lei, he prepared to usher him away. However, Li Lei, seemingly in a foul mood, interjected before Zhang could act. Enough. Stop the nonsense. Lu Chan is now our department's deputy manager. Zhang Wei, you should be cautious when speaking to the deputy manager from now on. With a resigned glance at Zhang Wei, Li Lei strode out. Director Zhang. After Li Lei departed, Lu Chan found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Zhang Wei. No, please do not say that. Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with newfound interest as he regarded Lu Chan. Reflecting on Li Lei's words as he departed, Zhang Wei approached with a cheerful grin. Manager Lu, I hope you will generously guide me in the future. Oh no, Please refrain from saying such things. I am still quite bewildered by the current situation. You may call me Lu Chen. Since leaving Feng Feifei's office, Lu Chen's mind had remained in a fog. The decision regarding his appointment had been made without his full understanding. It was only upon hearing Zhang Wei address him as Manager Lu that he began to regain his composure. That cannot be. You are personally appointed by General Manager Feng as the deputy manager. I cannot go against her wishes. Zhang Wei shook his head vigorously, firmly refusing Lu Chen's assertions. But I have yet to agree to this position. Besides, I am not fit for the role of deputy manager. What skills do I possess at my age? What qualifications or experience do I have? Lu Chen was acutely aware that he lacked all the attributes expected of a deputy manager. The sole reason Feng Feifei had made this decision was her desire for Lu Chen to identify the individual responsible for the clandestine photographs. Once that person was uncovered, Lu Chen's tenure as deputy manager would be at an end. I should return to work now. Unable to clarify matters, he decided to forego any further explanations. With a weary sigh, Lu Chen prepared to head back to his duties. Wait. Allow me to escort you to your office. Zhang Wei, beaming with enthusiasm, led the way while Lu Chen followed with a sense of resignation. As they approached their destination, Zhang Wei unexpectedly veered off to the side. He opened a door adjacent to Li Lei's office. Manager, your office is here. What? My office? Are you joking? Casting a glance at the room's decor and arrangement, Lu Chen turned his back and returned to his previous position. Hey, Manager Lu. Why are you sitting here again? Your office is over there. Upon seeing Lu Chen seated at his old desk, Zhang Wei rushed over. Pointing at the recently opened door, he nearly pushed Lu Chen inside. Director Zhang, could you please allow me a moment of peace? Zhang Wei's insistence clashed with Lu Chen's reluctance. This scene resembled a television drama, soon attracting the curious gazes of nearby colleagues. Observing Zhang Wei's enthusiastic attempts to please Lu Chen, whispers began circulating. What has gotten into Director Zhang today? Who knows? Perhaps he bumped his head. Shh, keep it down, or you'll be in trouble if he hears you. It seemed Zhang Wei had garnered some resentment among the staff, as they quietly mocked him. By the way, isn't Lu Chen supposed to have resigned? Why is he back? When someone noticed Lu Chen beside Zhang Wei, all attention shifted from Zhang Wei to him. This kid has quite the nerve. I heard he was involved in taking private photos of General Manager Feng. What? Private photos? Is that true? Does anyone have screenshots? Share them with me. What are you talking about? Don't you want to keep your job? Come on. I'm just curious. Is it really that serious? At that moment, the incident of Feng Feifei being secretly photographed by Lu Chen spread through the entire department like a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Lu Chen remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the gazes of those around him. Observing Zhang Wei's unwavering determination, Lu Chen ultimately surrendered his resistance. Director Zhang, can I agree to your request? Please refrain from holding my hand. It would be rather inappropriate for others to see. After forcefully breaking free from Zhang Wei's grasp, a look of grievance appeared on Lu Chen's face. All right then, since Manager Lu has consented, how could I possibly overstep my bounds? Lu Chen's nod instantly filled Zhang Wei with elation. Leading Lu Chen to the entrance of the office they had just vacated, Zhang Wei called out loudly, "Congratulations to Lu Chen on his promotion to deputy manager of our department." This proclamation resonated through the ears of all present. What? Lu Chen has become deputy manager? This is utterly absurd. No way. From now on, when we see this guy, do we have to refer to him as Deputy Manager Lu? Absolutely not. Today, without fail, we must treat our new deputy manager. Who knows? He might even share some secrets with us. The chatter behind Lu Chen went unheard, for he had already stepped into the office. Seated on the plush leather sofa, Lu Chen caressed the desk before him. Could this truly be reality? Contemplating the surreal turn of events in his life, Lu Chen felt compelled to pinch himself to ascertain he was not dreaming. Had it not been for Zhang Wei's presence beside him. Manager Lu, this is our department's roster. I will bring over the individual performance records shortly. Zhang Wei stood before Lu Chen, his face beaming with joy. Producing a folder from beside him, he placed it in front of Lu Chen with a hint of obsequiousness. Director Zhang, are you saying that everyone's names are included in this document? Indeed, along with our contact information and home addresses. Is my home address in there as well? It should be. Since Lu Chun had previously resigned, Zhang Wei was uncertain if the Human Resources Department had updated the information. Nevertheless, he answered Lu Chen's inquiry in a soft tone. Very well. Let me take a look. The notion that his own contact details and address were included piqued Lu Chen's curiosity. As he picked up the roster handed to him by Zhang Wei, he began to peruse its contents. Is this Shiao Xin an experienced worker? Her employment date indicates she joined 3 years ago. After flipping through several pages without finding his own name, Lu Chun fortuitously stumbled upon Shiao Xin's entry. Glancing at her profile, he raised his eyes to Zhang Wei. Shiao Xin. Indeed, she qualifies as a veteran worker. Not only does she have considerable tenure, but she is also among the top talents in our department regarding performance. The first individual Lu Chun mentioned was Shiao Xin, which momentarily stunned Zhang Wei before he quickly recovered. In a bid to support his colleague, Zhang Wei took the opportunity to extol Shiao Xin's virtues in front of Lu Chun. I never expected Shiao Xin's performance to be so remarkable. Comparing his perception of the petite Xin, Lu Chun realized he had indeed underestimated her. And what about this Wang Wenwen? Continuing to read, Lu Chun stumbled upon the name Wang Wenwen, who must have joined the company just last year. As Lu Chen's conversation shifted towards Wang Wenwen, Zhang Wei began to recount tales related to her. Seated in the office, every time Lu Chun pointed out a name, Zhang Wei promptly shared insights about that individual. After several hours had passed, Lu Chun finally came across his own name. Lu Chun, male, 28 years old, graduate of the management department. Upon reviewing the brief description, a smile crept across Lu Chen's face. Manager Lu, do you have any questions? Noticing Lu Chun sitting there in silence with a silly grin, Zhang Wei inquired softly. Oh, it's nothing. You can go back to your work. All right. Hearing Zhang Wei's voice, Lu Chun finally reined in a smile. After a slightly awkward cough, he yearned for a moment of solitude. By the way, Manager Lu, how about I bring you the performance report for our department? Just as Zhang Wei was about to exit, he suddenly recalled his earlier statement and promptly halted, turning back. Sure, thank you, Lu Chun casually replied, resuming his perusal of the employee directory. Manager Lu, Deputy Manager Lu. Reflecting on Zhang Wei's titles for him, Lu Chun burst into laughter. In just a day, he had transitioned from a resigning employee to the position of deputy manager. The thought alone felt surreal, akin to a pie falling from the sky and landing squarely on Lu Chun's head. Find out who is behind this. As Lu Chun sat in his chair, lost in thought and amusement, Feng Feifei's words echoed in his mind. Recalling Feng Feifei's demands, Lu Chun swiftly wiped the smile from his face. Shiao Xin, were you not intent on framing me? Now, I shall expose your true colors. Reflecting on the entire sequence of events, Lu Chun flipped to the page bearing Shiao Xin's name, gazing at the picture of that familiar girl whose very presence made his teeth ache with resentment. Lu Chen's smile gradually morphed into a cold smirk. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Li Lei appeared in Lu Chen's office without his notice. Observing Lu Chun engrossed in the employee directory, he called out softly from the side. Manager Li, when did you arrive? Out of respect for Li Lei's position, Lu Chun hastily rose from his chair. You better not be too pleased too early. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Although Li Lei did not see a smile on Lu Chen's face, he trusted his instincts. At that moment, Lu Chun was blissfully unaware of his own elation, seemingly aimed at dampening Lu Chen's excitement and elevating his own status in Lu Chen's eyes. Li Lei cast a disdainful glance toward him before turning his gaze to the window. Manager Li, in truth, you know without my saying, I truly do not wish to occupy this position, were it not for President Feng's realization of Li Lei's dissatisfaction towards her. Lu Chun hastily vacated his seat and turned to Li Lei's side. Observing Li Lei's disdainful expression, Lu Chun began to express his grievances. However, Li Lei appeared disinclined to listen, abruptly rising to his feet before Lu Chun could finish his statement. Pointing at Lu Chen's anxious visage, Li Lei exclaimed in a fit of rage, Enough! What do you mean by wanting to sit or not? Lu Chun, let me make this clear. Do not think that just because President Feng favors you, you are invulnerable. If you ever fall into my grasp, I will ensure your humiliation. As he spoke, Li Lei clenched his fist tightly. Judging by his demeanor, it It was evident that should Lu Chun dare utter another word of dissent, Li Lei would not hesitate to strike. Manager Lu, here is the performance report you requested. At this tense moment, Zhang Wei entered with a folder, smiling. Upon observing the current scene, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Manager Li, what brings you here? He queried. Am I not allowed to extend my congratulations to Lu Chun? Upon seeing Zhang Wei's arrival, Li Lei swiftly retracted his fist, strolling over to Zhang Wei with his hands behind his back. Pointing at the folder in Zhang Wei's possession, he demanded, "This is confidential information from our department. Who authorized you to bring it out?" "Ah, confidential? This was my own idea," Zhang Wei stammered, momentarily flustered by Li Lei's mention of confidential. Originally intending to attribute the idea to Lu Chun, he quickly swallowed his words. "Your own idea? Are you certain it isn't someone else who wishes to see it?" Li Lei shot a glance at Lu Chun and reached out to seize the folder from Zhang Wei's hands. "It is indeed my own desire to see it, and it has nothing to do with Manager Lu." The two men, Li Lei, the department manager, and Lu Chun, the deputy manager, were both individuals Zhang Wei could not afford to offend. If anyone were to take the blame, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Wei. "Since you are so eager to see it, you can forfeit your salary for this month." Li Lei playfully tapped the folder against Zhang Wei's side, cheerfully deducting his salary for the month. "I will comply with the arrangements." While a month's salary may not seem substantial, Zhang Wei understood that this was not merely a matter of money. He realized he had already allied himself with Lu Chun, and offending Li Lei was merely a matter of time. "By the way, remember this." As he was about to exit, Li Lei suddenly turned back. It seemed he was addressing Zhang Wei, yet it appeared he was targeting Lu Chun. He slowly stated, "A deputy manager is still a deputy manager. If you dare to speak out of turn again, you'll be going home to care for your children." Satisfied with his proclamation, Li Lei finally departed. "Manager Lu, Deputy Manager Lu, Li Lei is truly overstepping his bounds. Is it necessary to delineate responsibilities so meticulously? I believe he is simply seeking to undermine you." After closing the office door, Zhang Wei approached Lu Chun, expressing his dissatisfaction regarding Li Lei's earlier remarks. "There is a harsh truth we must acknowledge. The higher the rank, the heavier the oppression." Observing the expression on Zhang Wei's face at that moment, Lu Chun uttered a remark that he himself did not fully comprehend. "In my opinion, Assistant Manager Lu, you must certainly be superior to that fellow Li Lei. Why not push him aside?" Chapter 48. A celebration, perhaps? Push him aside? What does that mean? Lu Chun questioned, somewhat perplexed. Casting a glance at the mysteriously enigmatic Zhang Wei beside him, Lu Chun continued, "Why do I feel that Manager Li is quite different from before?" Different? It's more than just that. In my view, he is undoubtedly envious. This Li Lei is precisely that sort of person. He cannot stand seeing anyone favored by General Feng, whether it was due to his own month of fruitless labor or Zhang Wei's inherent disdain for Li Lei. After pulling Lu Chun aside to sit down, Zhang Wei spat contemptuously towards Li Lei's office. "No way. I can't help but feel that Manager Li is not that kind of person." Zhang Wei's demeanor irked Lu Chun, as a colleague who spent every day together. Zhang Wei's words were rather harsh. Lu Chun even wondered if Zhang Wei might stab him in the back as well. "Oh dear, my assistant Manager Lu, you're still too young. Do you believe it? In just a few days, Manager Li will undoubtedly find a reason to report you to General Feng." Lu Chun's skepticism made Zhang Wei somewhat anxious. If only evidence could be presented now. Judging by Zhang Wei's expression, he would certainly rely on facts to substantiate his claims. Would Li Lei indeed seek to tarnish his reputation? Would he intentionally make things difficult for him? Lu Chun found such thoughts tedious. At present, his priority was to identify the one who had slandered him, not only to prove his own innocence, but also to assist Feng Feifei in uncovering the treacherous individual lurking within the company. "Please call Shiao Xin for me. I need to discuss something with her." Certainly, assistant manager. Setting aside matters concerning Li Lei, Lu Chun resolved to have a chat with Shiao Xin first. This could be deemed Lu Chun's inaugural command since his promotion, and upon receiving the order, Zhang Wei swiftly exited. "Assistant Manager Lu, you summoned me?" In but a brief interval, before Lu Chun could organize his thoughts, Shiao Xin entered, having just been summoned. The expression on her face was somewhat awkward. As she lowered her gaze, seemingly hesitant to meet Lu Chen's eyes, after having been reprimanded by him a few days prior. I just reviewed the specifics of our department. While speaking, Lu Chen maintained a calm gaze upon Shiao Xin. Oh, I noticed that everyone holds you in high regard. Indeed. Yet, why do you insist on tormenting this newcomer? Did my arrival perhaps place pressure upon you? The answers to Lu Chen's first two inquiries were implicit in Shiao Xin's two-word responses. Lu Chen found himself perplexed by her vague answer. It was as if she was on the verge of articulating her thoughts directly. Assistant Manager Lu, what are you implying? I don't quite understand. The emphasis in Lu Chen's voice prompted Shiao Xin to raise her head. With a look of confusion, she gazed quietly at Lu Chen. Don't understand? Are you jesting? Come now. We are both adults. Is there truly a need for such veiled insinuations? Observing the feigned confusion on Shiao Xin's face, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle, albeit in a fit of exasperation. Pray tell, what is the story behind those photographs? After a few hearty laughs, Lu Chen resolved to cease the procrastination. He needed to compel Shiao Xin to confess the events of that day and subsequently report them to Feng Fei. As for the photographs, Shiao Xin once again pretended to be oblivious. As if she hadn't comprehended, she retorted, Deputy Manager Lu, is this not working hours? Indeed. What of it? Lu Chen inquired, somewhat bewildered, as he looked up at Shiao Xin. Is it not against company policy to discuss personal matters during work hours? Yes. The company does have such a regulation. Very well. If Deputy Manager Lu has no further business, I shall return to my duties. With that, Shiao Xin met Lu Chen's gaze and, having delivered her words, strode decisively out of the office. Clearly, she held him in contempt. Only after Shiao Xin exited did Lu Chen emerge from his prior bewilderment. Gazing at the already closed door, he shut his eyes and reclined in his chair. The sycophantic flattery of Zhang Wei, the malicious antagonism of Li Lei, coupled with Shiao Xin's indifference, had occupied his mind throughout the day, leaving him beleaguered by the shadows of these three individuals. It seemed today was a day worthy of celebration. As he walked home, Lu Chen felt an urge to treat Tian Jing and their daughter to a lavish meal, as a form of reward for his promotion to deputy manager. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, eager to return home. Wife, please, no cooking tonight. Upon pushing open the door, Lu Chen called out excitedly. What's the matter? Have you finished already? Tian Jing responded, approaching him. We're dining out tonight. I plan to take you and our daughter out for a meal. How so? Is someone treating you again? Tian Jing glanced at Lu Chen, sensing an unusual air about him today. Typically, upon returning home, Lu Chen would either pick up their daughter or assist her in preparing dinner. It was a first for him to suggest dining out with such enthusiasm. That's none of your concern. Just come with me for dinner. That one tea do. If you don't tell me why, I'm not going anywhere. Refusing to divulge the reason, Lu Chen saw Tian Jing settle at her seat, unwilling to budge. Wife, I beg you please. He approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders and adopting a childlike demeanor of feigned grievance. Stop this nonsense. If you don't clarify, I absolutely will not acquiesce to your request. Tian Jing, somewhat displeased, pushed Lu Chen away, her expression conveying a resolute unwillingness to negotiate. Let's go eat first. I'll explain everything during dinner. Lu Chen intended to keep the promotion a surprise for Tian Jing. If he revealed it so easily, it would no longer hold the charm of surprise. All right, but shouldn't you be picking up our daughter? You go ahead and fetch her. I will find a nice restaurant, and you two can meet me there. On ordinary days, Lu Chen would undoubtedly take on the responsibility of picking up their daughter. However, at this moment, Lu Chen believed that the most important thing was whether he could bring a surprise to Tian Jing. Dining at a restaurant? One expense that would entail. No, let us dine at home instead. Upon hearing Lu Chen's suggestion of going out to eat, Tian Jing immediately dismissed the earlier decision. Could we not go just this once? Furthermore, I am confident that once you learn what I wish to share with you, you will be just as elated. The cost? Lu Chen had ceased to concern himself with such thoughts. What truly mattered to him was the prospect of celebrating his promotion with the family in a delightful setting. Very well then, just know this. Should you dare to deceive me, I will not hesitate to hold you accountable. Tian Jing ultimately succumbed to Lu Chen's psychological persuasion, wrestling with her thoughts before acquiescing to his request. Chapter 49. She stepped on my foot after Tian Jing went to fetch Tong Tong. Lu Chen had also changed his attire and stepped out of the house. He selected a restaurant nearby, and after placing the order, he sent the location to Tian Jing. Once these tasks were accomplished, Lu Chen awaited the arrival of his wife and daughter with eager anticipation. "Daddy," with a familiar voice ringing out. Tong Tong dashed to Lu Chen's side. "My darling, you've finally arrived," Lu Chen exclaimed, lifting Tong Tong into his arms and planting a hearty kiss on her chubby little face. "I was beginning to think you couldn't find this place." As Tian Jing approached, Lu Chen greeted her with a playful jest. "Do you think I'm foolish? If I couldn't find such an obvious spot, I would never dare to venture out again." After rolling her eyes at Lu Chen, Tian Jing pulled out a chair and sat down. "Do I seem a bit out of place in such an establishment?" After settling in, Tian Jing surveyed the surrounding diners, noting their affluent appearances. Glancing down at her own ordinary attire, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Not at all. In fact, I believe you are the most radiant presence in this restaurant." Such flattery is insincere and vexing. Lu Chen paid no mind to how others were dressed or what they were dining upon. To him, Tian Jing's beauty transcended mere appearances. It resided in the depths of her heart. After a brief wait, the server began to bring out the dishes for Lu Chen's table. As the delectable plates gradually adorned the table, Tian Jing's expression grew tense. Once the server departed, she swallowed hard and asked Lu Chen with some difficulty, "How much do these dishes cost?" Upon hearing Tian Jing's inquiry, Lu Chen looked up to see her astonished expression. Realizing she was concerned about the expense, he chuckled dismissively. "Just enjoy your meal. Do not fret about the cost. But this is enough to cover our living expenses for a month." Tian Jing's expression turned despondent, as if the thought of enjoying this meal had evaporated from her mind. Having just been promoted to deputy manager, how could she not afford a decent meal? Driven by a certain mindset, Lu Chen did not consider the situation in its entirety when ordering. It was only upon hearing Tian Jing's words that he realized the error he had made. "I apologize, my dear wife. My considerations were insufficient." Faced with the gravity of his mistake, Lu Chen's earlier joy dissipated. "Then tell me, why did you insist on dining out tonight?" Regardless of what was said now, the reality before them could not be altered. Tian Jing suppressed her disappointment, gazing at Lu Chen, seeking an explanation. "I have been promoted to the position of deputy manager. Therefore, I wish to celebrate with you and Tong Tong." "However, I did not." Lu Chen lowered his head, resembling a child who had misbehaved, quietly sharing the reason for his request to dine out. Yet, before he could finish, Tian Jing interrupted him. "What is your current position?" "Deputy manager." "What does that mean?" Lu Chen cautiously lifted his gaze, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he looked at Tian Jing. "Deputy manager? How could that be? How long have you even been working? How could they promote you to deputy manager?" Lu Chen had been employed for less than a month, and the thought of him being elevated to such a position in such a short span was beyond Tian Jing's comprehension. "I speak the truth. I truly have been appointed as the deputy manager of our department." Sensing Tian Jing's skepticism, Lu Chen hastily began to explain. He alone understood the reasons behind his elevation, yet he could not divulge them now. "Very well. For the time being, I shall trust your words." Though she still struggled to comprehend it all, Tian Jing was confident that Lu Chen would not deceive her. Moreover, faced with the tantalizing array of delicacies, she felt a flicker of temptation. Regardless of whether she truly believed him, she was no longer in doubt. A glimmer of joy ignited in Lu Chen's heart. After stealing a glance at Tian Jing, he softly inquired about the food on the table. "Shall we eat?" "Absolutely." Tian Jing, unable to resist further inquiries, smiled at the sight of her daughter drooling beside her. For reasons unknown, Lu Chen perceived this meal as the most delectable dinner he had ever experienced. Witnessing the satisfaction on his daughter's face and the gentle elegance of Tian Jing, he could not help but smile contentedly. "Mom, I need to go to the restroom." "Go ahead. Be careful." After indulging in a feast, Tong Tong's little belly could hold no more. She gently patted her stomach, preparing to take care of some business before returning to continue eating. Shall we pack some to take home? Sure. As Tian Jing looked at the leftover dishes on the table, she prepared to pack them up. Initially, she had thought Lu Chun would object, but to her surprise, he readily agreed. You tidy up a bit, I will find some plastic bags. Since they were packing food, plastic bags were indeed essential. After helping Tian Jing categorize the dishes, Lu Chun stood up to retrieve several takeout bags from the counter. Once everything was packed, the two prepared to leave. Tong Tong, hasn't she returned yet? It had already been 5 or 6 minutes since they began packing. As Tian Jing glanced toward the restroom, where Tong Tong's figure had yet to appear, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Whose child is this? Shouldn't someone be looking after her? At that moment, a man's voice emanated from the direction of the restroom, quickly followed by the sound of a little girl crying. Wah, mommy? Daddy? Hurry, come here. Tong Tong? Baby. Almost simultaneously, Tian Jing and Lu Chun called out in unison. After exchanging a worried glance, they hurried toward the restroom. Tong Tong, what happened? Upon entering, Tian Jing saw Tong Tong crouched on the floor and rushed over to embrace her. Baby, what is wrong? As she held her daughter, Lu Chen's face filled with concern. What is the matter? Are you blind? Didn't you see her stepping on my foot? While Lu Chun and Tian Jing were preoccupied with their daughter's distress, the man's voice sounded beside them. Hearing his words ignited an inexplicable anger within Lu Chun. She's just a child. Even if she stepped on your foot, how much could it possibly hurt? Chapter 50. The old man has arrived. Ouch. So it turns out it wasn't you who got stepped on? Standing there, you have no shame. The man cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chun. Given the attire of Lu Chun and Tian Jing, it was evident to him that they were not from affluent backgrounds. He looked at them, then at himself. With a deliberate shake of the gold chain around his neck and a flourish of his limited edition watch, he sneered. These shoes are genuine leather, retailing at 1,990. Your daughter has soiled them. You ought to handle it. How much? 1,990 for these shoes? Tian Jing nearly loosened her grip on her daughter upon hearing the man's words. Of course. If you don't believe me, feel free to check the store. The man shot an irritated look at Tian Jing and turned back to Lu Chun. I don't want to extort you. Just compensate me for the price of one shoe. One shoe? That still amounts to 1,000 yuan. Lu Chun replied, feeling somewhat helpless and with a forced smile. He quietly addressed the man. Sir, we don't have that much money at the moment. Look, you don't seem like someone who is struggling financially. Why are you quarreling with a child? Faced with such a situation for the first time, Lu Chun appeared somewhat awkward, even considering her words carefully. Although her remarks were unintentional, they took on a different meaning in the man's ears. As soon as Lu Chun finished speaking, the man's expression shifted dramatically. Am I arguing with a child? Are you incapable of speaking properly? You country bumpkin, hurry up and pay. The man angrily stepped up to Lu Chun, demanding that he hand over the money. Observing the man's demeanor, it was evident that should Lu Chun dare to utter a single negative word, the man would immediately raise his hand in aggression. Mother, I did not mean to. I truly did not intend to. Tong Tong nestled deeply in Tian Jing's embrace, burying her head in despair. Upon witnessing her father being cornered against the wall, Tong Tong began to sob quietly, her emotions choking her voice. The commotion from the restroom swiftly drew the attention of the onlookers, who whispered amongst themselves as they witnessed Lu Chen's family being harassed. What is happening? An elderly voice emerged from the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in a chef's uniform approached. Upon spotting the troublemaker, a frown of discontent spread across his face. Wu Bin, what are you doing? Upon hearing his name called, the man known as Wu Bin quickly turned around. Uncle Feng, what brings you here to your own establishment? Upon recognizing the elder, surprise washed over Wu Bin's countenance. You are aware this is my territory. How dare you cause a ruckus here? I had no idea. Wu Bin exclaimed, hastily retrieving a box of fine cigarettes from his bag and offering them to the elder with a sycophantic smile. Pray tell, what transpired? After taking a deep inhalation from the cigarette, the elder nodded with a measure of satisfaction. Just now, a wretched girl soiled my shoe. I was demanding compensation from her family. After lighting a cigarette for himself, Wu Bin, slightly irked, recounted the incident to the elder. I thought it was something of great significance. It's merely a shoe, isn't it? I can have someone fetch you 2 pairs shortly." Upon hearing Wu Bin's recounting of events, the elder's eyes reflected a disdainful glint. "That would not do. If Fei Fei discovers this, she shall never speak to me again." Upon hearing the elder's offer, Wu Bin hastily shook his head, rejecting the elder's goodwill. Especially after the mention of the name Fei Fei, a look of trepidation crossed Wu Bin's face. "Huh, you seem quite frightened. Is Fei Fei truly as terrifying as you claim?" The elder chuckled at Wu Bin's vexed expression. Hearing the elder's laughter, combined with the familiar tone from earlier, Lu Chun turned around, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Old sir, is that truly you?" Initially filled with doubt, Lu Chen's recognition solidified upon seeing the elder's visage. "Who are you?" "You're that young lad." Upon being addressed by Lu Chun, the elder scrutinized him carefully. After a brief moment, the elder recalled their previous encounter. It had been during Lu Chen's move, when a mishap with a moving company's employee had resulted in a cabinet tumbling down the stairs and striking Lu Chen's leg, leaving a scar. "What brings you here for a meal?" The elder's gaze softened with warmth as he recognized Lu Chun. "My home is nearby. I brought my family here to enjoy a better meal." The serendipity of encountering an acquaintance brought a spark of excitement to Lu Chen's demeanor, particularly upon witnessing the profound respect exhibited by the young man named Wu Bin towards the elder. Lu Chun felt an immense weight lift from his heart. "What is this? Uncle Feng? Do you know each other?" Wu Bin hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Lu Chun before turning his gaze towards the elder. "Indeed, this young man is quite admirable. We have met before." The elder chuckled, preparing to introduce Lu Chun to Wu Bin. However, upon noticing Tian Jing, who was cradling Tong Tong behind Lu Chun, the elder gazed thoughtfully at Wu Bin and inquired, "The little girl you mentioned earlier, could it be her?" He gestured towards Tong Tong. It's nothing. Just a trivial matter of 1,000 or so yuan. Not a big deal." Wu Bin replied hastily, Uncle Feng, please continue your conversation. I must take my leave." Sensing that the elder was about to uncover his intentions, Wu Bin awkwardly waved his hand and swiftly exited the scene. "Thank you ever so much, sir." After Wu Bin had departed, Lu Chun bowed deeply to the elder with immense gratitude. "It's but a trifling matter. Had I known it was you, I would have come out sooner." In truth, the elder had been aware of the quarrel between Lu Chun and Wu Bin from the beginning. Yet, wishing to avoid engaging with Wu Bin, he had remained in the kitchen, only emerging when the commotion escalated. "What a darling. Is this your daughter?" he exclaimed, approaching Tian Jing and taking hold of Tong Tong's small hand, his face lighting up with joy. "Hello, Grandpa. Good, good. What a wonderfully peculiar child." The elder's expression radiated affection as he held Tong Tong's hand. Should anyone have passed by, they would surely have cast envious glances at this delightful 3-generation scene. "Hee hee. Grandpa, you were amazing just now." "Was I? Are you afraid of Grandpa?" Afraid? Not really? I'm not sure." It was no wonder that the elder had a fondness for children. Witnessing the warmth of such interactions truly epitomized love. Observing the cheerful banter between his daughter and the elder, Lu Chun wore a blissful smile. Chapter 51. The first time as a thief now. Tell me about yourself. Where are you currently employed? After playing with Tong Tong for a while, the elder and Lu Chun settled down beside each other. "I work at Longhao Group. I was just appointed as the deputy manager of my department today." Lu Chun spoke shyly, his voice barely audible. "Deputy manager? Impressive. How long have you been with the company?" The elder gasped in surprise upon learning that Lu Chun had attained such a position at such a young age, casting an incredulous glance his way. "How many years? If I told you I've only been here for half a month, would you believe me?" For some reason, Lu Chun felt an unusual calmness in the presence of the elder, speaking candidly without reservation. However, upon hearing that Lu Chun had only been employed for such a brief period, the elder exclaimed in astonishment, "Half a month? My goodness, how did you manage that?" It seemed as though he had just heard a rather amusing joke. "Surely, you and your boss are not related, are you? Why does she care for you so much?" "No, we are not relatives. There are simply other reasons." Lu Chun was acutely aware of how he had arrived at his current position. However, he had no intention of voicing this in front of Tian Jing, nor did he dare to entertain such thoughts. "So that's how it is. Your boss treats you quite well. You must do your best." "Indeed, I understand this." Listening to the elderly man's earnest words, Lu Chun nodded thoughtfully. Everything he possessed at present could be attributed to Feng Feifei's influence. Her motives were clear: to swiftly uncover the individual who had wronged him while ensuring her own privacy remained intact. Lu Chun had resolutely made a decision long ago. "Old sir, we must take our leave." "All right, do visit often." Observing the diners gradually departing from the restaurant, Lu Chun felt it was time for him to leave as well. After bidding farewell to the elderly man, he cradled Tong Tong in his arms. "Darling, say goodbye to Grandpa." He placed Tong Tong before the old man, eagerly anticipating his daughter's words. "Goodbye, Grandpa." "Very well. You may return home now." After parting ways with the elderly gentleman, Lu Chun, holding Tong Tong, made his way back home with Tian Jing. Upon entering the house, Lu Chun immediately sensed something was amiss with Tian Jing. She sat silently, lost in thought. What's wrong? After placing Tong Tong on the bed to play, Lu Chun took a seat in front of Tian Jing. "Nothing. I just suddenly feel a bit down." Tian Jing forced a smile, glanced at Lu Chun, and rested her head on his shoulder. "Feeling down? What's the matter? Did I do something wrong?" Lu Chun believed that the only reason for Tian Jing's discontent could be himself. Gently lifting her chin, he gazed into her eyes and spoke softly. "If I have erred in any way, please tell me. Do not bury your feelings within." Lu Chun's understanding and tolerance brought some comfort to Tian Jing. Looking into his concerned gaze, she hesitated before revealing her thoughts. "Am I bringing shame upon you?" "What do you mean? Shame in what way?" "Look at you. You're already the deputy manager of the department." But Tian Jing's expression grew despondent, and she could not finish her sentence. "What nonsense are you talking about? Never think like that again." Lu Chun was taken aback to learn that Tian Jing was troubled by such concerns. Realizing her feelings, he tenderly embraced her. Once, he too had been a despised gambler, willing to sacrifice money meant for his daughter's medical care for the sake of gambling. Yet, Tian Jing had never looked down on him. Instead, she had stood by him, enduring the judgmental glances of others. Now, though he had achieved a modicum of success, he felt a pang of empathy for her insecurities. All of this is a result of the encouragement and trust from Tian Jing. Otherwise, I would not have reached this point. Lu Chun embraced Tian Jing, reflecting on the myriad moments of their past, and his eyes began to redden. "Let us retire for the night." After an indeterminate period, Lu Chun felt a slight numbness in his arm. Upon witnessing the contented expression on Tian Jing's face, he glanced at the time and realized it was indeed time for bed. "All right, I will take a shower first." Tian Jing, filled with delight, noted that this was the first time Lu Chun had proactively suggested going to sleep. Perhaps pondering various possibilities, she blushed as she entered the bathroom. After Tian Jing had gone to shower, Lu Chun lay down on the bed. Recalling Tian Jing's enchanting glance moments ago, he quickly succumbed to slumber. When Tian Jing emerged from the shower and saw Lu Chun sound asleep, her joy momentarily transformed into stillness. After a restful night, Lu Chun awoke early the next morning. To make amends for his earlier slip of the tongue, he prepared breakfast as soon as he got up. Once breakfast was ready, he called for Tian Jing and their daughter. "You two go ahead and eat. I must head to work." As Tian Jing descended from the bed, Lu Chun had already dressed. "So early for work. Aren't you having breakfast?" she inquired. "I am not hungry. You both enjoy it. I have just assumed my new role and ought to set a leading example." With a gentle kiss on Tian Jing's forehead and a smile, Lu Chun departed. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Chun noted that it was still early. Taking advantage of the absence of others, he stealthily entered the surveillance room of the trading department. In an attempt to provide Shiao Xin with evidence to acknowledge her mistakes, Lu Chun steeled himself to undertake this clandestine endeavor for the first time in his life. Approaching the computer, he entered the date of the day and quietly observed the screen. As the familiar scene unfolded, his heart raced to his throat. "Lu Chun, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a loud voice resonated from the doorway. "Manager Li, what brings you here?" Lu Chun swiftly turned around, only to be met with Li Lei's furious expression. "You are illegally accessing company surveillance. Do you even comprehend what you are doing?" As Li Lei chastised Lu Chun, he hastily approached and shut down the computer. "I merely wish to uncover the evidence swiftly to prove my innocence to General Manager Feng." "Silence. Get out of here at once." Li Lei had no intention of listening to Lu Chen's explanation. Chapter 52. A unique encounter, just as if something unspeakable lurked in the surveillance room. Li Lei hastily pulled Lu Chen out. Dragged into his office, Lu Chen remained perplexed, unable to fathom Li Lei's motivations. Manager Li, I genuinely want to prove that those photos were given to me by Shiao Xin. Observing Li Lei's furious demeanor, Lu Chen stood by, striving to justify his need to enter the surveillance room. However, it seems that Li Lei is utterly disinterested in hearing Lu Chen discuss the matter. Enough. I will investigate this thoroughly. Do not complicate things for me. Li Lei's tone was somewhat frigid, and his gaze towards Lu Chen bore a hint of reproach. Yet, this demeanor of Li Lei's left Lu Chen feeling quite dissatisfied. Just as he was about to argue his case, Li Lei interrupted him directly. Did you not hear what I just said? I have made it clear that this matter is not your concern. Do you understand? Observing the aggrieved expression on Lu Chen's face, Li Lei once again pressured him to let go. I understand. Under Li Lei's overwhelming pressure, Lu Chen, though somewhat discontented, had no choice but to accept this reality. By the way, from now on, without my permission, you are not to meddle with anything in our department. After seeing Lu Chen reluctantly nod, Li Lei coldly delivered this statement and walked straight out. How could this be? Why does Li Lei refuse to let me intervene? What is this all about? Just moments ago in the surveillance room, they were on the verge of a conclusion. Had it not been for Li Lei's abrupt intrusion, perhaps Lu Chen would have already obtained the footage that could exonerate him. Could this be Li Lei's idea? Upon the emergence of this thought, Lu Chen gasped, nearly taken aback by his own speculation. Reflecting on the surveillance footage he had reviewed that day, and considering what he had just witnessed, Lu Chen's confusion deepened. What is the reason? What is the rationale behind Li Lei's targeting of me? The possibility that it could indeed be Li Lei's scheme was starting to weigh heavily on Lu Chen's mind. Assistant Manager Lu, why are you here so early? Just as Lu Chen found himself at a loss, Zhang Wei ambled in with a cheerful demeanor. What is the matter? You seem a bit off today. Approaching Lu Chen, Zhang Wei was taken aback by his weary appearance. Off. It would be strange if I were not. Listening to Zhang Wei's feigned concern, Lu Chen rolled his eyes and feigned exhaustion, replying, It's nothing. I probably just stayed up a bit late last night. Well, Assistant Manager, you should be mindful of your rest. Zhang Wei paid no heed to Lu Chen's expression. Upon hearing that Lu Chen's fatigue was due to a late night, he eagerly fetched him a cup of coffee. Here, have some coffee to perk you up. After placing the freshly poured coffee before Lu Chen, Zhang Wei's smile remained unblemished. By the way, it seems like you've been with our department for quite some time. Hasn't it? Just as Lu Chen was about to grab the coffee, a sudden thought struck him. He vividly recalled Zhang Wei's start date while reviewing the employee roster yesterday. If memory serves, it should be over 4 years. Yes, a total of 4 years and 7 months. Then tell me, how did this Shiao Xin manage to achieve the top performance? Regardless of whether Zhang Wei's attitude was genuine or not, Lu Chen felt compelled to take a gamble and see what he could uncover. If he could glean some useful information, it might very well unravel the enigma that currently plagued him. It's simply because she has a wealth of clients due to her cousin. As Zhang Wei was on the verge of articulating his thoughts, he abruptly altered his statement, seemingly cognizant of his previous misstep. A hint of embarrassment washed over him as he offered a self-deprecating chuckle. After all, the prowess of Shiao Xin was unmistakable. Our envy, however palpable, bore no fruit. Fearing that Lu Chen might misconstrue his intentions, Zhang Wei averted his gaze, lacking the courage to meet Lu Chen's eyes. Oh, so that is the case. Now I understand, Lu Chen remarked, choosing not to press further, for he surmised that regardless of how many questions he posed, Zhang Wei would remain reticent. Very well, attend to your matters, he concluded. After bidding Zhang Wei farewell, Lu Chen began to ponder the incomplete sentence that had lingered in the air. Shiao Xin et Gu Xin. It couldn't possibly be Li Lei, could it? Upon arriving at this conclusion, Lu Chen felt an urgent desire to seek out Feng Feifei. Given his current capabilities, opposing Li Lei seemed utterly implausible. Without Feng Feifei's assistance, Lu Chen's chances of prevailing against Li Lei were nearly non-existent. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen hastened to Feng Feifei's office. Considering the gravity of the situation, He did not even knock, but instead pushed the door open and strode in. "President Feng, I wish to speak with you," he began, but the words faltered in his throat. Inside Feng Feifei's office, besides her, there was another individual, one Lu Chun recognized as Wu Bin, the man who had attempted to extort money from him the previous day. "So it's you, huh? I see you work at Feifei's company," Wu Bin remarked. His face contorted in displeasure upon seeing Lu Chen's flustered entrance. As if seeking retribution for yesterday's encounter, Wu Bin approached Lu Chun with a mocking smile. "Do you understand basic manners? Didn't anyone ever teach you to knock?" "I do understand. I know to knock first. It's just that," Lu Chen stammered, never having anticipated an encounter with Wu Bin in Feng Feifei's office. Observing Wu Bin's smug expression, anxiety surged within him. "Then you should step out and re-enter properly." Wu Bin dismissed Lu Chen's explanation with indifference. Approaching the door, he swung it open, ready to eject Lu Chun from the office. "Very well," Lu Chen replied, taken aback by Feng Feifei's silence, which left him incredulous. He began to question Wu Bin's status. After all, this was Feng Feifei's office. How could Wu Bin afford to disregard her presence? With a head full of questions, Lu Chen retreated from Feng Feifei's office. Once outside, he took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and knocked on Feng Feifei's door. "President Feng, it's Lu Chun. May I come in?" Having expressed his request, he stood quietly at the door, awaiting a response. However, to his surprise, it was Wu Bin who replied, vehemently refusing him entry. "Not allowed. Go back. What does this mean?" Lu Chen stood frozen at the entrance of Feng Feifei's office, bewildered by Wu Bin's dismissive tone. As he was about to leave, the office door swung open from within. "No need to mind him, just come in." Chapter 53. The proposal arrives. It was Feng Feifei who opened the door, appearing somewhat haggard. She looked like someone who had been abruptly awakened from slumber, her complexion pale to the point of being alarming. When Lu Chun had entered earlier, he had not noticed this, but now, observing Feng Feifei's condition, he felt a wave of concern wash over him. "What are you doing? Feifei, why did you let this kid in?" Wu Bin's irritation flared as he saw Lu Chen enter. Grabbing Feng Feifei, who was about to take a seat, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "What have you decided regarding us? When are you planning to marry me?" "Marriage?" Wu Bin intended to marry Feng Feifei. At that moment, Lu Chen finally understood. No wonder Wu Bin had been so averse to his presence. They were discussing marriage. With this realization, Lu Chen comprehended Wu Bin's behavior towards him. However, Feng Feifei seemed rather indifferent to Wu Bin's proposal. Ignoring his objections, she sat down and slowly lifted her head. "I have already told you, we are not suited for each other. I hope you will not seek me out again." "Not suited? Who says so? Is it him?" Wu Bin pointed at Lu Chen, his expression menacing. It seemed that if Feng Feifei merely nodded or offered him a glance, Wu Bin would rush over and knock Lu Chen to the ground. "General Manager Feng, since you have matters to attend to, I shall return later." In this tense atmosphere, Lu Chen felt compelled to leave. The mere intensity of Wu Bin's gaze was enough to intimidate him, not to mention the occasional threatening gestures. "I have something to do right now. Could you please step outside?" As Lu Chen made to exit, Feng Feifei suddenly adopted a serious tone, glancing at Wu Bin's fierce demeanor. She gestured towards a nearby door. "Leave? Why should I?" Wu Bin sneered, pushing Feng Feifei's hand away and plopping down on a nearby sofa. "I'm quite curious to hear what you two could possibly be discussing. I certainly won't be leaving." Settled on the sofa, Wu Bin cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chen, then crossed his legs, looking smugly at Feng Feifei. "Wu Bin, have you had enough of this commotion?" "Commotion? What gives you the right to accuse me? If you agreed to my proposal, would I need to cause a scene?" "Dream on." Feng Feifei's annoyance at Wu Bin's persistence was evident. Upon seeing him refuse to leave, she suddenly stood up. "Lu Chen, let us go to your office." Approaching Lu Chen, Feng Feifei directly proposed to go to his office. "Perhaps I should return later. What do you think, General Manager Feng?" Lu Chen stole a glance at Wu Bin, who was also observing him. Realizing the potential consequences of agreeing to Feng Feifei's request, Lu Chen reluctantly prepared to depart. "Let us go to your office. I don't believe you would dare follow us." At that moment, Feng Feifei seemed to transform entirely, her voice suddenly resonating with authority. Without casting a glance at Wu Bin, She grasped Lu Chen's arm and opened the door. Wait. Before Lu Chen could step outside, Wu Bin's voice echoed from behind. Fei, please don't be angry. I'll leave, all right? I'm leaving. The fury emanating from Feng Fei instilled a sense of trepidation in Wu Bin. Rising from his seat, he retracted his earlier bravado, donned a conciliatory smile, and swiftly exited. However, just before departing, he cast a charming grin at Lu Chen. My apologies. I hope I didn't embarrass you. Once Wu Bin had completely left, Feng Fei sank in her chair and offered Lu Chen a wry smile. It's nothing. I didn't see or hear anything. Gently closing the door, Lu Chen approached Feng Fei. The memory of Wu Bin's parting glance sent shivers down his spine. What is it you wish to discuss with me? Hearing the apprehension in Lu Chen's voice, Feng Fei smiled softly, reflecting on the reason for Lu Chen's visit. She gazed at him expectantly. I would like to confirm 2 matters with you, Miss Feng. At last returning to the crux of the issue, Lu Chen took a moment to gather his thoughts before broaching the topic of Shiao Xin. What is it? Please go ahead. Feng Fei replied without hesitation, eagerly awaiting Lu Chen's inquiries. What is the relationship between Manager Li from the Trade Department and Shiao Xin? They are cousins. Shiao Xin is Li Lei's cousin. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Lu Chen had subtly inferred this connection during his conversation with Zhang Wei, but it was only upon receiving Feng Fei's confirmation that he felt emboldened to pursue his subsequent conclusions. Were any of the 5 individuals who went swimming with you recently, Ms. Feng, among them? As he posed this question, Lu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his voice dwindling to a whisper. What do you think? Feng Fei did not rush to respond to Lu Chen's inquiry. Instead, she regarded his bashful demeanor and suddenly burst into laughter. I'm merely a tad suspicious. I hope you don't take offense. To envision Feng Fei in such a light was quite remarkable for Lu Chen. Although they merely went swimming together, Li Lei was undeniably male. Upon asking this question, Lu Chen realized how foolish he had been. To inquire in front of Feng Fei whether she had gone swimming with men was a misstep he wished he could take back. No, only a few good friends. Sensing Lu Chen's growing discomfort, Feng Fei hastily subdued her smile. Reflecting for a moment, she provided Lu Chen with her answer. Li Lei was not among them. Then who took those photographs? And who provided them to Shiao Xin? Lu Chen, unsatisfied, pressed on. Among those individuals, is there anyone with whom you have had a disagreement? Not at all. Feng Fei immediately dispelled Lu Chen's hypothesis without a moment's thought. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Ms. Feng. After clarifying all the doubts in his heart, Lu Chen found himself perplexed by a new conundrum. 5 individuals, all seemingly harmonious. This situation posed a significant challenge for Lu Chen. If they were all employees of the company, it would be more manageable. However, from Feng Fei's words, it appeared that these individuals were not affiliated with the organization. Investigating each one individually could potentially take an eternity. Do you have any thoughts? Feng Fei inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed Lu Chen's silence. None whatsoever. I have no leads. Aside from reviewing the surveillance footage from that day, I truly have no other course of action. Presently, the only viable lead remained with Shiao Xin. If Lu Chen could firmly grasp this clue, he might trace it back to the mastermind behind it all. By the way, have you reviewed the surveillance from your department? As if a thought had struck her, Feng Fei abruptly rose from her chair. Looking earnestly at Lu Chen, she declared, there should be clues in the footage. Have you investigated? I have. Unfortunately, ours has been erased. And Manager Li 1T allow us access to the footage from the monitoring room. The memory of his morning visit to the surveillance room left Lu Chen feeling quite vexed. If only he had arrived a little earlier, or if Li Lei had walked a tad slower, they might have already identified the individual in question. Yet, now Lu Chen felt somewhat at a loss. Did Li Lei refuse to let you see it? Could he be involved as well? Feng Fei regarded Lu Chen thoughtfully before gradually taking her seat again. Her fingers lightly tapped the table as a spark of insight flickered in her eyes. Lu Chen, I entrust this matter to you. I hope you won't disappoint me, but I lack confidence in my abilities. Perhaps you should assign someone else? Under Feng Fei's intense gaze, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming pressure. Initially, He only sought to prove his innocence. Yet the complexity of the situation was becoming increasingly apparent. Assign someone else? I believe you are the most suitable. However, I fear I may falter. The more Feng Feifei placed her trust in him, the more Lu Chun felt the weight of expectation. He worried not only about failing to resolve the issue, but also about inadvertently dragging Feng Feifei into the mess, which would complicate matters further. Nevertheless, Feng Feifei seemed resolute in her choice of Lu Chun. If you can help me successfully handle this matter, I can reward you with 100,000. When appealing to emotions failed to sway Lu Chun, Feng Feifei resorted to offering a monetary incentive. This was undoubtedly a proposition Lu Chun would find hard to refuse. It's not about the money. I'm concerned. 200,000. Ms. Feng, you've completely misunderstood my intentions. 500,000. With each of Lu Chun's refusals, Feng Feifei raised the stakes. After the offer reached 800,000, Lu Chun let out a deep sigh and lowered his head in resignation. At this moment, what he needed most was the money. Very well, Ms. Feng. I agree to continue the investigation. Ultimately, Lu Chun chose to acquiesce in the face of financial temptation, exchanging one's innocence and dignity for 800,000. One cannot help but deem it worthwhile. However, I have a stipulation. Speak. To investigate this matter, access to the company surveillance system and the Human Resources Department's performance records of the employees will be necessary. These elements pertain to the company's confidentiality, and thus, Lu Chun must acquire the authority to access them from Feng Feifei. Without this permission, no matter how diligently Lu Chun endeavors, he would still find himself at a standstill, devoid of any leads. I wish to retrieve the surveillance footage from the entire company. Certainly. Furthermore, should it be necessary to investigate the conditions of various departments' employees, I would also like the support of the Human Resources Department. That is not an issue. Once these two pivotal leads received Feng Feifei's consent, Lu Chun began to feel a surge of confidence. Observing Lu Chun articulate such a multitude of requests, Feng Feifei, after a brief contemplation, granted him an advantageous condition. From this moment forth, you are permitted to investigate all company records, surveillance, and the employees of each department. However, I have but one requirement. Feng Feifei's decision elevated Lu Chun's status immensely, second only to one, yet above countless others. To put it plainly, Lu Chun now holds the position of deputy manager, with his authority surpassing that of managers across various departments, all while being subordinate to Feng Feifei alone. How significant is this matter for both you and me? I need not elaborate. I merely hope you can resolve this issue in the shortest possible time. Feng Feifei's demeanor was somewhat grave, yet in her gaze, Lu Chun perceived a hint of vulnerability. Upon exiting Feng Feifei's office, Lu Chun found his mind preoccupied with the fragility reflected in her eyes. It was hard to believe that a woman as successful as Feng Feifei would ever seek assistance from a subordinate. Deputy Manager Lu, you're back? Upon returning to his office, Lu Chun was greeted by Zhang Wei, who wore a mischievous grin. Is there something you need? The sight of Zhang Wei's cheerful countenance instigated a wave of aversion within Lu Chun. Initially, due to a lack of familiarity, Lu Chun held a modicum of respect for Zhang Wei. However, after their recent interactions, he began to harbor a distaste for him. It was uncertain whether Zhang Wei's prolonged tenure at the company was due to mere luck or an adeptness at flattery. I just saw Shiao Xin looking for Manager Li. Do you think she, Zhang Wei, entirely unfazed by Lu Chun's expression, paused deliberately, as if to build suspense around his statement. Perhaps he believed this would pique Lu Chun's curiosity and elevate his own standing in Lu Chun's eyes. Clearly, Zhang Wei's assessment was astute. Listening to Zhang Wei's unfinished thought, Lu Chun grew impatient and pressed for more information. What is it? Go on. Is she discussing something with Li Lei? Zhang Wei inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Chun, eager to gauge his reaction to this revelation. Discussing? What use is such a conversation now? Regardless, I will be reviewing the surveillance footage soon, even if Shiao Xin refers to Li Lei as cousin. Once the facts are laid bare, I cannot fathom Li Lei coming forward to defend her. With Feng Feifei's assurance, Lu Chun now brims with confidence. The mere thought of soon witnessing the fragmented image captured by the surveillance gives rise to a satisfied expression upon his face. Access to the surveillance footage? However, without Li Lei's consent, such an endeavor would be impossible. Zhang Wei gazes at Lu Chun, astonished, observing Lu Chen's unwavering confidence. Zhang Wei felt compelled to reiterate the company's regulations to him. In our organization, without the approval of departmental leadership, no individual is permitted to access the surveillance footage. Have you forgotten what Manager Li Lei stated previously? After restating the company policy, Zhang Wei's curiosity regarding Lu Chen's demeanor only intensified. I haven't forgotten. Lu Chen, catching the astonished look on Zhang Wei's face, offered a mysterious smile. Reflecting on the privilege granted by Feng Feifei, Lu Chen, with a hint of pride, proclaimed, "This has been specially authorized by General Manager Feng. Therefore, I need not concern myself with whether Li Lei will agree." Prior to making this declaration, Lu Chen had briefly pondered Zhang Wei's loyalty. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to confide in Zhang Wei, with someone as vocal as him to amplify his message. Lu Chen felt that his subsequent endeavors would undoubtedly progress smoothly. General Manager Feng's special approval? My heavens! Assistant Manager Lu, you truly are remarkable. Chapter 55, Two individuals with the same name, yet different destinies. Just as Lu Chen had anticipated, upon receiving this news, Zhang Wei was instantaneously captivated by him. Fortunately, this exchange occurred within the confines of the office, where no prying eyes could observe the unfolding drama. Had it transpired outside, countless gazes would surely be directed their way. For Zhang Wei's astonishment rivaled that of winning a 20 million lottery. Assistant Manager Lu, how are you so incredible? I am in awe of you. After the initial surprise, Zhang Wei returned to his former demeanor, albeit now with a tinge of jealousy in his gaze directed at Lu Chen. Incredible? I am at a loss as to why General Manager Feng holds me in such high regard. Observing Zhang Wei's feigned expressions, Lu Chen shook his head in bewilderment. Feng Feifei must have her reasons for such a decision, and her choice of me likely pertains to my involvement in this matter. Why am I not so fortunate? It seems I must frequently consult the almanac before venturing out. After failing to extract any useful answers from Lu Chen, Zhang Wei, in a moment of frustration, struck his chest lightly. Well, perhaps the next stroke of luck will be yours. Unable to bear Zhang Wei's pitiful act any longer, Lu Chen suggested, we should cease this idle chatter and head to the monitoring room. For Lu Chen, the monitoring room was an absolute necessity. Locating that missing footage not only promised to bring clarity to the situation, but also served as an opportunity to redeem his reputation in the eyes of others. Excellent. Let us proceed immediately. We must uncover Li Lei's unsavory dealings. Observing the fierce expression on Zhang Wei's face, Lu Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. Logically, he should be the one in the position of the victim. Why does it seem that Zhang Wei harbors even greater animosity towards Li Lei than he does himself? Although this question blossomed in Lu Chen's mind, he nonetheless approached and pushed open the office door, intending to escort Zhang Wei to the monitoring room. However, just as Lu Chen opened the door, a familiar face stood before him. Upon seeing Lu Chen enter, the person greeted him with a beaming smile, saying, "Congratulations. Assistant Manager Lu, Manager Zhang, what brings you here?" Lu Chen was taken aback by the unexpected visit from Zhang Wei of the sales department. Gazing at his beaming expression, Lu Chen's mouth fell agape in surprise. "Manager Zhang, you're here. Please come in." The presence of Zhang Wei from the sales department made the trade department's Zhang Wei feel a tad awkward. Sharing the same name, yet occupying such disparate positions, was rather embarrassing for him. What? Am I not welcome? The surprise displayed by Lu Chen elicited laughter from the sales department's Zhang Wei. "Of course you're welcome. Please step inside." Regaining his composure, Lu Chen chuckled sheepishly and extended his hand to invite Zhang Wei in. Once inside, Zhang Wei cast a glance at the trade department Zhang Wei, and upon seeing him, his smile widened even further. What a coincidence! We must be quite fated to meet, not only sharing the same surname, but also the same name. It feels as though we've known each other for years. The two Zhang Weis exchanged smiles. However, I wouldn't dare to compare myself with you. After their laughter subsided, The trade department's Zhang Wei humbly bowed his head in modesty. You two carry on. I shall take my leave. As the head of the sales department, Zhang Wei must have had pressing matters to discuss with Lu Chun. He preferred not to linger as an unwelcome third wheel. Thus he turned to exit. This individual is quite remarkable. You ought to be cautious. Once Zhang Wei exited, the sales department's Zhang Wei smiled knowingly. Is that so? I failed to notice. Hearing Zhang Wei's laughter, Lu Chun directed a curious gaze his way. That is simply because you are too young, or perhaps your tenure at the company is too brief. Meeting Lu Chun's gaze, Zhang Wei chuckled once more. Although he shares my name, I have never held him in high regard. A quintessential opportunist, devoid of any principles. As he spoke disparagingly of Zhang Wei, the sales department's Zhang Wei shook his head in discontent. And you? What brings you to seek me out? From the moment Zhang Wei entered, all he had done was critique others, and he had yet to divulge the purpose of his visit, piquing Lu Chun's curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I merely stopped by to congratulate you, and thought we could have a meal together. What do you think? Stop by? To congratulate? For a meal? Is that all? Lu Chun found it hard to believe. After all, it was this very Zhang Wei who first uncovered the photo incident. Could he genuinely be so gracious as to treat him to a meal? Lu Chun could hardly accept this explanation. Is that so? Then I thank you in advance. However, as for dining together, I believe I shall pass. The principle that one must have ulterior motives when offering gifts was not lost on Lu Chun. To entice Zhang Wei to approach him voluntarily is not merely a matter of sharing a meal. What? Could it be that Deputy Manager Lu is unwilling to grace us with his presence? Upon witnessing Lu Chun's rejection, the expression on Zhang Wei's face gradually hardened. With a glance of disdain towards Lu Chun, he slowly rose to his feet. If someone is so unappreciative, then let it be as if I had never been here at all. Without waiting for Lu Chun to respond, Zhang Wei finished his words and strode out. Is he truly leaving just like that? Watching Zhang Wei's retreating figure, an unsettling thought began to stir within Lu Chun. He has indeed left. After the sales department's Zhang Wei departed, the trade department's Zhang Wei cautiously peeked in. Seeing that Lu Chun was alone in his office, he gingerly entered. What did that fellow want from you? Observing Lu Chun lost in thought, Zhang Wei curiously took a seat beside him. What do you want? He invited me to dinner. Dinner? Is it truly that simple? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's voice, Lu Chun finally noticed he had settled next to him. Nonchalantly, Lu Chun articulated the reason for the sales department's Zhang Wei's visit. What seemed trivial to Lu Chun was perceived quite differently by this Zhang Wei. That old fellow is quite shrewd. I have heard whispers that he has long harbored feelings for General Manager Feng. I wonder if there is any truth to it. Just as Zhang Wei completed his statement, Lu Chun abruptly turned to face him. Suppressing his earlier indifference, Lu Chun gazed at Zhang Wei in disbelief. Are you saying he is infatuated with General Manager Feng? Indeed, everyone in the company is aware of it. Upon receiving this revelation, Lu Chun lay back on the sofa, feeling somewhat dazed. What on earth is happening? Isn't it Wu Bin who is pursuing Feng Feifei? How has this Zhang Wei gotten entangled in it as well? Chapter 56. Is it him? No wonder he invited me to dinner. It seems that Zhang Wei can no longer hold back. As time gradually passes, this incident involving the photo will swiftly circulate throughout the company. In a bid to identify the person behind the camera, Zhang Wei has already begun taking action. And I was the one who delivered the photo. Lu Chun realized that Zhang Wei might very well suspect him, under the pretense of dining together. Who knows if this meal will be a pleasant one? No, I must review the surveillance footage from that day. We must head to the monitoring room immediately. Resolute in his decision, Lu Chun hurriedly rose and dashed out without looking back. His sole objective now was the fragment of video still preserved in the monitoring room. Provided time was on his side, Lu Chun believed he would soon uncover the truth. Upon arriving at the monitoring room, Lu Chun adeptly powered on the computer. After inputting the time from that day, he held his breath and began to watch. How could this be? Lu Chun had not anticipated that he would ultimately arrive too late. The video of Shiao Xin handing him the documents had long since been deleted. Could have been Li Lei. Following behind him, Zhang Wei observed the screen turn black and shared his thoughts with Lu Chun. At this moment, Lu Chun's mind was a tumultuous mess. He had anticipated swiftly locating that video, Yet he found himself a step too late. Observing Lu Chen's unwavering focus on the computer, Zhang Wei, feeling somewhat aggrieved, muttered to himself, "It must be Li Lei. Don't forget, Shiao Xin just want to find him. Li Lei is undoubtedly afraid you would check the surveillance again, so he deleted it early." After expressing several of his opinions, Zhang Wei noticed Lu Chen's silence, which left him somewhat dissatisfied, prompting him to raise his voice. "Deputy Manager Lu, what are you still pondering? If I were you, I would certainly seek out Li Lei and confront him directly about this matter." As if championing Lu Chen, Zhang Wei excitedly slapped the table. "What do you intend to clarify?" Just as Zhao Wei was feeling frustrated, a familiar and icy voice echoed from the entrance. "Manager Li, what brings you here?" Hearing Zhang Wei's tremulous tone, Lu Chen slowly turned around. As he did, he met Li Lei's piercing gaze. "How many times must I reiterate? Without my consent, you are not permitted to view the company's surveillance. Do you think I'm jesting?" Li Lei glared at Lu Chen, storming in with a face full of fury. "Manager Li, Deputy Manager Lu is here. Get out of here. What business is it of yours?" Zhang Wei intended to assist Lu Chen, but was met with an irate reprimand from Li Lei. Faced with Li Lei's fiery glare, Zhang Wei opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, quietly retreating. After dismissing Zhang Wei, Li Lei's gaze returned to Lu Chen. "Didn't you wish to prove that those photos were provided by Shiao Xin? Are you satisfied now?" When addressing Lu Chen, Li Lei maintained a semblance of civility. Regardless of Lu Chen's tenure, he was, after all, a deputy manager promoted by Feng Feifei. In this regard, Li Lei afforded Lu Chen a measure of respect. "Satisfied? Perhaps it is you who should feel satisfied." Lu Chen was thoroughly impressed by Li Lei's tactics, first thwarting his attempt to check the surveillance, and then erasing the video. In this aspect, Lu Chen conceded that he fell short of Li Lei. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Don't you know?" Witnessing Li Lei's feigned ignorance, Lu Chen felt an urge to laugh uproariously. Yet, in the end, he realized that apart from a bitter smile, he possessed none of the satisfaction Li Lei spoke of. "Lu Chen, what are you pretending for? Speak plainly. Why the cryptic remarks?" Listening to Lu Chen's vague comments, Li Lei raised an eyebrow. With a dismissive gesture, Li Lei coldly seated himself nearby, preparing to observe Lu Chen's forthcoming performance. "Very well, since you wish to hear it, I shall reiterate." Facing Li Lei's disdainful expression, Lu Chen sneered. "ISNT it simply to assist your cousin? No wonder you wouldn't let me view the surveillance. You intended to delete that video. Now you've succeeded. Are you satisfied?" As if venting his pent-up grievances, Lu Chen gazed at Li Lei and laid bare all his thoughts. After concluding his tirade, he sat down in disappointment. Just as he prepared to listen to Li Lei's triumphant voice, he was taken aback to see Li Lei rise, utterly bewildered. "Lu Chen, what are you talking about? Who deleted the video? Who else could it be but you?" Lu Chen, incredulous, pointed at the computer and exclaimed, "Look for yourself. Is this not your handiwork? How could this happen? I did not delete it." Li Lei protested, his anger flaring as he viewed the screen, which had turned black after Lu Chen exited. "Huh, go on, continue your performance." Lu Chen thought to himself that Li Lei might as well pursue a career in acting rather than indulging in petty schemes at the office. "Lu Chen, do you not trust me?" Li Lei's voice bore a hint of desperation. "Trust you? How can I? Look at the dark screen." Lu Chen sneered, his heart heavy. The surveillance footage represented Lu Chen's sole glimmer of hope, and now, as he watched that hope vanish, he felt akin to a puppet, manipulated for the amusement of others while feigning joy. "Lu Chen, I haven't left the office all day. How could I have deleted the video?" Li Lei protested. "But you are Shiao Xin's cousin." Lu Chen shot back. "So what? Does that mean I cannot have relatives working here?" "But she came to see you." Lu Chen pressed. "She came to deliver documents. Is that a crime? Why is it that as soon as Shiao Xin visits your office, the video gets deleted?" Lu Chen's piercing gaze bore into Li Lei as he unleashed 3 suppressed inquiries. He expected Li Lei to reveal a flicker of guilt if he had indeed tampered with the footage. However, after scrutinizing Li Lei's expression multiple times, Lu Chen ultimately surrendered his suspicions. Li Lei's face displayed only anger and defiance, devoid of any hint of remorse. "Well, if you do not believe me, there is nothing more I can say. I assure you, I had no part in this." Chapter 57. Shiao Xian's confession, not Li Lei? Could it possibly be Shiao Xian? Lu Chun found himself at a loss. Are you willing to let me question Shiao Xian alone? Go ahead. When have I ever stopped you? Li Lei replied, casting Lu Chun a disinterested glance before storming out in frustration. What a perplexing situation. If not Li Lei, then could it truly be that Shiao Xian had disregarded company protocol and stealthily deleted the video? With these questions lingering in his mind, Lu Chun retreated to his office. Reflecting on the day's endeavors, he found himself still without clarity, the stark contrast leaving him disheartened. His eyes, vacant and despondent, stared blankly at the computer screen, as if he had lost his very soul. Deputy Manager Lu, are you all right? Upon learning of Lu Chen's return, Zhang Wei hurriedly made his way to his office. Observing Lu Chen's dazed expression, he cautiously approached him. It's nothing, just something I can't quite fathom. Lu Chun replied, tiredly shaking his head in an effort to regain clarity. It's about this matter. It's so straightforward. It must be Li Lei who deleted the video. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so guilty. Zhang Wei spoke with unwavering confidence, thumping his chest as he thoroughly dissected Li Lei's actions. Guilty? Is Li Lei truly feeling guilty? I fail to perceive that. Lu Chun recalled that from the moment Li Lei entered, his countenance had been chillingly cold. Zhang Wei's assertion of Li Lei's guilt did not resonate with Lu Chun. How did you discern his guilt? Lu Chun inquired, voicing his doubt. Isn't it obvious? Since we've been in the surveillance room, only Li Lei has managed to grasp our plan. If he wasn't feeling guilty, why would he choose that moment to seek us out in the surveillance room? Admittedly, Zhang Wei possessed an exceptional insight in certain matters. Gradually, Lu Chun began to accept this reality. The thought of having mentioned looking for Shiao Xian in front of Li Lei compelled Lu Chun to rise abruptly. Immediately summon Shiao Xian to my office. He urged Zhang Wei, his urgency palpable. Watching Zhang Wei's retreating figure, Lu Chun silently prayed to meet Shiao Xian before Li Lei could. This anxious anticipation did not linger for long. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Wei ushered Shiao Xian into the office. Assistant Manager Lu, you called for me? Shiao Xian entered, appearing somewhat anxious. Noticing her doubtful gaze, Lu Chun felt a sense of foreboding. Have you been to the surveillance room? He asked. The surveillance room? Why would I go there? Initially skeptical, Shiao Xian's eyes widened upon hearing Lu Chen's question. Witnessing her reaction, a knowing smile spread across Lu Chen's face. Of course, to destroy the evidence. Shiao Xian, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Your usual joking around is one thing, but how could you film director phone? Now look what you've done. Not only have you implicated Assistant Manager Lu, but your cousin will also suffer the consequences of your actions. Before Lu Chun could respond, Zhang Wei vehemently chastised Shiao Xian. After such a lengthy tirade, Zhang Wei still seemed unsatisfied. In Lu Chen's presence, he commanded, you should go to the Human Resources Department immediately and resign. Director Zhang, what are you talking about? What evidence am I supposed to destroy? How have I entangled Assistant Manager Lu in this? Shiao Xian demanded, her frustration evident. Following Zhang Wei's scolding, she appeared on the verge of tears, her indignation palpable. Enough. Have you both said enough? Can you let me speak for a moment? Initially, I believed that my youth was the reason I could not restrain the impulses within my heart. However, witnessing the quarrel between Zhang Wei and Shiao Xian, Lu Chun suddenly felt a weight upon his shoulders. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he cast a glance at Zhang Wei, then shifted his gaze to Shiao Xian. Was that document you gave me the other day? Yes, it was. Shiao Xian, unable to meet Lu Chen's penetrating gaze, merely lowered her head to acknowledge the incident. In that moment, the once arrogant Shiao Xian appeared diminished, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter under Lu Chen's intense scrutiny. Excellent. Does this document contain any swimwear photos of Director Foam? There are a few. Are you telling me I should deliver them to Manager Zhang Wei of the sales department? Correct. With Shiao Xian's candid admission, Lu Chun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Reflecting on the colossal burden that had weighed heavily on him for the past few days, he felt liberated at last. Why should I deliver them to Zhang Wei? Because he has a secret infatuation with Director Foam. As she uttered this confession, Shiao Xian furtively glanced at Lu Chun. Before he could pose any further inquiries, she divulged the rest of her thoughts. I intended to use Manager Zhang as a means to teach you a lesson, but I never anticipated that Director Feng would place such profound trust in you. Xiao Xin remained perplexed by the outcome. Logically, if Feng Feifei were to discover that someone had been spying on her, that individual would surely face dire consequences. Yet, to her astonishment, Lu Chen not only escaped Feng Feifei's wrath, but was also elevated in rank. Was this truly fate at play? As the investigation reached its conclusion, the truth had finally emerged. Provided Xiao Xin acknowledged her involvement in the matter, Lu Chen's defamation would dissipate into thin air. As for how this will be handled, I must consult Director Feng. You may return for now. After orchestrating such a grand scheme solely to expel herself, Lu Chen found himself at a loss regarding how to regard Xiao Xin. Having clarified everything, Xiao Xin appeared considerably more at ease. She believed there was little justification for her upcoming punishment. Yet, just as she was about to leave, a thought struck her. Oh, I truly did not delete the surveillance footage. Turning back, Xiao Xin emphasized this point once more to Lu Chen. Not you? You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me again, would you? Since her arrival at the company, Xiao Xin had seemingly never ceased her attempts at deception towards him. Now, with the truth laid bare, she still refused to admit her role in the deletion of the video. Lu Chen found this somewhat amusing, gazing at Xiao Xin as he calmly remarked. But in doing so, the one who benefits the most is you. I am aware it is me. However, I did not do it. I will admit to my actions, but I will not concede to things I did not do, no matter the cost. Chapter 58. The web of relationships among three individuals. Seeing that Lu Chen remained unconvinced by her words, Xiao Xin, in a fit of indignation, re-entered the conversation. Deputy Manager Lu, I implore you not to slander me until the matter is fully clarified. Gazing directly into Lu Chen's eyes, Xiao Xin now displayed a somewhat assertive demeanor. Judging by her stance, if Lu Chen dared to slander her again, she appeared ready to confront him fiercely. Very well, I shall investigate this matter. By the way, I have another question, and I hope you will answer me truthfully. Since Xiao Xin repeatedly claimed that the deleted video was not hers, Lu Chen was no longer inclined to entangle himself further with her. However, he still wished to clarify the origins of the photographs, as this was specifically entrusted to him by Feng Feifei. Speak. Xiao Xin shot Lu Chen an irritated glance and impatiently turned her head away. Who provided you with these photographs? Li Mei. Li Mei. The name sounded vaguely familiar to Lu Chen. Flipping through the employee roster on the desk, he turned a couple of pages before pointing at a girl's name and looking at Xiao Xin. Is it her? Yes, that's her. Who exactly is this Li Mei? And how did she obtain Feng Feifei's swim photos? Lu Chen felt a tinge of curiosity. Casting a glance at Zhang Wei beside him, Lu Chen suggested, "Let's invite her in. No need to find her. I will explain." Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. Hearing the sound and observing the person who entered, aside from the surprised expressions on Lu Chen and Xiao Xin's faces, Zhang Wei had already lowered his head. Manager Zhang, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Wei, the manager of the sales department. Upon learning that Lu Chen had summoned Xiao Xin to the office once again, he had anticipated this very scene. Observing the astonished faces of Xiao Xin and Lu Chen, Zhang Wei let out a wry smile and took a seat nearby. You were curious about where Li Mei obtained the photographs, weren't you? Indeed, I have promised Mr. Feng that I would uncover the mastermind behind this. Xiao Xin's candid admission enlightened Lu Chen regarding the source of the photographs. Consequently, it became evident that as long as they could acquire information from Li Mei, the individual responsible for the photos would soon emerge. At that moment, Zhang Wei, as the manager of the sales department, interjected, which made Lu Chen feel as though he was beginning to grasp something. Do you know who Li Mei is? No. She is Mr. Feng's cousin. What? Mr. Feng's cousin? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's revelation, Lu Chen stood there in shock. Given their cousin relationship, how could Li Mei act in such a manner? Secretly capturing her cousin's swim photos and then having them disseminated privately. What was her intention? While Lu Chen was lost in these chaotic speculations, another remark from Zhang Wei gradually jogged Lu Chen's memory. If I am not mistaken, The person who interviewed you that day should have been Li Mei. But what does that imply? Zhang Wei's comment prompted Lu Chun to vaguely recall the scene of his interview. It seemed that he had not adequately met the requirements of the interviewer, and he had thought he had failed. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, he received a phone call that evening confirming his successful application. At that moment, he found this puzzling, and now it appeared somewhat unnatural. Perhaps it is merely your exceptional fortune that has led Mr. Feng to make an exception and approve your application. You must understand that your educational background and work experience fall short of our company's hiring standards. Consequently, your seamless entry into our organization has sparked suspicions among some that you may have a clandestine connection with Mr. Feng. Zhang Wei, observing Lu Chen's bewildered expression, laid bare the entire situation. After concluding his explanation, Zhang Wei offered a wry smile and remarked that such suspicions had precipitated today's predicament. However, I have no acquaintance with Mr. Feng. Lu Chun had never anticipated that since his very first day at the company. All his colleagues had been scrutinizing him with peculiar gazes. Yet, he had remained oblivious to it all, much like a fool. Do you know Mr. Feng? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is our suspicion of your acquaintance. Is it not merely suspicion? Then provide evidence. Lu Chun felt a surge of indignation upon hearing yet another notion founded on mere suspicion. It was astonishing that within such a vast company, both leaders and employees operated solely on conjecture. The evidence lies in Mr. Feng's trust in you. From the outset, the theft within your trade department to your recent promotion to the position of deputy manager. Does that not suffice? When Lu Chun demanded evidence, Zhang Wei promptly presented 2 pieces. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Lu Chun deflated like a punctured balloon. He could not deny that, in these 2 matters, he indeed appeared to be a suspect. Very well, I concede to your assertions, but what does this have to do with Li Mei? Since there are suspicions regarding my relationship with Feng Fei, what role does Li Mei play in all this? Lu Chun turned to Zhang Wei, eager to hear his thoughts. Because Li Mei harbors a secret affection for me. What? You claim Li Mei is infatuated with you? Does this not imply that you? Zhang Wei's seemingly calm statement caused Lu Chun to leap from his chair. Li Mei is enamored with Zhang Wei, and Zhang Wei is smitten with Feng Fei. This absurd love triangle left Lu Chun utterly confounded. Upon reflection, it seemed to bear no relevance to him. He was neither secretly in love with Li Mei, nor did he have feelings for Feng Fei. How had he become entangled in this affair? This perplexity gnawed at Lu Chun. Gazing at Zhang Wei's unflappable demeanor, Lu Chun voiced his thoughts. But this appears to have no bearing on me. I am not involved in your entanglements. The same refrain, suspicion. Why is it always suspicion? Can you not provide some tangible evidence? Do you intend to persuade me through mere doubt? This was the umpteenth time Lu Chun had heard Zhang Wei discuss suspicion. From the very beginning, suspicion had kept Lu Chun from moving forward. Allow me to clarify. Zhang Wei observed Lu Chen's growing agitation, chuckled softly, and continued. It is precisely because of Mr. Feng's attentiveness to you that we question the purity of your relationship. And Li Mei has seized this opportunity to intentionally incite Shiao Xin to trouble you, aiming to drive you away. Driving me away offers her no benefit. Upon hearing that Li Mei intended to use Shiao Xin to expel him, Lu Chun could not help but interrupt Zhang Wei's words. Considering the intricate web of relationships he had just outlined, Lu Chun found it difficult to comprehend Li Mei's actions. However, Zhang Wei's subsequent remark seemed to clarify the entire situation for Lu Chun. Of course, it serves a purpose. At the very least, it allows me to ascertain that you possess her swimming photos. Chapter 59. A grandfather remains a grandfather. What do you mean by that? You mean Li Mei wants to use my hand too? How terrifying. Lu Chun had never anticipated that Li Mei could be so cunning. Because of her unrequited affection for Zhang Wei, she intended to pass on Feng Fei's swimming photos through Lu Chun. This maneuver would not only incite resentment from Zhang Wei towards Lu Chun, but also alter his perception of Feng Fei. By executing such a simple tactic, Li Mei could potentially oust Lu Chun from the company while simultaneously winning Zhang Wei's favor, all without arousing suspicion. The brilliance of such a scheme sent shivers down Lu Chen's spine. Is a contemporary workplace rife with such hidden traps? If that were the case, Lu Chun felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Now do you understand? Ultimately, this matter stems from me. Observing Lu Chen's prolonged silence, Zhang Wei let out a sigh of regret. So it was I who deleted the surveillance footage. The intention was to prevent you from pursuing the investigation further. When it came to the deletion of the video, Zhang Wei suddenly chuckled, as if realizing the absurdity of his actions. He turned to Shiao Xin and said, I apologize for having you bear the brunt of this for so long. Manager Zhang, please don't say that. I'm perfectly fine, truly. After the truth was unveiled, Shiao Xin wore a similarly incredulous expression. The entire affair had unfolded with her at the helm, using Lu Chun as a pawn. Had she known the situation earlier, Shiao Xin felt she should have come clean much sooner. You and Li Mei are close friends, right? Has she never mentioned any of this to you? Zhang Wei inquired, smiling at Shiao Xin. No, I truly had no idea Li Mei could do such a thing. Zhang Wei's words sparked a hint of anger in Shiao Xin. Their friendship had always been strong, yet she had never imagined that she would become a mere pawn in Li Mei's game, completely betraying the bond they shared. All right, I've said everything that needed to be said. You should report to General Feng now. With the matter reaching this point, the truth had finally come to light. Zhang Wei appeared somewhat despondent as he smiled at Lu Chun and exited his office. Thank you. Just before leaving, Zhang Wei cast a glance at the Trade Department employee who shared his name, leaving behind a cryptic remark before cheerfully stepping out. Deputy Manager Lu, I must extend my apologies. Zhang Wei from the Ministry of Trade, upon hearing the words uttered by another Zhang Wei, visibly changed in countenance. After the latter departed, he approached Lu Chun. In truth, I was also involved in this matter. You were involved? How come I was unaware of that? Although Lu Chun had previously harbored suspicions about the Zhang Wei who lingered beside him, as events gradually unfolded, he chose to overlook this concern. It was only upon hearing this Zhang Wei's candid admission that Lu Chun found himself perplexed about the role he played in the situation. When you intended to review the surveillance footage, it was I who informed Manager Zhang. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun recalled that, at the time he wished to inspect the recordings, this sales department Zhang Wei had indeed approached him. Once he pieced together these details, Lu Chun could not help but chuckle at his own naivety. How foolish of him to remain oblivious to such a significant spy lurking so close. Was it merely his youth, or does life always present unexpected surprises? Perhaps this is a question that no one can truly answer. After organizing the entire sequence of events, Lu Chun knocked on the door of Feng Feifei's office. General Manager Feng, I have investigated the matter you requested. Entering Feng Feifei's office and standing before her, Lu Chun calmly recounted the entire affair. Once he finished, Feng Feifei remained silent for a moment before lowering her head. Let us consider this matter closed. Thank you. Time passed before she finally lifted her gaze. After mustering a faint smile, she retrieved an envelope from a nearby drawer. This is a check for 800,000. Please take it. Reflecting on the price they had previously agreed upon, Feng Feifei honored her commitment. I cannot accept this. Why not? Because I feel I have done nothing. Gazing at the substantial check, Lu Chun struggled to swallow. To say he would refuse, it was disingenuous. He yearned to seize the check immediately. With such funds, not only would his future be more secure, but most importantly, he could finally take Tong Tong to the hospital for treatment. Yet, for the time being, Lu Chun could not accept Feng Feifei's money. In the grand scheme of things, he was merely a pawn destined for abandonment. If not for Feng Feifei's exceptional trust, he would not have uncovered any results. Thus, it was she who deserved the reward, not Lu Chun himself. Regardless, you should still be compensated. Upon hearing Lu Chun's reasoning, Feng Feifei chuckled, surprised that he would conjure such a feeble excuse. After her laughter subsided, she regarded Lu Chun once more. Recalling a comment from Li Lei, Feng Feifei presented a reason Lu Chun could not refuse. Moreover, your family situation indeed requires this money. General Manager Feng, thank you. Overwhelmed by her words, Lu Chun, a young man, found it increasingly difficult to contain his emotions. Trembling, Lu Chun accepted the check handed to him by Feng Feifei. His eyes reddened as he bowed deeply in gratitude. Feifei, I heard that Wu Bin came looking for. Just as Lu Chun bent slightly, the door to Feng Feifei's office was abruptly pushed open. Hearing that familiar voice, along with the unfinished sentence, Lu Chun hurriedly straightened up and turned to look. Grandfather? What brings you here? Lu Chun never anticipated such a serendipitous encounter with this elderly gentleman. Had it only been a short while since their last meeting? How could they cross paths yet again in Feng Feifei's office? Father, what are you doing here? Even more surprising to Lu Chun was Feng Feifei. As he watched her rise to assist the elderly gentleman to a nearby seat, his eyes widened in astonishment. Young man, don't you think there's a certain fate between us? The elderly gentleman seemed to have been aware of Lu Chen's presence all along. Observing Lu Chen's astonished expression, he chuckled with delight. Chapter 60, 800,000 received. Wait, do you two know each other? Feng Feifei inquired, equally taken aback. She glanced from the surprised Lu Chun to her father, ultimately fixing her gaze on the elderly man. Yes, it was during my last move when that large wardrobe nearly fell on this young man. Thankfully, he was sensible and didn't hold it against me. Had it been someone else, who knows how much they would have extorted from me. The elderly gentleman reminisced with great enthusiasm, recounting the events, allowing Feng Feifei to grasp the situation better. Reflecting on her initial encounter with Lu Chun and her father's appraisal of him, a knowing smile crept across Feng Feifei's face. Lu Chun, why didn't you mention this before? I had no idea this gentleman was your father. Otherwise, Lu Chun was astounded, realizing how intertwined their fates were, especially considering the near mishap involving him and the elderly man's family. Was it truly destiny? Lu Chun found it hard to believe. It's not your fault. I simply didn't inform you. Besides, as an old man, I shouldn't go around telling everyone that my daughter runs a company. The humility of Lu Chun delighted the elderly gentleman. Observing Lu Chun's nervous demeanor, he burst into laughter. Grandfather, please, continue your conversation with President Feng. I would want to intrude any longer. After a brief exchange, Lu Chun sensed Feng Feifei's hesitance, realizing it was time for him to depart. Were it not for the elderly man's overwhelming warmth and infectious laughter, he would have left long ago. Are you seeking employment? Then you should hurry on your way. We can chat again some other time. Upon hearing Lu Chen's intent to leave, the elderly gentleman displayed little reaction, barely pausing to contemplate before allowing Lu Chun to exit Feng Feifei's office. Father, why do you keep bringing up Wubin? I've made it abundantly clear that it's impossible between us. Once Lu Chun had departed, Feng Feifei's previously cheerful demeanor faded as she regarded her father with a furrowed brow. How can it be impossible? Wubin's family is quite well off. What is there that he lacks in comparison to you? The elder, curious, wished to hear Feng Feifei's response. This is not a matter of compatibility. It is simply that I have no feelings for him. Upon hearing this, the elder appeared somewhat irritated. With a sharp glare, he exclaimed, How old are you this year? 29. My dear child, if you do not marry soon, do you wish to become an old maid? Do not speak of being an old maid. If I cannot find someone I truly connect with, I would rather become a nun. Faced with her father's relentless pressure to marry, Feng Feifei felt a surge of agitation. After leaving that harsh remark, she stormed out in a huff. You stubborn girl. Watching her retreating figure, the elder sighed deeply. Upon returning to his office, Lu Chun sank heavily into his chair. Reflecting on the events of the past few days felt surreal. Although Zhang Wei had repeatedly claimed responsibility for the matter, Lu Chun believed it was equally about protecting Li Mei. The reason Feng Feifei chose not to pursue the issue further was also rooted in safeguarding Li Mei. Li Mei, what kind of person are you? Committing such a grave mistake, yet not only escaping dismissal, but also receiving protection from everyone? Is it possible that your heart is truly devoid of pain? After a long day, Lu Chun returned home, weary. As soon as he opened the door, he spotted Tian Jing squatting by the wash basin. Upon seeing Lu Chun return, she looked up with concern and asked, Are you back from work? Yes. Has Tong Tong returned? The moment he stepped inside, Lu Chun began searching for his daughter. Feeling the check in his pocket, he brushed away the gloom on his face. Approaching Tian Jing with an air of mystery, he softly declared, My dear wife, I love you so much. Have you lost your mind? Tian Jing stared at Lu Chun in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a declaration from him. Her initial thought was that he must be unwell. No, I'm not out of my mind. Look. Under Tian Jing's curious gaze, Lu Chun produced the check from his pocket. Is this 800,000? My goodness. Where did you get so much money? Gazing at the series of zeros, Tian Jing's eyes widened, and the clothes she held fell to the floor. This is a reward for my boss, Lu Chan said with a hint of pride. Ever since he arrived here and met Tian Jing, life had felt rather constricting. Now, having received such a substantial sum, he had every reason to feel triumphant. A reward for you? What did you do to deserve such a sum? Although Lu Chan had become somewhat buoyant, Tian Jing remained composed, seemingly unimpressed by the allure of money. She harbored doubts about Lu Chen's explanation for receiving such a reward. This story is rather lengthy. Observing Tian Jing's skeptical expression, Lu Chen began recounting the events he had experienced over the past few days. Previously, he had refrained from sharing, fearing that Tian Jing might misunderstand him. If I do not speak now, Lu Chan fears he may become even more inarticulate. Although he wishes to express himself, when it comes to matters concerning his own life, he opts to evade the topic. He does not want Tian Jing to know about the disdain he has encountered outside, nor does he wish to plant any seeds of doubt in her mind. However, this is perhaps excessive. Only after Lu Chen finished speaking did Tian Jing begin to comprehend the events that had transpired over the past couple of days. Gazing at the check in Lu Chen's hand, she found it hard to believe. I, too, think that the sum given to me by President Feng is somewhat generous. Nevertheless, it can be regarded as a form of consideration for me. Tian Jing's thoughts are entirely reasonable. Even Lu Chen himself feels that this reward is rather substantial. Had it not been for the rationale provided by Feng Feifei later on, Lu Chen would have undoubtedly declined this money. Consideration for you? What does that mean? Hearing Lu Chen utter these words instinctively caused Tian Jing to look up. It is merely encouragement for newcomers. Observing the suspicion beginning to brew in Tian Jing's gaze, Lu Chen hastily conjured an excuse to deflect her inquiry. All right, how do you intend to use this money? After casting a doubtful glance at Lu Chen, Tian Jing's attention returned to the 80,000. I intend to take my daughter for medical treatment. Tong Tong's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Previously, the lack of funds had forced them to forego hospital visits. However, now that they have the means, Lu Chen's foremost thought is to save his daughter. Chapter 61. The Bonds of Brotherhood. Do you believe Tong Tong's illness can truly be cured? After dinner, as they lay in bed, Tian Jing nestled beside Lu Chen, expressing her concerns with a hint of worry. Do not fret. With the advancements in science, what ailment cannot be treated? But what if? There are no what-ifs. It must be curable. Tian Jing's apprehensions echo Lu Chen's own fears. If Tong Tong's illness were to be cured, Lu Chen would go to any lengths, even selling possessions, to ensure her treatment. Conversely, if it cannot be cured, he dares not imagine what their future might hold. Just as Lu Chen was about to comfort Tian Jing and drift into slumber, his phone rang. At this hour, who could be calling you? Hearing the phone's ring, Tian Jing turned her head away in mild annoyance. Who knows? Lu Chen replied while retrieving his phone. Lu Chen, are you free to come over? The moment the call connected, Hu Ming's urgent voice came through. Brother Ming? What is it? Is something wrong? It was Hu Ming. Receiving a call from him at this hour raised Lu Chen's alarm. The old lady may not make it. What did you say? Hearing the choked sobs in Hu Ming's voice, Lu Chen shot upright in bed. Are you at the hospital? I will come right away. He could not have anticipated such a turn of events. After hanging up, Lu Chen hurriedly got out of bed, swiftly donning his clothes as he informed Tian Jing. I must go to the hospital. Hu Ming's mother may not survive. What? Just a few days ago she was fine. How can it deteriorate so quickly? I do not know. Let us see what the situation is when we arrive. After putting on his clothes, Lu Chen appeared to have recalled something. He pursed his lips, but remained silent. Make sure to close the door at home. I'm uncertain when I will return. After advising Tian Jing to stay safe, Lu Chen rushed out to hail a taxi, heading towards the hospital. He remembered that during his last visit to Hu Ming's home, he had mentioned that his mother was recovering well. He never anticipated that just a few days later, her condition would deteriorate so drastically. After a swift journey, Lu Chen arrived at the hospital. Uncle Lu, you're here. As he stepped through the hospital's entrance, a girl who appeared to be around 14 or 15 dashed towards him. Who are you? Lu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled, but soon considered a possibility. I'm Hu Feifei. Don't you remember me, Uncle Lu? Hu Feifei offered a wry smile, shyly lowering her head. Indeed, this girl was Hu Ming's daughter, Hu Feifei. Upon realizing her identity, Lu Chun gazed at her with confusion. He recalled Hu Ming mentioning over the phone that the elderly lady was nearing her end. So how was it that Hu Feifei was still outside? What are you doing here? Didn't they say your grandmother? My dad was worried you wouldn't find my grandmother as hospital room. So he specifically asked me to come out and meet you. Let us hurry inside, then. Lu Chun was taken aback by Hu Ming's thoughtfulness in sending his daughter to wait for him. Once Lu Chun entered the ward under Hu Feifei's guidance, the doctor's recommendation was also presented. Mr. Hu, your mother's heart rate is extremely weak. If you do not sign this, we will have to cease treatment. A middle-aged man in a white coat stood before Hu Ming, holding a document. Seeing Hu Ming crouched on the ground with his head in his hands filled Lu Chun with sorrow, and he slowly approached Hu Ming's wife. Upon noticing Lu Chun's entrance, Hu Ming's wife, Zhang Fong, nodded at him. Sister-in-law, what is happening? Alas, myocardial infarction. If we do not perform a heart stent procedure. Then, she gestured towards Hu Ming on the floor and turned away helplessly. Then let us proceed with the surgery. Saving her life is the priority. Quickly have the doctor perform the stent operation. Lu Chun felt a sense of urgency. He could not understand what Hu Ming was contemplating. If they had a chance to save the elderly lady, what was there to wait for? However, Feifei is about to start school. Your brother is unemployed and relying solely on me. We simply cannot gather that much money. Zhang Fong sighed helplessly, reluctantly revealing the harsh reality to Lu Chun. How much will it cost? Upon learning that finances were the issue, Lu Chun immediately directed his questioning gaze towards Zhang Fong. At least over 100,000. She replied. This doesn't even include post-operative treatment and rehabilitation. If we factor that in, it will be at least 150 to 160,000. 100,000 is a sum that might not seem particularly significant for most families, but for Hu Ming's household, it represented a lifeline. Reflecting upon the 800,000 he had just entrusted to Tian Jing, Lu Chun's resolve began to waver. Ultimately, it seemed as though he had made a momentous decision. Approaching the doctor, he stated emphatically, I will cover the expenses. Let us proceed with the surgery immediately. Lu Chun reached out to take the notification slip from the doctor and casually discarded it into the trash bin. As his words faded, Hu Ming lifted his gaze. Appearing as if he were meeting Lu Chun for the first time, his eyes brimming with confusion. Meeting the doctor's perplexed stare, Lu Chun spoke, Doctor, please proceed with the surgery for the elderly lady. I will settle the payment shortly. Who are you? The doctor inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. I am his buddy, his closest friend. Lu Chun replied with a smile, meeting Hu Ming's gaze. Lu Chun, Hu Ming exclaimed, suddenly rising from the floor, and the two embraced tightly. Ultimately, the elderly lady was wheeled into the operating room by the nurse. In the corridor outside, Hu Ming's family looked at Lu Chun with expressions of deep gratitude. Where did you get the money, you rascal? Hu Ming asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Lu Chun's calm demeanor. It was a bonus from the company. While Hu Ming's family rejoiced, Lu Chun remained unable to share in their happiness. He had yet to inform Tian Jing of his decision. What if she disagreed? Glancing at Hu Ming beside him, Lu Chun forced a smile. You all stay here. I'll go ask Tian Jing to bring the money. Feeling somewhat restless, he stood up, exchanged smiles with Zhang Fong and Hu Ming, and stepped outside. Thank you, brother. Please convey my thanks to my sister-in-law. All right. Lu Chun responded with a smile before heading to the hospital restroom. Are you asleep? He asked, pulling out his phone and inhaling deeply as he dialed Tian Jing's number. Not yet. What time will you be back? Tian Jing's delicate voice made Lu Chun's throat constrict, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't articulate his thoughts. I estimate it will be late. He replied, You'll be home late? Should I go to bed then? Upon hearing that Lu Chun would not be returning home soon, Tian Jing's tone grew slightly displeased. Meanwhile, Lu Chun seemed to have made a decision. Before Tian Jing could hang up, he hesitantly spoke. Could you possibly bring me some money? Chapter 62. The discarded check, what did you say? Tian Jing glanced at their sleeping daughter and pondered Lu Chun's words. It didn't take long for her to grasp the situation. How much do you need? 200,000. Initially, Lu Chun had intended to discuss it with Tian Jing first, hoping to gain her approval before revealing the amount. However, at that moment, he seemingly forgot his prior intent and blurted out the specific figure. "Where are you calling from?" "I'm in the restroom." "Why?" Lu Chun checked his surroundings, puzzled by Tian Jing's question. Just as he was about to ask her why she needed to know, her voice came through the phone, filled with displeasure. "Lu Chun, are you out of your mind? Do you think that because you have some money, you can act like a big shot? 200,000. You must realize this is Tong's life-saving money. Have you considered that it might very well be because of this 200,000? Tong. Tian Jing's voice quivered, and the words that followed faltered. Although she only expressed half of her thoughts, Lu Chun understood her intent all too clearly. Hu Ming's mother was in dire need of the 200,000, yet his daughter Tong might also require those funds. This predicament left Lu Chun in a most difficult position. After receiving a stern reprimand from Tian Jing over the phone, Lu Chun remained resolute in his earlier decision to first assist Hu Ming's mother, while thoughts of Tong were too painful to contemplate at that moment. "I understand everything you've said. However, I cannot stand idly by while Hu Ming loses his mother. If Hu Ming had not called him today, or if Lu Chun did not possess such a substantial sum, he might have found solace in his decision. Alas, Lu Chun was left with a sense of guilt toward his daughter, prioritizing his friend's crisis instead. Fine, he has no mother and you seem heartbroken. Let us see how you would react if you lost your daughter." Without giving Lu Chun a chance to explain further, Tian Jing hung up in anger. "Please don't speak like that." As the phone emitted the monotonous tone of disconnection, Lu Chun felt a wave of conflict wash over him as he set the device down. "What's the status? When will my sister-in-law send the money?" As he exited the restroom, he was met by Hu Ming's anxious gaze. I couldn't get through earlier. She must have been asleep." "What? What are we going to do?" Glancing back at the operating room, disappointment etched itself across Hu Ming's face. The thought of waiting until the surgery concluded, only to find Lu Chen's funds still unarrived, was too distressing to entertain. "Don't worry. At dawn tomorrow, I will return home to retrieve the money." Observing Hu Ming's urgency, Lu Chun hastily reassured him. With the knowledge that all Tian Jing possessed was merely a check, he continued, "Moreover, even if Tian Jing brings the money now, we still cannot settle the hospital bill. I haven't exchanged it at the bank yet." With this statement, Lu Chun aimed to soothe Hu Ming's anxious heart while also buying himself some precious time. "That's good. I hope it doesn't cause any delays." Hearing Lu Chun's words seemed to relieve some of Hu Ming's tension. Turning to Lu Chun with gratitude, he once again cast his gaze toward the distant operating room. "Tian Jing, please hurry. If you don't come soon, I truly won't be able to hold on any longer." Gazing down the empty corridor, Lu Chun silently prayed. In this moment, he desperately wished to glimpse Tian Jing's figure, yet simultaneously feared her arrival. The moment she appeared, his promise to Hu Ming would be fulfilled, and it would mean that his daughter Tong would miss yet another opportunity for treatment. Lu Chun was acutely aware of the gravity of this dilemma. Faced with such a binary choice, Lu Chun could only cling to the most pressing option. 10 minutes elapsed, yet Tian Jing's silhouette remained absent. 20 minutes passed, and still no sign of her. 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Just as Lu Chun was about to succumb to disappointment, a familiar figure finally appeared in the distance along the corridor. Observing Tian Jing, who was late and cradling her daughter, Lu Chun excitedly rushed over. "Why did you bring our daughter?" he asked, taking the still sleeping child from Tian Jing's arms. "I couldn't bear to leave her home alone." Tian Jing shot Lu Chun an exasperated glance, her steps unwavering as she strode past him into the building. "Little sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Hu Ming inquired, surprised by Tian Jing's arrival. "Didn't Lu Chun say he couldn't reach you by phone?" He cast a dubious glance at Lu Chun, recalling their earlier conversation. "I couldn't get through," Lu Chun explained, "but the phone ringing woke Tong. I thought there was an emergency, so I hurried over." The revelation that Lu Chun could fabricate a lie left Tian Jing incredulous. After finally smoothing over Lu Chun's deception, she approached Hu Ming. "Brother, our mother is getting older, and it's only natural for her to have minor ailments. Please don't be upset." When Lu Chun arrived, they had agreed that regardless of how much their mother needed this time, they would lend him the money without hesitation. Since Lu Chun claimed he hadn't reached her, Tian Jing feigned ignorance, comforting Hu Ming while also revealing her intention to lend him money. Little sister-in-law, you needn't say more. I will always remember your kindness. If these words had come from Lu Chen's lips, Hu Ming might not have been so moved. However, coming from Tian Jing, they resonated deeply with him. Brother, I brought all the money from home. See if it's enough. As she spoke, Tian Jing pulled out 3 stacks of cash from her pocket and placed them directly into Hu Ming's hands. Little sister-in-law, this is just a small token from Lu Chun and me. I hope you won't think it insufficient. No, didn't Lu Chun say? Hu Ming glanced at the money in his hands, then recalled Lu Chun's previous remarks, his expression one of confusion. What's wrong? Lu Chun approached, and upon seeing the cash in Hu Ming's grasp, he immediately understood the situation. He recalled that this money was part of the commission he had earned from helping Brother Han sell property, 10,000 of which he had previously given to Hu Ming, with another 10,000 set aside for daily expenses. The remaining 30,000 had been held by Tian Jing. Now, seeing this money, Lu Chun clearly recognized it as his commission from a sale. What about the 80,000 check I gave you last night? Check? What check? Lu Chun and Tian Jing exchanged puzzled glances. The one I pulled from my pocket while doing laundry, Lu Chun said anxiously, looking into Tian Jing's eyes. What? That was a check? I thought I lost it. At that moment, Tian Jing was equally alarmed. She never anticipated that a casually discarded piece of paper could represent the sum of 800,000, as mentioned by Lu Chun. How foolish! Lu Chun felt utterly speechless. He distinctly recalled advising Tian Jing to safeguard it with utmost care, promising to retrieve it from the bank whenever he found the time. Upon hearing Tian Jing lament the loss of the check, Lu Chun felt as though his heart had shattered into countless pieces. Do not fret, both of you. Perhaps the check still resides in your household trash. Hurry home and search for it. Hu Ming approached, having overheard their earlier conversation. The thought of Lu Chun possessing a check for 800,000 stirred his own anxiety, especially since it contained funds crucial for his mother's medical expenses. Very well. Let us return to search for the money. If it is lost, I shall certainly find it. Hu Ming's reminder jolted Lu Chun back to his senses. Recalling his promise to Hu Ming, he gritted his teeth and dashed out, cradling Tong Tong in his arms. Brother Ming, I must take my leave. Go swiftly. As Lu Chen's figure receded into the distance, Tian Jing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, waved goodbye to Hu Ming before following him outside. Could this couple be deceiving us? After Lu Chun and Tian Jing had departed, Zhang Fong approached her husband. Observing their retreating silhouettes, she voiced her concerns. Silence. What nonsense are you speaking? What relation do I have with Lu Chun? Do we need to resort to such tricks among brothers? Hu Ming vehemently dismissed Zhang Fong's apprehensions. After chastising his wife, he settled into a nearby recliner. Could Lu Chun truly deceive him? Such a notion was preposterous. Others might be unaware of the bond between him and Lu Chun, but Hu Ming was acutely aware. All right, I understand your thoughts. I too am worried about my mother's treatment expenses. I recognize your camaraderie with Lu Chun. Yet, do not forget that Tian Jing is also in the picture. What if, just what if, this is a scheme devised by Tian Jing? Sensing Hu Ming's irritation, Zhang Fong awkwardly positioned herself beside him. Addressing her husband, who seemed disinclined to engage, she shared her perspective. Initially furious, Hu Ming began to waver at her words. Are you suggesting that Shiao Jing could be involved? She does not strike me as that type. Doesn't strike you? Can you truly discern what lies within her heart? Zhang Fong countered Hu Ming's assertion, gazing contemplatively down the corridor. While I believe Lu Chun may not be that sort of person, I cannot bring myself to trust Tian Jing completely. Tian Jing would lie? Hu Ming found this hard to accept. Following his wife's gaze, he too turned to look in that direction. Upon returning home, Lu Chun placed Tong Tong gently on the bed before rummaging through the trash can. In his fervent quest to locate the check discarded by Tian Jing, he was oblivious to everything else. What are you doing? At that moment, Tian Jing coincidentally returned home, and upon witnessing Lu Chen's frantic search, she couldn't help but chuckle. What is happening? Husband, did I perform adequately? What did you act in? Listening to Tian Jing's elusive voice, Lu Chun could hardly lift his head, still rummaging through the pungent trash bin. Of course, I acted in a scene. However, dear husband, your cooperation was somewhat lacking. If you had collaborated better, Hu Ming and his wife would have been utterly convinced. Recalling her earlier performance, Tian Jing felt no inclination to sleep. Watching Lu Chun busily sift through the trash, a triumphant smile spread across her face. After searching for quite some time, Lu Chun had yet to find the check. Just as he was about to ask Tian Jing if she had perhaps misremembered the location, he noticed the beaming smile on her face. In that moment, it seemed as if Lu Chun suddenly grasped something profound. Are you saying you didn't lose that check? Lu Chun regarded Tian Jing with suspicion, eager to confirm his suspicions. Indeed, how could I possibly misplace something so significant? Tian Jing replied, her expression brimming with pride. Then what you said at the hospital was all a fabrication. Of course. How else could I make Hu Ming believe it? The thrill of her earlier deception filled her with exhilaration. She anticipated that her reckless lie would not only convince Hu Ming and his wife, but would also ensnare Lu Chun in her ruse. You're being absurd. How could you lie about something so crucial? Don't you realize this money could save Hu Ming's mother's life? Lu Chun, incensed upon understanding the entire situation, stood up and vehemently chastised Tian Jing. On the way home, Lu Chun had envisioned every possibility, even preparing himself for a trip to the dump. Now, hearing Tian Jing reveal the truth, he could no longer contain his fury. I'm being absurd. I acknowledge that this money could indeed save Hu Ming's mother. But so what? She is quite elderly. Her passing might even be a blessing. Before Tian Jing could finish her retort, Lu Chun raised his hand and struck her. After delivering the blow, he stared at his palm in shock. Tian Jing, momentarily stunned by the slap, was equally taken aback. You actually dare to hit me? Fine. You wish to save that old woman? Here, take the money. Tian Jing, clutching her cheek where Lu Chun had struck her, wept as she retrieved the check from a drawer in the bedside cabinet. Go. Just go. We no longer need your help, she cried, tossing the check at Lu Chun. You can be the hero who sacrifices for a friend. After hurling the check in front of Lu Chun, she collapsed back onto the bed in tears. Staring at the check she had thrown and then at the weeping figure on the bed, Lu Chun sat down in a nearby chair, bewildered. What was happening? What had just transpired? Reflecting on the earlier scene, Lu Chun glanced at Tian Jing on the bed and slowly approached her. Chapter 64. A daughter is a little cotton-padded jacket. I apologize. I failed to restrain my emotions just now. Lu Chun approached Tian Jing and enveloped her in his embrace. Overwhelmed with profound guilt and remorse, he clutched her shoulders tightly. Go away. Leave me be. Take your money and go be a good person elsewhere. As soon as Lu Chun wrapped his arms around her, Tian Jing promptly pushed his hands away. Still seething from the anger of being slapped moments ago, she glared at him, unleashing her fury. Enough. Can we not quarrel any longer? I admit, hitting you was wrong, but the words you spoke were truly heart-wrenching. If it comes to it, you can slap me back twice, and we shall consider it even. As Lu Chun spoke, he leaned his head closer. Did you hear me? I do not wish to see you at all right now, so just leave. Lu Chun's apology garnered no forgiveness from Tian Jing. As she observed Lu Chun's approaching head, she seized a pillow and hurled it at him. In a fit of anger, she grabbed the sleeping Tong Tong and made to storm out. What do you think you are doing? Just as Tian Jing moved, Lu Chun swiftly positioned himself in her path. What do you mean? I have had enough of you. Didn't T you want a divorce before? Now, I'm going to file for divorce. From this moment on, we shall have no ties whatsoever. Divorce? The moment that word escaped Tian Jing's lips, Lu Chun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He could envision various outcomes, yet he never anticipated this divorce. As his life seemed to be falling into place and his career was flourishing, Tian Jing's sudden declaration of divorce struck Lu Chun like a devastating blow. What could possibly make Tian Jing reconsider this notion, or perhaps completely abandon the idea? Lu Chun's gaze shifted to the daughter nestled in Tian Jing's arms. Mommy, did you speak the truth just now? Tong Tong had already awakened when Tian Jing lay crying on the bed. It was her first time witnessing her mother in such a frenzy, leaving her too frightened to cry or make a fuss. She quietly observed the quarrel between Lu Chun and Tian Jing. Upon hearing her mother mention divorce, Tong Tong could no longer remain silent. Before Lu Chun could respond, her aggrieved voice rang out. Yes, Daddy doesn't want us anymore. I will take you away right now. Tian Jing lovingly kissed Tong Tong's cheek, closed her eyes, and prepared to leave. No, I don't want you to get divorced. I don't want to be without Daddy. Tong Tong burst into tears, reaching out towards Lu Chun. Tong Tong, sweetie, don't cry. Daddy will never leave you. Daddy will not divorce Mommy. Whether they could salvage the situation now rested on Tong Tong's response. Meeting Tong Tong's small hands, Lu Chun grasped them firmly within his own. Daddy, please don't let Mommy go. You mustn't. Rest assured, my dear. With Daddy here, Mommy will not leave. Listening to Tong Tong's heart-wrenching cries, Lu Chun felt his eyes moisten. He glanced at Tian Jing, who stood frozen nearby, and choked out, "For our daughter, please grant me another chance." Lu Chen's hushed sobs seemed insufficient to Tian Jing. Nevertheless, she refrained from responding, desperately attempting to break free from Lu Chen's grasp. "Mama, please answer Daddy. Hurry, Daddy. You must hold on to Mama. Otherwise, we might lose our baby." Tian Jing's struggle and their daughter's pleas resonated in Lu Chen's ears, imbuing him with boundless strength. Firmly restraining Tian Jing's efforts to escape, Lu Chun exerted all his might, resembling a ferocious beast. "Have you had enough of this ruckus?" Faced with Lu Chen's unwavering stance, Tian Jing appeared deflated, returning to sit down in the room. "As long as you don't leave, I won't cause a scene." Seeing that he had finally managed to stop Tian Jing, Lu Chun felt a sense of relief. After closing the door once more, he sat beside her. "Mama, I isn't angry anymore." Tong Tong glanced at Tian Jing, then at Lu Chun, and finally broke into a smile through her tears. "Is that so? How do you know?" "Baby, I guessed. How mischievous." Just moments ago, Tong Tong had been sobbing, but now she transformed into a playful little girl. Witnessing this change in his daughter made Lu Chun smile. "Are we not angry anymore, then?" After sharing a moment of laughter with his daughter, Lu Chun took Tian Jing's hand. "Stop pestering me. Go do what you need to do. First, you must promise me you won't be angry." Although there was still a hint of irritation in Tian Jing's voice, it was noticeably diminished compared to before. Whether it was confidence in himself or a belief that he could persuade Tian Jing, Lu Chun stood up, gently touched Tong Tong's small face, and looked at Tian Jing. "Hu Ming has helped us considerably in the past. You have acknowledged this yourself. Have you not always urged me not to forget him? Why then, today, would you act in such a manner?" As Lu Chun spoke, he remained vigilant, watching Tian Jing's expressions, prepared to seize his words at the slightest sign of discontent from her. However, after Lu Chun had said quite a bit, Tian Jing sat quietly, showing no inclination to refute him. Observing this, Lu Chun gradually mustered more courage. "Now that he is facing difficulties, we should lend a hand if we are able. Do you not agree with my reasoning?" Once he had expressed all his thoughts, Lu Chun cautiously positioned himself at the door, ready to intercept Tian Jing if necessary. "I admit you have a point." After a moment of silence, Tian Jing finally spoke. "But have you considered what would happen to Tong Tong if you lend money to Hu Ming? You have always been vocal about earning money for our daughter's medical treatment. Did you think of Tong Tong when making this decision? Do you believe you deserve to be a father?" Those few words from Tian Jing struck Lu Chun like a series of stinging slaps. Hearing the grievances that had long been suppressed within her, Lu Chun buried his head in shame. Soda. I have just come to the realization that I do not qualify as a good father. Damn it." Reflecting carefully on Tian Jing's words, Lu Chun raised his hand and struck himself twice across the face. "Wife, you're absolutely right. Today, I deserve this punishment." In front of Tian Jing, Lu Chun slapped his own face several times. "Daddy, no, please don't hurt yourself." Witnessing Lu Chen's self-inflicted blows, Tian Jing remained in shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, Tong Tong had already grasped the situation. After wriggling free from Tian Jing's embrace, she seized Lu Chun's hand, urging him to refrain from further self-punishment. "Baby, Daddy is sorry. I truly am not a good father." Chapter 65. The heart of parents is full of sorrow, overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret and guilt. Lu Chun was engulfed in remorse. Gazing at his understanding daughter, he held her tightly in his arms. "Let us save this money for Tong Tong's medical expenses. I will think of another way regarding Hu Ming." After calming down, Lu Chun resolved to heed Tian Jing's advice. Although this decision felt somewhat disloyal to his friends, he could not dare to wager his family and daughter. What are you going to do? What can you possibly manage? With Tong Tong's outburst, Tian Jing had also regained her composure, reflecting on her earlier impulsiveness. She gazed at Lu Chun with a detached expression. When I go to work tomorrow, I will borrow some money from my colleagues. If that doesn't suffice, I will request an advance on my salary for this year. Lu Chun felt uncertain about the possibility of borrowing money. Yet, this was the only solution that came to mind. Whether it would be a success or failure could only be determined at dawn. You've only just started working. Who would be willing to lend you money? Even if you were to advance your entire salary, it wouldn't amount to much. Tian Jing's words seemed to undermine Lu Chun's confidence. However, upon reflection, she was indeed correct. Disheartened by the collapse of both his ideas, Lu Chun sat in disappointment at the door. As he gazed at the rising sun, he felt as though all hope was lost. Take this money. At some point, Tian Jing appeared behind Lu Chun, holding a savings book. Observing his ashen face, she placed the book into his hands. What does this mean? Lu Chun looked at Tian Jing in astonishment as he received the savings book. This was given to me by my father, intended for Tong Tong's medical care. You mean this is from Dad? What did you think? Reminded of her father, Tian Jing's face flushed with shame. Since their marriage, she had contributed nothing to the household, while her father had offered support without reproach. I truly feel I have let him down. Upon learning that it was his father-in-law's money, Lu Chun felt even more reluctant to accept it. He could accept anyone's money, but not that of his father-in-law. No, you should keep this money for now and return it to Dad the next time we go home. Why? Are you planning to touch our daughter's life-saving funds? Lu Chun's refusal left Tian Jing somewhat displeased. In her perspective, Lu Chun's reluctance to take the money was merely a ruse to get his hands on the 800,000. Contemplating this, Tian Jing venomously declared to Lu Chun, "Let me be frank with you. That 800,000 is solely reserved for our daughter's medical treatment. You shall not take a single cent." I truly did not have such intentions, Lu Chun exclaimed, rising hastily to his feet. Rest assured, my dear. I promise I will not touch the funds allocated for our daughter's care. At that moment, if he were to even entertain the thought of accessing that 800,000, Lu Chun would feel utterly reprehensible. Through this debacle, Lu Chun gradually grasped the reality that, in Tian Jing's heart, their daughter and he were the only significant ones. Otherwise, given the slap he had just received, Tian Jing would not have so readily forgiven him. Take it. This money was also left by our father for Tong Tong's medical expenses. Tian Jing's heart softened slightly upon witnessing Lu Chun's unwavering resolve. However, the thought of Lu Chun's relationship with Hu Ming prevented her from fully relinquishing her reservations. You claim this is the money father left for Tong Tong's treatment? Indeed, ever since you lost the funds meant for our daughter's care last time, father secretly withdrew his retirement savings. Thankfully, the eldest brother and the others are still unaware of this. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for how to explain it to them. Listening to Tian Jing recount the origins of the funds, Lu Chun found himself at a loss for words. Accepting the passbook from her, he enveloped Tian Jing in a tight embrace. Initially, he had no intention of using the money earmarked for their daughter's medical treatment. Yet ultimately, he found himself doing just that, and it was, after all, his father-in-law's retirement funds. As he walked towards the hospital, a sense of solace washed over Lu Chun. It seemed he had accumulated a fortune of virtue across lifetimes, not only gaining a gentle wife, but also a delightful and obedient daughter. More precious still was the elderly figure concealed behind Tian Jing. Reflecting on it now, Lu Chun felt like a favored child of the divine. Lu Chun, you finally arrived. The hospital is asking us to settle the payment. Upon seeing Lu Chun enter the hospital, Hu Ming rushed over. So early? The billing department is already open? Noticing the anxious expression on Hu Ming's face, Lu Chun, burdened with a heavy heart, placed the passbook in his hands. Withdraw all the funds from this account. Having spoken, Lu Chun turned his gaze away, as if he wished to conceal his current state from Hu Ming. Why is there only 150,000? Did you not mention having 800,000? Hu Ming inquired, perplexed, as he examined the deposit records on the passbook. I sincerely apologize. The 800,000 check has unfortunately gone missing. This money is borrowed from my father-in-law, originally intended for Tong Tong's treatment. Since you are in such a hurry, please use it for now. Lu Chen offered a somewhat apologetic explanation in response to Hu Ming's queries. Oh, very well then. I shall proceed to pay for the surgery. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, Hu Ming smirked inwardly. It appeared his wife's judgment had proven correct. Indeed, Lu Chen had deceived him. Then you should hurry along. I will go check on the elderly lady in the ward. Hu Ming's thoughts were utterly opaque to Lu Chen, who mistakenly believed that his excuse had successfully deceived Hu Ming. Little did he know, at this moment, the seeds of discord had already been sown between them. Sister-in-law, how's the old lady? Upon entering the hospital room, Lu Chen cautiously inquired after seeing Zhang Fang. Oh, it's you, Lu Chen. She's fine. The doctor said the surgery went very smoothly, and she should awaken within half a day. Zhang Fang was taken aback by Lu Chen's presence. She had thought he would never return. To her surprise, he had indeed come back. Seeing Lu Chen again signified he was there to provide financial assistance. Feeling a bit awkward about her previous misunderstandings of Lu Chen, Zhang Fang said, You must be exhausted after a long night. Why don't you head home to rest? I can manage here. I'm all right. I'm not too tired. I'll stay for a while, Lu Chen replied, completely oblivious to Zhang Fang's expression, as his gaze was solely fixed on the elderly woman in the bed. In his desperate attempt to save this elderly soul, Lu Chen had even resorted to utilizing his daughter's life savings. If he could not witness her awakening, his heart would remain heavy even upon returning home. There's still a shortfall of 20,000 yuan. What to do? Just as Zhang Fang was about to persuade Lu Chen to leave again, Hu Ming suddenly pushed open the door and entered. What did you say? How can there still be a shortage of funds? Zhang Fang asked curiously, observing Hu Ming's disheveled appearance. She recalled Lu Chen mentioning he had an 80,000 yuan check, even if he didn't provide the entire amount. Surely he could manage to part with 20,000. How could there still be a deficiency of 20,000? The total cost for my mother's surgery was 210,000. Lu Chen brought 18,000, and with our own contribution of 10,000. Do the math for yourself, Hu Ming replied, casting an irritated glance at Zhang Fang before slowly closing his eyes. 18,000? How could he only bring 18,000? Lu Chen, didn't you tell us you would contribute 20,000? What about the missing 3,000? After grasping the situation, Zhang Fang laid all the blame squarely on Lu Chen's shoulders. Her perception of him shifted dramatically, as if it were solely Lu Chen's fault. How can you, a supposed good friend of Hu Ming's, bear to watch his mother perish before your eyes? Have you forgotten who helped you during your most difficult times? Who was it that lent you money when you were a gambler? I truly wonder how Hu Ming could have such a heartless friend like you. Recalling Hu Ming's past kindness towards Lu Chen, Zhang Fang unleashed a torrent of grievances that had built up over the years, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. For Lu Chen, her words felt like a series of stinging slaps across his face. As he absorbed her accusations, his face turned crimson to the roots of his neck. Sister-in-law, I understand everything you say, but I truly cannot produce that much money right now. Listening to Zhang Fang's piercing words, Lu Chen felt utterly wronged. Lu Chen acknowledged that Zhang Fang's words were indeed correct. However, he genuinely found himself unable to produce any more funds at this moment. Yet, Zhang Fang appeared utterly unconvinced by Lu Chen's statement, once again unleashing her wrath upon him. Nonsense. Did you not boast about having 800,000? What now? When we need the money, you claim you cannot provide it. What was all that talk before? After delivering a scathing rebuke, Zhang Fang approached Hu Ming, yanking him up from the ground. Pulling Hu Ming before Lu Chen, she admonished him, Look at the kind of friends you associate with. A good brother indeed. Have you lost your senses? If I had known he couldn't produce such a sum, I would have thought twice before attempting to rescue that old wretch. At that moment, Zhang Fang seemed to transform entirely. Having expressed her sentiments, she forcefully pushed Hu Ming away and turned to exit the hospital room. Am I in the wrong? Lu Chen pondered silently as he observed Zhang Fang's retreating figure. In his effort to save Hu Ming's mother, he had neglected his own daughter's condition. Was that not enough? Did he truly need to witness the disintegration of his family for them to find satisfaction? Minggu, did my sister-in-law misunderstand me? Lu Chen sought to clarify with the taciturn Hu Ming. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Fong was still a woman, and such emotional fluctuations were understandable. However, Hu Ming, as a man of stature, Lu Chun believed he would stand by his side. Despite Lu Chen's hopeful thoughts, the ensuing scene was beyond his expectation. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, Hu Ming lifted his head. Fixing his gaze upon Lu Chun, he suddenly exclaimed, "What are you looking at? What is so fascinating? Lu Chen, I was blind to have considered you my brother. From this moment forth, our ties are severed." Hu Ming's words struck Lu Chen's heart like a sharp blade. He had never anticipated such a response from Hu Ming. Reflecting on his sacrifices and treatment, a surge of indignation welled up within Lu Chun. "Mingge, allow me to call you brother once more. Do you not realize that this money is not even mine? It is my father-in-law's funds meant for Tong Tong's medical expenses. In my endeavor to save your mother, I have neglected my own daughter. And what of you? Was it not just 30,000 short? I will go and borrow it for you." Fighting back tears, Lu Chun cast a furious glance at Hu Ming before storming out of the hospital room. Once outside, Lu Chun could no longer contain himself. As he recalled the injustices he had endured, tears of sorrow streamed down his face. Having quarreled with his wife at home and clashed with Hu Ming in the hospital, Lu Chun was at a loss, unsure whether to admire his own resilience. His noble intent to gather funds for rescue had culminated in being regarded as an ungrateful wretch. The weight of these thoughts left him feeling aggrieved. Yet, events had transpired, and life must carry on. After drying his tears, Lu Chun dashed out into the morning sun. The thought of the 30,000 yuan he had promised Hu Ming weighed heavily on his mind. The funds at home were out of reach now. The only source of liquidity was his salary. Navigating through the bustling crowd of commuters, Lu Chun arrived at Feng Feifei's office door. The mere thought of requesting an advance on his salary made his heart race. "General Manager, Feng, this is Lu Chun. May I come in?" Ultimately, he mustered the courage to knock on Feng Feifei's door. "Come in." Upon receiving her consent, Lu Chun pushed the door open and entered the office. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed Feng Feifei changing clothes. Startled by the sight, Lu Chun quickly lowered his head, intending to step back and wait. However, before he could react further, he heard Feng Feifei's voice. "What brings you here so early? Do you need something?" Feng Feifei asked while putting on her coat. Glancing at the bashful Lu Chun, "Well, I would like to request an advance on 2 months' salary." Lu Chun, already anxious, felt his nerves heighten further. Had he not bolstered his resolve on the way here, he might have faltered in expressing his intent. "An advance on your salary? What do you need it for?" Feng Feifei's curiosity was piqued by Lu Chen's vague words. Just yesterday, she had issued him a check for 800,000. How could he possibly need more money within a day? Sensing her inquisitiveness, Lu Chun hesitantly replied, "A friend of mine is in a bit of trouble and is waiting to raise funds for surgery." He lowered his head further, fearing that Feng Feifei might discern the truth behind his words. What kind of surgery could possibly cost so much? "Didn't I just give you 800,000 yesterday? Is it really just for a friend that you'd spend such a sum?" Feng Feifei questioned, her eyes narrowing as if recalling something. "Lu Chun, tell me the truth. Have you been gambling again?" "Gambling? No, I haven't. I promise not to gamble anymore. How could I go back on my word?" Seeing Feng Feifei misconstruing his intentions, Lu Chun hurriedly explained. He hadn't anticipated that merely seeking a salary advance would lead to accusations of gambling, leaving him anxious about her potential refusal. "I genuinely came to request an advance because my friend is in need. If you don't believe me, you can call my wife." "No need. As long as you're not gambling, everything is fine." Observing Lu Chen's flustered demeanor, Feng Feifei chuckled. "I'll notify the finance department. You can go collect your money shortly." "Thank you so much, General Manager Feng," Lu Chun exclaimed gratefully as he exited her office, finally feeling a sense of relief. Fortunately, Feng Feifei didn't press further. Otherwise, he would have struggled to provide an explanation. As he contemplated the money soon to be in his possession, he raced towards the finance office. "Did you hear that clearly?" "Yes, General Manager Feng indeed granted Lu Chun 800,000. In Li Lei's office, besides him, there were 2 men present. The man who had just spoken, Lu Chun recognized, was Wu Bin, who had persistently pursued Feng Feifei. Standing before Wu Bin was a janitor. At that moment, Wu Bin was inquiring the janitor for information. Upon learning that Feng Feifei had given Lu Qin 800,000, a chilling aura emanated from Wu Bin's face. All right, I understand now. You may leave. After listening to the news brought by the janitor, Wu Bin waved his hand, signaling him to exit. Once only Wu Bin and Li Lei remained in the room, Wu Bin suddenly broke into laughter. What do you think? Shall we collaborate? He inquired with a smile, glancing at Li Lei. Collaborate? What do we possibly work on together? Li Lei asked, intrigued and unable to decipher Wu Bin's intentions. Of course, to eliminate Lu Chun. Eliminate Lu Chun? Why? Is my disdain for him not a sufficient reason? The thought of Lu Qin's demeanor around Feng Feifei made Wu Bin seethe with resentment, especially after hearing that Feng Feifei had given Lu Chun 800,000. His desire to remove Lu Chun intensified. However, this rationale left Li Lei in a difficult position. Following the recent incident involving photographs, Li Lei had become exceedingly cautious in his dealings. Although Feng Feifei had stated that the matter was behind them, Li Lei still felt the weight of pressure upon him. Young Master Wu, I believe you have mistaken the situation. How so? Because Lu Chun is someone CEO Feng has high hopes for. Do you think I would jeopardize my position simply because you find him disagreeable? Li Lei was not entirely clear on the relationship between Lu Chun and Feng Feifei. However, he was acutely aware of the care Feng Feifei had shown Lu Chun since his arrival at the company. At this critical juncture, if Li Lei were to oppose Lu Chun, it would be tantamount to undermining his own standing. It was likely that before Lu Chun could oust him, Li Lei would depart the company himself. For various reasons, Li Lei declined Wu Bin's proposal. Is it merely a work-related matter? Once I marry Feifei, I can make you the second-in-command at the company. Surely that is an enticing offer. After all that had been said, it seemed Li Lei was primarily concerned about his current position. In an effort to entice Li Lei into collaboration, Wu Bin made this promise. Young Master Wu, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. I'm not interested in any such positions. Additionally, 5 million in cash as a reward. Would that suffice? Young Master Wu, what I mean is, Li Lei, are you testing my patience? Without allowing Li Lei to continue, Wu Bin let out a cold laugh and stood up. Gazing at the seemingly intimidated Li Lei, Wu Bin spoke with indifference. The position of second-in-command and 5 million in reward. If you agree, simply nod your head. If not, humph. I trust you will soon find yourself vacating this position. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Yet, Wu Bin had the audacity to match his arrogance. As a long-standing employee of the company, Li Lei understood deeply that Wu Bin was not jesting. As he articulated, as long as one perseveres, the position of department manager shall bid farewell to oneself. Pray tell, what should I do? After much deliberation, Li Lei finally mustered the courage to voice this sentiment. Upon hearing Li Lei acquiesce to his request, Wu Bin erupted into laughter. Approaching Li Lei with mirth, he seized a pen from a table. Under Li Lei's watchful gaze, Wu Bin delicately inscribed 2 characters, seduction. Perplexed by these 2 characters, Li Lei inquired, what does this mean? Are you suggesting I entice Lu Chun? Certainly not you. Wu Bin chuckled again at Li Lei's words. After his laughter subsided, he casually remarked, do you not have a cousin? I've heard she works at this company too. What? Are you implying that Shiao Xin should be involved? Absolutely not. This is utterly out of the question. The mere suggestion of Wu Bin's plan filled Li Lei with distaste. As he heard Wu Bin propose that his cousin seduce Lu Chun, he vehemently shook his head, resolutely refusing to execute Wu Bin's scheme. Oh, come now. She is not your biological sister. What is the hesitation? Wu Bin countered. Besides, it's merely a pretense. If one T become real, would it? That would only benefit that scoundrel Lu Chun. Li Lei's reaction had long been anticipated in Wu Bin's strategy. Observing Li Lei's rejection of his request, Wu Bin proceeded to elaborate further. Would this course of action truly entail any danger? As Wu Bin's analysis unfolded, Li Lei's initial apprehensions began to wane. However, concerns for his cousin's safety lingered, preventing him from readily acquiescing to Wu Bin's request. Rest assured, I will ensure that individuals are discreetly tasked with safeguarding your cousin. Should anything amiss arise, they will spring into action. Under those circumstances, I might attempt to persuade Shiao Xin. However, I cannot guarantee success. Compelled by the allure of position and wealth, Li Lei ultimately conceded to Wu Bin's request. Yet, the thought of his cousin in such a scenario prompted him to hastily divert his thoughts. Fear not. Simply adhere to my instructions, even if it fails. Our previous agreement remains intact. In Wu Bin's estimation, the prospect of success was already within reach. With Li Lei's endorsement, the subsequent proceedings would be considerably easier. Anticipating the imminent news that would erupt within the company in a few days, Wu Bin's smile grew more pronounced. Meanwhile, Lu Chan remained blissfully unaware that he had already become the target of scheming. After collecting his 5-month salary from the finance department, Lu Chan hurried to the hospital. Here are 30,000 yuan. Please charge it to Hu Ming's account. At the payment window, Lu Chan presented the salary he had just advanced from the company. Chapter 68. A meal together. After assisting Hu Ming in settling the remaining balance, Lu Chan returned to the company. Once in his office, he closed the door tightly and sat alone in his chair, lost in contemplation, reflecting on the emotions they once shared and contrasting them with the present. Lu Chan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It is often said that money can measure a person's heart, yet it is astonishing how little value it seems to hold in today's world. What is happening? At some point, Li Lei entered Lu Chen's office and, noticing Lu Chan lost in thought, approached him gently. Manager Li, when did you arrive? Upon hearing Li Lei's voice, Lu Chen quickly turned around. I just got here a little while ago. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Oh, not at all. Li Lei ambled to the side and sat down, smiling at Lu Chen. Observing the smile on Li Lei's face, Lu Chen managed a nervous chuckle. You must have something to discuss with me, right? Given Li Lei's character, Lu Chen could never believe he would come merely out of idleness. If Li Lei had set aside his status to seek him out, there had to be a significant reason. Not much. I just thought I'd invite you to dinner after work. Dinner? Is it really that simple? Indeed. Is that a problem? Li Chen found it hard to believe that Li Lei wanted to dine with him. Gazing into Li Lei's eyes, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It's because of what happened last time. I thought it would be nice to include Shiao Xin and catch up. Facing Lu Chen's puzzled gaze, Li Lei awkwardly chuckled at himself. I see. Well, that is fine then. Once the reason for the dinner was clarified, Lu Chen felt a sense of relief. Reflecting on the previous incident, Lu Chen realized he had fallen short in certain aspects. Initially, he had viewed Li Lei as merely a pawn in Shiao Xin's schemes, only to discover later that both of them were victims in this situation. Lu Chen felt a part of the responsibility for the misjudgment. After bidding farewell to Li Lei, Lu Chen returned to his desk. Just as he was about to commence his daily tasks, Shiao Xin knocked and entered. Deputy Manager Lu, here, that's my performance report from last month. Could you please sign it? Seeing Shiao Xin again made Lu Chen feel somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Shiao Xin seemed oblivious to his expression and placed the report on the desk, preparing to leave. I heard from Manager Li that we're having dinner together tonight. Recalling Li Lei's earlier words, Lu Chen inquired of Shiao Xin. Yes. Strangely, the previously composed Shiao Xin appeared to momentarily pause at Lu Chen's question, then turned and exited without looking back. What was that about? She seemed quite unwilling. Once Shiao Xin left, Lu Chen sat down, puzzled. After exiting Lu Chen's office, Shiao Xin stormed into Li Lei's office, filled with frustration. I've changed my mind. Approaching Li Lei, she appeared flustered. What's wrong? Didn't we agree on this? Why are you having second thoughts? Li Lei looked up, curious about her sudden change. Yes, we did agree. But now I don't want to go through with it anymore. I want out. Out? Why? In this plan, Shiao Xin was an indispensable piece. Her withdrawal would signify the plan's failure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Lei hastily stood up. As Li Lei approached Shiao Xin, a hint of concern laced his voice. Cousin, you must think this through. If you withdraw, the 2 million will be lost. Lost. So what? I refuse to compromise my integrity for such sordid dealings. Shiao Xin met Li Lei's gaze, her eyes filled with resentment before she averted them elsewhere. Integrity? Sordid? What are you talking about? Isn't it merely a game? Besides, if it came to that, I would never agree. Li Lei placed his hands on Shiao Xin's shoulders. Sensing her anger, he softened his tone. But it's 2 million. Isn't that better than your current job? Aren't you always complaining about wanting to travel abroad? Once this matter is resolved, I'll grant you a month off. How's that sound? To persuade Shiao Xin, Li Lei was prepared to employ every means at his disposal. If he could elicit just a nod from her, he would fulfill Wu Bin's directive. I'll think about it, Shiao Xin responded. Her earlier fury somewhat diminished after hearing Li Lei's words. With a sigh, she departed from his office. The bustling day soon came to an end. Just after work, Li Lei sought out Lu Chun. Upon meeting, Li Lei cheerfully announced, I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us head over now. So early? All right then. Let me call home first. It was essential for Lu Chun to inform Tian Jing about his dinner plans. In this regard, one could say Lu Chun was quite considerate. Stepping aside from Li Lei, Lu Chun retrieved his phone to call Tian Jing. Dear, I want to be home for dinner tonight. You and our daughter needn't wait for me. What? Are you still upset? Upon hearing Lu Chun's announcement, Tian Jing's tone turned somewhat displeased, as if she believed he was still angry. Noticing the change in her tone, Lu Chun hastily clarified, No, it's Manager Li from our department. He suggested a small gathering. Very well, just don't drink too much. Although she harbored some skepticism about Lu Chun's explanation, Tian Jing ultimately acquiesced. After hanging up, Lu Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to Li Lei, he feigned nonchalance. Shall we go? Let us set off. Li Lei, who had initially thought Lu Chun might change his mind, now felt a surge of happiness. After calling Shiao Xin, the three of them settled into Li Lei's car. I've always wanted to dine with Assistant Manager Lu, but I never expected it would take this long. Li Lei jested as he drove. Manager Li, you are too kind. I should be the one treating you. Yet here you are covering the expenses. Lu Chun glanced at the quietly contemplative Shiao Xin, feeling somewhat awkward. Expenses? It's just a meal. No need for such formality. Then I thank you, Manager Li. After some light-hearted banter, Li Lei parked in front of a 3-star hotel in the city center. As they stepped out of the car and Lu Chun beheld the hotel's grandeur, he hesitated. Isn't this a bit extravagant? As Lu Chun cast a casual glance at the luxurious vehicles surrounding him and then surveyed the opulent design of the hotel, a feeling of inferiority suddenly took root within him. Chapter 69. The cost of intoxication, what's wrong? Is this place unsuitable? Noticing Lu Chun halt in his tracks, Li Lei and Shiao Xin also came to a stop. No, it's just that it feels a bit out of my league. Lu Chun was acutely aware of his own identity. Dining in such a venue was something he had never dared to contemplate before. Yet here he was, standing at the entrance of the hotel. That is quite normal. I thought you would find my choice lacking in sophistication. Upon discerning Lu Chun's thoughts, Li Lei approached him with a smile, taking his hand and somewhat forcefully ushering him inside. Upon entering the pre-reserved private room, Li Lei placed the menu before Lu Chun. Vice Manager Lu, please do order. Me? Never mind, you go ahead. A glance at the dishes listed on the menu left Lu Chun feeling a bit dizzy. At that moment, the mere act of perusing the options was overwhelming. Very well. I shall not hold back. Li Lei chuckled at Lu Chun's reaction. After taking the menu, he casually named several dishes. Abalone, lobster, pufferfish, and so forth. Dishes that Lu Chun had only ever seen on television soon appeared before him. Gazing at the mouth-watering feast, Lu Chun struggled to swallow his saliva. What about the wine? Let us have a bottle of red. Only after the dishes were served did Shiao Xin begin to speak, but Lu Chun was taken aback when she requested a bottle of red wine. I don't drink. Looking at the server approaching with the wine, Lu Chun apologized to Li Lei. Upon hearing that Lu Chun couldn't drink, Shiao Xin immediately frowned. You don't drink? How was that acceptable? As a man, if you can't drink, it's rather. However, before she could finish, Li Lei interjected. Casting a disapproving glance at Shiao Xin, Li Lei turned to Lu Chun with a smile. Then just add a little. Consider it a toast. All right, I'll have a bit. Lu Chun conceded, feeling overwhelmed by Shiao Xin's disdain and Li Lei's insistence. Ultimately, his wine glass was filled with red wine, though only half full. Here est to our acquaintance. I propose a toast. Once all glasses were filled, Li Lei stood up with a smile. As the highest ranking of the trio, he was the first to raise his glass and drink heartily. Wow, Manager Li, you really downed that quickly. Lu Chun was taken aback as he watched Li Lei gulp down his drink. That is not drinking. It's akin to quenching one's thirst. Vice Manager Liu, I extend my apologies for any past grievances. Shiao Xin then rose, raising her glass and swiftly finishing her drink. With Li Lei's glass emptied and Shiao Xin's drained, Lu Chun looked at his own glass with a wry smile. Then I shall thank Manager Li for his generous hospitality. I also hope our relationship continues to flourish. Lu Chun, with a sense of resignation, raised his wine glass and downed its contents in front of Li Lei and Shiao Xin. What a thrill! Come, let us eat. Observing Lu Chun gulp down the wine, a satisfied expression emerged on Li Lei's face. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Lu Chun would be thoroughly intoxicated. The thought of the ensuing scene sparked a glimmer of mischief in the corners of Li Lei's eyes. Under Li Lei's persistent encouragement and Shiao Xin's eager cooperation, amidst the toasting and exchanging of cups, Lu Chun had consumed no fewer than 5 glasses of red wine. By the end, he appeared to be quite tipsy. Without waiting for the waiter to refill his glass, Lu Chun began to pour himself another drink. Manager Li Lei, to be honest, I truly admire you. Achieving your current position speaks volumes of your capabilities. I must learn from you. Balancing his glass with unsteady hands, Lu Chun swayed over to Li Lei. Seemingly oblivious to their relationship, he engaged Li Lei in jovial banter. You're impressive too, to have earned General Manager Feng's recognition at such a young age. Your future is indeed limitless. Li Lei set down his glass and assisted Lu Chun into a nearby chair. To compliment Lu Chun's performance, Li Lei poured himself another drink as well. Watching the two converse, Shiao Xin sat alone, drowning her sorrows in her drink. Ultimately, she was the true victim in this scenario. It appeared as if this affair bore no relevance to her. Her presence seemed to go unnoticed by those around her. I must strive harder. Before she could finish her thought, Lu Chun's glass slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. With a sharp clatter, Lu Chun collapsed onto the table, unable to lift his head again. How much had he consumed? Seeing Lu Chun completely inebriated, Shiao Xin approached and pushed at the now unconscious Lu Chun, turning her gaze towards Li Lei. 6 glasses, plus some unfinished ones. Li Lei chuckled softly, shaking his glass. Are you certain he is truly drunk? Rest assured, cousin, I would never deceive you. What room number is it? I'll escort you both upstairs. Li Lei helped the inebriated Lu Chun and escorted him and Shiao Xin to the guest room on the 5th floor. After tossing Lu Chun onto the bed, Li Lei subtly remarked, I shall take my leave now. Don't forget to snap a few photos, lest this fellow denies it later. I understand. Please hurry and go. Shiao Xin reluctantly ushered Li Lei out of the guest room and promptly shut the door behind him. Lu Chun, I know this is unfair to you. However, I am left with no other choice. I hope you won't hold it against me. Gazing at the slumbering Lu Chun, Shiao Xin articulated her thoughts before retreating into the adjoining bathroom. When Shiao Xin reemerged, she had shed her attire, now wrapped only in a bath towel. Do you realize? Your error lies in being too close to General Manager Feng. How could someone like you command such respect? What qualifications do you possess to sit in the deputy manager's position? As if attempting to persuade herself, Shiao Xin expressed her dissatisfaction while removing Lu Chun's clothing. Once there was no garment left to conceal him, she shyly turned her head away. Pulling aside the covers on the bed, Shiao Xin nestled herself beside Lu Chun under the quilt. This slumber allowed Lu Chun to sleep soundly, undisturbed even by the ringing of his phone. When he eventually opened his eyes, the dawn was just breaking outside. Blinking in the unfamiliar surroundings, Lu Chun shook his head. In that moment, he was confronted with an astonishing sight. Shiao Xin, how could you be in my bed? Chapter 70. Tian Jing's regret seeing Shiao Xin lying in the same quilt. Lu Chun leaped out of bed in alarm. Who are you? He exclaimed, startled. His shout roused Shiao Xin from her slumber. Gazing up at the bewildered Lu Chun beneath her, she recalled the situation. Lu Chun, you scoundrel, you lecher, she cried, hurling a nearby pillow at him. It was only then that Lu Chun realized he was entirely unclothed. After jumping from the bed, he had lost all coverings. What on earth is happening? Aware of his predicament, Lu Chun hastily grabbed his clothes and rushed to the bathroom. Once he donned his attire, he remained engulfed in confusion. How much had he drunk last night? Why was he in bed with Shiao Xin? What on earth transpired? Staring into the bathroom mirror, Lu Chun slapped himself sharply, as if trying to recall the events of the previous night. Dousing his head with cold water repeatedly, he pondered, "What should I do? How will I explain this to Tian Jing?" Gazing at his reflection, he questioned himself again and again. Finally, Lu Chan trudged out, his heart heavy. Upon seeing Shiao Xin weeping, he slapped himself once more. "I admit this was my fault. If you want to hit me, go ahead." At this point, he couldn't recollect what had transpired the night before. Faced with the current scene and the sound of Shiao Xin's distressed voice, all he could do was apologize. "Hit you? I'd rather kill you," Shiao Xin retorted, sitting up from under the covers. "Lu Chen, I'm going to report you, you scoundrel. How dare you take advantage of me when I was drunk? Are you even human? Your actions are no different from that of a beast." Shiao Xin glared fiercely at Lu Chen, unleashing a torrent of insults before quickly dressing herself. "Just you wait. I will make you pay." With that fierce declaration, Shiao Xin stormed out in a huff. Once Shiao Xin had departed, Lu Chen sat silently in the room, reflecting on the poignant words spoken by Shiao Xin as she departed. And contemplating the actions he had undertaken, Lu Chen found himself teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. At that moment, the phone on the bedside table began to ring. Approaching, Lu Chen picked up his device, and upon seeing Tian Jing's name illuminated on the screen, he closed his eyes and pressed the button to end the call. Faced with such a situation, Lu Chen was at a loss regarding how to confront Tian Jing. Even the sound of her voice felt unbearable. Yet, it seemed that Tian Jing was relentless in her pursuit of him. Moments after Lu Chen had disconnected, her call came through once more. This time, upon recognizing the familiar name, he hesitated before severing the connection so swiftly. After a considerable period of contemplation, he decided to answer her call. "Are you all right?" Upon realizing Lu Chen had accepted her call, Tian Jing's voice carried a hint of relief. "I'm fine. What is the matter?" she inquired. "You didn't come home last night. I was worried something had happened to you." Lu Chen had braced himself for an onslaught of reproach from her. Yet she greeted him with genuine concern instead. Sensing her worry, he replied softly, "I'll be home shortly. Some events, once set in motion, demand a candid confrontation." With this thought in mind, Lu Chen resolved to return home. Upon arriving, he made the decision to confess his transgression to Tian Jing. Regardless of the outcome, he was prepared for whatever repercussions awaited him. When Lu Chen returned home, his spirit weighed down by despair. He discovered that Tian Jing had already taken Tong Tong to school. As he entered, he noticed the unwashed dishes on the dining table. He approached, cleared them away, and began to wash them in the sink. "You're back. Where were you last night?" Just as Lu Chen was engaged in this task, Tian Jing returned from dropping off the girl. Observing Lu Chen's weary demeanor, she approached him with curiosity. "My dear, I'm so sorry." Upon hearing her voice, Lu Chen paused his actions. Contemplating all that Tian Jing had sacrificed for their family, he lowered his head in shame. "What are you saying? I should be the one apologizing." Hearing Lu Chen's heartfelt apology, Tian Jing managed a bittersweet smile and responded softly. "I never imagined my actions would jeopardize your relationship with Hu Ming. In a couple of days, I'll go apologize to Ming Ge and clarify everything." Remembering the assistance Hu Ming had once extended to their family, and juxtaposing it with her current stance, Tian Jing's voice trembled as she wept softly. "I admit, I've been somewhat selfish, but you must understand, my daughter is my everything. I cannot bear to lose the opportunity for her treatment. I would rather endure suffering myself than be without my daughter." As she wept, Tian Jing poured out her heart to Lu Chen. Hearing her sobs, he turned, enveloping her in his embrace. In this matter, although Tian Jing had erred, her intentions were driven by the desperate need to secure funds for their daughter's salvation. For this, Lu Chen held no resentment. Even his anger was directed solely at himself. However, what Lu Chen truly wishes to convey at this moment is not the matter at hand. "My dear wife, last night, as I held Tian Jing in my arms, Lu Chen gritted his teeth, intent on revealing the events of the previous night. Yet, before he could utter a word, Tian Jing swiftly placed her hand over his mouth. "I understand. I know what you were up to. I do not blame you." Gazing at Lu Chen, who appeared utterly perplexed, Tian Jing broke into tears, yet laughed simultaneously. In her eyes, Lu Chen's absence from home was merely him tending to the elderly lady at the hospital for Hu Ming. Knowing that Lu Chen could help her mend the debts owed to Hu Ming, How could Tian Jing possibly bring herself to chastise him? In this regard, her faith in Lu Chun remained steadfast. However, this very trust instilled in her by Tian Jing left Lu Chun somewhat incredulous. Faced with Tian Jing's tear-streaked visage, an expression of astonishment crossed Lu Chen's features. You know what I was doing? How'd you find out? Isn't it obvious that you were at the hospital caring for the elderly lady? What is so difficult to deduce? After articulating her assumptions, Tian Jing, with a hint of pride, bestowed a kiss upon Lu Chun. I must head to work, or else I shall face the wrath. The thought of the noodle shop's owner made Tian Jing pout in mild distress. Without waiting for Lu Chun to voice his thoughts, she grabbed her coat and dashed out. Chapter 71. The doubts within. What is this? Uncertain? Or perhaps she knows? Watching Tian Jing's retreating figure, Lu Chun stood frozen in place. Lu Chun, what time is it? Why have you not yet arrived at work? Just as Lu Chun prepared to continue washing dishes, he received a phone call from Feng Feifei. Listening to her anxious tone, Lu Chun hurriedly replied, "Work? Oh, I'll be there shortly. Hurry up, I need to discuss something with you." After hanging up, Lu Chun remained in a daze. From Feng Feifei's words, it seemed she was unaware of his escapade from the previous night. Could it be that Shiao Xin had not divulged this incident? Carrying these uncertainties, Lu Chun arrived at the office and knocked on Feng Feifei's door. "Come." Before Lu Chun could utter a word, Feng Feifei's voice resonated from within. Upon entering, Lu Chun hesitated to meet Feng Feifei's gaze. It felt akin to awaiting the verdict of a judgment. He cautiously approached her. "You still remember to come to work?" Feng Feifei regarded Lu Chun with a frown. "I truly was. I know you went to the hospital yesterday. But what I wish to discuss is not about yesterday." Listening to Lu Chun's hesitant speech, Feng Feifei lost her patience to hear any further explanations. Grabbing a document from her desk, she flung it towards Lu Chun. "This property was under your purview, right? Review it and determine what should be done." "Property? What is the matter?" Lu Chun picked up the file Feng Feifei had handed him, flipping it open with a sense of bewilderment. Upon glancing at it, he immediately recalled the incident. The matter regarding the property transaction for the individual surnamed Han had evidently been reported to Feng Feifei. As he perused the document detailing the entire affair, beads of cold sweat broke out across Lu Chen's forehead. As an employee of the company, how could you engage in such actions? Are you aware of the profound impact your reckless behavior could have on the company's reputation? Standing there, humiliated under Feng Feifei's scathing reprimand, Lu Chun felt the weight of his missteps. After all, this situation had arisen due to his actions, leaving him with no choice but to silently endure Feng Feifei's wrath. "Speak. How should I punish you for this?" After expressing her anger, Feng Feifei, having vented her frustrations, turned her gaze away from the still silent Lu Chun, her dissatisfaction evident. Was it truly a mistake to assist a client in selling their property? Although Lu Chun contemplated this in his mind, he recognized Feng Feifei's current demeanor and opted to shoulder the blame, focusing on navigating this immediate crisis. "I genuinely did not foresee the repercussions this matter might have on the company. If it's too severe, then by all means, revoke my position as deputy manager." At this moment, Lu Chun felt that as long as he could secure a means to sustain himself, he would be content. Though he had reservations about relinquishing the deputy manager role, he presumed Feng Feifei would take it away regardless. It seemed more prudent to relinquish it voluntarily than to be forced to do so. However, this was merely Lu Chun's perspective. Feng Feifei had no intention of entertaining such thoughts. Observing Lu Chun's submissive demeanor, she expressed her frustration. "What? Have you committed a mistake and now wish to evade responsibility? Even if I were to strip you of your deputy manager title, do you think that would remedy the company's losses?" Listening to Lu Chun's lackluster tone filled Feng Feifei with exasperation. After reproaching him once more, she rose from her seat and moved to the window, seemingly unwilling to face him any longer. "Then you propose what should be done. I can accept any outcome." Lu Chun found himself utterly at a loss in the face of Feng Feifei's ire. Thankfully, her current anger stemmed merely from the property issue. Had she known of the blunder he had committed the previous night, the consequences would have been unimaginable, a thought he dared not entertain. "Any outcome you can accept?" What sort of attitude is that? Feng Feifei clearly disapproved of Lu Chen's response. However, she did not wish to prolong the confrontation any further. Pointing towards the door, she declared with irritation, "Go back and reflect on your actions." "All right then, I shall take my leave," Lu Chen replied, feeling unsettled by the absence of any specified punishment. Merely left with her rebuke and dissatisfaction. The experience felt akin to deciphering a riddle. It was evident she had laid out the terms, yet he could not discern the solution. After departing from Feng Feifei's presence, Lu Chen made his way to his office. Pausing briefly at Li Lei's door, he sought to ascertain whether Li Lei was within. Upon hearing some commotion inside, he finally retreated to his own office. Once seated, a sigh of relief escaped him. Arriving at the company with the shadow of dismissal looming over him, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Reflecting on Feng Feifei's expression as she had ushered him out, he found himself pondering the identity of the informant. "Lu Chen, are you still not a man?" As Lu Chen was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Li Lei entered with a stern expression. Upon noticing Lu Chen with his eyes tightly shut, Li Lei tossed several photographs onto the desk in front of him. "Manager Li, when did you arrive?" Upon hearing Li Lei's voice, Lu Chen opened his eyes. The moment he did, he was met with Li Lei's furious glare and the photographs strewn across the table. Startled, Lu Chen sprang to his feet. "Who gave you these?" He could hardly fathom that his escapades from the previous evening had been captured on camera. Gazing at the intimate images of himself and Shiao Xin, Lu Chen felt that Li Lei was even more intimidating than Feng Feifei had been moments before. "Who gave them to me? Are you still unwilling to acknowledge your actions? You know full well that Shiao Xin is my cousin. How could you?" Li Lei pressed his hands onto the table, glaring at Lu Chen with eyes wide open. Resembling a ferocious beast freshly liberated from its cage, imposing immense pressure upon Lu Chen. "Manager Li, please let me finish speaking. You can unleash your wrath once. I've had my say." At this moment, Lu Chen dared not meet Li Lei's fierce gaze. Overwhelmed by Li Lei's menacing demeanor, he sank back into his chair. What more is there to say? Engaging in such shameless behavior, I am left to bear the embarrassment alongside you. I was merely trying to help you by having my cousin assist you when you were intoxicated. But what about you? How can you justify this? How will my cousin face others after this? I was truly drunk. I never anticipated that such an incident would unfold. Besides, even if I was inebriated, was Shiao Xin not equally so? Could she not have called for help? The recollection of the previous night caused Lu Chen a throbbing headache. Was their shared bed merely a result of drunken folly, or was there something more deliberate at play? Chapter 72. Feng Feifei's fury. What did you say? Repeat that. I said, why didn't Shiao Xin call for help? Facing Li Lei's piercing glare, Lu Chen timidly reiterated his earlier words. Lu Chen, do you consider yourself a man? If the roles were reversed, would you have the audacity to shout and scream? If it weren't for being in the office, you better believe I could knock you out right now. Like a bullseye struck, Li Lei's fist swung menacingly toward Lu Chen. Who took those photographs? Was there a third person in the room? As he examined the images laid out by Li Lei, Lu Chen voiced his suspicion. These photographs, no matter how scrutinized, bore no resemblance to selfies. The existence of another party capturing such moments was enough to raise Lu Chen's doubts. The photographs? How would I know if you hired someone to take them? Perhaps you feared that Shiao Xin would expose you, so you arranged for someone to capture the moment. As he listened to Lu Chen's inquiries, Li Lei momentarily faltered, his words stumbling. The entire scheme had been flawlessly crafted, yet they had not anticipated a flaw in the photographic evidence. Gazing at Lu Chen's expression of utter reluctance, Li Lei found himself grappling with his explanation. Continue fabricating. I wonder what more you can conjure up. At this moment, Lu Chen had nearly confirmed his suspicions. This was indeed a conspiracy devised by Li Lei and Shiao Xin to undermine him. What was all this talk of dining together and fostering emotional connections? In plain terms, they aimed to drag him down with them. However, Lu Chen was taken aback by Shiao Xin's willingness to invest so much in this endeavor. What fabrication? What have I concocted? I could just as easily say you are the one spinning tales. The audacity of someone who takes advantage and then plays the victim was all too familiar to him. As the truth threatened to surface, Li Lei's anxiety began to mount. This matter was a secret shared only with Wu Bin, and he had even sacrificed Shiao Xian's reputation to bring Lu Chen down. If Lu Chen saw through his ruse so easily, Li Lei feared for his position and the 5 million he had hoped to secure. What advantage have I gained? Manager Li, do you mean to suggest I have acquired Shiao Xian's body? Time and again, Li Lei's provocations sought to tarnish his reputation. After enduring this for so long, Lu Chen was on the verge of erupting. I confess, I did indeed spend the night with Shiao Xian, but so what? One could say it was a mistake born of inebriation. Who knows if Shiao Xian didn't come to my bed of her own volition. Today's youth will go to any lengths to ascend the ranks. With a cold scoff, Lu Chen glanced at the increasingly uneasy Li Lei. As he watched Li Lei's gaze flit about in agitation, Lu Chen solidified his resolve. Lu Chen, were your earlier words truthful? Just as Lu Chen was poised to seize the opportunity for a frank discussion with Li Lei, the sudden sound of Feng Feifei's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing her, Lu Chen hastily swallowed the words that had risen to his throat, casting a look of disbelief towards the door. In the next moment, Feng Feifei kicked the office door open and stormed in, visibly irate. Manager Feng, good day to you. Upon Feng Feifei's entrance, Lu Chen and Li Lei instantly deflated, their previous bravado evaporating, leaving them as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Well, look at this. Just a few days into your role as assistant manager, and already someone is throwing themselves at you. Congratulations to you both. Seeing the state of Lu Chen and Li Lei, Feng Feifei couldn't help but chuckle. She had initially thought Lu Chen was a devoted family man, but it turned out he was no different from the scoundrels, unable to shake off his carnal instincts. Manager Feng, please allow me to explain. It is not as you think. Hearing Feng Feifei's oddly cheerful laughter, Lu Chen quickly raised his head. Enough. You have truly disappointed me, Lu Chen. At this moment, Feng Feifei appeared utterly unwilling to hear Lu Chen's voice. Without allowing him to continue, she interrupted his plea. If it weren't for your pitiable circumstances, would I have granted you entry into our company? If not for your unique family situation, would I have elevated you to the position of assistant manager? And yet, this is how you choose to repay me? Recalling the first encounter with Lu Chen, he was indeed a man of great spirit. In his quest to defend his daughter's honor, Lu Chen did not hesitate to confront himself in front of a multitude. To alter the circumstances of his household, he risked dismissal by privately reaching out to clients that were not rightfully his. However, now, as she gazed upon Lu Chen, Feng Feifei felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Finally, with a hint of helpless self-mockery, she glanced at the fidgeting Li Lei and then turned her attention back to Lu Chen. Subsequently, Feng Feifei declared, Lu Chen, starting tomorrow, you need not come to work anymore. After uttering these words, she exited with an air of indifference. Not coming to work anymore? Was this not tantamount to being dismissed? This punishment seemed excessively harsh. Moreover, it did not appear to be his fault, did it? Congratulations to Deputy Manager Lu on his honorable retirement. I shall not see you off. Li Lei, observing Lu Chen's bewildered expression, felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had been concerned about Lu Chen's predicament, but now those worries had dissipated. Rather than informing Feng Feifei himself, it was far better to have her witness it firsthand. Curse it! Watching Li Lei's triumphant demeanor, Lu Chen silently cursed him. Why hadn't Feng Feifei afforded him an opportunity to explain himself? Had he been allowed to finish his words, perhaps the situation would not have unfolded as it did. Consumed by regret, Lu Chen began to gather his belongings. After casting a final glance at his office, he walked out with a tinge of desolation. Now, he had lost his job, and even his close friend had betrayed him. At this juncture in his life, Lu Chen found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. As he traversed the path home, he soon approached the noodle shop where Tian Jing worked. He yearned to see her, yet he was apprehensive about her current state. Reflecting on the disdain she had endured within, Lu Chen draped his coat over his shoulders to avoid being recognized. Deputy Manager Lu, are you off work? Before he could reach the entrance of the noodle shop, a familiar yet unwelcome voice called out to him. Realizing who was trailing behind him, Lu Chen pretended not to hear and deliberately quickened his pace. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me. As Lu Chen accelerated, the individual behind him hastened to keep up. Upon reaching Lu Chun, they blocked his path. Wu Bin, what do you want? Lu Chun exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Standing in front of him was Wu Bin, just at the entrance of the noodle shop, and the thought of a prolonged standoff risked drawing Tian Jing's attention. What's wrong? Can't we have a little chat? Wu Bin inquired with a mischievous glint in his eyes as he glanced towards the noodle shop, then turned his smile back to Lu Chun. I have no time. I need to get home. Although Lu Chun could not decipher Wu Bin's intentions, he sensed something was amiss. What were the odds of encountering Wu Bin right after leaving the company, and at the entrance of a noodle shop where Tian Jing worked? It seemed rather too coincidental. Did it not? Why the haste to return home? It's nearly noon, the time for lunch. How about I treat you? Shall we step in for a drink? With a gesture towards the noodle shop where Tian Jing works, a broader smile spread across Wu Bin's face. No, I have food at home. Besides, I don't drink. Really? You truly don't indulge in alcohol? Wu Bin's gaze lingered on Lu Chen's eyes, a hint of contemplation flickering as he blinked, suggesting something unspoken. What do you mean? Is there some sort of pretense involved in drinking? A refusal is simply a refusal. Each of Wu Bin's sardonic chuckles sent a shiver down Lu Chen's spine, particularly as the peculiar tone of Wu Bin's voice quickened his heartbeat. Not drinking? Then how could one possibly get intoxicated? If one remains sober, how could one end up in the wrong bed? If Lu Chun still failed to comprehend Wu Bin's intentions in blocking his path, he would be utterly foolish. Gazing at Wu Bin's ambiguous expression, Lu Chun murmured, What exactly do you want? Nothing at all. Merely the simplicity of sharing a meal. A meal? Again with a meal. For the sake of a meal, I've already stumbled once, and now Wu Bin seeks to ensnare me again. Let us put the meal aside. If you have no other intentions, I shall take my leave. Having been deceived once, Lu Chun was resolute not to fall prey to the same folly again. Are you really leaving? Don't you wish to know about last night's events? Before Lu Chun could step out, Wu Bin's voice echoed, this time imbued with a certain candor, devoid of the earlier mockery. How did you know? Did Li Lei inform you? If Wu Bin was aware of last night's occurrences, it was evidently due to Li Lei's disclosure. Such matters would never reach Shiao Xin, and Feng Fei was unlikely to confide in Wu Bin. The only possible source of Lu Chen's suspicion was Li Lei. Halting his steps, Lu Chun fixed his gaze on Wu Bin's eyes, eager to ascertain the accuracy of his suspicions. Stop looking at me like that. Whatever it is, let us discuss it after the meal. Seeing that he had finally piqued Lu Chen's curiosity, Wu Bin smiled and entered the noodle shop. Li Lei had actually divulged this matter to Wu Bin. What was his ulterior motive? Lu Chun felt an overwhelming urge to rush back to the office and clarify the situation directly with Li Lei. However, Wu Bin had already entered the establishment. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Chun steeled himself and followed suit. Hello, sir. How many in your party? 2. A private room, if possible. Upon entering the noodle shop, Lu Chun noticed Tian Jing conversing with Wu Bin while holding a menu. Upon seeing him, Tian Jing regarded Lu Chun with curiosity, glancing at him before jotting down Wu Bin's order. Though the place appeared somewhat shabby, it had its own charm. Once inside a small private room, Wu Bin surveyed the decor, casually speaking to himself. All right, speak up. How did you come by this information? While Wu Bin could maintain an air of nonchalance, Lu Chun found it impossible to do so. The thought of Tian Jing being just outside set his heart racing. If it weren't for Wu Bin being privy to the secrets of last night, Lu Chun would never have accompanied him here, not even under duress. What do you know? I know nothing at all. Seeing Lu Chen's facade of calmness, a look of bewilderment spread across Wu Bin's face. Wu Bin, are you toying with me? At this juncture, Lu Chun did not expect Wu Bin to still jest at his expense. As he spoke, Lu Chun viciously grasped Wu Bin by the collar, the tension palpable as it seemed he might resort to violence. What? Dare you lay a hand on me? To be frank, Lu Chun, do not presume I am oblivious. That person outside is your wife, isn't she? Do you truly wish for her to see those photographs? Unfazed by the fury in Lu Chen's eyes, Wu Bin merely smirked as he tapped his wallet. Speak. What exactly is your intention? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chun released his grip on Wu Bin, collapsing into a chair as if all his resolve had evaporated. Is this how it should be? In truth, my demands are quite simple. You need only depart from the company. Depart from the company? Is it truly that straightforward? Lu Chun found it hard to believe. Could it be that in expelling himself from the company, Shiao Xin would have to sacrifice her virtue? Wu Bin's answer left Lu Chun in disbelief. Just like that, gazing at Wu Bin's smug expression, Lu Chun questioned, is it truly that simple? Indeed, although I have achieved my goal, I still harbor doubts about you. Following his initial plan, Lu Chun had now arrived at the situation Wu Bin had previously anticipated. Yet recalling that Lu Chun had spent considerable time with Feng Fei, Wu Bin felt a lingering unease. Then tell me, what must I do for you to feel at ease? Move. What? You wish for me to relocate? Stunned by Wu Bin's proposal, Lu Chun fell silent. Moving? It sounds simple enough, but where else could I possibly go? Moreover, even if I desired to move, what about Tian Jing? Would she agree? Is it truly necessary to be so drastic? Absolutely. For with each passing day you remain here, my worries multiply. Wu Bin's pursuit of Feng Fei was a well-known fact. However, Lu Chun did not anticipate that Wu Bin would resort to such measures merely to win her over. He had only grown somewhat close to Feng Fei, yet this was the outcome he faced. No, I cannot leave now, even if I wished to. My wife might not be willing. How could I be forced to move? Setting aside whether Tian Jing would consent, Lu Chun could hardly find a suitable place. He had only just begun to establish himself here. If he were to relocate, who knows how long it would take to acclimate again. Whether your wife is willing or not, I cannot say. What I do know is that once she sees these photographs, she will undoubtedly choose to part ways with you. Wu Bin once more tapped on his wallet, intending to leverage the photographs to compel Lu Chun's departure. Chapter 74, Confession. This is no mere dinner invitation. It is, quite evidently, a banquet of treachery. Having reached this juncture, Lu Chun found himself with no alternative but to acquiesce to Wu Bin's demands. Let me ponder this further, he murmured. After a moment of silence, Lu Chun rose and exited the private room. Just as he stepped out, he encountered Tian Jing, who was bringing in the dishes. Observing the slightly parted lips of Tian Jing, Lu Chun remained silent and walked past her without uttering a word. Upon returning home, Lu Chun closed the door and collapsed onto his bed. At that moment, his mind was consumed by the image of Wu Bin's triumphant face. Reflecting on how he had been coerced into this predicament, Lu Chun deliberated deeply and ultimately arrived at a decision that astonished even himself. Glancing at his phone, he realized that it was almost time for Tian Jing's lunch break. Once resolved, Lu Chun eagerly awaited her arrival, even positioning himself at the doorway, as if fearful of changing his mind. As time passed, Tian Jing's figure soon came into view. "Darling, you're back from work," Lu Chun exclaimed, hastily rising to greet her. Did you not work today?" After tossing her bag to Lu Chun, Tian Jing wearily retreated to their room. "I was fired from the company." "What? Are you joking with me?" Upon hearing Lu Chun's declaration of being dismissed, Tian Jing's previously fatigued expression transformed instantly. As if she had misheard, she shot a skeptical glance at Lu Chun. "I speak the truth. I have indeed been dismissed by President Feng." Responding to Tian Jing's incredulous gaze, Lu Chun spoke in a steady tone. "Darling, there is something I hope you will believe." "What is it?" Tian Jing asked, somewhat perplexed. In her recollection, this was the first time Lu Chun had spoken to her with such earnestness. "Promise me first." "All right, I promise you." Under Lu Chun's gaze, Tian Jing ultimately chose to place her trust in him. To her, Lu Chun had no other faults aside from his previous gambling habits. Now that he had even managed to quit gambling, he seemed beyond suspicion in every regard. "I did not go to the hospital last night because Hu Ming did not require my presence. The reason I did not return home is that." As Lu Chun noticed the darkening expression on Tian Jing's face, his voice trailed off. "I must have been deceived by Li Lei. Otherwise, I would not have ended up in this situation." Mentioning Li Lei ignited a fire of anger within Lu Chun. Were it not for him, how could he have fallen to such depths? "Are you finished?" "Yes." Observing Tian Jing's drooping countenance and the underlying tension in her voice, Lu Chun became cautious. "Is there anything between you two?" "There is nothing. I swear on my life, we truly have not." He insisted. "I was genuinely drunk. Otherwise, how could I have embarrassed myself so?" Lu Chun could accept doubts and disbelief from anyone, but if even Tian Jing did not trust him, he would truly be at a loss for words. I can temporarily believe what you have said. Really? Darling, you are so wonderful. The fact that Tian Jing believed in him filled Lu Chun with immense exhilaration. Lu Chun felt a surge of joy that momentarily choked him, and he instinctively reached out to embrace Tian Jing. However, as soon as his arms extended, she firmly pushed him away. Who was that man you were with today? I've never heard you mention him before. The memory of their encounter at the noodle shop left Tian Jing perplexed. If Lu Chun was indeed innocent, what explanation could he offer regarding his meeting with this man? Oh, his name is Wu Bin, and he's pursuing Feng Feifei. Feng Feifei? Who is she? She's our boss. Tian Jing chose to forgive herself, which left Lu Chun both delighted and somewhat bewildered, making their conversation flow much more easily. What do you want from you? Yet, this newfound lightness did not last long. Upon hearing Tian Jing's next words, Lu Chun felt a wave of pressure wash over him. He wants us to move out. Move out? What do you mean? As Lu Chun spoke of moving, a look of confusion spread across Tian Jing's face. According to what Lu Chun had just told her, there was no connection to this Wu Bin at all. What was truly going on? Wu Bin is blackmailing me with photos of Shiao Xin and me. If we don't move, he will send those photos to you. But I just said I believe you. Tian Jing gazed at Lu Chun, struggling to comprehend what was going through his mind. She had already chosen to trust him. Yet Lu Chun seemed unable to grasp this point. Right? Why should I be afraid of him? With Tian Jing's reminder, Lu Chun suddenly felt enlightened. Darling, you are truly amazing. I adore you. Ignoring the possibility that Tian Jing might push him away, he excitedly pulled her into his embrace. Initially, Lu Chun had feared that upon learning of this matter, Tian Jing would erupt in anger and insist on a divorce. To his surprise, her reaction was one of understanding. How fortunate he was to have such a wife. I'm going to confront Wu Bin. I will tell him that no matter what he does, we will absolutely not move. After holding Tian Jing for a moment, Lu Chun raised his head with newfound confidence. His demeanor exuded a sense of having survived a calamity. Why confront him? As long as we don't move, he will inevitably come looking for you. Tian Jing couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss as she looked at her husband, who seemed more like a child than ever. Are we not going to confront him? What should I do now? Of course, we should go to your boss, Feng. Tian Jing exclaimed. Do you really want to let others continue to misunderstand you? Observing Lu Chen's current state, she shook her head in disbelief, her doubts intensifying. Yes, I should clarify things with Feng to prevent these people from causing me trouble behind my back. After pondering this, Lu Chun nodded vigorously. Wu Bin not only aimed to harm him, but more despicably, sought to use him to get close to Feng Feifei. Realizing this, Lu Chun grabbed his coat and prepared to rush out. What are you doing? As he made a move, Tian Jing immediately pulled him back. Go and explain clearly to General Manager Feng. I want her to see Wu Bin's true face. Be careful. Witnessing Lu Chun finally awakening to the situation, Tian Jing offered a note of caution, then watched as Lu Chun rushed out. Upon returning to the company, Lu Chun made his way directly to Feng Feifei's office. General Manager Feng, I am Lu Chun, and I have something significant to report to you. Chapter 75. A rare minute as Lu Chun pushed the door open. He was momentarily stunned by the scene that greeted him. At that moment, Lu Chun never anticipated encountering Wu Bin again, and particularly not in Feng Feifei's office. Lu Chun, what brings you back to our company? Wu Bin, wearing a similar expression of surprise, seemed equally taken aback by Lu Chun's unexpected intrusion. However, Wu Bin appeared rather self-satisfied. His gaze towards Lu Chun tinged with a hint of disdain. Lu Chun, do you need something? Observing Lu Chun's anxious demeanor, Feng Feifei stood up, visibly displeased. General Manager Feng, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Recalling the reason for his presence, Lu Chun quickly regained his composure. Noticing Feng Feifei's displeasure, he prepared to explain the events of the previous night. However, before he could utter a word, Wu Bin swiftly interrupted him. Absolutely not. Why do you have to speak to Feifei alone? Not only are you no longer part of our company, but even if you were, Feifei is not someone you can meet privately. Lu Chun had much to say, but Wu Bin was all too aware of his intentions. From the moment Lu Chun entered, Wu Bin had been concerned about the possibility of Lu Chun changing his mind. However, He never expected it would come to fruition so swiftly. In an effort to undermine Lu Chen's confidence, Wu Bin continually used the word we, as if to explicitly convey to Lu Chen that he and Feng Feifei were united. I only need 5 minutes. Is that too much to ask? Feng Feifei's silence and Wu Bin's malicious obstruction painted a picture for Lu Chen that made it seem as though the two were colluding against him. Had he not previously known that Feng Feifei held Wu Bin in low regard, Lu Chen might have been inclined to leave at that moment. 5 minutes? You speak so lightly of it, but do you realize how much can transpire in 5 minutes? Do you understand how many contracts Feifei could sign in that time? Wu Bin scoffed at Lu Chen's anxious expression. The thought of Lu Chen having a private conversation with Feng Feifei was something he could not allow to occur. Wu Bin found himself curious about who had emboldened Lu Chen so greatly. General Manager Feng, can you not spare even 5 minutes for me? If that is impossible, can it be 3 minutes? Wu Bin's obstruction deeply angered Lu Chen, yet aside from temporarily ignoring Wu Bin, he could only hope for a nod of agreement from Feng Feifei. I can only grant you 1 minute. You best consider how to utilize this time wisely. If you cannot persuade me within that minute, I'm afraid you must leave. Wu Bin's vehement opposition began to irk Feng Feifei, even leading her to question his motives. Had it not been for Lu Chen's persistent desire for a private conversation, Feng Feifei would have merely reprimanded Wu Bin. However, given the current circumstances, she began to contemplate Lu Chen's suggestion and consented to grant him a minute. Thus, Wu Bin, I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment. Once Lu Chen and I have concluded our discussion, you may return. Choosing to heed Lu Chen's advice necessitated Wu Bin's departure. Feng Feifei cast a glance at the reluctant Wu Bin and gestured towards the door. Feifei, are you truly going to heed this young man's words? I suspect he seeks confrontation over your dismissal of him. No, I cannot leave. I must remain here to protect you. The notion of being sent away was utterly unacceptable to Wu Bin. Internally cursing Lu Chen, he adopted a posture of righteous indignation. Wu Bin, how can we harbor resentment towards President Feng? If we were to resent anyone, it should be those who conspired against me. Wu Bin was unwilling to depart, which posed a predicament for Lu Chen. Although he possessed ample justification to persuade Feng Feifei, doing so in Wu Bin's presence made him feel somewhat apprehensive. It was well known that Wu Bin was adept at scheming, and it was uncertain whose words Feng Feifei would ultimately believe. You may stay, but I implore you to remain silent while Lu Chen speaks. Given our previous experience, I worry Wu Bin might not allow Lu Chen the opportunity to express himself. Should that occur, it was likely that she would glean nothing from Lu Chen's words. Very well, I shall not utter a word. Listening is permissible, I presume? Wu Bin was somewhat taken aback by the permission to remain. Initially, he had expected Feng Feifei to be incensed and expel him. Now that she had consented to his presence, Wu Bin felt elated and prepared himself for Lu Chen's impending remarks. All right, time is of the essence, Lu Chen. Please share your thoughts. Upon receiving Wu Bin's response, Feng Feifei turned her attention to Lu Chen, poised to listen to what he had to convey. President Feng, I can now unequivocally state that I have been wronged. Oh, is that so? Who has conspired against you? It is Li Lei and Shiao Xin. There may even be others involved. As he spoke with Feng Feifei, Lu Chen discreetly glanced at Wu Bin. He observed that Wu Bin was intently fixated on him, as if the mere mention of his name would provoke Wu Bin to pounce like a rabid dog. Why would Li Lei conspire against you? What motives does he have? The notion of a manager within the same department plotting against his deputy struck Feng Feifei as amusing. Moreover, Shiao Xin was Li Lei's cousin. Was it conceivable that in his quest to undermine Lu Chen, Li Lei would sacrifice his own relative? This was evidently a stretch of logic. As for the reasons, I'm a loss. The fact that Li Lei has indeed wronged me is indisputable. However, I cannot articulate the rationale behind it. Ever since the incident transpired, I have been unable to comprehend the underlying motives. If there is any ambiguity, it pertains to Wu Bin seeking me out. Upon contemplating Wu Bin, Lu Chen's gaze shifted slightly. Could it be that Li Lei intended for his cousin to take Lu Chen's position? Initially, Lu Chen had anticipated that Wu Bin would react to his comments, but he was taken aback when Wu Bin promptly distanced himself from matter. Impossible. Upon hearing Wu Bin articulate this rationale on Lu Chen's behalf, Feng Feifei immediately dismissed it. Regarding personnel changes within the company, she held the ultimate authority. Even if Li Lei harbored such intentions, it would be futile without her consent. Well, a minute has passed. Lu Chun, you are free to leave. Time flew by in an instant. After glancing at his phone, Feng Feifei, with a stoic expression, informed Lu Chun that the time was up. Chapter 76. Waiting for Shiao Xin at her home. As for my matters, I shall speak further when I have clarified them. Although the time was brief, it nonetheless instigated a flicker of doubt in Feng Feifei regarding the situation. If she harbored any suspicion, then perhaps there was hope for him. With this possibility in mind, Lu Chun exited her office, bolstered by his trust in Feng Feifei. Deputy Manager Lu, what brings you back to work? Upon stepping out of Feng Feifei's office, Lu Chun unexpectedly encountered Zhao Bin from his department. Zhao Bin was momentarily rendered speechless by Lu Chun's presence at the company. Back to work? Do you truly believe I could return to work? I am here to see General Manager Feng. It's time for me to head home. After casting a glance at Zhao Bin, Lu Chun sighed in resignation. Given Zhao Bin's tone, he was uncertain if his recent indiscretions had spread throughout the company. If that were the case, it would indeed be mortifying. Reflecting on his experiences, Lu Chun managed a bitter smile, fervently hoping to avoid any acquaintances on his way downstairs to spare himself from further embarrassment. By the way, has Shiao Xin come to work? Just as he was about to depart, Lu Chun suddenly recalled Shiao Xin. He had yet to decipher her role in this situation. Even though he might not encounter her at the moment, he still wished for an opportunity to see her. Shiao Xin, I haven't seen her since this morning. I heard she took a leave of absence to prepare for a trip abroad. Zhao Bin, intrigued by the mention of Shiao Xin, relayed what he knew. What? You say she has gone abroad? This is quite the coincidence, with the scandal just unfolding. Shiao Xin not only failed to seek clarification from me, but instead opted to take leave and travel. How utterly bewildering. Do you happen to know where Shiao Xin resides? Her departure is surely not a mere coincidence. There must be a hidden secret involved. With this thought burgeoning in his mind, Lu Chun resolved to seek out Shiao Xin. I don't know. Don't you know? The company maintains the contact addresses of its employees. Have you never seen it? Zhao Bin found the question tedious. He mused over how Lu Chun had briefly held the title of deputy manager, yet seemed oblivious to the contact information of his colleagues. After a moment of idle murmuring, Zhao Bin noticed the look of surprise on Lu Chun's face. Indeed, I had completely overlooked that. Thank you. In my previous office, there exists a roster of all employees. Searching for Shiao Xin's address would surely be a simple task. Prompted by Zhao Bin's reminder, Lu Chun gave his forehead a vigorous smack, with a face full of excitement. He greeted Zhao Bin and hurried off. Pushing open the familiar door, Lu Chun dashed inside, heading straight for the office desk. Upon locating the employee roster, he flipped to the page bearing Shiao Xin's name. 701, Unit 3, Building 26, Wanhua Community, Yuhang Road. After noting Shiao Xin's address, Lu Chun rushed to the street, hailed a taxi, and set off for Shiao Xin's home. Shiao Xin, please be at home. Sitting in the car, Lu Chun silently prayed. After a swift journey, Lu Chun finally arrived at the entrance of Shiao Xin's community. Following the details he had memorized regarding the floor and unit, Lu Chun quickly reached Shiao Xin's doorstep. Excuse me, is this Shiao Xin's residence? After pressing the doorbell a few times, Lu Chun softly inquired at the entrance. Who are you? The door opened swiftly, revealing a woman who appeared to be in her 50s. Hello, ma'am. May I ask if this is Shiao Xin's home? Yes. Who are you? Hearing the woman's affirmation, Lu Chun eagerly asked, Is Shiao Xin home? What is wrong with you? Why do you keep asking about my daughter? Perceiving the stranger's presence, Shiao Xin's mother grew somewhat irritated. After asking 3 times about Lu Chun's identity without receiving a response, her annoyance escalated, and she prepared to close the door. Oh, I'm a colleague of Shiao Xin. Realizing the woman was about to shut the door, Lu Chun finally remembered her previous question. With a slightly embarrassed smile, he clarified his relationship with Shiao Xin. A colleague of Shiao Xin? What brings you to our home? Upon learning he was her daughter's colleague, the frown on the woman's face began to ease. I heard that Shiao Xin is going abroad, so I came to bid her farewell. Oh, I see. Please come in. After clarifying the situation, Xiao Xian's mother warmly invited Lu Chen inside. Auntie, is Xiao Xian not at home? Once inside and surveying Xiao Xian's home, Lu Chen realized that she was currently absent. She said she went out to buy something. Please have a seat. She should be back shortly. The woman offered Lu Chen a glass of water and checked the time, feeling that Xiao Xian would return soon. How long have you known Xiao Xian? Observing Lu Chen seated, the woman gazed at him with curiosity. Although she had initially been a bit upset with Lu Chen's impoliteness, he now seemed less disagreeable. Quite a while, I suppose. Xiao Xian was the first person I met when I joined the company. Oh, is it safe to say that your relationship has improved? Murmured the woman, leaving Lu Chen in a state of mild confusion. Surely, she could not be under the impression that he was pursuing Xiao Xian. The thought ignited a flutter of anxiety within him. He had intended to seek out Xiao Xian, yet before he could even lay eyes on her, he was instead confronted by her mother. Mother, have you finished packing your things? Just as Lu Chen was preparing to clarify his relationship with Xiao Xian's mother, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Lu Chen, what brings you to my home? Xiao Xian entered, her hands burdened with two large bags, appearing quite fatigued. Upon spotting Lu Chen seated in her living room, her belongings tumbled to the floor. Of course, I came to see you. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile at the astonishment etched across Xiao Xian's face. Lu Chen, are you out of your mind? Why are you here? Once in her room, Xiao Xian shut the door and glared at him with palpable ire. What? Is it so outrageous for a former colleague to drop by for a visit? Lu Chen chuckled internally at her furious demeanor. The more agitated Xiao Xian appeared, the more it suggested to him that she felt guilty. Colleague? Who would consider you a rogue as a colleague? I can't believe you dare to show up at my home. Do you think I won't call the authorities to have you taken away? Go ahead. I'm curious to see if they heed only your words or if they will listen to my side as well. Lu Chen was resolute, fully prepared for whatever consequences might arise. He was determined to persuade Xiao Xian to join him on his side of the conflict, even bracing himself for the possibility of being apprehended. What do you want from me? Faced with Lu Chen's audacity, Xiao Xian felt her resolve wavering. After all, she was merely a girl and wished to keep the matter of her integrity discreet. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? What do you intend to do? Seizing the moment as Xiao Xian's determination faltered, Lu Chen countered her question. He had not anticipated the extent of Xiao Xian's transformation. If he could elicit a confession from her regarding the events at hand, perhaps he could leverage the intimidation he felt from Wu Bin and consider Li Lei's smug expression. Lu Chen was eager to uncover the truth behind the situation. Is there some clandestine conspiracy between you and Li Lei that involves Wu Bin? Gazing intently into Xiao Xian's eyes, Lu Chen posed a question with a hint of trepidation. What nonsense are you spouting? On what basis do you accuse me? She retorted. Because Wu Bin has approached me. It was merely a probe, yet Lu Chen was now certain that this matter was undeniably linked to Wu Bin. No wonder he had obtained those photographs. It seemed they had all conspired against him. Previously, Lu Chen had assumed the scheme was Li Lei's, designed to elevate Xiao Xian to a position of power. It turned out that Wu Bin had been the puppeteer all along. What exactly did Wu Bin promise you? Is it truly worth such a substantial sacrifice? Observing Shiao Xin's silence as she sat quietly to the side, Lu Chen, with great patience, inquired once more. Lu Chen, I admit that I was in the wrong. However, I implore you to cease your questioning. After a prolonged silence, Shiao Xin finally spoke. Yet, her words were utterly unacceptable to Lu Chen. But have you considered whether Wu Bin would simply let this go? Do you genuinely believe he would refrain from publicizing this matter? I do not know, nor do I wish to know. All I am aware of is that he can offer me 2 million, enough for me to leave the country. What did you say? 2 million? Hearing Shiao Xin's voice, which was on the verge of breaking, Lu Chen abruptly rose from his chair. No wonder Shiao Xin was willing to compromise her integrity to threaten him. It turned out she had accepted a bribe of 2 million from Wu Bin. The thought of Li Lei's attitude towards him crossed his mind, making him realize that he might have received even more than Shiao Xin. Money is indeed a desirable asset, I concede. However, do you believe that money can purchase your integrity? For the sake of this paltry sum of 2 million, Are you not afraid of how others will perceive you? With a penetrating gaze fixed on Shiao Xin, Lu Chun expounded upon a philosophy that even he found somewhat perplexing. If one were to claim an affinity for wealth, Lu Chun believed he required money even more than Shiao Xin did. Yet, upon reflection, he could not fathom sacrificing his integrity for a mere 2 million. Enough. Lu Chun, please stop. I know you look down upon me, but what choice do I have? After enduring Lu Chun's admonitions, Shiao Xin finally could no longer contain herself. She lifted her gaze and shot Lu Chun a fierce glance before striding over to forcefully open the bedroom door. You may leave. What is the matter? Weren't we having a pleasant conversation? Why must you leave now? Before Lu Chun could exit, Shiao Xin's mother appeared at the doorway. Upon glancing at her daughter, who had her head bowed, she turned her attention to Lu Chun. It's like this, Andy. I have some matters at the company that require my immediate attention. Faced with Shiao Xin's mother, Lu Chun found himself at a loss for words, regardless of how much he wished to express. He could only depart from Shiao Xin's home with an apologetic smile. He never anticipated that Wu Bin would resort to such actions. As he walked along the street, Lu Chun meticulously reflected on Shiao Xin's earlier statements. However, why would Wu Bin behave in such a manner? What benefit could he derive from it? Could it be that, like Zhang Wei, he perceived a closeness between Lu Chun and Feng Feifei that was too intimate? As this thought took shape in his mind, Lu Chun suddenly had a realization. After hailing a cab, he hurried back to the company. Hello, Manager Li. Just as Li Lei was about to leave for lunch, Lu Chun intercepted him in the office. Lu Chun, what brings you here again? Li Lei appeared somewhat surprised by Lu Chun's unexpected visit. I need to consult you about something. What is it? Speak. Slowly entering Li Lei's office, Lu Chun took a seat opposite him with a smile. How much did Wu Bin pay you? Gazing into Li Lei's bewildered eyes, Lu Chun chuckled. What nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense? Are you truly unaware of the truth? Had it not been for Shiao Xian's desperate mention of 2 million, Lu Chun would not have contemplated this matter. Observing the subtle shifts in Li Lei's expression, Lu Chun became increasingly convinced that he too had received benefits from Wu Bin. If Shiao Xian could secure a 2 million benefit, surely someone of your stature must have received even more. Lu Chun keenly noted Li Lei's reaction. As Li Lei appeared to evade the topic, Lu Chun decisively revealed the amount Shiao Xian had acquired. Lu Chun, do you understand what you are doing? This is slander. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Lu Chun disclose Shiao Xian's 2 million, Li Lei momentarily froze. How could this matter, known only to himself, Shiao Xian, and Wu Bin, be exposed so suddenly? Who had divulged this information? Li Lei felt a surge of curiosity. Slander? How amusing. Who is truly slandering whom? I believe we both understand the reality quite well. If you think you are upright and just, then I shall say no more. But are you genuinely as righteous and straightforward as you claim? Li Lei's persistent defiance began to test Lu Chun's patience. It seemed the truth was on the verge of revelation, yet something crucial was still lacking, namely, the objective, the ultimate aim of the entire affair. Lu Chun, if you have something to say, speak up quickly. If not, I shall take my leave for dinner. Under Lu Chun's unwavering gaze, Li Lei felt a twinge of anxiety. He doubted he could maintain the standoff much longer. Very well, I shall make it clear. Noting Li Lei's continued obstinacy, Lu Chun rose to his feet. Following the speculations he had formed prior to this encounter, Lu Chun articulated his thoughts. Wu Bin approached you because your cousin is Shiao Xian, and my relationship with Shiao Xian is rather unique. The substantial investment you made alongside her must indicate that Wu Bin offered you quite the enticing incentive. However, do you really believe this matter will conclude with my dismissal? Are you not concerned that Wu Bin may still have contingencies in place, waiting to deal with both you and Shiao Xian? Chapter 78. Tong Tong's illness having shared his assessment, Lu Chun fixated his gaze intently on Li Lei. Have you finished? Yet, after Lu Chun's analysis, Li Lei exhibited no unusual reaction, remaining as indifferent as ever. Indeed, I have said all that needed to be said. As for your thoughts, I shall not concern myself with them. Li Lei's composure piqued Lu Chun's curiosity. Ultimately, he could only watch as Li Lei departed. Despite now knowing that Wu Bin was no benign character, what was Li Lei still clinging to? Upon returning home, Lu Chun was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions. Lu Chun, are you home? Just as Lu Chun was about to relax in bed, he heard Li Chong's voice from outside. What is it, Changgu? Lu Chun emerged from his room, wearing a puzzled expression as he regarded Li Chong standing outside. Do you know a woman named Lu Min? Lu Min? I do not know her. What is it about? Listening to Li Chong mention a woman named Lu Min, Lu Chun instinctively shook his head without a second thought. You see, this woman inquired about you yesterday. I thought you two were acquainted. Recalling the woman he encountered the previous day, Li Chong cast a somewhat mischievous glance at Lu Chun. Inquiring about me? Did she say anything? The notion of someone inquiring about himself, claiming to know him, puzzled Lu Chun. He couldn't recall such a person. Observing Lu Chun's serious demeanor, which seemed devoid of deceit, Li Chong grew perplexed as well. He endeavored to recollect their conversation. She mentioned you were colleagues and possibly classmates. I can't quite remember. Regardless, it seemed like you two were quite familiar. Lu Chen's reaction was minimal upon hearing the word colleague, but when he caught the term classmate, he abruptly interrupted Li Chong. Are you certain her name is Lu Min? Yes, that's what she said. Then it must be her. Lu Chen's expression transformed into one of sudden realization, leaving Li Chong momentarily bewildered. Just a moment ago, Lu Chun had adamantly claimed not to know her. Now he appeared as though he had undergone a complete transformation. Where is she now? Did she provide you with her contact information? Upon clarifying that Lu Min was indeed an old classmate, Lu Chen's lingering doubts dissipated. He recalled the toy Lu Min had gifted Tong Tong, which still rested on his bed. She didn't give me her contact details. However, she mentioned she would come looking for you. Li Chong hesitated, swallowing the words he almost voiced. She will come looking for me? What does Lu Min truly intend? Wasn't it merely a classmate relationship? Could it be that their bond during school was genuinely that profound? Lost in a whirlwind of questions, Lu Chun seemed to forget Li Chong's presence. He slowly sat down on the steps beneath him, gazing vacantly at the intersection ahead. Lu Chun, are you all right? Li Chong's concern grew as Lu Chen's trance deepened. Affirming his thoughts internally, Li Chong scrutinized Lu Chun's bewildered eyes. Lu Chun, I'm not criticizing you. But now that you've established a family, you must refrain from actions that might betray Shiao Jing. Moreover, if Tong Tong were to find out, how would she perceive you? Even if you don't consider yourself, at least think of Tong Tong. Observing Lu Chun with a furrowed brow, Li Chong's apprehension heightened. Changgu, what are you talking about? I don't quite grasp your meaning. Lu Chun, still enveloped in confusion, unexpectedly met Li Chong's worried gaze. Pondering Li Chong's words, Lu Chun found himself increasingly bewildered. What do you mean? Are you really that dim-witted? I'm trying to tell you. As a man, making mistakes isn't terrifying. What's frightening is persisting in your errors. Seeing that his lengthy discourse seemed lost on Lu Chun, who appeared as oblivious as ever. Li Chong's frustration grew. You mean? Changgu, you're overthinking it. I assure you, my relationship with Lu Min is merely that of classmates. There is nothing beyond that. Upon realizing what Li Chong was insinuating, Lu Chun awkwardly rose to his feet, as if to justify himself. He clarified his connection with Lu Min to Li Chong. Very well. Perhaps I was merely overthinking. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Chong clicked his tongue and retreated. As Lu Chun watched Li Chong depart, he was about to return to his room when the thought of Tong Tong suddenly struck him. Glancing at the time, he realized that Tong Tong should be finishing school soon. He rushed back to his room, grabbed his clothes, and hurried towards his daughter's school. Daddy, you're here. Just as Lu Chun reached the school entrance, he bumped into Tong Tong, who was exiting. Spotting her father there to pick her up, Tong Tong joyfully approached him. Indeed, Daddy has come to fetch you from school. Are you happy? I'm so happy, too happy. Nestled in Lu Chen's embrace, Tong Tong beamed, her cherubic face aglow with joy. Since my darling is so delighted, why haven't I received a kiss from you? I will kiss Daddy right now. With that, Tong Tong planted a kiss on Lu Chen's cheek. Wait, my dear, why is your face so warm? After receiving the kiss from his daughter, Lu Chun chuckled with delight. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he sensed something was amiss. Sweetheart, are you feeling unwell? Noticing Tong Tong's feverish condition, Lu Chun hastily set her down. I'm not sick. Daddy, I want a hug. I'm so tired. Just as he placed Tong Tong on the ground, he noticed a flicker of discontent on her face, a fever and a sense of fatigue. Could it be? Recalling the unthinkable, Lu Chun bent down to her level. My dear, please tell Daddy how you feel right now. Observing his daughter's frail figure, he silently prayed that his fears would not materialize. I feel fine, just really tired. Daddy, I want a hug. At that moment, Tong Tong seemed transformed, clinging to Lu Chun as if she were reluctant to let go. All right, Daddy will hold you. Once more lifting Tong Tong into his arms. Lu Chun did not head straight home. Instead, he took her to a nearby children's hospital. Based on his suspicions and Tong Tong's current state, he had already surmised a certain outcome. However, given the gravity of the situation concerning his daughter's health, he felt compelled to take her for an examination. Daddy, this isn't our home. I don't want to be here. Chapter 79. The Greatness of Mothers. Upon arriving at the hospital with Tong Tong, Lu Chun observed the doctors in white coats, prompting Tong Tong to become restless in his arms. Sweetheart, let us go in and play for a bit, and then we'll return home. No, I want to go home right now. I want to find Mommy. Hearing his daughter's heart-wrenching cries, Lu Chun entrusted Tong Tong to the nurse. Unable to bear the sound of her sobbing, he turned away, desperately holding back his own tears. Darling, have you returned home yet? After ensuring Tong Tong was settled for her examination, Lu Chun took out his phone and dialed Tian Jing. Just got home. What's the matter? Oh, is it about Tong Tong? As he listened to Tian Jing's voice, Lu Chun hesitated, contemplating whether to share the news. However, just as he pondered, concern emanated from Tian Jing's end. Did you not go to pick up Tong Tong? No, I've already picked her up. Recognizing Tian Jing's anxiety for their daughter, Lu Chun steeled himself and declared, I have our daughter with me, but we are at the hospital. Hospital? What are you doing at the hospital? Upon learning that Lu Chun had collected Tong Tong, Tian Jing's worry eased momentarily. Yet, upon hearing that they were at the hospital, her demeanor shifted to one of urgency. You mean you are at the hospital? Is Tong Tong? I cannot be certain, so I had to bring her for an examination. I'm coming right over. Lu Chun was about to inform Tian Jing of his decision, but she had already lost her patience and abruptly ended the call, rushing out the door. Before long, Lu Chun spotted Tian Jing outside the hospital, breathless as she approached him. With concern, he asked, Darling, are you all right? I'm fine. Where's Tong Tong? Is she okay? Ignoring Lu Chun's concern, Tian Jing was solely focused on locating their daughter. Tong Tong is still undergoing her examination. Please sit down and rest for a moment. I'm not tired. I need to ensure Tong Tong is safe. Hearing Tian Jing's labored breaths, Lu Chun calculated the time. It was at least a 2-kilometer journey from home to the hospital, and she had arrived in under 10 minutes, making it hard for him to believe how she managed such haste. Dear, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. As Tian Jing fixed her gaze on the examination room door, Lu Chun leaned closer. If Tong Tong's condition is confirmed, I wish to take her to a larger hospital. Yes, I will accompany you. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Jing responded to Lu Chun's words. If, hypothetically, Tong Tong's illness cannot be treated, Lu Chun, what are you saying? Before he could finish, Tian Jing turned to him, her expression serious as she looked at his slightly parted lips. I don't want to hear if. I only want my daughter. Even if it means sacrificing everything, I will ensure my daughter receives the treatment she needs. As if recalling her earlier words, Tian Jing reiterated her determination to Lu Chun. In that moment, he recognized the profound strength of a mother. Her unwavering resolve and selflessness stirred something deep within him. Yet, observing Tian Jing's current state, he sensed she had misunderstood him. Darling, what I meant was that you must be prepared to endure hardships alongside me. The thought of abandoning their daughter had never crossed Lu Chun's mind. Had it not been for Tian Jing interrupting him, Lu Chun would not now be perceived as a man evading responsibility. Is what you say true? Indeed, I shall not abandon our daughter, nor will I forsake you. Having erred once, how could Lu Chun possibly allow himself to falter in the same manner again? Upon witnessing the tears welling in Tian Jing's eyes, Lu Chun smiled and gently wiped them away. My love, I cherish you. Likewise. In the corridor of the hospital, Lu Chun and Tian Jing embraced tightly. If their previous embraces were for the sake of their own lives, then this current embrace is for the well-being of their family. A family of 3, each member indispensable. Father, mother. After what felt like an eternity, Tong Tong finally emerged. The moment she was free from the nurse's grasp, Tong Tong dashed to Lu Chun and Tian Jing's side. My darling, are you all right? You terrified your mother. Initially, Lu Chun intended to hold their daughter first, but Tian Jing swiftly claimed her instead. Sweetheart, you are finally out. You scared your mother to death. As she held their daughter, tears of joy streamed down Tian Jing's face. Standing beside them, Lu Chun gazed at the mother and daughter duo, suddenly feeling a stirring in his own eyes. Thank goodness. All is well. Unable to contain his emotions, Lu Chun stepped forward to embrace both Tian Jing and Tong Tong. After gently squeezing Tong Tong's little face, he seemed to recall something. Releasing his hold on Tian Jing and Tong Tong, Lu Chun turned to the nurse. Excuse me, is my daughter all right? You're a family member, correct? Please follow me. The nurse had intended to inform Lu Chun earlier, but upon witnessing their joyful embrace, she hesitated. Now, seeing Lu Chun approach her, she led him to a nearby office. Here is our examination report. Please take a look. Upon entering the office, the nurse received the medical records from a doctor. As she handed them to Lu Chun, the doctor spoke, stating that based on our physical examination, blood tests, and assessments of the kidney and liver functions, it appears your daughter may have leukemia. I know, Tong Tong has leukemia. As though he had anticipated this outcome, Lu Chun lowered his head in guilt. What? You knew? Is this how a parent behaves? Knowing your daughter has leukemia, why did you not bring her to the hospital for treatment? Upon hearing Lu Chun's admission, the nurse who had escorted him could no longer hold her tongue. Shiao Li, how can you speak like that? The nurse's words drew the doctor's ire, who shot her a glare before offering Lu Chun a sympathetic smile. As a parent, how can you stand by and watch your child suffer? I did not wish to avoid taking Tong Tong for treatment. It was merely that circumstances did not allow. Lu Chun dared not lift his gaze to meet the nurse's eyes, feeling an overwhelming urge to chastise himself as he spoke. Chapter 80. Benevolent lies. No matter the obstacles we face, we must remain accountable to our children. Furthermore, our country currently has policies in place. You might consider applying for assistance. Upon learning of Lu Chun's situation, the doctor expressed his views. I am aware that I have brought my daughter to the hospital. No matter how challenging it may be, I must ensure she receives the necessary treatment. Initially, Lu Chun was reprimanded by a nurse, followed by a lecture from a doctor. Having gained new awareness, Lu Chun was preparing to handle Tong Tong's hospitalization procedures. Wait a moment. As Lu Chun was about to leave, the doctor hurriedly called him back. Our hospital's medical capabilities are limited. We are unable to perform major procedures such as a hematopoietic stem cell transplant. Therefore, I recommend that you seek a larger hospital instead. The doctor glanced at Lu Chun, wearing an expression of helplessness. What? Doctor, are you saying my daughter requires a hematopoietic stem cell transplant? Does that not imply a bone marrow replacement? Lu Chun gazed anxiously at the doctor, hoping to confirm his suspicions. When he saw the doctor silently nodding, despair washed over him as he stepped outside. Tong Tong is still so young. How could she endure such a major surgery? Even if she could withstand it, where would he find a suitable bone marrow donor? Confronted with these daunting challenges, Lu Chun felt unprepared to face Tian Jing. Wait a moment. Just as Lu Chun exited the doctor's office, a nurse named Shiao Li hurriedly followed him. I may have spoken too harshly earlier. I hope you won't take offense. It's all right. Thank you. Listening to Nurse Shiao Li's apology, Lu Chun managed a wry smile. She had not spoken incorrectly, so how could he be angry? Given the uncertainty of finding a suitable bone marrow donor at a larger hospital, Dr. Zhang specifically requested that I give you this information about leukemia treatment, hoping it will help alleviate your child's suffering. As she spoke, Nurse Shiao Li handed Lu Chun a book. Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to Dr. Zhang. After conversing for so long, Lu Chun only now learned the doctor's surname, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. After awkwardly thanking Nurse Shiao Li, he accepted the book she offered. Additionally, you need not worry too much. We will assist you with the application process. As soon as we identify a suitable bone marrow match, we will contact you immediately. As if unable to bear witnessing Lu Chun's current state, Nurse Shiao Li shared this encouraging news with him. If that is the case, I am profoundly grateful. Armed with this book on leukemia treatment and the hospital's substantial support, Lu Chan felt a glimmer of hope, finally able to exhale in relief. How'd it go? What did the doctor say? Tian Jing anxiously awaited Lu Chan outside and approached him, cradling Tong Tong in her arms. It's nothing serious. The doctor told us not to be overly anxious. Unable to bear the thought of revealing the truth to Tian Jing, Lu Chan avoided her worried gaze. Look, they even gave me a book. It is said that as long as we pay attention, Tong Tong's illness can indeed be cured. Lu Chan explained to Tian Jing while retrieving the medical book that Nurse Xiao Li had given him. After handing it to Tian Jing, Lu Chan took their daughter back from her. So my daughter is fine. Everything is all right. We just need to be cautious. Hearing Lu Chen's reassuring words, Tian Jing felt a sense of relief. Is this considered deception? Lu Chen pondered as he observed Tian Jing's joyful expression after her initial agitation. In order to comfort Tian Jing's sorrow, Lu Chen had told her a little white lie regarding Tong Tong's condition. Although he was uncertain whether Tian Jing would blame him in the future, seeing her emerge from her earlier distress made Lu Chen feel it was worth it. Upon returning home, burdened by guilt, Lu Chen placed Tong Tong on the bed and voluntarily assisted Tian Jing with the chores. After a long day at work, you should rest. I'm not tired. What about you? Is everything resolved? Placing the cleaned vegetables in the basket, Tian Jing recalled the conversation she had with Lu Chen that morning. It should be about done. Oh, that's good. Tian Jing did not press further regarding Lu Chen's response. In this matter, she trusted Lu Chen would not make a mistake. Yet, this was merely her personal belief. Initially intending to help Tian Jing prepare dinner, Lu Chen fell silent upon hearing her mention the matter again. He was acutely aware of the significant hurt this situation had caused Tian Jing. The only thing he could do now was to find evidence to prove his innocence. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Lu Chen once again stood at the door of Feng Feifei's office. President Feng, I need to discuss something with you. Pushing open the door to Feng Feifei's office, Lu Chen walked straight in. This time, without Wu Bin's interference, Lu Chen appeared confident as he faced Feng Feifei. What else is there? Didn't we already conclude everything yesterday? Feng Feifei, seeing Lu Chen again, felt a flicker of curiosity. Although Lu Chen's assertions from the previous day had caused her some doubt, without solid evidence, Feng Feifei found it difficult to comment further. I was harmed by Wu Bin. Upon mentioning Wu Bin, Lu Chen seemed overwhelmed with grievances. Feng Feifei, taken aback by this unexpected turn, curiously inquired, How did Wu Bin harm you? Please enlighten me. The mastermind behind this is Wu Bin. He even offered Shiao Xin a bribe of 2 million. How much? 2 million in bribes? Initially, Feng Feifei thought Lu Chen was merely concocting excuses for himself, but upon hearing him mention the 2 million, she was taken aback and stood up in surprise. Yes, Shiao Xin told me that herself. Recalling his visit to Shiao Xin's home yesterday and the information she inadvertently revealed, Lu Chen felt a surge of anger. You went to see Shiao Xin? Yes. It seems Manager Li also received a benefit from this, although he denies it. First, I approached Shiao Xin, and then I learned she had received a 2 million bribe. As for the amount that Li Lei received, Lu Chen is currently unaware and can only rely on Feng Feifei to assist in the investigation. Are you suggesting that Li Lei was involved as well? Indeed. I sense that Manager Li not only participated, but seems to have some clandestine collaboration with Wu Bin. Whether Wu Bin has collaborated with Li Lei is merely Lu Chen's conjecture. However, in this precarious situation, Lu Chen would rather be mistaken in his assumptions than relinquish this final opportunity. Summon Li Lei to my office. Chapter 81. The unusual witness. Not long after Feng Feifei's orders were conveyed, Li Lei hurriedly arrived at her office. Upon entering, he looked at Lu Chen with a hint of trepidation and exclaimed, Lu Chen, are you not done yet? What brings you back to our company? Manager Li, please don't be angry. I simply wish to understand why you are attempting to frame me. Despite the fury radiating from Li Lei, Lu Chen felt no fear. With Feng Feifei present, he doubted Li Lei would dare to commit any egregious act against him. Li Lei, I have a question for you, and I hope you will answer truthfully. From a moment Li Lei stepped through the door, Feng Feifei's gaze oscillated between him and Lu Chen. Now, witnessing Li Lei's wrath, she began to waver in her previous judgment. Speak, Feng General. If it is within my knowledge, I shall certainly disclose it. While Li Lei and Lu Chun were visibly agitated, Li Lei instinctively subdued his anger in the presence of Feng Feifei. Lu Chun inquired, "Is it true that you and Shiao Xin conspired against him?" "Nonsense. Feng General, please do not believe a word this scoundrel says." Upon hearing Feng Feifei pose this question, Li Lei hastily refuted her assertion. As if to justify himself, he glanced at Lu Chun and addressed Feng Feifei. "Feng General, do not be deceived by this rascal. He is nothing but a gambler, capable of anything." To bolster the credibility of his words, Li Lei resurrected past incidents, attempting to emphasize that Lu Chun was lying about gambling. "However, it was you who invited Lu Chun out for a meal." Initially, Feng Feifei was unaware of this matter, but as time passed, she learned from others about Li Lei treating Lu Chun to dinner. Were it not for Feng Feifei's prior suspicions, Lu Chun would not be standing in her office now. "Do you think I would jeopardize my cousin's reputation for such actions? What benefit would this bring me?" As Feng Feifei steered the conversation toward a crucial point, Li Lei scoffed and unleashed a thunderous retort, though it appeared to be a commonplace remark. Its utterance by Li Lei in this context made it hard to dismiss. Reputation? Is it truly so untarnished? "Manager Li, how do you explain the 2 million? After Li Lei's counter-question, Lu Chun observed Feng Feifei's brow furrowed deeply. Sensing her predicament, Lu Chun interjected, "What 2 million? I have no idea." Li Lei gazed with wide eyes, feigning ignorance. Wu Bin had given Shiao Xin 2 million. Could it be that Manager Li was truly unaware? Unaware? "I had no idea such matters existed." Listening to Lu Chun's voice, Li Lei silently cursed. "Very well. Since Manager Li denies this incident, I would like to pose another question. Speak your mind." Having already brought Shiao Xin into the conversation, Lu Chun was taken aback by Li Lei's obstinate demeanor. In exasperation, Lu Chun decided to unveil his trump card. "May I inquire, Manager Li, those photographs couldn't have been taken by me or Shiao Xin, could they? Who was the photographer? How did those photographs come into your possession?" These seemingly innocuous statements, once uttered by Lu Chun, immediately provoked a fierce backlash from Li Lei. "Lu Chun, what do you mean by that? You cannot possibly think that I took pictures of my cousin with you. That is, of course, out of the question. After all, you are her cousin, and such despicable acts are not something a man like you, Manager Li, would commit." With a belly full of anger, Lu Chun, seeing Li Lei's persistent refusal to acknowledge his wrongdoings, steeled himself and met Li Lei's furious gaze. "Watch your words, Lu Chun. Watch. What more should I be concerned about? I have already been treated as a criminal, and you still expect me to be cautious?" Accustomed to a meek persona, Lu Chun, in that moment, transformed entirely, exuding an entirely different aura. "Lu Chun, are you certain you are addressing me?" Staring at Lu Chun before him, Li Lei could scarcely believe his eyes. Was this truly the Lu Chun he once knew? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Li Lei cast a glance at Feng Feifei, hoping to glean some useful insight from her. However, he found nothing but a reflection of his own astonishment in her expression. Lu Chun, please do not be hasty. Let's discuss this calmly." Observing Lu Chun in his current state, Feng Feifei's tone softened considerably. "President Feng, I do not have the luxury of time. I reiterate, this matter must have been orchestrated by Manager Li and Wu Bin. The loss of my job and my daughter's deteriorating health weighed heavily on Lu Chun's shoulders, compelling him from that moment on to shed any semblance of weakness and embrace the responsibilities befitting a man. I understand your feelings, but we must rely on evidence. If you cannot provide proof of Li Lei's malice towards you, how can I trust you?" Lu Chun's abrupt transformation took Feng Feifei by surprise. Now, all she could do was offer gentle reassurances to prevent him from acting impulsively. Evidence? Where could he possibly find any? Setting aside the fact that he had been intoxicated, would Shiao Xin stand up for him? Or would Li Lei come to his aid? Lu Chun listened to Feng Feifei's words, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Manager Li, how can you be so adamant that my relationship with Shiao Xin is anything but innocent? If I were to claim that I did nothing that night, would you believe me?" With a flicker of hope, Lu Chun turned his gaze towards Li Lei. Yet, this hope was mercilessly crushed by Li Lei's disdainful response. "Believe you? Why should I? These mere 6 words seemed to seal Lu Chen's fate, leaving him without a chance for redemption. As he met Li Lei's scornful gaze, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, but ultimately restrained himself. I believe, just as Lu Chen's confidence waned completely, a voice he recognized all too well resonated from outside. Wife, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the figure that entered, Lu Chen questioned his own eyes. I am his wife. I trust that he would never betray me. Tian Jing's words rang out with conviction, instantly silencing Li Lei and Feng Feifei in the office. You claim to be his wife? Chapter 82. The Reason to Believe. Almost simultaneously, both Li Lei and Feng Feifei turned their attention towards Tian Jing. Indeed, I am. Tian Jing confidently approached Lu Chen, standing before him. Darling, let us go home. These people may not believe in you, but I do. She grasped his hand firmly. Wife, I truly didn't expect you to come, nor did I think you. As Lu Chen absorbed Tian Jing's reassuring words, his previously tense demeanor began to unravel. Wife, let us head home. He glanced at Feng Feifei and Li Lei, allowing a smile of happiness to spread across his face. What did it matter if so many doubted him? As long as Tian Jing believed, that was enough. Wait, just as Lu Chen and Tian Jing were about to leave, Feng Feifei spoke up with caution, halting them. You say you believe? Are you aware of what your husband has done? Feng Feifei scrutinized Tian Jing, questioning whether she understood the full situation. Isn't it just sharing a bed with another woman? Tian Jing retorted, casting a glance back at Feng Feifei. Yes, that is correct. Feng Feifei, slightly embarrassed by the inquiry, nodded and turned away. Then that settles it. Without uttering an unnecessary word, Tian Jing answered Feng Feifei's question and proceeded to pull Lu Chen towards the exit. As they reached the doorway, Tian Jing seemed to recall something, stopping in her tracks to address Feng Feifei. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over merely sleeping? If you suspect my husband has wronged that girl, just confront him directly. After speaking, she disregarded Feng Feifei's potential reaction and continued to lead Lu Chen outside. For someone like Feng Feifei, who had been in business for many years, she had encountered all sorts of individuals. Yet this Tian Jing was undoubtedly an unexpected woman. Li Lei, can you guarantee that everything you've said is the truth? After Lu Chen and Tian Jing had been gone for quite some time, Feng Feifei's inquisitive gaze finally settled on Li Lei. I can assure you of that. Meeting Feng Feifei's penetrating stare, Li Lei could no longer muster the courage to look up. Ever since Tian Jing had declared her belief, Li Lei had been contemplating retreat. Li Lei could never have anticipated that Tian Jing would place such unwavering trust in Lu Chen, nor could he have imagined that today he would find himself here, defending him. Very well, since you choose to withhold the truth, I shall resort to legal measures to unveil the answer. Observing Li Lei's guilty demeanor, Feng Feifei ultimately decided to believe in Lu Chen. However, Li Lei remained obstinate, and with financing proving arduous, Feng Feifei felt compelled to consider unconventional methods. Stop, President Feng. Please do not. Then you must speak the truth. Feng Feifei slammed her palm on the table and stood up, her face ablaze with fury as she glared at Li Lei. This is all at General Manager Wu's behest. Startled by Feng Feifei's thunderous shout, Li Lei immediately wilted. Facing her, he could no longer conceal the truth. He divulged the dealings he had with Wu Bin, along with the promises of personal gain he had received. After hearing Li Lei's account, Feng Feifei despondently resumed her seat. She could hardly fathom that Wu Bin would stoop to such actions, let alone realize that the initial motivation behind them was to win her over. Reflecting on the sacrifices made by Lu Chen and Shiao Xin in this entire affair, Feng Feifei quietly lowered her head. President Feng, are you all right? Seeing her bow her head, Li Lei felt a pang of guilt and slapped himself. This is all my fault. I was bewitched by my own desires. President Feng, please tell me how I should be punished. I shall accept whatever it may be. Fully aware of the gravity of his misdeeds, Li Lei understood the repercussions that awaited him. How long have you been with the company? Feng Feifei lifted her head and offered him a faint smile. Almost 6 years. Gazing at her smile, Li Lei sensed something amiss. 6 years, quite a lengthy period. What do you think? Are you interested in a job change? Feng Feifei maintained her smile, yet her words sent a chill down Li Lei's spine. President Feng, do you mean leave? Those three succinct words constituted Feng Feifei's final verdict on Li Lei. Thank you, President Feng. Upon hearing her decree, Li Lei forced a bitter smile and silently accepted his fate. To conspire with outsiders against a colleague and to coerce his cousin into capturing compromising photographs. Both offenses could easily land him years of free meals in prison. Yet, after years of service, Feng Feifei ultimately chose to simply dismiss him. Dear, what prompted you to visit my company today? Because I knew you would fail, so I can't lend my support. Walking home, Lu Chun tightly grasped the hand of the woman beside him. Indeed, just as Tian Jing had suggested, her brief words of faith had illuminated the truth for Feng Feifei, allowing her to fully comprehend Wu Bin's character. Thank you. Lu Chun halted his steps, turning Tian Jing towards him. Looking into her eyes, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. What are you thanking me for? This is simply what I ought to do. Observing Lu Chun's serious expression, Tian Jing displayed a youthful shyness before stepping forward. Yet I found myself quite intrigued. Catching up with the hurried Tian Jing, Lu Chun grasped her hand once more. What is there to be curious about? Why do you trust me so much? Lu Chen's attitude towards that fateful night remained one of disbelief. If he could not extract the answers he sought from her, he would likely remain in a perpetual state of turmoil. Well, I can't tell you. Gazing at Lu Chen's inquisitive eyes, Tian Jing bit her lip and smiled. Dear wife, my dear wife, could you please tell me? The more she kept it a secret, the more Lu Chen's curiosity intensified. I have seen those photos. That girl is not as beautiful as I am. Indeed, initially intending to inquire why Tian Jing had faith in him, Lu Chun found her statements to be rather tangential to his question. Just as he was about to seek clarification, Tian Jing suddenly blushed and laughed. If you can't even touch me, how could you possibly touch her? With that, she playfully wrenched her hand free from Lu Chen's grasp and dashed away, laughing. Upon hearing her reasoning, Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization dawned upon him. Watching Tian Jing's retreating figure, he felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. Chapter 83. The Youth of Yesteryear. Lu Chun, I've clarified the situation. You should return to work. Hearing Feng Feifei's voice on the phone, Lu Chun glanced at his daughter, playing on the bed. I'm sorry, President Feng. I must stay home to care for my child. I can't return to work at the moment. Given the worsening condition of Tong Tong, Lu Chun felt he could no longer leave his daughter alone at home. While earning money was undeniably urgent, he harbored no illusions about the company that had eroded his confidence. Caring for your child? Isn't your daughter already in school? Can't your wife look after her at home? Feng Feifei struggled to comprehend Lu Chen's response. Hadn't it always been the case that men worked while women tended to the home? However, with Lu Chen's unexpected reversal, skepticism tinged Feng Feifei's tone. My wife is at work. I must stay home to watch over our daughter. Lu Chun chose not to elaborate further on Feng Feifei's doubts. It seemed that Feng Feifei had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit of Lu Chun. Why not send her to school? My daughter is ill. She has leukemia. Upon hearing Lu Chun reveal the grave condition of his daughter, Feng Feifei's mouth fell agape in shock. Very well. I shall grant you a month's leave. Spend quality time with your daughter at home. With this understanding, Feng Feifei ceased her insistence on Lu Chun returning to work. After imparting a few simple words of advice to Lu Chun, Feng Feifei ended the call. Please ask Zhang Wei to come to my office. Once she had hung up on Lu Chun, Feng Feifei picked up the phone on her desk and dialed out. Before long, Director Zhang entered with a sprightly demeanor. Hello, Feng Zong. I heard you were looking for me. Zhang Wei entered with a sycophantic expression, clearly eager to please. Since Li Lei's dismissal, Zhang Wei had been the most delighted individual in the trade department. As the department's managers departed one after another, he felt that his chance for advancement had finally arrived. Upon hearing his name called by Feng Feifei, he hurried to her office. Are you aware that Lu Chen's daughter has been diagnosed with leukemia? Noticing Zhang Wei's surprised expression, Feng Feifei inquired about Lu Chen's situation. Leukemia? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? Zhang Wei initially thought Feng Feifei had summoned him for a promotion, only to find himself confronted with a query regarding Lu Chen's circumstances. So, you were unaware as well. Feng Feifei had assumed Zhang Wei would be informed about this matter, only to discover he was equally in the dark. This afternoon, please go to the finance department and collect 100,000 yuan to give to Lu Chun as a company subsidy. After making this decision, Feng Feifei waved her hand, signaling for Zhang Wei to leave. In her current view, the least she could do was provide Lu Chun with some financial assistance. Gazing out the window at the scenery, a hint of melancholy crossed Feng Feifei's face. After ending the call with Feng Feifei, Lu Chun prepared to return to his room. However, a voice calling out halted his impending departure. Lu Chun, so you live here? Turning at the sound, Lu Chun was greeted by the cheerful face of Lu Min. I came by once before, but after asking many people, no one seemed to know you. As Lu Min approached, she recounted her efforts to find him. Upon realizing that no one recognized Lu Chun, she pouted in disappointment. Really? Perhaps I am too ordinary, and no one pays attention. No one knows you. How could that be? Lu Chun mused, recalling what Li Chong had mentioned previously, feeling somewhat apologetic as he invited Lu Min into his home. Hello, little one. Do you remember me? Upon entering, Lu Min immediately spotted Tong Tong playing on the bed. Seeing Tong Tong happily engaged in her play, Lu Min walked over and scooped her up in her arms. Hello, Andy. Being held by a stranger in front of her father made Tong Tong a bit timid. Nevertheless, out of politeness, she awkwardly addressed her as Andy. Such a good girl. Andy gives you a kiss. Delighted, Lu Min planted a kiss on Tong Tong's cheek. All right, darling. Go play. Daddy needs to talk to Andy. Due to Tong Tong's health condition, Lu Chun was reluctant to allow Lu Min to become overly affectionate with her. Watching Lu Min kiss Tong Tong's face, Lu Chun felt a pang of regret and almost wanted to take his daughter back. Once Lu Chun carefully took Tong Tong from Lu Min's hands and gently placed her back on the bed. Lu Min glanced around the modest surroundings where Lu Chun resided and offered a wry smile. So this is where you live, she remarked. Well, I suppose it's adequate. Lu Chun replied, I have no particular demands regarding my living conditions, as long as I can stay close to my wife and daughter. Contemplating Tian Jing's trust and observing his daughter's sweet demeanor, a look of contentment illuminated Lu Chen's face. However, Lu Min reminisced. I distinctly remember someone proclaiming during our school days that they aspired to live in a grand house. She gazed at Lu Chun, whose face radiated happiness, and continued to recall their youthful ambitions. A grand house? Who was that? Lu Chun inquired, feigning ignorance. You don't remember? Lu Min's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as she regarded Lu Chen's bewildered expression. The vibrant youth she once knew had seemingly transformed into this current version of himself, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. So, how much do you still remember about our school days? Are you able to recall those lofty declarations? Lu Min was not particularly concerned about the past bravado. Rather, she was curious whether Lu Chun still held onto his promises. I truly cannot recall, Lu Chun admitted. My thoughts are solely focused on how to improve our family situation and ensure that my wife and daughter no longer suffer. To dwell on past memories seems rather absurd. Lu Chun struggled to comprehend why Lu Min insisted on revisiting the past. Yet, he pondered if sharing his own history would even resonate with her. Lu Chun, are you home? Just as Lu Min was about to express her frustration regarding Lu Chen's comments about his family, a man's voice echoed from outside. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Lu Chun hastily rose to greet Zhang Wei as he approached the doorway. This is the 100,000 yuan that General Manager Feng asked me to bring you. It is a compensation from the company, so you can focus on caring for your daughter, Zhang Wei explained. As he spoke, Zhang Wei stepped into Lu Chen's home and casually tossed the money onto the table. Casting a meaningful glance at Lu Min, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lu Chen remarked, visibly struggling to accept the unexpected windfall. He had just received a 30,000 yuan advance from the finance department, and now Zhang Wei had delivered another 100,000. The generosity of Feng Feifei overwhelmed him. What is inappropriate? This is all at General Manager Feng's behest. If you wish to express your gratitude, you should do so directly to him. Zhang Wei's tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving Lu Chun feeling quite awkward. Is this your daughter? How is she? Is her condition improving? Zhang Wei inquired, pointing at Tong Tong as she approached the bed. Her condition is somewhat stable for the moment. Once we find a suitable bone marrow match, I will take her to the hospital, Lu Chun said, his smile gradually fading as he spoke of his daughter. with Tong Tong's health deteriorating. No one could guarantee that she would endure until the day of the operation. Such a lovely child. It's a pity, Zhang Wei lamented. I hope you find a matching bone marrow soon. After observing Tong Tong playing on the bed for a while, Zhang Wei's gaze returned to Lu Chen. Recently, you should spend some quality time at home with your child. Consider this a vacation granted by the company. Vacation? Haven't I already been dismissed? Lu Chen replied, somewhat perplexed. Ever since being let go by Feng Feifei, Lu Chen had assumed he was entirely unemployed. Hearing Zhang Wei mention a vacation left him bewildered. Dismissal and employment are not merely a matter of Feng's words. Moreover, given your relationship with Feng, I dare say you will surely be valued upon your return. For some reason, Zhang Wei always seemed to oscillate between disparaging and praising others. If you were to soar to great heights, Zhang Wei would undoubtedly qualify as a devoted admirer. However, should you plummet into despair, he would be the first to cast stones. Director Zhang, you flatter me too much. Whether I can return to work is still uncertain. As for being valued, I am not currently preoccupied with such thoughts. Lu Chen smiled at Zhang Wei's well-meaning words, struggling to believe them. It seemed to him that since the day he had left the company, everyone he encountered had secretly conspired against him. First, there was Li Mei, Feng Feifei's cousin, and now another named Wu Bin had emerged. At this rate, Lu Chen began to doubt whether he could lead a normal life at all. Living amidst intrigue and deception had become exceedingly exhausting for him. Rest assured, I have always held a favorable view of you. Zhang Wei chuckled softly in response to Lu Chen's skepticism. Since the incident with the photographs, Feng Feifei had consistently sided with Lu Chen. It was inconceivable to Zhang Wei that their relationship was merely conventional. Now, take good care of your child at home. I must return to fulfill my obligations. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Zhang Wei rose to leave Lu Chen's residence. Once Zhang Wei departed, Lu Chen returned home to find Lu Min's furious gaze awaiting him. Lu Chen, why didn't you tell me about your unemployment? Unemployment? Upon entering, he was caught off guard by Lu Min's abrupt question and hesitated before responding. This is only a recent development. Didn't you just hear? I might be able to return to work after a while. It's simply a temporary situation. Isn't it unnecessary to report such matters to you? Casting a furtive glance at Lu Min, Lu Chen cautiously settled down nearby. And what about her daughter? What on earth is wrong with her? Does she really need a bone marrow transplant? Lu Min, frustrated by Lu Chen's evasive demeanor, redirected the conversation toward Tong Tong. It is leukemia. Initially, Lu Chen had no intention of revealing this to Lu Min, but seeing her relentless questioning compelled him to divulge the truth. Leukemia? You mean she has? Lu Min approached Lu Chen, pointing at the little Tong Tong on the bed, her expression filled with disbelief. She is so young. How could she possibly have such an illness? Oh no. Looking into Lu Min's eyes, Lu Chen lowered his gaze in despair. Why must she suffer from such a disease? She is still so young? In just a couple of sentences, akin to daggers. The words pierced through Lu Chen's heart at that moment. This illness must require a significant amount of money. After regaining her composure, Lu Min sat on the bed, cradling Tong Tong in her arms. Gazing at the obedient child, a bittersweet smile graced Lu Min's face. Indeed, when it comes to finances, Lu Chen found himself a loss for words. How much money do you currently have at home? The amount we can access is approximately over 800,000. Lu Chen admitted candidly, recalling the check in Tian Jing's possession. 800,000? That is still insufficient. Indeed, with a mere acknowledgement, Lu Chen fell silent thereafter. Allow me to contemplate a solution. Observing Lu Chen's dejected demeanor, Lu Min sighed heavily. You have a solution? What could it possibly be? At Lu Min's suggestion, Lu Chen's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Standing up, he looked at Lu Min, eager to discover the remedy she had in mind. Does the child require treatment? Yes. However, Lu Chen did not anticipate that Lu Min would begin with such a statement in response to his question. Does seeking medical attention entail expenses? Well, that is certainly the case. I still have over 100,000 in savings. Once I retrieve it, I will lend it to you. Upon hearing about Lu Chen's current predicament, Lu Min thought of her meager savings. Although it may not suffice to cure Tong Tong's illness, it was nonetheless a gesture of goodwill on her part. Why would you do this? What compels Lu Min to offer her savings for my aid? This alone led Lu Chun to doubt the nature of their camaraderie. He acknowledged that they were classmates, but he had never considered Lu Min to be the type to exhibit such generosity. Nevertheless, Lu Min soon provided the answer. Because of a promise you made back then. A promise? My promise? What could that possibly entail? Even at this juncture, Lu Min was reminiscing about the past, which only complicated matters for Lu Chun. He began to question the nature of their relationship during their school days. You once claimed that you would marry me upon graduation. What? Marry you? I have no recollection of that whatsoever. Lu Min's revelation struck Lu Chun like a thunderclap, jolting him awake. Marry you? So, I must have delayed you. Unbeknownst to them, Tian Jing had returned home from work. Glancing at Lu Chun and Lu Min, she suddenly broke into laughter. Chapter 85, First Love and Wife. Should I not have returned home? Casting a glance at the somewhat awkward Lu Min, Tian Jing cheerfully addressed Lu Chun. Dear, what are you talking about? This is our home. There is no such thing as not returning home. Why would Tian Jing return at this moment? It wasn't even time to finish work yet. Lu Chun muttered anxiously to himself, feeling too timid to meet her gaze. I apologize. I misspoke earlier, not realizing you could hear me. Lu Min was utterly mortified. She had intended to reminisce about their school days while Tian Jing was away. However, just as the conversation had barely begun, Lu Chen's wife returned home. It's all right. Who hasn't experienced youth? Reflecting back on my school days, it seemed that the boys who pursued me had to form a queue under Lu Min's gaze. Tian Jing retorted with a hint of jealousy. No wonder. How could one not say that Lu Chun possesses discernment? Hearing Tian Jing's praise directed towards him, Lu Min chimed in supportively. Discernment? How come I failed to notice that? However, Tian Jing appeared unconvinced by Lu Min's flattery. Rather than continuing the conversation, she directed a questioning look at Lu Min. Given your exceptional qualities, wouldn't marrying you indicate his discernment? Upon catching the undertone of jealousy in Tian Jing's words, Lu Min chuckled lightly. Yet I beg to differ. I believe that marrying you is what truly signifies his discernment. As if venting her inner dissatisfaction, Tian Jing's remarks were laden with a palpable tension. Dear, what are you saying? Lu Chun, who had long sensed Tian Jing's discontent, finally interjected. Approaching Tian Jing, he blinked and said, Lu Min and I are merely classmates. Do not let your imagination run wild. Imagination? What, am I mistaken? Tian Jing paid no heed to Lu Chen's insinuation. Instead, her disapproval was firmly directed at Lu Min's presence. Thank goodness I returned home. Otherwise, were you two planning to elope? Hadn't you intended to draw from your savings already? Tian Jing, what nonsense are you spouting? Before Tian Jing could continue, Lu Chun hastily interrupted her. Observing Tian Jing's furious expression, he restrained his feelings and clarified. Lu Min is only acting on behalf of Director Zhang to assist us with our daughter's medical expenses due to Tong Tong's illness. What are you thinking? For our daughter's treatment? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? The mention of Tong Tong immediately subdued Tian Jing. Instantly, she appeared transformed, her curiosity piqued. What is this? Noticing Tian Jing's lingering skepticism, Lu Chun approached the table and picked up the substantial sum of 100,000 yuan sent by Zhang Wei. This is the money our general manager Feng entrusted to Director Zhang for our daughter's treatment. As he spoke, Lu Chun presented the cash, laying it directly in front of Tian Jing. Such an enormous amount. Gazing at the multiple stacks of bills, Tian Jing sank back into her chair. As she reached for the money Lu Chun offered, gratitude illuminated her face. But wait, weren't you dismissed already? Why would they still send you money? Yet, the expression of gratitude on Tian Jing's face faded quickly. After a brief moment of tranquility, she seemed to recall something and fixed a questioning gaze on Lu Chun, voicing her concerns. This is what I wanted to discuss with you. Meeting Tian Jing's inquisitive look, Lu Chun forced a smile. My dear, there are still many good people in this world. We have merely confined ourselves within our small circles, failing to appreciate the essence of friendship. I may have been dismissed by General Manager Feng, but that does not mean I cannot return. After experiencing a series of ups and downs, Lu Chun felt that he had matured significantly. Matters that once eluded his understanding were now crystal clear. Just like Lu Min, our relationship is merely that of classmates. Her presence genuinely aims to assist us. This is entirely different from your assumptions. As he spoke of Lu Min, a look of helplessness crossed Lu Chen's face. Even he was still grappling with the intricacies of the situation. So how could he elucidate it to Tian Jing? Is this truly the case? Have I been overthinking? Tian Jing gazed at Lu Chen with a sense of bewilderment. On his face, she discerned a resolute answer. As she watched Lu Chen nodding in agreement, Tian Jing slowly lowered her head in regret. Soon after, she suddenly lifted her gaze. I was too impulsive just now. I am truly sorry. Grasping Lu Min's hands, Tian Jing earnestly sought her forgiveness. What are you saying? If anyone should apologize, it should be me. Receiving Tian Jing's understanding was, in Lu Min's eyes, a source of joy. Once the matter was clarified, the two embraced each other with smiles. Meanwhile, Lu Chen felt as though he had been isolated, sitting on the bed, merely accompanying Tong Tong in play. Do you know? You look quite frightening just now. After regaining her composure, Lu Min recalled her feelings upon seeing Tian Jing, and she still felt a twinge of fear. Really? Perhaps it was just the unexpected presence of another woman in my home that irked me. A hint of embarrassment crept into Tian Jing's voice as she reflected on her earlier expression. Thank goodness Lu Chen clarified things at a crucial moment. Otherwise, Tian Jing couldn't bear to think of the outcome. It's fortunate it was you. What would you have done if it were me? Listening to Lu Min excitedly discuss her attitude, Tian Jing patiently inquired. I would have certainly slapped that woman twice. Huh? Haha, that S rather domineering, don't you think? Would you deny her even a chance to explain? Observing the joyous smiles of the two women in his home, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. One was his girlfriend from his youth, the other his wife in reality. To witness these two women, representing different facets of his life, share a moment of genuine laughter together filled Lu Chen with pride. Lu Min has had her share of struggles. Perhaps we should refrain from using her money. After bidding farewell to Lu Min, Tian Jing, reflecting on their conversation, gently expressed her thoughts to Lu Chen. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Lu Chen was unsure of Lu Min's financial situation, but the idea of borrowing money from his ex-girlfriend felt insurmountable. Seeing Tian Jing's considerate nature, Lu Chen couldn't help but embrace her. Thank me for what? For your understanding and tolerance. Chapter 86. The instigator. Just then, Lu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling me at such a late hour? Releasing the embrace that held Tian Jing, Lu Chen retrieved his phone from the pocket of his coat. Lu Chen, you have some nerve. I am eager to see whether you are truly afraid. As soon as the call connected, a chilling voice resonated from the other end. Who are you? Who am I? Boy, what are you trying to pull? Wu Bin? Is it you, Wu Bin? What do you want? At that moment, receiving a call from Wu Bin, an ominous premonition surged in Lu Chen's mind. What do I want? I want you dead. With that menacing declaration, Wu Bin abruptly hung up. Hearing those final words, Lu Chen's grip on the phone slackened, causing it to fall and shatter upon hitting the ground. What happened? Who called you? Observing Lu Chen's distressed demeanor, Tian Jing grew concerned and picked up the broken phone. It's nothing at all. Startled by Tian Jing's sudden query, Lu Chen quickly regained his composure. As he assisted her in retrieving the fallen device, he forced a strained smile. This matter must remain concealed from Tian Jing. In that moment of bending down, Lu Chen silently admonished himself. Nothing? Then why did you drop the phone? I accidentally forgot. I was still holding it. To avoid revealing his true feelings to Tian Jing, Lu Chen intentionally lowered his head. Be more careful next time. Look at what you've done to this perfectly good phone. It's beyond use now. Complaining softly, Tian Jing expressed her sympathy for the damaged device. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't lost focus. Hearing her heartfelt lament, Lu Chen quietly stood up and fetched a broom. Consider it a lesson learned. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. Although a twinge of regret lingered within him, Tian Jing felt there was little more to say at this point. After tidying up, Tian Jing went to take a shower. Lying in bed, Lu Chen found himself unable to sleep, haunted by Wu Bin's menacing voice. He tossed and turned until Tian Jing emerged from the bathroom, noticing his restlessness. Why aren't you asleep yet? Is something bothering you? Typically, by the time Tian Jing came out, Lu Chen would have been fast asleep. But now, with his eyes wide open, Tian Jing seemed to recall something. I can't sleep. What's wrong? Are you thinking of me? Tian Jing, having discarded her nightgown, seated herself before Lu Chun, eagerly seeking to elicit a confession from him. No, I'm a bit tired now. Let's talk about another time. Flushing slightly at her boldness, Lu Chun quickly turned away and closed his eyes. Observing his tightly shut eyelids, Tian Jing sighed softly before quietly slipping beneath the covers. The following morning, Lu Chun rose early to prepare breakfast. Now that he was at home caring for Tong Tong while Tian Jing went to work, he made it a daily ritual to rise on time and cook for her. Darling, be cautious lately. As they enjoyed breakfast together, Lu Chun recalled Wu Bin's warning and cast a worried glance at Tian Jing. What's wrong? What should I be cautious about? Early in the morning, the disheartened voice of Lu Chun reached Tian Jing's ears, which made her somewhat displeased. Contemplating her own concerns while observing Tian Jing's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Chun found himself at a loss as to whether he should confide the truth to her. Ultimately, after some deliberation, he decided to bury the secret. Offering a casual excuse, he began to express his concerns to Tian Jing. I saw in the news yesterday that a few thieves have appeared in our area, he remarked. So what if there are a few thieves? Surely, they wouldn't dare to steal in broad daylight. Upon noticing Lu Chun's anxious demeanor, Tian Jing burst into laughter. Don't worry, darling. I will be careful. Given that her home was near a noodle shop, she dismissed Lu Chun's warning entirely. Let's hope so. The more unconcerned she appeared, the more anxious Lu Chun became, to the point where he nearly divulged Wu Bin's warning. Take care of Tong Tong at home. I'm off to work. After finishing breakfast, Tian Jing grabbed her bag and left, just as she did every day. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chun silently prayed. You really do care for Shiao Xin. Just as Lu Chun was about to head home after seeing Tian Jing off, Li Chang's voice echoed from around the corner. Initially startled by the sound of conversation, Lu Chun was relieved to discover it was Li Chang. Wow, Li Gu, it's you. You gave me quite a scare, he exclaimed. What's up? Are you feeling guilty? Seeing Lu Chen's startled expression, Li Chang approached with a teasing smile. Guilty of what? Li Gu, don't say such things. Not guilty? Then let me ask you, did that woman come looking for you yesterday? What woman? Li Gu, what do you mean? Lu Chen inquired, curiosity piqued by Li Chang's insinuation that he was aware of Lu Min's visit. Still pretending, are we? Didn't I tell you before? She had come to see you long before this, and you think you can hide it from me? Li Chang rolled his eyes at Lu Chun's denial. You're talking about Lu Min? We're his classmates. After Li Chang's revelation, an awkward smile crept onto Lu Chun's face. Classmates? More like old flames. Li Chang teased. You dare to keep in touch with your first love behind Shiao Jing's back? Are you tired of living? Lu Chun's honesty seemed to satisfy Li Chang, who, like a seasoned mentor, imparted a few earnest words of advice. What? I'm not hiding anything from Tian Jing. Besides, they had a delightful chat yesterday. Recognizing Li Chang's implication, Lu Chang began to explain with a wry smile, fearful that Li Chang might misinterpret the situation. He recounted the scene of Lu Min and Tian Jing conversing together. You say Shiao Jing enjoyed chatting with that woman? Yes. What's wrong with that? How is that possible? Li Chang frowned, puzzled by Lu Chun's description. But when I spoke to Shiao Jing yesterday, she seemed really upset. Recalling the scene from yesterday when he sought out Tian Jing, Li Chang expressed disbelief at Lu Chen's explanation. What did you say? Did you inform Tian Jing? Yes. No, it wasn't me. No wonder Tian Jing returned home early yesterday. It seems this Li Chang went to tip her off. Chapter 87. Wu Bin's Revenge, Brother Chang. How could you do such a thing? What's wrong? I'm merely showing concern for you. Do you understand? Observing Lu Chun fuming in silence, Li Chang sat beside him, wearing a broad smile. Regardless of the circumstances, the event had already transpired. Faced with Li Chang's forced cheerfulness, Lu Chun reluctantly accepted the outcome. Alas, in the midst of chatting with Li Chang, Lu Chun suddenly recalled an important task he had yet to complete. He swiftly turned and dashed into the room, seizing his phone to call Tian Jing. Dear, have you arrived at the noodle shop yet? The moment the call connected, Lu Chen's impatience was palpable. I just got here. I'm changing into my work clothes. How about you? Sensing Lu Chen's urgency, Tian Jing began to feel anxious. You've arrived? Then everything is fine. Upon confirming that Tian Jing had safely reached the noodle shop, Lu Chun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Are you all right? I'm fine. Focus on your work. After ending the call with Tian Jing, Lu Chun began to ponder the warning Wu Bin had issued him. Was it merely an attempt to intimidate him? With Tian Jing's safety assured, Lu Chun found himself questioning Wu Bin's threats. The entire day passed in a state of tension for Lu Chun. It wasn't until evening, when he caught sight of Tian Jing returning home, that he finally exhaled in relief. Rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. After assisting Tian Jing with her coat, Lu Chun prepared to serve the meal. Wait a moment. Look at what I have. Before Lu Chun could turn around, Tian Jing pulled a new phone from her pocket. Wasn't your previous one broken? I bought you a new one. Oh, my dear, you are truly wonderful. After examining the phone from various angles, Lu Chun, under Tian Jing's watchful gaze, inserted his card into the new device. Can we eat now? There's something else I want you to see. With the phone tucked into his pocket, Lu Chun attempted to usher Tian Jing to dinner. However, she appeared preoccupied and did not embrace their daughter. Instead, she pulled out her phone once more. How come there are these photos on your phone? Staring at the images displayed on Tian Jing's device, Lu Chun was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. I don't know who sent them to me. Tian Jing felt a wave of frustration. Although she had always trusted that Lu Chun would not err, seeing those overly intimate pictures stirred her anger. Was this Wu Bin's notion of revenge? Noticing the troubled expression on Tian Jing's face, Lu Chun was startled and immediately recalled Wu Bin's earlier words. If Wu Bin truly were to do such a thing, sending out group messages with photos in hand, Lu Chun felt he would never be able to hold his head high again. He never expected that Wu Bin could be such a person. Contemplating the potential consequences, Lu Chun muttered darkly to himself. What are you saying? Who is Wu Bin? Upon hearing Lu Chun mention Wu Bin, Tian Jing cast a puzzled glance in his direction. He's the man who dined with me at the noodle shop that day. Is it him? No wonder he kept smiling at me today. What did you say? He went to your noodle shop again? Upon suddenly hearing Tian Jing mention Wu Bin's visit to the noodle shop, Lu Chun exclaimed in shock. Observing Lu Chen's sudden change in demeanor, Tian Jing could only respond softly, yes. Wife, could you please refrain from going to work for a while? Considering the possibility of Wu Bin appearing at the noodle shop, Lu Chun anxiously embraced Tian Jing. Not go to work? What are you talking about? Moreover, who exactly is this Wu Bin? Is he really worth your fear? Gazing at Lu Chen's worried expression and reflecting on his earlier transformation, Tian Jing curiously inquired. After contemplating her gaze, Lu Chun decided to confide in her. Wu Bin has been pursuing our General Feng. However, it seems General Feng has little regard for him. Perhaps my recent rapid promotion at the company led Wu Bin to misconstrue my relationship with General Feng as improper. Consequently, all the slander directed at me has originated from Wu Bin. As Lu Chun explained the nature of his connection with Wu Bin, Tian Jing appeared somewhat bewildered. She looked at Lu Chun and asked, but this has nothing to do with you. Why is he sending out those photos? Sending out photos? This was something Lu Chun had yet to comprehend fully. Had he merely sent them to Tian Jing alone, it would have been manageable. However, if the news were to become widely known, Lu Chun began to worry about Shiao Xin. I suspect this is a manifestation of his desire for revenge. After considering the situation from Wu Bin's perspective, Lu Chun shared his thoughts with Tian Jing. After this incident, any chance of Wu Bin being close to General Feng is gone. Anyone in his position would seek revenge. At this point, Lu Chun hesitated. Reflecting on the centrality of the situation, he wondered if he was indeed Wu Bin's primary target for retribution. What should we do? Should we? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tian Jing grew more cautious. No, we cannot find any evidence. No one would believe us regardless of what we say. Then what should we do? We can't just stay home every day. Tian Jing's voice quivered with a hint of distress. She had never anticipated that what seemed like an ordinary situation would escalate to this extent. Don't panic. There will always be a solution. Although Lu Chun felt quite unsettled within, he realized he had to project strength in front of Tian Jing. Just as he was preparing to comfort her, his phone rang. Releasing Tian Jing, Lu Chun retrieved his phone. However, upon seeing the number displayed, he hesitated before pressing the answer button. Lu Chun, what have you been busy with lately? As soon as the call connected, Han's voice resonated from the other end. Han, what else could I possibly be busy with? I've been unemployed for several days now. Receiving a call from Han at this moment caught Lu Chun by surprise. You're unemployed? How can that be? What on earth happened? It's a long story. Lu Chun replied, prompted by Han's concern to recount the recent events in his life. When he mentioned Wu Bin, Han abruptly interrupted him with a hint of confusion. Did you say Wu Bin? The wealthy heir pursuing your general manager phone? Yes, that's him. Lu Chun confirmed. Despite having mentioned numerous individuals earlier without eliciting any reaction from Han, the mere mention of Wu Bin's name seemed to ignite a spark of interest. Could it be that Han knew Wu Bin? This thought left Lu Chun feeling a flicker of anticipation. Indeed, it is him. I never expected this young man to be quite the player. Han chuckled upon learning from Lu Chun that Wu Bin had orchestrated a plot against him. Yet, Lu Chun felt a tinge of embarrassment at Han's laughter. Han, could you assist me? Lu Chun implored. What can I do for you? Han replied. Could you please stop Wu Bin from distributing those photos? Through their casual conversation, Lu Chun discerned that Han possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Even when discussing someone as affluent as Wu Bin, Han conveyed an air of indifference that spoke volumes of his confidence. Is that all? Consider it done. Han souried. Really? Thank you so much, Han. Lu Chun exclaimed, relieved that what seemed to be an insurmountable problem was swiftly resolved thanks to Han's intervention. Such trivial matters. No need for thanks. Even if you wish to return to work, I could simply call General Manager Feng on your behalf. Han looked eager to assist Lu Chun with his employment situation. Fearing that Han might actually reach out to Feng Feifei, Lu Chun hastily interjected, No, please don't call Han. I can't return to work just yet. I need to care for my daughter at home. Caring for a child? What's going on? Han inquired, having some knowledge of Lu Chun's daughter. However, upon hearing Lu Chun forego a job opportunity to stay home with his child, Han's curiosity was piqued. My daughter has truly endured a lot, Lu Chun lamented, and once he began to speak of her, a torrent of grievances spilled forth. Indeed, how unfortunate for the little one. After listening to Lu Chun's account regarding his daughter, Han's laughter faded. With a deep sigh, he fell into a contemplative silence. Where's your sister-in-law working now? After a brief pause, it was Han who broke the silence. My wife is currently working in noodle shop. Being with me has brought her hardship. Reflecting on Tian Jing's situation, Lu Chun shook his head in dismay. Working in noodle shop? This simply cannot be. Why not have your sister-in-law stay home with the child while you come work for me? Upon learning that Tian Jing had taken a position as a waitress at a noodle shop, Han Gu expressed his dissatisfaction and muttered a few complaints about Lu Chun. This seems rather inappropriate. I heard that Han Gu intended to work at his establishment, which made Lu Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. Were you dismissed by President Feng? Indeed. Then it's settled. You have already been let go, so why concern yourself with so much? From the outset, Han Gu had wanted to recruit Lu Chun to his company, and now that he had finally caught this opportunity, he was not about to let it slip away easily. But how should I explain this to President Feng? You need not say anything. I will speak to her directly. But what can I possibly do at your place? The thought of Han Ji's business made Lu Chun slightly anxious. Although he had acquired some work experience, he felt that he might struggle with the foreign trade aspect of Han Ji's operations. Anything will do, as long as you join my company. You can choose any position you like. Hearing Lu Chun's tacit acceptance, Han Gu smiled. In his view, as long as Lu Chun agreed to come to his company, the remaining matters were trivial. Ultimately, Lu Chun decided to return to his own company, although Han Ji's offer was quite tempting. The thought of the assistance he received from Feng Feifei compelled Lu Chun to return to her side without hesitation. With Han Ji's intervention, Wu Bin indeed became more compliant. The following day, as Lu Chun was just rising, his phone rang. Lu Chun, you can go to work without worry now. I will no longer seek revenge on you. As soon as the call connected, Lu Chun heard Wu Bin's voice. His unexpected announcement of ceasing his vendetta took Lu Chun by surprise. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? No more revenge? Lu Chun found it difficult to believe Wu Bin's words. Soon after, Wu Bin's next statement unraveled the mystery for Lu Chun. Since you have approached Han Gu, our matters are settled. Han Yi. While Lu Chun may not have caught other aspects of the conversation, the mention of Han Gu firmly captured his attention. Who would have thought that this Han Gu was such a man of his word? Resolutely addressing the issue with Wu Bin allowed Lu Chun to finally head to work. Reflecting on the grievances Tian Jing had endured in recent days, Lu Chun held her in his embrace early in the morning. "My dear, I'm sorry for the burdens you've had to bear." Gazing at Tian Jing in his arms, Lu Chun expressed his heartfelt remorse. "Not at all. I have not felt tired in the least. It's you who should take care of yourself and avoid being deceived in the future." Recalling the incident involving Lu Chun's photographs, Tian Jing felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, Han Ji's intervention had halted Wu Bin. Otherwise, with those photos disseminated widely, Lu Chun would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. "Yes, I will certainly be more cautious in the future. I must head to work now." Lu Chun was fully aware of Tian Jing's concerns. After being deceived repeatedly by acquaintances at the company, he had become acutely aware of the treachery that pervaded the workplace. Upon returning to the company, Lu Chun stood in Feng Feifei's office. "President Feng, I'm back." "Good. Is everything all right on the child's end?" Upon witnessing Lu Chun's presence in his office, Feng Feifei felt no surprise. "My wife is at home watching. There should be no issues," he thought. "All right, you may return to work now. We can discuss matters later." "Understood." However, upon encountering Lu Chun once more, Feng Feifei appeared somewhat unsettled. As he walked through the corridor, pondering the tone of Feng Feifei's speech, Lu Chun became increasingly perplexed. "Deputy Manager Lu, you finally returned." As Lu Chun entered his office, Zhang Wei promptly followed. "Director Zhang, you arrived quite early. Is it early?" "I don't think so." Lu Chun felt no astonishment at Zhang Wei's presence in his office. Rather, it seemed odd to him if Director Zhang were not to appear. "Congratulations on your return, Deputy Manager Lu." After Lu Chun took his seat, Zhang Wei cheerfully approached him. "You didn't come so early just to celebrate, did you?" Under normal circumstances, Lu Chun would not have uttered such words. Yet, after enduring numerous experiences, he had matured significantly. "If it's merely for celebration, you may return to your duties." Lu Chun fixed a calm gaze upon Zhang Wei, issuing a directive. "Deputy Manager Lu, are you all right?" Zhang Wei, observing the stark contrast in Lu Chun's demeanor, found it hard to believe his eyes. "I am fine. Now return to work." Lu Chun glanced at Zhang Wei's astonished face, chuckling softly as he picked up the documents on his desk. Zhang Wei was somewhat bewildered by Lu Chun's sudden transformation. After exiting Lu Chun's office, Zhang Wei gathered his courage to knock on Feng Feifei's door. "General Manager Feng, I have something to report." "Speak," Feng Feifei replied, looking up at Zhang Wei as he entered. "It seems that Deputy Manager Lu is acting somewhat differently." "Differently? What do you mean?" Curiosity piqued, Feng Feifei regarded Zhang Wei, eager to understand what he meant by this change. "I can't quite put my finger on it. He just doesn't seem as approachable as before." If pressed to identify what was amiss with Lu Chun, Zhang Wei found himself at a loss. The only thing he could think of being Lu Chun's newfound aloofness. "Oh, perhaps he is just under a lot of stress lately. It should pass in due time." Dismissing her curiosity upon hearing Zhang Wei's vague response, Feng Feifei reflected on the challenges Lu Chun had faced, being falsely accused of taking photos and his daughter's recent troubles. It would indeed be strange if Lu Chun remained unchanged after all that. "That's good. That's good." As Zhang Wei nodded in agreement with Feng Feifei's explanation, he smiled back at her. "Do you have any other matters?" Noticing Zhang Wei lingering in her office, Feng Feifei looked up again, eager to resume her work. "I just wanted to inquire, General Manager, the managerial position in our department is still vacant. Now that Deputy Manager Lu has returned, what do you think?" Though Zhang Wei's words were left unfinished, the essence of his intent was unmistakably clear. Upon discerning the underlying meaning in his remarks, Feng Feifei suddenly chuckled softly. "What? Are you aspiring to become the manager of this department?" "I dare not. How could I?" Zhang Wei, feeling a twinge of anxiety under Feng Feifei's gaze, waved his hands to indicate his indifference to such a position. As if fearing that Feng Feifei might not believe him, he promptly brought up Lu Chun. "I merely wish to inquire, General Manager Feng, if we might consider formalizing the position of Deputy Manager Lu. As for that matter, I shall discuss it with Lu Chun when time permits." Feng Feifei replied, her expression growing more serious as she delved into personnel matters. Fixing her calm gaze on Zhang Wei, she stated, Your current task is to assist Lu Chun in managing your department's employees, rather than coming to me to debate promotions. Furthermore, this is not within your purview. After receiving such a reprimand from Feng Feifei, Zhang Wei's expression darkened. I understand. I was in the wrong, General Manager Feng. Acknowledging his mistake, Zhang Wei exited Feng Feifei's office. Since Li Lei's voluntary resignation, the position had remained precariously vacant. Now that Lu Chun had finally arrived, Zhang Wei was keen to solidify Lu Chen's role, hoping that he too might ascend to the position of deputy manager. However, this splendid plan was abruptly thwarted by Feng Feifei, inciting a surge of frustration within Zhang Wei. Deputy Manager Lu, I have matters to discuss with you. Fueled by his irritation, Zhang Wei stormed into Lu Chen's office. What is it? Director Zhang, do you have concern? Lu Chen looked up, taken aback by Zhang Wei's urgent entrance. Approaching Lu Chun, Zhang Wei shed any pretense of respect, adopting a tone akin to reprimanding a child as he voiced his discontent. Lu Chun, what on earth are you thinking? Why are you neglecting the opportunity to vie for the top position in our department? Have you lost your mind? In a fit of indignation, Zhang Wei plopped down onto Lu Chen's desk. If I had but half of your fortune. Just as Zhang Wei began to fantasize about being in Lu Chen's shoes, he was interrupted by Lu Chen's sharp retort. Gazing at Lu Chen's inscrutable expression, Zhang Wei found it hard to believe his ears. What did you say? I said get off. Meeting Zhang Wei's gaze directly, Lu Chen slowly rose from his chair. Director Zhang, I would appreciate it if you could be mindful of your position. Turning his head away coldly, Lu Chen regarded the impudent figure perched upon his desk. Lu Chen, what has come over you? Are you all right? Initially thinking Lu Chen was jesting, Zhang Wei now sensed the gravity of the situation. Confused, he stepped down from the desk and stood to the side. We are in the workplace, and I hope Director Zhang can comprehend that. Only after Zhang Wei vacated his desk did Lu Chen turn back, observing the astonishment etched across Zhang Wei's face. Simply focus on fulfilling your responsibilities. Other matters are of no concern to you. Just like the earlier reprimand by Feng Feifei, Lu Chen also criticized Zhang Wei in a similar tone. No, Lu Chen, did you call for the deputy manager today? Upon hearing his name called by Zhang Wei, an expression of impatience immediately crossed Lu Chen's face. All right, Deputy Manager Lu. Faced with Lu Chen's impatient gaze, Zhang Wei ultimately chose to yield. After all, Lu Chen's position held weight, and one must respect it, regardless of personal feelings. What is it? Lu Chen lifted his head to regard Zhang Wei, feigning earnestness as he listened. Nothing. You may return to your work. Upon learning that there was no pressing matter, Lu Chen promptly lowered his head, seemingly wishing to avoid any further interaction with Zhang Wei, leaving no room for additional words. Insanity. Utter madness. After exiting Lu Chen's office, Zhang Wei muttered angrily to himself. He found Lu Chen's drastic change perplexing. Recalling Feng Feifei's earlier words, Zhang Wei returned to his station, somewhat bewildered. Honey, guess if I'm impressive today or not. Upon returning home after work, Lu Chun transformed entirely, surrounding himself with Tian Jing like a well-behaved child. What's the matter? What have you done? Noticing Lu Chen's exuberant demeanor, Tian Jing appeared curious. Today, I severely reprimanded Director Zhang. I even spoke to the workers. Under Tian Jing's gaze, Lu Chun recounted his experiences of the day, particularly relishing the moment he chastised Zhang Wei, prompting laughter to escape him. How have you changed so much? After hearing about Lu Chen's actions at the company, Tian Jing seemed incredulous. Because I now understand a principle. What is it? Only when you are strong enough will others respect you. Chapter 90. The new manager upon arriving at the company in the morning, Lu Chun had barely settled into his office when the door was opened from the outside. Deputy manager, here are the documents you requested. As he spoke, Zhang Wei entered, presenting a stack of folders before Lu Chun. Place them on the table. Certainly. Picking up the documents, Lu Chun began to peruse them. Deputy manager, do you have any further instructions? If not, I must return to my work. Then you may go about your duties. Lu Chun did not even lift his gaze, leisurely sipping tea while reviewing the papers. Once Zhang Wei exited Lu Chen's office, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a sinister smirk. After reviewing documents for half the morning, Lu Chun stretched lazily, preparing to go out for lunch. Unexpectedly, a call from Han Ge came through. Lu Chen, where are you now? I'm at the company. What is up, Han Ge? The fact that Han Ge was calling excited Lu Chen a bit. Well, I happen to be passing by your company. Would you like to step out for a drink? A drink? All right, I'll head over shortly. Had this been in the past, Lu Chen would have certainly declined such an invitation. However, Lu Chen now found himself unable to evade the situation, mustering the courage to face it head-on. Following the agreed-upon location discussed over the phone, Lu Chen swiftly located Brother Han. Thank you very much, Brother Han. While dining, Lu Chen recalled the incident involving Wu Bin. Had it not been for Brother Han's assistance, Wu Bin might have concocted some troublesome scheme by now. It's a trivial matter, merely a small issue. Upon detecting the implication in Lu Chen's words, Brother Han erupted into hearty laughter. After the laughter subsided, he turned his gaze toward Lu Chen. Are you truly not considering joining my company? Oh, come on. Let us discuss this another time, shall we? Faced with Brother Han resurrecting past inquiries, Lu Chen waved his hand in mild exasperation. Very well, as you wish. After being repeatedly rebuffed by Lu Chen, Brother Han appeared to relinquish any remaining hope. Brother Han, I am quite curious. What? Speak. While enjoying his meal, Lu Chen reflected on the matter concerning Wu Bin. He remembered Wu Bin's initial tone was quite assertive, yet after Brother Han's intervention, Wu Bin's demeanor shifted dramatically. I've heard that Wu Bin's family is quite wealthy. However, if someone of his affluence can show you respect, I believe you, Brother Han, must be even more formidable. Observing Brother Han before him and considering his accomplishments, admiration graced Lu Chen's countenance. What era is this? Who still cares about being formidable? I merely made acquaintances through business. It's not as exaggerated as you suggest. Brother Han, slightly embarrassed by Lu Chen's praise, shook his head. After the meal, Lu Chen returned to his office. Just as he intended to lie down for a nap, the door swung open. Deputy Manager Lu, I have wonderful news for you. With a beaming smile, Zhang Wei entered. What good news? Intrigued by Zhang Wei's radiant expression, Lu Chen felt a spark of curiosity. According to reliable sources, President Feng will come this afternoon to announce the selection for our Trade Department manager. And what does that signify? Observing Zhang Wei's exuberance, Lu Chen felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he settled onto the sofa, preparing for his nap. Isn't that good news? It means President Feng intends to promote you. Witnessing Lu Chen's lackluster response to the announcement, Zhang Wei began to question whether he had communicated clearly. Promotion? What's so great about that? Besides, I'm doing quite well as is. With Zhang Wei's puzzled expression before him, Lu Chen plopped down on the sofa. It's different. If you become the department's general manager, it signifies your entry into the company's inner circle. Observing Lu Chen's naivety regarding workplace dynamics, Zhang Wei slowly elaborated. So what position do I currently hold? Listening to Zhang Wei's analysis, Lu Chen sought clarity regarding his present standing. Well, it's hard to say. Your rapid ascent makes it difficult to comprehend. Since Lu Chen joined the company, attaining the position of deputy manager, Zhang Wei was left in a state of astonishment. However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. As if recalling something, Zhang Wei glanced at Lu Chen's desk and chuckled. If you truly become the manager of our department, then I cannot help but feel envious as I observe the position currently occupied by Lu Chen, while Zhang Wei longs to occupy it himself. What? Do you aspire to ascend? Upon witnessing Zhang Wei's demeanor, Lu Chen chuckled softly. I wouldn't dare. However, once deputy manager, Lu assumes the manager's role. The position of deputy will inevitably become vacant. Thus, you wish for. Observing Zhang Wei's expression, Lu Chen began to comprehend the true purpose of his visit. To put it plainly, he was seeking to deliver good news, yet his real motive was to vie for the deputy manager position. Deputy Manager Lu, I know you have a good rapport with General Manager Feng. Unfortunately, I cannot assist with this matter. In response to Zhang Wei's beaming smile, Lu Chen delivered a merciless rebuttal. If there is nothing else, Director Zhang, you may return. Ah, very well then. Realizing that Lu Chen had no intention of aiding him, Zhang Wei reluctantly returned to his post. The afternoon swiftly passed. As the end of the workday approached, Feng Feifei arrived at the Trade Department, accompanied by a girl whom Lu Chen recognized. It was this very girl who had unjustly implicated Lu Chun in a theft upon his arrival at the company. Deputy Manager Lu, shall we gather everyone together? Certainly, General Manager Feng. At Lu Chen's beckoning, the members of the Trade Department quickly assembled. Once most of the personnel had arrived, Feng Feifei announced, starting tomorrow, your new manager will be Sun Xian. This statement, devoid of any awkwardness, was met with scattered applause. Hearing the name spoken by Feng Feifei, Zhang Wei, somewhat disheartened, struck himself lightly in frustration. Manager Sun, greetings. Deputy Manager Lu, you've worked hard. Through Feng Feifei's introduction, Lu Chun and Sun Xian became formally acquainted. I truly did not expect you to know our General Manager Feng. Lu Chun offered a wry smile as he regarded Sun Xian standing before him. Quite normal. I too did not foresee your rapid advancement. Recalling their first encounter, Lu Chun had merely been an ordinary employee, subsisting on steamed buns and pickles to save money for lunch. Now, he had swiftly ascended to the position of deputy manager. Such rapid progress was indeed enviable. Do you have time? Perhaps we could share a meal together? Sun Xian chuckled, noticing Lu Chun's amusement. Eating out is unnecessary. My family has already prepared dinner. Lu Chun declined Sun Xian's invitation. What on earth is Feng Feifei thinking by appointing Sun Xian as the department manager? As he walked home, contemplating the happenings at the company, Lu Chun felt a headache coming on. How is Tong Tong doing at home? Upon arriving, he found Tian Jing busy with household chores and gently approached her side. Everything is fine. How about you? Was work smooth? Quite smooth. As they conversed, Lu Chun began to help Tian Jing set the table. Darling, it's time for dinner. After bringing all the dishes to the table, Lu Chun went over to pick up Tong Tong. Let's eat. After placing Tong Tong comfortably, Lu Chun took a seat as well. Just as he was about to grab his chopsticks, his phone rang. Who could be calling at such a late hour? Muttering to himself, Lu Chun retrieved his phone and, upon seeing Zhang Wei's name on the screen, couldn't help but smile. Director Zhang, what brings you to contact me at this hour? Spare me the nonsense. Lu Chun, I must ask, did you already know who the manager would be? Lu Chun was still able to chuckle, yet Zhang Wei was already fuming. Hearing Lu Chun's voice, Zhang Wei angrily inquired whether he was acquainted with the new manager. Indeed, we have met before. And what is her relationship with General Manager Feng? I cannot say. Listening to Zhang Wei's irate tone, Lu Chun momentarily quelled his laughter. Recalling the scene he had witnessed in the company lobby, combined with the relationship between Sun Xian and Feng Feifei, Lu Chun lowered his voice and said to Zhang Wei, regardless, Sun Xian is certainly no simple character. Otherwise, of course, if he were an ordinary person, could he possibly attain the position of manager? However, before Lu Chun could finish his advice, Zhang Wei couldn't help but vent his frustrations. While complaining, he continued to mutter to himself on the phone. I never noticed what capabilities Sun Xian possesses that allowed him to become a department manager. Is there something else at play? Did he perhaps use backdoor connections? Or is he related to General Manager Feng? Listening to Zhang Wei's analysis over the phone, Lu Chun ultimately lost control and burst into laughter. Director Zhang, if you have no further matters, I shall end the call now. Before Zhang Wei could respond, Lu Chun promptly hung up. What is the matter? What has got you in such high spirits? As Lu Chun approached with a beaming smile, Tian Jing's face displayed a curious expression. It's about our department's Director Zhang. He has been waiting for me to secure my position so he could take over. Who would have thought that General Manager Feng would parachute a new manager in during today's meeting? Thus, Director Zhang's plans have been thwarted. Driven by her curiosity, Tian Jing urged Lu Chun to recount the events. Your Director Zhang is quite unfortunate. After hearing Lu Chun's explanation, Tian Jing also chuckled. That's just his nature. I truly hope he doesn't rise to power. The mere thought of Zhang Wei made Lu Chun feel somewhat at a loss for words. For someone like him, it's nearly impossible to find a fitting description. After dinner, Lu Chun quickly finished his shower and went to bed. By the time Tian Jing emerged, he was nearly asleep. If you take any longer, I might just drift off. Lu Chun chuckled as he closed his eyes, watching Tian Jing step out. The next day at work, as Lu Chun entered his office, Sun Xian followed him in. Deputy Manager Lu, I have a question I would like to consult you about. Speak. Why is our trade department's performance so dismal? The sales department is nearly 3 times ours. Holding the recently acquired report, Sun Xian stood perplexed before Lu Chen. This question of yours. I cannot provide an answer. However, I can assist you in finding someone to inquire. Under Sun Xian's gaze, Lu Chen picked up the phone on the desk and dialed. Please summon Director Zhang. After hanging up, Lu Chen turned to Sun Xian and remarked, Director Zhang possesses considerable experience. He should be able to address your query. Before long, Zhang Wei hurried into Lu Chen's office. Director Zhang, Manager Sun wishes to understand our performance. Kindly report to her. Report? Deputy Manager Lu. Haven T, we already submitted the report? Zhang Wei looked at Lu Chen, somewhat bewildered. Just as Lu Chen was about to clarify for Zhang Wei, Sun Xian interjected, no need for a report. I'm already quite informed. My inquiry pertains to why our performance differs so significantly from other departments. With a hint of irritation, Sun Xian cast a glance at Lu Chen before fixing her gaze on Zhang Wei. Performance? That is unavoidable. The division of labor varies, hence the results differ. Zhang Wei replied, instantly losing his previous irritation. Yet the disparity is rather substantial. Is there any way to bridge this gap? Bridge the gap? Manager Sun, it is easier said than done. Is it truly that simple? Before Sun Xian could finish her sentence, Zhang Wei interrupted her. The capabilities of the sales department are evident. We cannot compete with them. Realizing he had been somewhat impolite, Zhang Wei quickly softened his tone. Were we even comparing ourselves to? Lu Chen, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, though his words left everyone somewhat perplexed. Lu Chen, what do you mean? Upon hearing Lu Chen speak, Sun Xian finally diverted her attention from Zhang Wei. Nothing in particular. I merely believe that since we are all part of the same organization, there is no need for such stark distinctions. As long as we perform our duties well, why must we engage in comparisons? Lu Chen calmly articulated his thoughts to both Zhang Wei and Sun Xian. Exactly. We all work for the same company. What is there to compare? After Lu Chen's statement, Zhang Wei also began to mumble in mild dissatisfaction. Fine. Perhaps I was overthinking it. You both focus on your work. Feeling disheartened by Lu Chen and Zhang Wei's disagreement with her decision, Sun Xian returned to her office. Is there anything else? Once Sun Xian departed, Lu Chen looked at Zhang Wei, who remained. Nothing at all. I had nothing on my agenda. Then, let us return to our tasks. Once everyone had exited, Lu Chen slowly settled into his chair, contemplating whether the notion of comparing the performance of the trade department with that of the sales department stemmed from Sun Xian or Feng Feifei left Lu Chen in deep thought. If it was the former, it merely indicated Sun Xian's youth. However, if it was the latter, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes as he gazed out. Chapter 92. The one who cast the net during lunch. Lu Chen noticed Zhang Wei trailing behind him, deliberately slowing his pace. He waited for Zhang Wei to catch up. Aren't you well informed? Why can't you find any information about Sun Xian? Reflecting on the blank space next to Sun Xian's name on the employee roster, Lu Chen cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Wei. I can't help it. After all, she was personally appointed by General Manager Feng. Hearing the sarcastic tone in Lu Chen's voice, Zhang Wei rolled his eyes in resignation. Then, as if recalling something, he leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered, It seems their relationship is quite special. What do you mean? Are they involved? Observing Zhang Wei's enigmatic expression, Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued. Yet, Zhang Wei appeared indifferent to Lu Chen's intrigue. Glancing dismissively at Lu Chen, he promptly altered his tone. What nonsense are you spouting? I never said that. Discussing others behind their backs is quite impolite. Looking at Zhang Wei, who stood ahead pointing at him, Lu Chen perceived a deeper level of insight in Zhang Wei's demeanor. Given his status as a company veteran, off you go. Stop fooling around. Let us go eat. While reveling in his performance, Lu Chen's voice chastising him broke through, prompting Zhang Wei to chuckle heartily and jog after Lu Chen as they exited. Lu Chen, I was just looking for you. Upon returning to the office after lunch, Sun Xian pushed open Lu Chen's door. Noticing Sun Xian's anxious expression, Lu Chen inquired, What's wrong? Has something happened? I have a plan that could allow our department to compete with the sales department. Is that what this is about? Yes. Initially, Lu Chen had assumed Sun Xian was in a hurry for something significant. Upon learning it was merely about competing with another department, he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Sister, unless you have something else to discuss, I'm going to take a nap. Sleep? Do you still have the luxury of sleeping now? Seeing Lu Chen's disinterest in her words, Sun Xian slammed the plan she had brought onto Lu Chen's desk. Look at your team. Where is your fighting spirit? How come other departments can earn 30 to 50,000 a month, while ours is stuck with a meager few thousand in dead-end salaries? If you intend to continue coasting along, consider today a non-event for me. If you wish to strive for more, take a good look at this plan. Under Sun Xian's fiery gaze, Lu Chen gingerly picked up the plan from the desk. After reading just the introduction, he felt an overwhelming urge to discard it. If not for Sun Xian's presence, he would have tossed it in the trash already. Manager Sun, this plan of yours is quite commendable. After skimming through it, Lu Chen neatly returned the document to Sun Xian. So you agree? Then I'll go find General Manager Feng for her signature. Seeing Lu Chen concur with her plan, Sun Xian beamed with excitement and made to leave. However, before her hand could grasp the doorknob, Lu Chen's voice rang out from behind. Wait, you'd best not go find General Manager Feng. Why? Sun Xian turned around, her expression tinged with confusion as she regarded Lu Chen. How is it that one moment he expressed his thoughts so confidently, yet in the blink of an eye, he has changed his stance? Our department's mission is to assist the sales team in acquiring properties at a low price and subsequently selling them at a premium. Our role is to cast the net effectively. Whether we catch any fish is beyond our concern. If we were to follow your suggestion of inflating the prices during negotiations with the sales team, do you truly believe that Mr. Feng would remain oblivious? Even if you wish to gain some advantage in this regard, do not forget the individual who provided us with the net. After hearing Lu Chen's discourse, Sun Xian seemed to awaken suddenly. What appeared to be an ordinary matter on the surface concealed a myriad of complexities beneath. It seems I'm still too inexperienced. Following Lu Chen's remarks, Sun Xian wryly tore his plan into shreds, casting them into the waste bin before departing with a forlorn expression. Youth? Is it merely due to youth? Observing Sun Xian's departing silhouette, Lu Chen reflected on himself. How much difference is there between them? This is not simply a matter of age. It primarily stems from a lack of experience. Upon returning home after work, Lu Chen recounted the incident to Tian Jing. Do you attribute this to youth? I feel it resembles sheer foolishness. The memory of Sun Xian's retreating figure sparked amusement in Lu Chen. Could it possibly be Mr. Feng's directive? Tian Jing remarked calmly, as if uttering a casual observation. Surely, that cannot be the case for Mr. Feng. Prompted by Tian Jing's comment, Lu Chen sensed that something was amiss. If what Zhang Wei suggested were true, that Sun Xian shares a close relationship with Feng Feifei, then Sun Xian would not simply stand by as internal conflict arose within Feng Feifei's company. If their relationship is not as favorable as the rumors suggest, then what could Sun Xian's motives be? Lu Chen, I have unearthed something. Just as Lu Chen was deep in contemplation regarding this matter, Zhang Wei's call came through. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Lu Chen said to Zhang Wei, "Can't this wait until tomorrow at the office? Is your urgency truly necessary? I was merely trying to prevent you from worrying. I hastily called you as soon as I received the news. Then speak quickly." Detecting Lu Chen's frustration, Zhang Wei chuckled softly before elaborating. Sun Xian and Mr. Feng are university classmates and former roommates. Their relationship has always been quite amicable. After graduation, Sun Xian pursued further studies abroad, while Mr. Feng, with the support of his family, ventured into business. Initially, I thought their connection had been severed. Who could have anticipated that Sun Xian returned to the country in May? And then, you are already aware of the subsequent events. After Zhang Wei's introduction, Lu Chen now possesses a clearer understanding of Sun Xian. However, this information remains insufficiently comprehensive. What Zhang Wei has uncovered diverges from his own contemplations. What does this signify? It indicates that Mr. Feng and Sun Xian share an exceptional relationship. So what? Thus, we must all adhere to Manager Sun's directives. Zhang Wei chuckled mischievously on the other end of the line, seemingly forgetting the animosity he once harbored towards Sun Xian. Listening to Zhang Wei's laughter, Lu Chen casually remarked, "I heard the cleaning lady is on leave tomorrow. How about I discuss with Manager Sun and let you do a day's cleaning? What? Me clean? Lu Chun, you must be joking. Before Zhang Wei could finish his words, Lu Chun had already hung up the phone. I'm headed to take a shower. With his back turned to Tian Jing, Lu Chun picked up his towel and walked towards the bathroom. All right, then I'll go to sleep. As usual, Tian Jing took Tong Tong to shower first, and only after they were done did Lu Chun take his turn. Upon turning on the tap, Lu Chun tested the water temperature while removing his clothes. Once he found the temperature to be just right, he stood under the shower with soap in hand. Why are you here? I need to use the restroom. Just as Lu Chun finished lathering up, he noticed Tian Jing walking in. Without a hint of concern, she simply squatted on the toilet. Couldn't you wait a moment? Seeing Tian Jing so close, Lu Chun instinctively leaned in, attempting to shield himself with his hands. Yet, no matter how he tried to hide, Tian Jing had seen all of him. It's just the two of us. Quit being so fussy. After finishing her business, Tian Jing cast a dissatisfied glance at Lu Chun before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chun couldn't help but smile helplessly. Was he really the one being fussy, or was it that he harbored no ulterior thoughts? Lu Chun raised his head, allowing the water droplets to cascade down his face, as if this was the only way to conceal his inner turmoil. I can't hold on any longer. If they're essay next life, I promise I won't make you wait so long. I'll marry you much sooner. Who hasn't experienced a profoundly unforgettable love story? After Lu Chun finished his shower, he walked to the bedside, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Tian Jing. He remained silent for a long time before gently lying down beside her. Wife, I prepared breakfast. You and our daughter can eat once you wake up. Early in the morning, Lu Chun hurriedly made breakfast, neglecting to eat himself before rushing out. Upon reaching a corner, he spotted Lu Min waiting for him. Wow, why are you here so early? Have you had breakfast? I was worried you might be anxious. Seeing Lu Chun, who was drenched in sweat, Lu Min smiled and took out a tissue from her bag. Wipe your face first. Thanks. Lu Chun accepted the tissue and wiped his face. Just then, Lu Min pulled out a black plastic bag. Before Lu Chun could speak, Lu Min said, I've saved over 100,000 these years. Take this for the child's medical expenses. What? You want to give me money? When Lu Chun received Lu Min's text that morning, he had been curious about why she sought him out so early. Now, seeing her pull out money, he finally understood her intentions. You must have had a tough life all these years. Lu Chun silently calculated the time, given his current age. He guessed that he and Lu Min must have been high school classmates. As I reflect on the passage of over a decade, Lu Min's voice trembles slightly. Having accumulated over 100,000 in savings, what is there to lament? I have grown accustomed to it, she replies. For several years, I worked in a mall selling clothes, and life was manageable. Had it not been for a fellow villager entrusting me with that toy store, our paths may never have crossed. Recalling the moment of recognition with Lu Chun, a radiant smile graces Lu Min's face. Witnessing her expression evokes a bittersweet pang in Lu Chun's heart. Have you not found a suitable partner for marriage all these years? After much contemplation, Lu Chun finally articulates the question. Marriage? Have you truly forgotten our past discussions? Lu Min gazes at Lu Chun, a faint smile tinged with sorrow gracing her lips. Speak. Lu Chun waits patiently for her to continue. Missed opportunities are just that, missed. Even if given another chance, one might find themselves settling. Why endure such hardship? Upon hearing Lu Min's words, Lu Chun pinches his increasingly sore nose. Because I refuse to settle, I wish to reclaim what I have lost. Lu Min's laughter rings out, and she approaches Lu Chun, money in hand. Thus, I have no need for this money right now. You should take it. Lu Chun shakes his head, stepping back. No, I cannot accept this, regardless of what you say. Why not? Aren't you in need of funds for the child's treatment? Lu Min's urgency is palpable as she observes Lu Chun retreat. This is your money. It represents your lifelong savings. How can I accept it? Recalling their earlier conversations, Lu Chun smiles gently at Lu Min. I have already squandered your youth. How could I further jeopardize your future? At their parting, Lu Chun gazes at Lu Min, his heart filled with a multitude of unspoken words. Yet ultimately, he conveys a simple message. Find a good person and marry. With that, he lifts his head and strides away with an air of nonchalance. Watching Lu Chun's retreating figure, Lu Min collapses onto the ground. her eyes vacant as she fixates on the place where Lu Chun once resided, lost in thought for what feels like an eternity. Director Zhang, please come to my office. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Chun summons Zhang Wei into his office. Once Zhang Wei enters and closes the door, Lu Chun leans in and whispers, "This matter ends here. It must not be mentioned again." What? What matter? Zhang Wei, taken aback by Lu Chun's cautious demeanor, appears bewildered. It concerns Sun Xian. We shall not pursue this any further. What else is there to investigate? If we continue, I might have to leave the country. Upon hearing Sun Xian's name, Zhang Wei rolls his eyes in exasperation. He has long been aware of the situation regarding Sun Xian, albeit it is trivial information. It is indeed intriguing. Why does Manager Sun maintain such a close relationship with our General Manager Feng while allowing our internal conflicts to unfold? Having organized the information at hand, Zhang Wei cast a perplexed glance towards Lu Chun. Why are you looking at me? I have no idea. Besides, haven't you already prepared? In response to Zhang Wei's bewildered gaze, Lu Chun mercilessly struck back. Just do whatever Manager Sun tells you. To add insult to injury, Lu Chun added, I heard that Manager Sun is still single. You should make an effort. My efforts are one thing, but what about your sister-in-law? Hearing Lu Chun's concerned tone, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile. However, once he processed the comment, his expression shifted dramatically. Lu Chun, are you messing with me? Sure. Mind your language. Remember to refer to me as Deputy Manager next time. Chapter 94. The mysterious woman. After playfully teasing Zhang Wei, Lu Chun returned to his seat, feeling lighthearted. Got it. Deputy Manager Lu. After enduring Lu Chun's jest, Zhang Wei, feeling exasperated, prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to recall something important and turned to Lu Chun. By the way, Manager Sun asked me to tell you that everyone is having dinner together tonight. When? In the morning. You weren't here then? All right, I understand. What is Manager Sun trying to accomplish? To organize a gathering right upon his arrival. Isn't he concerned about misunderstandings from others? Once Zhang Wei exited, Lu Chun leaned back in a chair and pondered the situation. Lu Chun, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come today. At that moment, Sun Xian entered with a smile. Manager Sun, do you need something? Upon seeing Sun Xian, Lu Chun quickly rose to his feet. I just informed Director Zhang. Didn't he mention it to you? Noticing Lu Chun's bewildered expression, Sun Xian displayed a puzzled look. You mean the dinner? Director Zhang told me. Upon learning the details, Lu Chun set aside his curiosity and addressed Sun Xian. Manager Sun, isn't it a bit inappropriate to arrange a gathering at this time? Inappropriate? How so? Moving closer to Lu Chun, Sun Xian casually took a seat beside him. It's neither a holiday nor a special occasion. Inviting everyone to dinner. If word gets out, I fear some might think you have ulterior motives. Looking into Sun Xian's eyes, Lu Chun chuckled lightly. Me? With ulterior motives? Huh. Those who say such things probably have no idea about my relationship with Fei Fei. Even if I had any improper intentions, I doubt Fei Fei would hold it against me. Whether it was Lu Chun's words that amused him or Sun Xian's undisclosed capabilities. Upon hearing Lu Chun express his concerns, Sun Xian candidly revealed his connection with Feng Fei Fei. That was my overthinking. Listening to Sun Xian's unwavering confidence, Lu Chun secretly furrowed his brows, silently cursing Zhang Wei for providing unreliable information. It's fine. Just don't forget to show up. Okay, I'll definitely be there. As Lu Chun watched Sun Xian leave his office, he immediately checked his back, discovering that he was already drenched in cold sweat. How could this happen? What kind of woman is Sun Xian truly? Recollecting the manner in which she spoke earlier, Lu Chun still felt a pang of trepidation. Old Zhang. Seizing the opportunity during the lunch break, Lu Chun quietly seated himself before Zhang Wei. Oh my, you nearly scared me to death. Startled by Lu Chun's sudden appearance, Zhang Wei almost dropped the bun he was holding. Have you truly grasped the essence of Sun Xian? Observing Zhang Wei, who appeared equally shaken, Lu Chun managed an awkward smile. What is the matter? Haven't I already informed you? I am aware you have, but those were merely your words. Reflecting on Zhang Wei's previous remarks over the phone, Lu Chun felt a surge of frustration. The scant information you gathered barely amounts to a fraction of the truth. While reproaching Zhang Wei, Lu Chun furtively scanned the surroundings, wary of attracting unwanted attention. A fraction? Not even that. Whom did you hear this from? Gazing into Lu Chen's dissatisfied eyes, Zhang Wei shook his head, incredulous. Sun Xian herself admitted it. She claimed it herself? Are you jesting? Zhang Wei appeared almost overwhelmed, as if he might push Lu Chen away in exasperation. Believe it or not, regardless, this Sun Xian is far more complex than we initially presumed. Observing Zhang Wei's incredulous expression, Lu Chen sighed in resignation. How did she convey this to you? Initially skeptical, Zhang Wei could no longer contain his curiosity after witnessing Lu Chen's repeated sighs. It was during the discussion of the gathering. After casting Zhang Wei a disapproving glance, Lu Chen recounted the scene from the office. Do you know? At the moment she uttered those words, I was drenched in sweat. As he concluded, Lu Chen became oblivious to his surroundings, almost ready to remove his jacket to demonstrate to Zhang Wei. Enough. Enough. Sit down. Listening to Lu Chen's lengthy account, Zhang Wei furrowed his brow tightly. Tell me, how can this newcomer possess such an imposing presence? Could it be that President Feng is backing her? Yet that seems implausible. If President Feng were her support, she wouldn't be so audacious. Gazing at his plate, Zhang Wei repeatedly articulated a rationale, only to dismiss it time and again. I ask you, are you capable or not? Unable to endure Zhang Wei's incessant repetitions, Lu Chen finally snapped. This matter, I believe, requires your intervention. Just as Lu Chen was about to depart, Zhang Wei suddenly grabbed him. Are you out of your mind? No. Sit down immediately and go find President Feng. Clarify this matter with her. Meeting Lu Chen's gaze, Zhang Wei earnestly expressed his current thoughts. However, this proposal left Lu Chen somewhat bewildered. I should approach President Feng? About what? Just mention that someone is attempting to incite discord within the company. But the key point is they haven't acted yet. Then what should I say? I have no idea. After several of Zhang Wei's suggestions were swiftly dismissed by Lu Chen, he suddenly deflated, collapsing into a chair. This is merely conjecture on our part, isn't it? Even if we wish to discuss it with General Manager Feng, we must first gather evidence, correct? Observing Zhang Wei's disappointment, Lu Chen approached and gently patted his shoulder. In Lu Chen's eyes, Zhang Wei was a man solely preoccupied with wealth and status. Yet, witnessing his efforts to prevent internal discord within the company evoked in Lu Chen a newfound respect, as if he were seeing him in a different light after 3 days apart. I have been at this company for many years, and I genuinely do not wish for. I understand your sentiments. Rest assured, it will not happen. So, do you have any good ideas? We can discuss it later tonight. Let us see who attends the gathering. A knowing smile crossed Lu Chen's face at the thought of the evening's event. Rising to his feet, he made his way to his office, convinced that regardless of Sun Xian's motive for the gathering, it would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. Chapter 95. The Unexpected Younger Sister Darling. I might not return home for dinner tonight. Upon returning to his office, Lu Chen dialed a number to reach Tian Jing. What's the matter? Is there a company dinner? Indeed, the newly appointed department manager mentioned a casual get-together. Oh, very well then. As Lu Chen ended the call with Tian Jing, he sensed a hint of disappointment in her voice. Just as he was about to call her again, Zhang Wei entered the office. Can you guess who Manager Sun has invited? After carefully closing the office door, Zhang Wei approached Lu Chen with an air of mystery. How would I know? I'm not as fond of gossip as you are. Lu Chen shot Zhang Wei an exasperated glance, noting his smug expression. I knew you wouldn't have a clue. Allow me to enlighten you. There's General Manager Feng, and also Sister Wu from HR, Su Hao, as well as Zhang Wei, Li Jing, and Zhao Xiaoyan from the sales department, among others. Zhang Wei counted on his fingers, pausing when he had nearly listed all the middle management personnel in the company. Is that all? Why aren't there any representatives from the finance department? Listening to Zhang Wei enumerate these names, Lu Chen recognized most of them, having established decent relationships with several. However, it seemed illogical for Sun Xian to neglect inviting the finance team if he aimed to bolster performance in sales. After all, those individuals were the true profit generators. The finance team? Who does she think she is? Those people are loyal to the old man. Not even General Manager Feng would dare to provoke them, let alone a mere department manager. The mention of the finance team seemed to embolden Zhang Wei, who spoke with disdain about Sun Xian, almost as if he were one of them. Are you referring to the old man as General Manager Feng's father? Hearing Zhang Wei mention the old man, Lu Chun was suddenly reminded of an encounter. The last time he sought out Feng Feifei, he had coincidentally met the elderly gentleman. Including that instance, it was now the third time Lu Chun had crossed paths with him. Yes, that would be General Manager Feng's father, Feng Weigua. Do not be deceived by the elderly man's age. When it comes to a physical confrontation, even 4 or 5 young men might find themselves at a disadvantage. Is he truly that formidable? Surely you jest. How can a man past his 60s possibly manage to handle several youths? Lu Chun found it hard to believe. Why would I deceive you? The old gentleman once served in the military. I've heard he held some prominent position. Goodness, is the father of President Feng truly that remarkable? It's difficult for me to accept. A retired officer. What immense strength must he possess? No wonder Feng Feifei, a seemingly delicate woman, is able to run a company and has advanced knowledge of the city's planning and demolition situations. It appears there are deeper connections at play. Those individuals in the finance office must be relatives of President Feng, correct? Not at all. They are all associates of the old gentleman. Associates of the old gentleman? Aren't they essentially President Feng's people? Surely they cannot all be outsiders. Lu Chun found Zhang Wei's explanation somewhat perplexing. Given that this is a family-run business, it becomes quite evident. Typically, in such familial enterprises, financial matters are managed by relatives. However, Lu Chun was unprepared for Zhang Wei's subsequent revelation. All of these individuals are widows of the old gentleman's fallen comrades from his military days. They are heroes of a nation. To atone for his guilt regarding his comrades, the old gentleman arranged for all of them to work in his company. Consider it a form of compensation. No wonder Sun Xian refrains from provoking those individuals. Even Feng Feifei strives to avoid entanglements with them. It turns out they're the true power players. After hearing Zhang Wei's words, Lu Chun silently applauded the old gentleman in his heart. It is indeed humbling. Reflecting on his own actions in comparison to the old gentleman's, Lu Chun suddenly gained clarity on many matters. The only course of action left for us is to safeguard President Feng's company. We must not allow anyone to undermine it. This is not solely for President Feng's sake. It is also for the old gentleman and all the cherished family members. Rising to his feet and gazing at Zhang Wei's astonished expression, Lu Chun articulated his thoughts with conviction. Quite right. Lu Chun, the deputy manager. Confronted with the intangible pressure from Lu Chun, Zhang Wei felt a momentary chill. He recalled the first time he met Lu Chun. He was merely a naive young man, easily manipulated by Shiao Xin and almost mistaken for a voyeur. After experiencing Wu Bin's treachery, Lu Chun seemed to have transformed entirely. Observing Lu Chun's gradual growth, Zhang Wei couldn't help but question whether this was still the same foolish boy he once knew. Since Lu Chun had called to inform that he would not be returning home that evening, Tian Jing spent some time playing with Tong Tong before beginning to prepare dinner. She had just rinsed the rice and placed it in the rice cooker when a familiar voice echoed from outside. "Sister, are you home?" Upon hearing this voice, Tian Jing felt a sense of confusion and approached the door. "Little sister, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Tian Fong through the window, she hurriedly opened the door. "I just happened to come over to take care of some matters. Thinking of you all living nearby, I decided to come and visit." The joy of sisters reuniting is unparalleled. Upon seeing her younger sister arrive at home, Tian Jing, brimming with excitement, eagerly pulled Tian Fong to sit down. "Where is Chun Dong? Did he not come with you?" Tian Jing inquired, her curiosity piqued upon noticing only Tian Fong's presence. "He is on his way. He has some matters to attend to this evening, so he might arrive a bit late," Tian Fong replied. "Oh, that's a relief. I would have been quite concerned had you come alone." With the knowledge that her brother-in-law was also en route, Tian Jing felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. "Tong Tong, have you not seen your aunt? Look at what your aunt has brought for you." After sharing a few light-hearted exchanges with Tian Jing, Tian Fong's gaze shifted to her niece, Tong Tong, who was nestled on the bed. "Sweetheart, call your aunt. Your aunt has come to see you." Seeing Tong Tong gazing curiously at her, Tian Jing pretended to be annoyed and exclaimed, "Aunt." Tong Tong appeared a bit shy around Tian Fong. Had it not been for Tian Jing's encouragement, she might not have uttered a word. Such a good girl. Your aunt loves you dearly." Upon hearing her niece call her aunt, Tianfang gently scooped Tong Tong into her arms. Producing the gift she had brought, she looked at Tong Tong with a tender smile and said, "Look, this is a Barbie doll specially bought for you, along with a little tiger, and these delectable jellies. Do you like them, Tong Tong?" Chapter 96. Is this still the same little girl from before? "Yes, I like them." "Really? Then your aunt will buy you more next time." Under the allure of Tianfang's treats and toys, a smile finally graced Tong Tong's face. Witnessing this, Tianfang felt a sense of warmth and contentment. "What about my brother-in-law? Is he still at work?" Tianfang, holding Tong Tong and clutching a bag of snacks, approached Tian Jing. "He said he wanted to be home for dinner today," Tian Jing replied. "Not coming home for dinner? Is this a frequent occurrence?" "Not really. He usually comes home for meals. Perhaps he has been swamped with work lately." While chopping vegetables, Tian Jing paused to ponder Tianfang's question seriously before responding. "Why is he so busy? Could it be that there is someone else?" "Sister, I'm not saying this lightly, but you should be cautious." Standing behind Tian Jing, Tianfang feigned an angry expression and whispered her concerns. "Rest assured." Sensing Tianfang's worry, Tian Jing turned to her with a reassuring smile. "Your brother-in-law is not that kind of person. Besides, if he doesn't consider me, he surely will think of Tong Tong." As she spoke, Tian Jing gently tugged at Tong Tong's collar to prevent any snacks from falling inside. "That is hard to say. Although your brother-in-law used to be a gambler, he has no money now." Tianfang expressed her disagreement with Tian Jing's perspective. After placing Tong Tong on the bed, Tianfang pulled Tian Jing aside, as if to prevent Tong Tong from overhearing, and whispered softly in her ear, "Now, my brother-in-law is the deputy manager of his department. Consider the multitude of young girls flitting about before him. How could he possibly resist?" Upon sharing her assessment, Tianfang gently patted Tian Jing on the shoulder, anxious that her words had not been absorbed. "Who informed you about Lu Chen's promotion to department manager?" Tian Jing inquired, a hint of confusion clouding her expression. Initially incensed by Tianfang's declaration, she soon found herself engulfed in curiosity. Observing Tianfang's somewhat restrained demeanor, she continued, "When we returned home last time, Lu Chen was merely a junior employee, was he not? Surely, this news did not come from our father?" "Indeed, it was our father who told me," Tianfang replied. "Last week, when I visited home, he mentioned that my brother-in-law had been promoted." Under Tian Jing's stern gaze, Tianfang grew slightly uneasy. Grateful for the support she received from her sister, she seized the opportunity to elaborate. However, upon hearing her explanation, Tian Jing suddenly burst into laughter. "What is so amusing? Sister, do you not believe my words?" At the sight of the inexplicable smile gracing Tian Jing's face, Tianfang felt a sudden quickening of her heart. "I believe you. However, I have never broached this topic with our father. I am quite curious to know from whom you received this information." Tian Jing scoffed, glancing at the girl who once trailed in her footsteps, a chill creeping into her thoughts. How many years had passed? The little girl who had once followed her had now learned to weave tales of her own. Reflecting on the changes over the years, Tian Jing chuckled with a mix of resignation and amusement. As the workday drew to a close, Lu Chen hastily tidied his desk. Just as he prepared to seek out Zhang Wei, he was taken aback to find Zhang Wei had arrived ahead of him. "How do you plan to get to the hotel?" "What do you mean, how?" Lu Chen was momentarily bewildered by Zhang Wei's vague inquiry. "I mean, will you be taking a taxi, or will you ride with them?" Realizing Lu Chen's perplexity, Zhang Wei rephrased his question. "Well, I'm not sure. I don't have a car. If they refuse to give me a lift, I'll just take a taxi. After all, I've already agreed to meet manager's son, and it wouldn't be appropriate to back out now." On the subject of personal vehicles, Lu Chen found himself yearning for a car of his own. Regardless of the cost, it would be delightful to take his wife and daughter on outings during his days off. "Why don't you ride with me?" "What? You have a car and still ask me?" "Just drive." After knowing Zhang Wei for so long, Lu Chen had never given this matter much thought. Observing Zhang Wei's mischievous grin, he playfully delivered a punch to him. "All right, Deputy Manager Lu, please hold on." After being playfully struck, Zhang Wei feigned pain, laughed heartily, and then went outside to fetch his car. Honestly, Is it just because you have a car that you feel the need to flaunt it before me? After Zhang Wei exited, Lu Chan cast a displeased glance behind him and began to sulkily make his way out as well. Lu Chen, wait a moment. Join me in my car to the hotel. Just as he passed Sun Xian's office, Sun Xian peeked out and softly called to Lu Chen. Manager Sun, I've already promised Director Zhang that I would ride with him to the hotel. Lu Chen, upon being called by Sun Xian, appeared somewhat awkward, not daring to lift his head, thereby subtly declining Sun Xian's kind offer. I see. Very well then. Upon noticing Lu Chen's commitment to Zhang Wei, Sun Xian forced a smile, albeit tinged with disappointment, before closing the door to his office. Just now, I was nearly frightened to death. Upon reaching the parking lot and settling into Zhang Wei's car, Lu Chen exhaled nervously. What's wrong? Who frightened you so? Zhang Wei, while starting the engine, cast a casual glance at Lu Chen. When he noticed the beads of cold sweat on Lu Chen's forehead, he let out a chuckle. I must say, Deputy Manager Lu, you're a grown man. Surely you're not afraid of such an underground parking lot? Nonsense. Lu Chen, feeling mocked, playfully swatted Zhang Wei from behind. After catching his breath, he remarked, I just ran into Manager Sun. She said she wanted to go together. What did you say? As the car began to move, Lu Chen's statement made Zhang Wei abruptly slam on the brakes. You agreed to her? After uttering this, Zhang Wei slapped himself across the face in frustration. Lu Chen was comfortably seated in the car, and yet Zhang Wei was left questioning his own intelligence. What on earth am I saying? How did you respond to her? That Sun Xian actually invited you? This is monumental news. Zhang Wei gazed at Lu Chen in the back seat, filled with boundless anticipation. I told her. We've already arranged it, and I'm going to the hotel in your car. Chapter 97. An incredibly awkward scene, what? How could you say that to her? Lu Chen, you've truly put me in a dreadful situation. Upon learning how Lu Chen had responded to Sun Xian, Zhang Wei's expression instantly soured. He struck the steering wheel with frustration. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Witnessing Zhang Wei's frantic demeanor, Lu Chen hurriedly reached out to restrain him. Am I out of my mind? You are the one who has lost it. After being pulled back, Zhang Wei, with a sorrowful countenance, said indignantly, You know perfectly well that Sun Xian is not a good person. If you want to get ensnared, that's your affair. Why drag me into it? How have I dragged you into this? Lu Chen, bewildered by Zhang Wei's outburst, struggled to comprehend his friend's point. What do you mean? Didn't you tell her you were riding with me to the hotel? Yes. What is wrong with that? Do you not realize what that implies? Zhang Wei, suppressing his simmering anger, fixed a serious gaze upon Lu Chen. I don't know. It's just riding in a car. What could it possibly mean? In the realm of the workplace, Lu Chen truly exemplifies a novice. He believes his responses and actions are entirely justifiable. Yet he remains perplexed as to why Zhang Wei is so incensed. You are now the deputy manager of the department. Even when traveling, you should ride in a vehicle that matches your rank. By entering my car, you imply that we are allies. In future evaluations of positions and employee rewards, you must avoid any semblance of favoritism. Contemplating his future prospects and the additional income anticipated at year's end, Zhang Wei, overwhelmed by disappointment, slumped against the steering wheel. What is this all about? How can a mere car ride provoke such a debacle? Upon grasping the implications of the situation concerning Zhang Wei, Lu Chen too felt a surge of indignation. If that is the case, I might as well take a taxi. Come back. As Lu Chen swung open the car door to exit, Zhang Wei swiftly grabbed his arm. You're already in the car. Even if you wish to flee, there is no escape. Sit tight. We must depart. Accepting the turmoil as an unspoken punishment, Zhang Wei assisted Lu Chen in closing the car door before accelerating towards the restaurant arranged by Sun Xian. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhang Wei's vehicle halted at the entrance of the Tenglong Hotel. This should be the place. Once parked, Zhang Wei surveyed the surroundings. Confirming the location, he exited the vehicle. Wow, dining at such an establishment must cost a fortune. Following Zhang Wei's lead, Lu Chen stepped out, his jaw dropping in astonishment as he beheld the hotel before him. Under the interplay of night and neon lights, the four characters of Tenglong Hotel appeared as if a soaring dragon, evoking an instinctual desire to bow in reverence. Observing the hotel lobby through the front glass, Lu Chen distinctly noticed a cadre of attendants dressed in angelic garb flanking the entrance. Gazing at the throngs of patrons, Lu Chen couldn't help but exhale in awe. Is this it? It's merely a 4-star hotel. Not too exorbitant. For Zhang Wei, such venues were already familiar territory. He didn't share Lu Chen's astonishment. Instead, after adjusting his attire, he strode confidently forward. What are you doing? After hastening his steps, Zhang Wei noticed Lu Chen still frozen in place. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Chen's astonished expression, he remarked, I say, Deputy Manager Lu, if you linger any longer, we shall be left to feast on the winds. Are we to enter now? Only upon hearing Zhang Wei's discontent did Lu Chen realize how utterly foolish he had appeared. What do you think? With a derisive snort, Zhang Wei paused momentarily. Once Lu Chen approached, Zhang Wei followed closely behind as they made their way into the hotel. Welcome, welcome. Upon their entrance, a chorus of greetings resonated through the lobby. Thank you. Much appreciated. Embarrassed, Lu Chen nodded at the receptionist flanking either side, sluggishly continuing forward. Hurry up. Why waste words on these people? As Lu Chen's pace began to slow, Zhang Wei, trailing behind him, muttered in frustration. It wasn't until they reached a bustling area away from the hotel lobby that Zhang Wei finally found a suitable spot to speak loudly. I say, Assistant Manager Lu, have you never dined in such a place before? With a grin, Zhang Wei inquired, observing Lu Chen still enveloped in surprise. Indeed, just look at those beautiful women. They are so enthusiastic. Reflecting on the moment they had entered, Lu Chen realized this was the first time he had garnered such attention. Enthusiastic, my foot. If it weren't for your wealth, would they even acknowledge you? You think they are genuinely interested in you? No, they're excited about the money in your pocket. After explaining this to Lu Chen in exasperation, Zhang Wei managed to suppress his earlier irritation. Peering inside, he informed Lu Chen, that private room at the back is the one reserved by Manager Sunday. Let's head over. With that, Zhang Wei cast a resigned glance at Lu Chen before striding forward. Excited about money? But I have given him some. Watching Zhang Wei's retreating figure, Lu Chen chuckled and quickly followed suit. Assistant Manager Lu has arrived. Upon reaching the door, Zhang Wei beamed at Lu Chen. Once Lu Chen stood before him, Zhang Wei abruptly swung open the door and shouted into the room. As Zhang Wei's voice echoed, a flurry of responses emerged from within. Assistant Manager Lu? Lu Chen? What's going on? Why did Sun Xin invite him? Weren't we just supposed to have a meal together? Why are there people from his department here? Hearing the murmurs, Lu Chen's face turned pale. He glanced at Zhang Wei and whispered, What is happening? Wasn't this a gathering? It sounds like something else entirely. I don't know. We'll have to wait for Manager Sun to arrive to clarify, Zhang Wei replied with a grin, albeit gritting his teeth in uncertainty. Why hasn't she come yet? Lu Chen pressed. Just wait. Why are you so chatty? At that moment, both Lu Chen and Zhang Wei found themselves perplexed, taken aback by the scene before them. They stood awkwardly at the entrance, uncertain whether to enter or remain outside, simply lingering there. What are you two doing standing there? Why haven't you gone in? At that moment, Sun Xian approached with a cheerful demeanor. Spotting Lu Chen and Zhang Wei at the door, she pulled them both inside. Chapter 98. Brother-in-law? Hello, Manager Sun. Hello, Sister Sun. As Sun Xian stepped into the hotel private room, nearly everyone rose to their feet, their faces alight with joy. Everyone please sit. There is no need for such formality among colleagues. Sun Xian greeted them warmly, while swiftly making her way to the seat of honor. Why are you two still standing? Come sit. Turning to face Lu Chen and Zhang Wei, after reaching her position, Sun Xian beckoned them over. He pointed to the two seats on his left, beckoning the two individuals to take a seat. Thank you, Manager Sun. They chorused in unison after approaching, before finally sitting down. What's happening? Why hasn't General Manager Feng arrived yet? Sun Xian cast a dissatisfied glance towards the empty seat on his right, where Feng Feifei had yet to appear. She must have been delayed by something. Manager Sun, should I call my brother to inquire about General Manager Feng? A woman sitting next to Feng Feifei leaned forward, pulling out her phone call. No need. I'll ask her myself. Sun Xian politely declined her offer, retrieving his own phone. Feifei, why are you still not here? Everyone is waiting for you. As soon as the call connected, Sun Xian began to express his discontent to Feng Feifei on the other end. It was unclear what Feng Feifei said in response, but eventually Sun Xian sighed. All right then, we won't wait for you. Let's get started. General Manager Feng said she is not feeling well and wanted to be joining us. After hanging up, Sun Xian nodded apologetically to the others. Feng Feifei isn't coming? That's intriguing, Lu Chen pondered. Having already accepted Sun Xian's invitation, why would Feng Feifei choose not to attend? He cast a discreet glance at Zhang Wei, only to find him equally puzzled. If the general manager is not coming, we shall not wait any longer. Let us notify the servers to bring out the dishes. Sun Xian smiled at Lu Chen while glancing toward the stranger at the far end of the table. Lu Chen, you should know this person, right? I truly do not recognize him. Lu Chen surveyed the group, realizing that several of them were unfamiliar to him. Aside from a woman who had attempted to call Feng Feifei, identified as Sister Wu from the company, he only recognized Su Hao and Li Jing. You don't know him? That is surprising. Sun Xian laughed at Lu Chen's admission. You genuinely don't know? This is your brother-in-law. What? Manager's son. Don't tease me. Lu Chen was taken aback. His brother-in-law? He stared at the smiling man, struggling to recall when he had acquired a brother-in-law. Didn't he even have a sister? So what did that make him? Brother-in-law, I am Chen Dong, Tian Feng's husband. The man approached Lu Chen with a smile, introducing himself. Wait, Tian Feng? Could it be? Suddenly recalling an embarrassing incident from his last visit to his father-in-law's home. Lu Chen understood why the man referred to him as brother-in-law. So you are Feng's husband? I can't believe I forgot about that. I must be punished. Realizing that this man was Tian Feng's husband, Lu Chen awkwardly laughed. He raised his glass and drank it down in one go. Your brother-in-law can certainly hold his liquor. It seems that if I, as the brother-in-law, cannot drink, I shall become the subject of ridicule. Upon witnessing Lu Chen down a glass of liquor in one go, Chen Dong merely smiled and similarly lifted his own glass, consuming it swiftly. Since you two are relatives by marriage, I shall refrain from intruding. Zhang Wei, seated beside Lu Chen, observed Chen Dong drink and, feeling somewhat disgruntled, relocated to Chen Dong's previous spot. When did you arrive here? Why not go home? After a drink, Lu Chen's chatter increased. Observing Chen Dong's beaming face, Lu Chen's tone grew slightly more complainant. I came with Feng. She should be at home by now. Having taken Zhang Wei's position, Chen Dong leaned towards Lu Chen. Oh, so Tian Feng is here too? Yes. She must be at home chatting with her sister now. That's splendid. It saves Tian Jing from feeling lonely at home. Tian Feng is here too? One couple heads home, while the other joins the company gathering. Witnessing their approach to handling matters, a sense of unease arose within Lu Chen. I say, is there anything you two cannot discuss when you return home? Everyone is watching. Let us eat. As the two continued their lively conversation, Sun Xian interjected from the side. Oh yes, indeed, Manager Sun is right. Let's eat first. Very well. I'll heed my brother-in-law's advice. Prompted by Sun Xian, Lu Chen finally acknowledged his current situation. After offering an awkward smile to the group, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Brother-in-law, this is a hairy crab. It's rare to see such plump ones in this season. Allow me to serve you one. Thank you. Brother-in-law, this is sea cucumber from the northeast, also highly nutritious. Would you like a few? Please bring me two. I fear that consuming too much might be excessive. Brother-in-law, this is imported pufferfish. As Chen Dong continued to address him as brother-in-law, Lu Chen's table became laden with a variety of dishes. Unable to resist the temptation of the sumptuous spread before him, Lu Chen finally spoke up. Enough. You should eat as well. No need to focus solely on me. Is this sufficient? At Lu Chen's remark, Chen Dong paused his actions. Sufficient indeed. While savoring the delicacies, Lu Chen responded somewhat indistinctly. Then take your time eating. I will pour some wine. Yes. Please go ahead. Pouring wine? Having just acknowledged Chen Dong's words, Lu Chen paused in confusion. Casting his gaze outward, he saw Chen Dong smiling as he filled the glasses of everyone present in the private room. Is Chen Dong quite familiar with Sun Xian? Upon entertaining this thought, Lu Chen stealthily glanced at Sun Xian. Observing the cheerful expression on Sun Xian's face, Lu Chen pondered. Could it be that these two have known each other for a long time? But if that were the case, why had Sun Xian never mentioned it to him? Do you realize the extent of your brother-in-law's capabilities? Chapter 99. I gift you a car. What capabilities? Manager's son? What do you mean by that? Gazing at the smiling visage of Sun Xian, Lu Chan found himself in a state of bemusement. This brother-in-law was a mere stranger to him, and he had no inkling of the extent of his capabilities. He was, after all, a classmate of Zhao Lei from the city. Zhao Lei? Who might that be? The young scion of Tian Group, a leading enterprise of the region. A leading enterprise? Tian Group? As these unfamiliar names echoed in his mind, Lu Chan felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. Manager's son, what is it that you wish to convey? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Chan was unable to decipher the message Sun Xian was attempting to relay. The mysterious smile adorning her face piqued his curiosity further. Tian Group engaged in stock trading, raking in millions in a single day. Was he envious of Zhao Lei's status, or perhaps of the company's substantial earnings? As he spoke, an expression of profound yearning graced Sun Xian's features. How impressive! Yet, it seems rather irrelevant to me, doesn't it? No matter how wealthy Zhao Lei may be, what does it have to do with me? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chan regarded Sun Xian with intrigue. It may not pertain directly to you, but it certainly relates to your brother-in-law. Moreover, if he were to facilitate an introduction on your behalf, wouldn't that be advantageous? Sun Xian chuckled as she gazed into Lu Chen's eyes. Oh, I think I shall pass. Such individuals are beyond my reach. Reflecting on his current status, Lu Chen was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and others. Do you know what I value in you? Leaning closer, Sun Xian spoke softly. What is it? It is your unassuming nature. You might as well say, I am foolish. Lu Chen was at a loss for words upon hearing Sun Xian's assessment of him. Unassuming? The application of such a term to himself left Lu Chen perplexed as to whether it was a compliment or not. In truth, earning money can often be straightforward. It merely depends on your approach. As if conversing with herself, Sun Xian swirled the wine in her glass and smiled at Lu Chen. Hee. Indeed, Lu Chen feigned drunkenness, showing no inclination to engage further with Sun Xian. After indulging in a few more glasses of wine, he noticed Zhang Wei gesturing towards him. Manager's son, please take your time. I shall step out for a moment. Very well, go ahead. After exchanging pleasantries with Sun Xian, Lu Chen stepped out with a light-hearted stride. Upon entering an adjacent empty private room, Lu Chen encountered Zhang Wei, who had been waiting for him. What were you two discussing? It appeared quite animated. From the onset of the gathering, Zhang Wei's attention had been firmly fixed on Lu Chen. After observing him converse with Sun Xian for a considerable duration, he seized the opportunity to call Lu Chen out. We were discussing how to make money. What? What kind of money? How should I know? All I know is that Sun Xian's discourse revolved around the concept of earning money. I cannot fathom what she was subtly suggesting. Recalling the conversation with Sun Xian, Lu Chen's mind was a blank slate. Initially, it had merely been a company gathering, yet they had invited the brother-in-law of Tian Jing, and he was acquainted with the young master of Tian Group. Could it be that the essence of Sun Xian primarily revolves around himself? Upon this realization, Lu Chen calmly addressed Zhang Wei, urging him to return swiftly. Otherwise, Sun Xian might misconstrue their intentions. Misconstrue? Misconstrue what? Zhang Wei questioned, perplexed by Lu Chen's anxious demeanor. Just as they were about to depart, Chen Dong's voice echoed from the doorway. He thinks you are speaking ill of her. How could you eavesdrop on our conversation? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his face contorted with anger at Chen Dong's sudden appearance, nearly ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Brother-in-law, it's getting late. We should head home. Chen Dong disregarded Zhang Wei's ire entirely, turning his gaze towards Lu Chen, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. What? Brother-in-law? Lu Chen, what is your relationship with him? Zhang Wei's astonishment was akin to receiving a sudden blow to the head upon hearing Chen Dong refer to Lu Chen in such a manner. This is Chen Dong, my wife's younger sister's husband. Lu Chen awkwardly introduced Chen Dong, noticing Zhang Wei's bewilderment at their connection. Wife? Sister? Husband? Your relationships seem rather intricate. After listening to Lu Chen's introduction, Zhang Wei took considerable time to piece together the familial ties. Well, we shall take our leave then. You should assess the situation before departing. It was evident that Chen Dong had come to summon Lu Chen home, suggesting he had something important to discuss. contemplating this possibility. Lu Chen exchanged a few words with Zhang Wei before following Chen Dong outside. "Is this your car?" Upon arriving at the parking lot and approaching an extravagant vehicle, Lu Chen gazed at Chen Dong with surprise. "It's nothing. If you like it, brother-in-law, I can gift you one as well." Chen Dong, unperturbed by Lu Chen's envy, produced the keys and unlocked the car door. "Gift me? I wouldn't dare accept." Once inside the car, Lu Chen surveyed the interior decor. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about vehicles, the luxurious fittings and the brand suggested that it must cost at least 200,000 to 300,000. "How did you come to know manager Sun from our company?" Lu Chen inquired, intrigued by Chen Dong's acquaintance with Sun Xian. "We are partners in business." "I wouldn't say we know each other well," Chen Dong replied casually as he navigated the road. "But I heard you were classmates with someone from the group." Lu Chen pressed on, dissatisfied with Chen Dong's vague response. "You mean Zhao Lei? We are not exactly classmates, just at the same age. However, he and Fong Fong are indeed classmates, and even in the same class." Chen Dong's enthusiasm surfaced as he mentioned Tian Fong, failing to notice Lu Chen's expression. "Fong Fong is quite tenacious. Otherwise, how could we have come to seek you out, brother-in-law? So, you are not here on official business?" Lu Chen pondered, piecing together the implications of Chen Dong's words. The connections with Zhao Lei and the collaboration with Sun Xian hinted that Chen Dong and Tian Fong's visit was far from ordinary. As Chen Dong continued speaking, Lu Chen became increasingly contemplative. "Fong Fong, brother-in-law, we have returned." Just as Lu Chen stepped out of the car, he heard Chen Dong call out toward the house. Immediately after, Tian Jing and Tian Fong emerged together. "Brother-in-law, you're back." Upon seeing Lu Chen, Tian Fong cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, little sister." Although Lu Chen harbored some discontent towards Tian Fong, he refrained from expressing it in front of Tian Jing. Chapter 100. The Intent of Chen Dong, you're back? Noticing Lu Chen's somewhat unusual expression, Tian Jing approached him and gave a light smile. "Is Tong Tong asleep?" "She fell asleep long ago." "Why did she sleep so early?" Reflecting on how he always had to coax Tong Tong to sleep, Lu Chen was taken aback to realize that she had already drifted off before he returned home. "She was waiting for you, but seeing that you hadn't come back, she eventually fell asleep while waiting. Is that so?" After hearing Tian Jing's explanation, Lu Chen chuckled, having never noticed how endearing his daughter had become. "Sister, brother-in-law, let us hurry inside. What are we doing standing out here?" Observing Lu Chen and Tian Jing engrossed in conversation about Tong Tong, Tian Fong grew impatient. Ignoring Chen Dong's disapproving gaze, she walked over and pulled Tian Jing toward the room. "Oh, then let us go in." Watching Tian Fong stride toward the room, Lu Chen felt a growing sense of frustration. Was this still his home? Why did it feel as though he was less than a stranger here? "We should also head in." With Tian Fong and Tian Jing already inside, it seemed pointless for Lu Chen and Chen Dong to linger outside. After greeting Chen Dong, Lu Chen followed suit, entering the room. Once inside, Lu Chen sat beside Chen Dong, while Tian Jing and Tian Fong settled on the edge of the bed. "Brother-in-law, there are some things that are inconvenient to discuss outside, and I would like to hear your thoughts now." After a moment of silence, Chen Dong broke the ice. Gazing at Lu Chen, Chen Dong smiled as he produced an envelope. "Inside this is a check for 300,000. What does this mean?" Lu Chen, initially curious about Chen Dong's words, was startled by the envelope he revealed. "It's nothing significant. Consider it for Tong Tong's medical expenses." "Is this a loan?" "Let us call it a loan." "Let us call it." Hearing this phrase, Lu Chen recalled a jest he had once encountered about a corrupt official receiving gifts disguised as loans, leaving the return of such loans contingent upon the hidden motives behind the offerings. "Is that so? But I don't really need this money right now." With a smile, Lu Chen turned his head aside, digesting Chen Dong's implications. "Brother-in-law, please stop pretending. I already know." Chen Dong chuckled upon seeing Lu Chen turn away. "You know? What do you know? I know that Tong Tong's condition has worsened, and you urgently need funds to help her undergo a bone marrow transplant." Speaking as if it were a mere slip of the tongue, Chen Dong then slid the envelope containing the money toward Lu Chen. "This is just a small gesture from me and Fong Fong. If you think it's insufficient, I can certainly bring more when I have the time." With unwavering confidence, Chen Dong grasped Lu Chen's hand, assisting him in holding onto the envelope. Feeling the allure of the check within, Lu Chen's hand trembled incessantly. Speak up. What is it you desire? Ultimately, Lu Chen placed the envelope on the table. Gazing at the smiling Chendong, he murmured, "You had better be honest with me, otherwise I will not assist you." Splendid. I knew my brother-in-law would be a sensible person. Chendong's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Lu Chen accept the gift he had bestowed. "Yerbo no ulterior motivas." I merely hope that my brother-in-law can act according to Manager Sun's wishes. Manager Sun? Are you referring to Sun Xian from our company? What does she have to do with this? Upon hearing Chendong's words, a look of confusion crossed Lu Chen's face. Although Sun Xian had displayed a certain youthful demeanor at work, Lu Chen had never intended to defy her wishes. Now, with Chendong's statement, he distinctly sensed that something was amiss. In fact, I believe it would be beneficial for the various departments within the company to compete. This way, we can identify who is merely coasting and encourage employees to strive harder. To Lu Chen's inquiries, Chendong showed no inclination to clarify. Instead, he simply expressed his thoughts to Lu Chen. Internal competition within the company? So, this idea was proposed by you on behalf of Sun Xian? Lu Chen was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the request made by Sun Xian had been orchestrated by Chendong. Proposed? That's a stretch. We merely exchanged ideas. Exchanged ideas? Yet, I find it hard to believe that Sun Xian should discuss this matter with you. Observing the smug expression on Chendong's face, Lu Chen scoffed. If you are so capable, then you need not seek my assistance. Regardless, I will not engage in anything detrimental to the company. Therefore, you should take this money back. Realizing that Chendong's monetary gift was tied to this matter, Lu Chen tossed the envelope filled with money back toward him. Brother-in-law, think carefully. This isn't merely about the 300,000. Once the task is accomplished, I assure you that your benefits will far exceed this. Chendong was taken aback, unable to comprehend how Lu Chen's earlier cheerful demeanor could shift so dramatically. Looking at the envelope he had been tossed, Chendong appeared anxious. I admit I am in need of money, yet I am not the kind of person who disregards everything for the sake of it. If I accept your 300,000 today, how will I face General Manager Feng? Even if I choose not to go to work and use this money for Tong Tong's medical treatment, what will I say if she inquires about it? Faced with Chendong's financial temptation, Lu Chen resolutely declined. Brother-in-law, please do not be upset. I believe Chendong has a point. Just consider in today as society, who isn't striving tirelessly for financial gain. As Chendong failed to persuade Lu Chen, Tian Feng, unable to bear the sight, approached Lu Chen and, in the presence of Tian Jing, began to analyze his current predicament. However, before Tian Feng could continue, Lu Chen interjected loudly, "Silence. Do you think I am like you? Money does not equate to worth. I am quite curious. How is it that you have come to my home today? It turns out it is for this matter. Let me be perfectly clear. It would be best if you refrain from coming to my house in the future, or else do not blame me for severing ties." Having already harbored disdain for Tian Feng, Lu Chen could not allow her to continue speaking. After a vehement reprimand directed at her, he turned his gaze towards Tian Jing. "My dear, I wish to make my position unequivocally clear today. If you believe my actions are justified, then I, Lu Chen, will strive to ensure you live a prosperous life. If you think otherwise, then you are free to act as you see fit."